I traveled to Mount Shu, but before I had the chance to show my talents, my cultivation was abolished and I was exiled to the demon locking tower because of the mistakes made by my previous life. The environment of the locking demon tower was harsh and filled with evil spirits, but I turned a disaster into a blessing and activated the sign-in system. After signing in at the locking demon tower, I obtained the innate sword body, which allowed me to regain the capital to cultivate immortality. I decided to set the demon locking tower as a permanent sign-in point, and get rewards by signing into the system to improve my strength. After entering the demon locking tower, I began to draw chi into my body again. It took only 1 hour to break through to the chi refining realm, and then quickly reach the peak of chi refining. Then, I learned the basic swordsmanship, discovered the secrets of this martial art, and exerted its powerful power. When I signed in the next day, I got the Peiyuan pill, which helped me break through to the early stage of foundation building. Can I become stronger step by step with the help of the system in this dangerous demon locking tower? My journey of cultivating immortals is full of challenges and opportunities. The space of the demon locking tower is vast and spacious, but it is overgrown with weeds and has been abandoned for a long time, and there is almost northwest suitable place to stay. Moreover, there was a hint of evil in the air. Evil spirit is as sharp as a sword. Even an ordinary cultivator, if invaded by enough evil spirit, will suffer from insanity at best, or even death at worst. The number of these evil spirits is not large, but if they continue to erode ordinary people who have lost their cultivation, under normal circumstances, it will be enough to cause a person to die suddenly within a year. This also explains why the criminals who were exiled and suppressed in the demon locking tower in the past died tragically one after another. Zhao Fan ignored the harsh environment around him, and randomly found a flat place to sit down and began to examine the condition of his body in detail. It's worthy of the innate sword body rewarded by the system. It's incredible. My Dantian Qi Si was destroyed and my cultivation was wasted, but now my Dantian Qi Si has not only been reshaped, but has also become stronger and more solid than before. I have the capital to become a cultivator again. Zhao Fan wouldn't have known if he hadn't looked carefully, and he was shocked when he saw it. He integrated the memories of his previous life and was very familiar with matters related to cultivation. The Dantian Qi Si was the key for ordinary people to become cultivators. Because the spiritual power accumulated by cultivators when they inhale souls and exhale breath is stored here. The stronger the Dantian Qi Si is, the faster the practice speed will be and the higher the upper limit will be. Now I'd better draw the Qi back into my body and become a cultivator again. Zhao Fan concentrated his mind and calmed his breath, and all the pores on his body opened up. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be pulled by some force, and it roared towards him continuously. Although this is the demon locking tower, there is still thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the nearby void that can help Zhao Fan. Buzz. Wisps of spiritual energy from heaven and earth quickly penetrated into Zhao Fan's body, flowed through his limbs and bones, and finally transformed into pure spiritual power, which was accumulated in the Qi Si in his Dantian. Zhao Fan's aura was getting stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 1 hour, Zhao Fan noticed that the spiritual power in his Dantian Qi Si had accumulated to an astonishing level, like a pool filled with clear water that was about to overflow. At this moment, a crackling sound like frying beans erupted from Zhao Fan's body. That was the phenomenon that occurred when he broke through the realm. He quickly broke through to the Qi refining realm. It's unbelievable. In just 1 hour, I broke through to the Qi refining realm and became an immortal cultivator again. The original predecessor, relying on the vast resources of Mount Shu, took more than 3 months to build. Zhao Fan was both shocked and happy. He didn't expect the innate sword body to be so extraordinary. It was worthy of being a reward from the system. You should know that there is a strict level division in the cultivation of immortals, and the realms are respectively Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, out of body, spirit separation, fusion, tribulation crossing, Mahayana, and the realm of land immortals above Mahayana. His predecessor had good aptitude. Before his cultivation was abolished, he was already a young and powerful person in the early stage of golden core. Otherwise, he would not have been able to convince the others to become the young master of shushan. The Qi refining realm can only be regarded as the starting point of cultivation. Not to mention that it cannot be compared with the original predecessor, even the ordinary shushan outer disciples are far above this realm. So while he was happy, Zhao Fan did not stop practicing, but continued to refine and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve his strength. He really enjoyed this feeling as he was getting stronger all the time. On the first day of arriving at the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan immersed himself in practicing. The speed at which his cultivation level improved was extremely fast. From the initial stage of qi refining, he broke through the middle and late stages of qi refining, and reached the peak of qi refining. He was only one step away from the foundation establishment stage. I am now a cultivator at the peak of qi refining. You can start practicing Shushan's martial arts now. Otherwise, even if your cultivation is strong, you will have power but cannot use it, just like a tiger without sharp teeth and claws, unable to exert its own advantages. The night was as dark as ink. Zhao Fan's eyes were as bright as torches and he was full of energy. Even after practicing for a whole day, he did not feel much tired. My current cultivation level is not high, and the martial arts I can practice are limited. It seems that the only suitable one is the basic swordsmanship. Zhao Fan pondered for a moment. Shushan is a sect of sword cultivators. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was a top force that produced sword immortals on Earth. However, the sect had been in decline for nearly 1,000 years, and several major changes in the past had resulted in the loss of most of the sword manuals in the sect. Nowadays, there are only a handful of martial arts techniques suitable for practicing in the qi refining stage, and the most suitable one at present is only the basic swordsmanship. As the name suggests, basic swordsmanship is the most basic swordsmanship of Shushan. It is simple and easy to learn. Almost every Shushan disciple knows the basic swordsmanship. There are 9 levels of basic sword techniques from shallow to deep. Most of the Shushan disciples only practice the first 3 levels. Even the elders can only master the first 5 levels. It's not that no one can practice to the extreme, but they think this martial art is a bit useless since its power is limited. With the help of the system, Zhao Fan transformed from a mortal body into an innate sword body. His comprehension of swordsmanship was extraordinary. It only took him more than half an hour to master the 9 basic sword techniques. Strange, this basic sword technique doesn't seem that simple. If I follow the memories of my previous life, this sword technique only focuses on its meaning, not its sword moves. But if we combine its sword meaning and sword moves, the power it unleashes may be much stronger. Zhao Fan had a look of doubt in his eyes. He was born with a sword body and had a unique understanding of swordsmanship. With a tentative thought, Zhao Fan picked up a piece of grass and stabbed it out like a sword. Suddenly, a cold light flashed and the rubble more than 10 meters away exploded with a bang. It is true. Zhao Fan understood clearly, confirming his speculation. This basic sword technique was not as useless as he had imagined. It was just that most of the Shushan disciples only focused on its meaning, but did not combine it with the actual sword moves, so they could not exert its powerful power. As the night deepened, Zhao Fan quickly mastered this martial art, and the power he exerted was definitely several times stronger than that of any other martial artist. The next day, when dawn rose, a ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the demon locking tower and fell on Zhao Fan, making him glow. Do you want to sign in at the demon locking tower? Sign in. After opening his eyes, the first thing Zhao Fan did was to sign in through the system. Successful sign-in, reward, 1 pei yuan dan. Peaking yuan pill. This is a good thing. Only a master-level alchemist can refine this top-grade pill. In Shushan, you need to spend thousands of spirit stones to exchange for one. The pei yuan pill can quickly increase the spiritual power in my body. I am now at the peak of the qi refining stage. After taking this pill, I can immediately try to break through the foundation establishment stage. As the system finished speaking, Zhao Fan became a little excited and immediately swallowed the pill he had just received. As the pill took his mouth, powerful energy rushed into Zhao Fan's body. 2 hours later, he broke through to the initial stage of foundation building as if it was a natural process. Hey, why am I so dirty? As soon as Zhao Fan opened his eyes, he found that his whole body was covered with a layer of black mud. By the way, after breaking through to the foundation building stage, all the impurities in the body will be excreted. These are the impurities in my body. Zhao Fan suddenly remembered that this was the situation that would occur to all immortal cultivators when they broke through the foundation building stage. Expelling impurities from the body, making one's bones, blood and flesh become more flawless and transparent. It's so sticky. I'm really not used to it. Zhao Fan gave a bitter smile, and then silently used his spiritual power. In an instant, the black mud all over his body dissipated, and he became refreshed and clean. Young master. I'm here to deliver the food. Just when Zhao Fan wanted to continue practicing, the person who delivered the meal arrived. May I have your name? Zhao Fan was quite surprised to see that the person who delivered the meal was a young girl. As far as he knew, the disciples of the discipline hall who guarded the demon-suppressing tower were mostly male disciples, and female disciples were very rare. The discipline hall was old-fashioned, serious and extremely boring, and few young female disciples were willing to go there. My name is Jang Chen, and I'm the youngest disciple in the discipline hall. Seeing Zhao Fan taking the initiative to talk to her, Jang Chen was a little flattered and spoke timidly. Jang Chen, I will remember you. From now on, please come and deliver meals every 3 days. Zhao Fan said with a smile. Send it every 3 days. Zhang Qian looked Zhao Fan up and down, wrinkling her nose and said, But young master, you have no cultivation at all now, can you hold on? Don't call me young master, just call me senior brother Zhao. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I will take the responsibility myself and won't blame you. Well, okay. Looking at Zhao Fan's bright eyes, Zhang Qian nodded hesitantly. After delivering the meal, Zhang Qian returned to the discipline hall and told the law enforcement elder about Zhao Fan's request. Send it every 3 days. Is he trying to cultivate immortality again? How is that possible when his Dantian and Qi Si are completely destroyed? The law enforcement elder frowned slightly, guessing Zhao Fan's intention, but still shook his head and sighed, If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Zhang Qian, just do as he asks. I will deliver food every 3 days. Master, the young master not only trespassed into the forbidden area, but also opened the seal of the sword tomb without authorization, causing the purple and green swords to riot, resulting in dozens of deaths and injuries to shushan disciples. According to the shushan rules, you should be deposed as the young master and exiled to the demon locking tower forever. Please ask the sect master to depose the young sect master and send him to the demon locking tower for eternity. Please ask the sect master to depose the young sect master and send him to the demon locking tower for eternity. Inside the shushan hall, all the high-ranking elders had unfriendly expressions and strongly demanded the dethronement of the young leader, Zhao Fan. Sharp and piercing scoldings echoed in Zhao Fan's ears, gradually making his originally blurred consciousness clear. I actually traveled through time. 2 days ago, because my predecessor was bewitched by someone, I broke into the forbidden land of Shushan and opened the seal of the sword tomb, which caused the purple and green swords to riot and dozens of Shushan disciples were killed or injured. Everyone in Shushan is extremely angry. I was taken to the hall for trial today, and I traveled through time at this time. Zhao Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had just traveled through time and space to become the young master of Shushan. Before he could start to make any achievements, he was exiled to the demon locking tower. It is really ridiculous that such a ridiculous thing happened to me. Master, I object. Brother was bewitched by someone and accidentally broke into the forbidden area and opened the seal of the sword tomb. I hope that the sect master will punish him leniently. At this time, the only person who stood up to plead for mercy was Zhao Fan's younger brother Zhao Cheng. In the past, the brothers and sisters who had been on close terms with young sect master Zhao Fan either kept silent or agreed with the proposals of the senior elders. Zhao Cheng, step back. Shushan sect master Zhao Sihai's face turned ashen and his heart ached, but he signaled his youngest son to step aside. Father. Brother, he is your own son. Didn't you hear me clearly? I told you to back off. Zhao Sihai frowned and spoke in a heavier tone. Noticing the change in his father's tone, Zhao Cheng clenched his fists with an unwilling look on his face, but still quietly stepped aside. Zhao Sihai turned to look at his son Zhao Fan, whose cultivation had been abolished, with a trace of pity in his eyes. However, after thinking it over again and again, he still said in a cold tone, Pass my order to depose Zhao Fan from his position as young sect leader and send him to the demon locking tower. Without my order, Zhao Fan is not allowed to leave the demon locking tower. In this world of immortal cultivators where strength is respected, Having all your cultivation destroyed and being banished to the demon locking tower means that you will almost certainly never be able to turn over a new leaf. Personally escorted by the law enforcement elders and disciples of the discipline hall, Zhao Fen was soon brought to the forbidden area of Shushan, where the grass and trees were withered and yellow, and there were piles of rubble. It was very remote and desolate. Not far away, an ancient bronze tower stands majestically. This ancient bronze tower is huge, with a mottled copper-green body, like a towering mountain, rising into the clouds. Squeak! As the heavy, rusty tower door opened, a smell of decay and death rushed towards us. This is the famous demon locking tower in Shushan. Tens of thousands of years ago, the demon locking tower was worthy of its name, and once suppressed peerless demons. Later, the Shushan sword art declined, and most of the demons in the tower also passed away, and this place gradually evolved into a place to suppress the criminals of Shushan. Any Shushan disciple who commits a serious crime will have his cultivation stripped away and be sent here for imprisonment. In front of the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan, with his hair disheveled, looked even more desolate and lonely against the backdrop of the two huge, mottled and broken statues. What a pity. Young Sect Master originally had a promising future. In a few hundred years, he might become the new Sect Master of Mount Shu, commanding thousands or even tens of thousands of cultivators in Mount Shu. But I didn't expect that I would accidentally enter the forbidden area due to a moment's lapse of thought, causing the purple and green swords to riot, and causing the death and injury of so many disciples. Once you are locked in the demon locking tower, it won't take long before you die miserably in there. Looking at Zhao Fan's lonely figure, a disciple from the discipline hall shook his head and sighed. Who says it's not? The environment inside this demon locking tower is damp and cold, and there is also the horrifying evil spirit left over from the demons that have passed away. Not to mention an ordinary person without any cultivation, even cultivators like you and me cannot hold out for too long in there. Another disciple from the discipline hall also spoke with sympathy. 500 years ago, an inner sect elder of Mount Shu went astray and started killing many of the Shushan disciples. He was suppressed by the sect master at the time and exiled to the demon locking tower, but he died suddenly within a few years. 200 years ago, a great demon invaded Shushan, but was suppressed by the three great elders and locked up in the demon locking tower. In less than 2 years, the famous demon died tragically in the tower. 80 years ago, Sun Ji, the flowing cloud sword, who was known as one of the 10 strongest men in Shushan, practiced the sect's forbidden techniques without permission and was imprisoned in the demon locking tower by the current sect master. He died in the tower within 3 months. This demon locking tower has witnessed almost all of Shushan's turbulent years in modern times. Few people who are imprisoned in the tower can survive long. He deserves it. You should also take this as a warning. As disciples of the discipline hall, you must not only abide by the Shushan discipline, but also strictly supervise other disciples to prevent them from breaking the rules and ending up in such a miserable situation. The law enforcement elder had a stern look on his face as he admonished the disciples of the discipline hall, using Zhao Fan as a typical negative example. Hearing the conversation between the law enforcement elder and the disciples, Zhao Fan's eyes showed resentment, and he muttered to himself, "Is this my end? Will I die miserably in there soon?" Ding, the sign-in system has been activated. Do you want to sign in at the demon locking tower? Just when Zhao Fan was in despair, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Although the golden finger may be late, it is not too late after all. Zhao Fan was somewhat surprised, but also a little nervous. He didn't know what the function of this system was and whether it could help him get out of his current predicament. Sign in. Zhao Fan said hesitantly. Ding, you have successfully signed in at the demon locking tower, and will be rewarded with the innate sword body. In an instant, a powerful warm current appeared out of nowhere and rushed into Zhao Fan's body. His body, which had become weak due to the loss of his cultivation, at this moment, regained its vigorous and powerful strength. Very good. The function of this system is so amazing. Zhao Fan was very shocked and could deeply feel that his body had become extremely strong. System, can I sign in again? Zhao Fan asked eagerly. If he could sign in repeatedly, wouldn't he be able to get more rewards? You can only sign in once a day. As long as it is an area with a strong heavenly Tao aura, the system's rewards will not decrease with repeated sign-ins. It is detected that the host is in a special area with a strong aura of the heavenly Tao. Should it be set as a permanent check-in point? Hearing the system's reminder, Zhao Fen was stunned at first, and then he wondered secretly, could it be that this demon locking tower was the special aura area that the system mentioned? Agree. Zhao Fen said quickly. The system has successfully set the demon locking tower as a permanent sign-in point. The host can sign in an unlimited number of times to obtain different rewards until the heavenly Dao aura disappears. After getting confirmation from the system, Zhao Fen secretly rejoiced. In that case, can't I just stay in the demon locking tower peacefully, get rewards by signing into the system, and constantly improve my strength? This is a world of immortal cultivation where strength is respected. Not to mention the turmoil outside, even in Shushan there are undercurrents. Wouldn't it be safer to leave the demon locking tower when I become strong enough with the help of the system? After thinking about it this way, Zhao Fen felt relieved. Being imprisoned in the demon locking tower was not something he could not accept. To others, the demon locking tower is a deadly place, but to Zhao Fen now, it is a potentially inexhaustible treasure trove. Without waiting for the disciples of the discipline hall to urge him, Zhao Fen smiled and walked into the demon locking tower decisively. This scene stunned the disciples of the discipline hall, and even the law enforcement elder not far away showed a look of surprise. Young master, what happened? He actually walked into the demon locking tower with a silly smile on his face. Could it be that he couldn't bear the shock and went crazy? Hey, I didn't expect that the young master who was so high and mighty before would become like this. Noticing Zhao Fan's look, the disciples of the discipline hall looked at each other. If it were anyone else, they would refuse to go in when they arrived at the door of the demon locking tower. Because everyone knows that once you enter the demon locking tower, your life is over. In the past, they would even knock out and throw in some uncooperative Shushan criminals. But Zhao Fen had a smile on his face and seemed to be somewhat happy. He took the initiative to walk into the demon locking tower. If this is not madness, then what is this? The disciples of the discipline hall sighed almost at the same time. What a pity. One wrong step can lead to eternal damnation. The law enforcement elder also shook his head, and then said to a young female disciple, Jang Chen, you are the youngest disciple in our discipline hall. From now on, you will be responsible for delivering meals to the young master. He is now a useless person who cannot practice, but he is the biological son of the Sect master after all. You must not neglect him, otherwise I will hold you accountable. Don't worry, Elder Yan. I will take good care of the young master. This female disciple named Jang Chen was innocent and cute, and nodded obediently. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhao Fen, who walked into the demon locking tower, with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Huyuan pill is a top-grade pill, and its value is even higher than Peiyuan pill. Most importantly, Huyuan Dan can increase the success rate of breaking through from the foundation building stage to the golden elixir stage. You know, although the completion of the foundation establishment stage seems to be only one step away from the golden core stage, the difficulty is extremely high. Under normal circumstances, out of 10 cultivators who have completed the foundation establishment stage, only one can successfully break through to the golden core stage. This shows how low the success rate of a breakthrough from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage is. At the beginning, although his predecessor was gifted, he still relied on the vast resources of Shushan and spent 3 or 4 months to successfully break through to the golden core stage. According to my estimate, it would take another month before we could be absolutely sure of breaking through the bottleneck. But now with the help of this Huyuan pill, it is enough to ensure that I can successfully break through to the Jindan stage. Zhao Fan's eyes brightened, and he slowly swallowed the Huyuan pill and began to try to break through his original realm. As the pill entered his stomach, a powerful medicinal power spread toward Zhao Fan's limbs and bones. It was visible to the naked eye that as the pores all over Zhao Fan's body opened, powerful spiritual energy from heaven and earth poured into his body from all directions. Zhao Fanbao had a dignified appearance, his skin radiated a faint luster, and even his hair became crystal clear. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously flowed into his body, the spiritual power in his dantian became more and more powerful, and finally condensed and compressed at a point, forming a bright golden elixir. The golden elixir sparkled brightly, like stars hanging in the night sky. At this moment, Zhao Fan's momentum was rising steadily, several times stronger than before. Success. Golden core stage. Zhao Fan felt the endless power surging in his body and breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Among the disciples of Mount Shu, there are only a handful of immortal cultivators in the Jindan stage. Although he cannot be compared with the older generation of immortal cultivators, he is at least 10 times better than the immortal cultivators in the foundation building stage. I am now a Jindan stage cultivator. Facing the black evil spirit, I should have a certain ability to protect myself. I can try to explore the area behind the ancient gate of the demon tomb. There was a gleam of light in Zhao Fan's eyes. In the past 6 months, Zhao Fan has visited the nearby area, but he can't stop thinking about the ancient gate of the demon tomb. Before, Zhao Fan was afraid of the black evil spirit behind the door, but now that he has achieved the golden core stage, that worry has naturally disappeared. Without much hesitation, Zhao Fan soon appeared in front of the ancient gate of the demon tomb again. The black evil energy that overflowed from the gap was bounced away by an invisible force before it got close to Zhao Fan. Sure enough, after breaking through to the golden core stage, it is enough to barely fight against these black evil spirits. Zhao Fan nodded secretly, and the spiritual energy in his body slowly flowed, forming an air wall that isolated all the encroaching black evil spirits. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Fan casually sent out a stream of spiritual power, which was so powerful that it slowly pushed open the entire heavy door. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ancient door of the demon tomb opened completely, and countless black evil spirits surged and poured out. Is this the world behind the ancient door? Zhao Fan walked in with steady steps, and was shocked by the scene in front of him at just one glance. There are skeletons everywhere here, some in human shape, some in animal shape, so densely packed, so numerous that they are countless. Further away, there are skeletons looming in the distance, tens or hundreds of meters high, standing like hills. Even after countless years, they still exude a jade-like luster. This is the real demon locking tower. Zhao Fan's scalp tingled and he couldn't help but take a breath. Looking around, there are piles of corpses. What a staggering number. Moreover, Zhao Fan could clearly feel that some skeletons that exuded a jade-like luster still exuded an unparalleled demonic aura even after experiencing the baptism of countless years. Even though they were far away, the pervasive energy made Zhao Fan feel suffocating pressure. It is conceivable that these skeletons were such terrifying monsters when they were alive. The space inside the demon tomb is very vast. However, Zhao Fan found it difficult to go deeper because the terrifying aura emanating from those giant skeletons alone made it difficult for him to move and he was under tremendous pressure. This is still at the outermost part of the demon tomb. If Zhao Fan insists on moving forward, he won't be able to go far before being crushed into powder by the terrifying aura emitted by countless skeletons. It's not that Zhao Fan is too weak, but that these skeletons were too strong when they were alive. Tens of thousands of years ago, Mount Shu was at its most glorious and those who could be imprisoned in the demon locking tower were almost all world-famous and unrivaled monsters. A terrifying existence like that, even if only its bones are left after its death, is not something that ordinary cultivators can resist. My strength is still a little insufficient. If I can become a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage, maybe I will be truly qualified to explore this demon tomb. Zhao Fan secretly regretted. He thought that after achieving the golden core stage, he could ignore the erosion of the black evil spirit. However, he did not expect that the inside of this demon tomb was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Just as Zhao Fan was pondering, something strange happened. Buzz. Not far away, a human skeleton lying on a pile of rubble suddenly came to life, its deep eye sockets lit up by green ghost lights. It's the breath of an immortal cultivator. I, Sun Ji, have waited for 80 years, and finally a cultivator has arrived. If I can take over your body, I will be reborn. This human-shaped skeleton was as fast as lightning and rushed towards Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan's expression suddenly changed. He took the top-grade flying sword Qi Xiao in his hand and subconsciously swept out with the sword. Qi Xiao was unstoppable, and Zhao Fan was using the basic shushan swordsmanship that he had learned, which was extremely powerful, enough to easily cut off boulders. The sword shone with a cold light and swept towards the human-shaped skeleton. The humanoid skeleton raised its claws and grabbed, as if it didn't take Zhao Fan's attack seriously. Bang! But in the next second, the humanoid skeleton screamed, and was drowned by the surging sword energy, and was beaten to pieces and almost fell apart. Seeing that the first sword worked, Zhao Fen swept out the second sword without thinking. Stop. Seeing this, the human-shaped skeleton was so scared that the ghost fire in his eye sockets trembled violently, and he quickly raised his hands to surrender. Originally, it was just a skeleton, and was severely damaged by Zhao Fan's sword energy. If it was hit by a second sword, it would completely disappear from the world. Who are you? Zhao Fen was ready to attack, staring at the humanoid skeleton with a bad look. This guy suddenly attacked him. If he was not strong enough and had Qi Shao in his hand, if it were any other cultivator, he might have been subdued by it on the spot. I am Sun Ji, a former disciple of Mount Shu. The humanoid skeleton introduced itself in a low and desolate voice. Sun Ji. Impossible. One of the 10 strongest men in Mount Shu 80 years ago, a fierce man who was thrown into the demon locking tower for practicing forbidden techniques. Zhao Fen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the origin of this human-shaped skeleton to be so shocking. Yes, that's me. Under Zhao Fan's doubtful gaze, the humanoid skeleton nodded slowly and said, back then, my cultivation was abolished and I was thrown into the demon locking tower. I was poisoned by the evil spirit in the tower. I had no choice but to use some kind of secret technique to entrust my remaining soul to this skeleton. That's why I can survive until now. After saying that, Sun Ji's remaining soul looked at Zhao Fan and said in a deep voice, boy, I see that you are also a disciple of Shushan, why don't we make a deal? As long as you don't kill me, I can teach you some of Shushan's secret techniques. Perhaps you can rely on this to survive in this tower. Zhao Fen noticed that when Sun Ji's remnant soul was speaking, its deep eyes were always staring at him, like a beast looking at its prey at hand. Although it was very obscure, it was filled with a hint of naked greed. Zhao Fen was not a fool. He knew that the other party was trying to tempt him to let him relax his guard, so he directly refused, sorry, I'm not interested. If you hadn't attacked me before, I would have let you go, but you want to take over my body, so die quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fen swung out with his sword, and a cold light flashed everywhere, like a streak of silk, directly submerging Sun Ji's remaining soul. Don't want. Not only can I teach you the secrets of Mount Shu, I can also tell you the secrets of this demon tomb. Sun Ji's remaining soul screamed miserably and fought with all his might, but it still melted under the astonishing sword energy, and finally turned into a wisp of light smoke and finally dissipated completely. What Shushan's secret technique, what secret of the demon tomb? I have the help of the system, and I have no shortage of powerful martial arts techniques. As for the secrets of this demon tomb, I will explore it slowly after my strength improves. Zhao Fen laughed at himself and said, now I'd better leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise there will be other great monsters like Sun Ji who will leave their residual souls behind. Zhao Fen frowned slightly, then quickly left the demon tomb and sealed the door again. The dishes Jang Chen brought were delicious, and Zhao Fen had a good meal. His nerves, which were slightly tired after a long period of practice, became refreshed in an instant. It has to be admitted that although Zhao Fen was deposed and thrown into the demon locking tower, the people in the discipline hall did not neglect him much when it came to food and drink. The space inside this demon locking tower is even more vast than I imagined. I'm in the outer area now, so why not go in and take a look? Zhao Fen decided to walk inside and look at other areas to see if there was a suitable place to stay. After all, there is still a long time to come, and he may have to stay in the demon locking tower for a long time, so he must at least find a comfortable and decent place for himself. As we walked forward, there were fewer weeds and rocks, but the evil aura became stronger and stronger. Fortunately, Zhao Fan is already a cultivator in the foundation building stage and can barely block the invasion of these evil spirits. A few minutes later, Zhao Fan stopped and saw a bronze gate blocking his way. This bronze door seems to be of very ancient age. Zhao Fan noticed that the gate was covered with thick dust and dense spider webs. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time. If you want to enter the inner area of the demon locking tower, you can only go through this bronze door. Zhao Fan said thoughtfully. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Fan slowly stepped forward, sword energy burst out from his fingertips, and rushed towards the bronze gate. Even though this sword energy is as thin as a silk thread, the power contained in it is enough to push a boulder of more than 10 meters. But even such sword energy, when it fell on the bronze door, could only cause a slight shake. Not to mention pushing open the heavy door, it didn't even shake off much of the dust on it. I have completely mastered the basic sword techniques, and the power I exert is far beyond that of ordinary shushan elders and disciples. Even so, the sword energy driven by 50% of its power is still unable to shake this door. Zhao Fen was a little bit unconvinced, and the spiritual power in his body continued to gather and then burst out in an instant. Boom. The bronze door suddenly trembled violently, and the dust on it fell to the ground. Zhao Fen pressed on the door with one hand and tried to push open the heavy door with extraordinary strength. So heavy. Zhao Fen frowned, feeling as if he was pushing a giant millstone. Even if he used 80% of his strength, he could only make a small gap in the door. Buzz. Just as Zhao Fen was about to increase his strength and push the bronze door open completely, something terrible suddenly happened. Strands of dark evil energy rushed towards Zhao Fen through the cracks in the door. These evil spirits are like wolf smoke, more than 10 times stronger than the ordinary evil spirits before. Zhao Fen sensed the danger and quickly withdrew to avoid being invaded by the black evil spirit. Wisps of dark evil spirit spread out and submerged the weeds near the bronze gate. The few weeds that had been tenacious withered and died in an instant. This scene made Zhao Fan's scalp tingle. These weeds grew near the bronze gate and were highly immune to the evil spirit inside the demon locking tower, but they still died directly under the influence of the black evil spirit. From this we can see how incredibly corrosive these black evil spirits are. No. I can't open the bronze door yet, otherwise the black evil spirit pouring out will be enough to threaten me. Zhao Fen gave up the idea of continuing to open the bronze door. Fortunately, only a gap was opened and the bronze door was not completely opened, otherwise Zhao Fen would not be able to resist these special black evil spirits with his current condition. Ding, do you want to sign in at the ancient gate of the demon tomb? Just when Zhao Fen was about to leave, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Demon tomb ancient gate. Is that the name of this bronze gate? Could it be that there is a demon tomb inside? Sign in. Zhao Fen thought about it and agreed immediately because today's sign-in had not been used yet. Sign in successfully, obtain the top-grade flying sword, the Scarlet Sky Sword. As soon as the system prompt sounded, a 3-foot sword appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. The sword was bright red all over, the edge of the sword was shining brightly, and it was filled with a chill that made people feel painful. Top-grade flying sword. That's great. Although I have mastered the basic swordsmanship, what I lack most right now is a flying sword. Now that I have this top-grade flying sword, I can practice the basic swordsmanship to perfection. Zhao Fen had a smile on his face, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Shushan focuses on sword training and has swords specially prepared for disciples, but most of them are just ordinary iron. But flying swords are different from ordinary weapons. They are not only precious but also extremely powerful. If the Shushan cultivators could learn the lost sword-wielding technique, they would be able to wield their swords and kill enemies miles away with just a thought. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Mount Shu was at its peak of glory, a land-based swordsman took action. With just a thought, he flew his sword thousands of miles away and killed powerful enemies. When he was the young master of Shushan in his previous life, he had to break through to the early stage of Jindan before he was rewarded with a low-grade flying sword by the Sect. The top-grade flying sword is a particularly rare and precious sword in the now declining Shushan. Zhao Fen held the Qixiao sword, and wisps of spiritual power penetrated into it, causing the originally cold sword edge to gather several feet of invisible sword energy. Knock, knock, knock. The sword energy swept across, shattering stones and cracking gold, leaving several hideous marks on the ground. It is indeed a top-grade flying sword. Zhao Fen looked satisfied. He was in a very good mood after getting the top-grade flying sword. Because the black evil energy inside the bronze gate was still very dangerous to Zhao Fen at the moment, he did not continue exploring, but turned around and returned to his original place. After returning, Zhao Fen used his abilities to build a house with rubble as a foundation, providing a simple place to stand. Next, Zhao Fen practiced diligently every day, and at the same time used the system to sign in frequently to obtain rewards. His strength level is improving at an extremely fast speed. Spring goes and autumn comes, and half a year has passed. Half a year seems like a long time to ordinary people, but to immortal cultivators, it is just a blink of an eye. With the help of the system, Zhao Fan continued to sign in the demon locking tower to obtain rewards. Ding, you have successfully signed into the demon locking tower and obtained a copy of the handbook of the nameless sword cultivator. Ding, you have successfully signed into the demon locking tower and received a purple gold battle suit. Ding, you have successfully signed into the demon locking tower and obtained a copy of Shushan Qingyun swordsmanship. In addition, Zhao Fan also signed in and obtained many Peiyuan pills. This kind of pill can quickly improve his cultivation, allowing him to advance from the early stage of the foundation building period to the middle and late stages and reach the perfect level of the foundation building period in just half a year. This speed is already very fast. After all, normally speaking, the difficulty of improving the realm in the foundation establishment stage is 10 times more difficult than that in the chi refining stage. You know, for an ordinary cultivator, it would take several months or even longer to advance to a small realm in the foundation building period. Moreover, during this period, with the help of the system, Zhao Fan's combat power far exceeded that of the cultivators of the same level. Even he himself could not clearly explain how strong he was. While practicing, Zhao Fan also toured the nearby areas, but they were all very desolate, so desolate that he didn't even see the skeleton of a demon or devil that had passed away in the past. According to Zhao Fan's guess, the area inside the bronze gate might be where the demon lies. However, there was an extremely corrosive black evil spirit in it, which made Zhao Fan very wary. Most importantly, Zhao Fan's intuition told him that there might be certain risks, so he did not take any action. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. Before he has absolute strength, he doesn't want to take any risks. For more than half a year, Zhao Fan was alive and well. He did not die as quickly and tragically as the disciples of the discipline hall had guessed, which surprised some people. But fortunately, few people cared about the life and death of the deposed young master, so Zhao Fan's presence became increasingly low. However, Jang Chen, the junior sister from the discipline hall, became the person who cared about and understood Zhao Fan the most. Because every 3 days, she would bring delicious meals to Zhao Fan, rain or shine, for most of the past 6 months. Although Zhao Fan did not deliberately inquire about what was happening in the outside world, every time Jang Chen came to deliver food, she seemed to be afraid that he would be bored, so she would take the initiative to tell Zhao Fan about the changes in the outside world. Zhao Fan enjoyed signing in every day to practice, but he also felt a little numb, so he did not reject the kindness of this junior sister and would take the initiative to chat with her about random things. A few days ago, Jang Chen mentioned that the entire world of immortal cultivation was undercurrent. Various sects of demons that had been silent for thousands of years emerged and swept through many sects like a tidal wave. Even several great cultivators at the nascent soul stage were killed in the battle. After hearing this, Zhao Fan suddenly felt that the world of immortal cultivation was full of dangers, and it would be most appropriate for him to quietly sign in at the demon locking tower and become stronger. On this day, Jang Chen came to deliver food again. But unlike before, this time the little girl looked a little abnormal, not as lively and cheerful as usual. "Junior sister, why don't you tell me something interesting this time?" Seeing that she looked strange, Zhao Fan smiled and asked. "Young master, I've said it many times. You can just call me senior brother. I'm no longer the young master of Shushan." Zhao Fan said with a smile before Jang Chen finished speaking. "Senior brother Zhao. Just today, the sect leader has appointed a new young sect leader." Jang Chen pursed her red lips and said hesitantly. She looked at Zhao Fan carefully, and when she found that he had no reaction, she added, "The new young master is none other than your younger brother Zhao Cheng." Zhao Cheng. Zhao Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. "That boy is not bad, his talent is not inferior to mine, it is only natural for him to become the young master of Shushan." "But, aren't you unwilling? That was originally your position." Jang Chen said softly. "That's not my place. My place is here." Zhao Fan smiled and didn't say much. Jang Chen wanted to say something, but Zhao Fan waved his hand to stop her. "Brother Zhao, I'll come bring you food in a few days." Half an hour later, Jang Chen said goodbye to Zhao Fan, picked up the lunch boxes and left. Good. After watching Jang Chen leave, Zhao Fan turned and came to the barren stone ground. This area was open and he really liked to stay here to practice. Host, have you started signing in? Sign in. As the system prompt sounded, Zhao Fen responded habitually. Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Huyuan pill. It's actually the Huyuan pill. I'm just about to complete the foundation building stage. This Huyuan pill will be of great benefit to me. It seems that the system still understands me. Looking at the Huyuan pill in his hand, Zhao Fen smiled. Looking at the ancient door of the demon tomb that had closed again, Zhao Fen showed a lingering fear. He deeply realized that his strength was still far from enough. With the cultivation level of Jindan stage, let alone exploring the space inside the monster tomb, even the aura emanating from the remains of the big monster is almost unbearable for him. I can only wait until my cultivation is more advanced in the future before exploring the secrets of this place. Zhao Fen was not depressed, but full of confidence. With the help of the system, I believe that it won't take long before I can get more improvements. By then, the entire demon tomb will no longer be a mystery in front of him. Next, Zhao Fen returned to the outer area of the demon locking tower and received rewards by signing into the system every day. His strength was constantly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Host, are you ready to sign in? Sign in. Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the shushan sword controlling technique. On this day, as the system prompt sounded, Zhao Fen was stunned at first, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Sword controlling technique. It's actually the shushan sword controlling technique. Zhao Fen was a little excited. Shushan is different from other immortal cultivation sects in that it focuses on sword fighting practices. Because the environment of heaven and earth has changed drastically in the past 10,000 years and is no longer suitable for sword practice, shushan no longer has its former glory. Many extremely precious sword-wielding books were lost during the turmoil, including the famous sword-wielding technique of shushan. Zhao Fen never expected that he would obtain the shushan sword-wielding technique through the system's reward. If this matter were to be spread, it would be enough to cause a huge shock throughout the entire Shu Mountain. It is indeed a complete sword-controlling technique. Zhao Fen discovered that deep in his mind, there was a complex and profound sword-fighting book, which contained the content of sword-wielding. Without any hesitation, he checked it quickly. As expected of the sword control technique, it is indeed profound and extensive. According to the content recorded here, the sword controlling technique is divided into 9 different realms. Only by mastering all 9 realms can the sword controlling technique exert its most powerful power. Zhao Fan's heart was burning with excitement, and he began to try to practice the first level of sword controlling technique, and the sword flew as his heart wished. The first step in Zhao Fan's cultivation is to start training his sword. The so-called sword cultivation is to establish an inseparable connection with the flying sword Qixiao through one's own spiritual power. Only by successfully training the sword and obtaining the flying sword's complete recognition can one achieve the level of being able to control it as if it were one's own arm. As Zhao Fan continuously injected spiritual power into the flying sword, the originally bright red sword body soon established some mysterious connection with him. The next second, the flying sword Qixiao made a slight sound and then floated in front of Zhao Fan. Like excited children, they surrounded Zhao Fan and kept floating up and down. Sword cultivation is successful. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fan smiled. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that establishing a connection with the flying sword would be easier than he imagined. Perhaps this was related to the fact that he had a congenital sword body. Although he had established a preliminary connection with the flying sword, he was still a long way from reaching the state of being able to use the sword at will, so Zhao Fan did not dare to relax and continue to concentrate on his practice. For 3 consecutive days, Zhao Fan immersed himself in spiritual practice. With his unremitting efforts, he finally succeeded in cultivating the first level of sword controlling technique, and the sword was able to fly as his heart wished. Bang! As Zhao Fan's mind moved, the top-grade flying sword Qixiao made a clanging sound and then flew out of his hand. With its unique spirituality and powerful force, it directly smashed the stone more than 20 meters away into pieces. As expected of a sword-controlling technique, it is indeed extremely powerful. I have only cultivated to the first level, but I can easily control the sword and smash the rocks 20 meters away with the cultivation base of the initial stage of the Golden Core. With this kind of destructive power, I'm afraid no one among the immortal cultivators of the same level can compare with it. This scene made Zhao Fan look satisfied. He had only used 30% to 40% of his strength to have such lethality. If he used all his strength, Zhao Fan was confident that even if there was a huge rock several meters high 30 meters away, his flying sword could smash it into pieces with one strike. And most importantly, this is under the premise that Zhao Fan has mastered the first level of sword controlling technique. If he can cultivate to a higher level or even reach the 9th level, the power he can unleash may really be as rumored, allowing him to control the sword for thousands of miles to kill powerful enemies with a single thought. However, having said that, although the sword control technique is powerful, the difficulty of practicing it increases exponentially as you advance in realms. Let's not talk about other things. The second level of the state of unity between man and sword is not so easy to cultivate. Moreover, if you want to practice the second level of sword control, you have to break through to the nascent soul stage before you can practice. Zhao Fan frowned slightly. He is still only in the Jindan stage and is still a long way from the Yuanying stage. In addition, as the cultivator's cultivation level increases, the difficulty increases exponentially. It will take a longer time to break through to the nascent soul stage. I still have to hurry up and improve my cultivation level. Only after breaking through to the nascent soul stage can we explore the secrets of the demon tomb and practice the sword control technique to the second level. Zhao Fan secretly made up his mind that he must improve his cultivation level as soon as possible. Just when Zhao Fan was about to continue practicing, the heavy door of the demon locking tower suddenly opened. Zhao Fan felt something and looked over there. A young man in a brocade robe walked in slowly. He is tall and strong, with handsome features and a dignified look between his brows. He looks about 60% similar to Zhao Fan. He is none other than Zhao Fan's younger brother, Zhao Cheng. Brother. When Zhao Cheng saw Zhao Fan, he looked slightly excited and shouted in a deep voice. Why are you here? Zhao Fan was stunned at first, then frowned slightly and asked. The demon locking tower is a forbidden area in Mount Shu. Under normal circumstances, outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission, otherwise they will be punished according to the law. Brother, I came to visit you with my father's permission. Zhao Cheng hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, I am now the new young master of Shushan. I see. Brother, congratulations on becoming the young master. Zhao Fan smiled and congratulated. Brother, you won't blame me, right? Zhao Cheng looked at Zhao Fan cautiously and asked softly. How could that be? It's great that you can become the young sect leader. At least it makes me feel much more comfortable than if someone else took this position. Zhao Fan patted his shoulder and said with a smile. I have always felt guilty about it, but now that elder brother has said this, I feel relieved. Zhao Cheng breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Brother, I'm so sorry that it took so long to come and see you. I was too busy with sect affairs before, and my father was under a lot of pressure. Since your accident, many elders have become dissatisfied with him. Zhao Cheng explained with some guilt. It's okay, I'm already very happy that you can come. Zhao Fan waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. He knew very well that his younger brother had come to the demon locking tower today and was under tremendous pressure from many aspects. Brother, don't hate your father. In fact, he has always cared about you, but father is the sect leader after all, and he needs to balance many aspects, and now Shushan is facing many difficulties. Zhao Cheng hesitated to speak. I don't hate him. If you want to blame someone, blame him because he lost himself and became reckless and impulsive in his attempt to gain more power. Before he could finish, Zhao Fan smiled. That's good. Zhao Cheng discovered that his eldest brother's personality seemed to have changed a lot, and he was no longer as strong and stubborn as before. By the way, big brother, I heard before that you were trying to practice again. This is a qi gathering pill I exchanged for. Perhaps it can help you gather the qi in your dantian. There are also some spiritual fruits that contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which can help you quickly strengthen your physique. As he spoke, Zhao Cheng took out a precious pill and dozens of spiritual fruits. Top-grade elixir, qi gathering pill. Zhao Fan was a little surprised. This qi gathering pill was very precious, and it was hard to find a few in the entire Shu Mountain. I guess my brother Zhaoqing must have paid a heavy price to get this pill. Brother, this is a token of my appreciation. You must accept it. Once I have secured my position as the young sect leader, I will definitely find a way to rescue you in the future. Afraid that Zhao Fan would refuse, Zhaoqing hurriedly spoke. Seeing his brother's earnest and sincere look, Zhao Fan, although he had become a cultivator again, did not want to reject his kindness, so he smiled happily and said, "In that case, I will accept it. However, I am fine staying here. Please don't do anything stupid to rescue me. Otherwise, not only will you be in danger, but you will also implicate your father." Zhao Fan continued to warn in a deep voice, "You are no longer an ordinary disciple, but the young master of shushan. Don't be as reckless and impulsive as I was before." "But, brother." Zhaoqing felt a little sour in his nose. "It's okay, this is the punishment I deserve, and I'm fine staying in the demon locking tower." Zhao Fan smiled and said easily. These words were not perfunctory. Staying in the demon locking tower, signing in every day through the system to become stronger, although life is a bit boring, it is also extremely fulfilling. All right. Zhaoqing had no choice but to compromise, knowing that his elder brother was thinking about his future. The two brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time and chatted for more than an hour. In the end, Zhaoqing left the demon locking tower, looking back every few steps. "Brother, when I have time in the future, I will definitely come to see you often." Before leaving, Zhaoqing waved to Zhao Fan and said, "This silly boy." Zhao Fan watched him leave, a smile on his face, and a warm feeling in his heart. After leaving the demon locking tower, Zhaoqing went to the Shushan Hall as soon as possible. Here he met his father, the clan leader, Zhao Sihai. In just over half a year, Zhao Sihai seemed to have become much older. His originally dense black hair was now mixed with a few noticeable strands of gray, and his figure was no longer as tall as before. There was less majesty between his facial features and brows, but a hint of fatigue. "Father, I have already met my eldest brother. He's doing pretty well." After Zhaoqing bowed, he briefly recounted the story of his meeting with Zhao Fan. "You are worthy of being my son, Zhao Sihai." Even though he was imprisoned in the demon locking tower, he still managed to hold on until now. After listening to Zhao Cheng's introduction, Zhao Sihai's eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice. His tone was quite complicated, with a hint of relief and a hint of heartache. Fortunately, the dreaded demon locking tower failed to take Zhao Fan's life quickly. What made him sad was that he, as the dignified leader of Shushan, could only watch his eldest son suffer in there. "Father, is there nothing you can do? You are the powerful leader of Shushan, can't you forgive my brother just once? The demon locking tower is filled with evil spirits. It's not easy for my brother to hold on for more than half a year. I really hope to release him as soon as possible." Zhaoqing knelt on his knees and begged sincerely. "Cheng'er." Zhao Sihai looked at his youngest son, then shook his head and sighed, "It is because I am the leader of Shushan that I cannot pardon your elder brother. Shushan is facing internal and external troubles now. How many eyes are staring at me? If I abuse my power for personal gain, I don't know how many elders will find a good excuse to replace me immediately. Of course, I can give up the position of the sect leader, but if I do that, Shushan will be in chaos, and the foundation of 70,000 to 80,000 years will be destroyed in my hands." Zhao Sihai showed a helpless look on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Cheng'er, it's not that your father doesn't want to save your elder brother, but I can't pardon him now." "Father, I understand." Zhaoqing also sighed softly. He could understand Zhao Sihai's difficulties. Ever since he became the young master of Shushan, he realized that although Shushan now seems powerful, it is already riddled with holes. Just as his father said, if he is forced to step down, then civil strife will break out and Shushan may be doomed. Especially at this time, the world has shown signs of unrest. Various sects of the devil that had been silent for thousands of years have emerged one after another, setting off one bloody storm after another. Although Shushan no longer has the glory it had tens of thousands of years ago, it was once a top sect with a coveted foundation. Once chaos breaks out, there will be endless troubles. Cheng'er, you are now the young master of Shushan. Be careful in everything you say and do. I am already old, and I will need you to rebuild Shushan in the future. If you are capable of leading Shushan back to glory, your strength and prestige will be enough to convince everyone, and pardoning your brother will only be a matter of words. Father, I understand. Zhao Qing took a deep breath and said seriously, I will definitely work harder and live up to your expectations. Well, it's good that you have such awareness. Looking at his youngest son, Zhao Sihai nodded slightly. Compared with the previous Zhao Fan, Zhao Sihai was more satisfied with the performance of his youngest son Zhao Cheng. The latter had just become the young master, handled things in an orderly manner, and was gentle in dealing with people, which made him very popular among the people of Shushan. Most importantly, the talent for cultivation displayed by Zhao Cheng is also outstanding. By the way, recently some Shushan disciples have reported that the demons are ready to make a move and are planning to attack our Shushan. You are responsible for sending people to investigate this matter, so that we can take precautions in advance. Zhao Sihai thought of something and gave an order. Okay, I'll do it right away. Zhao Qing nodded and immediately left the hall. On the other hand, after his younger brother Zhao Qing left the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan immersed himself in cultivation again. Time flies, and more than 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. To be precise, this is the 3rd year that Zhao Fan has come to the demon locking tower. Over the past 3 years, Zhao Fan has been continuously using the system to sign in and obtain rewards, and his strength has been increasing rapidly. He started from the early stage of Golden Core, and then broke through to the middle and late stages of Golden Core, becoming a perfect cultivator in the Golden Core stage, and was only 1 step away from the Nascent Soul stage. Such a rapid breakthrough speed has even broken Shushan's previous practice records. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would take an average cultivator at least a dozen years or even dozens of years to advance from the early stage of the Golden Core to the perfect stage of the Golden Core. Moreover, this is based on the premise that there are enough opportunities and luck. However, with the help of the system, Zhao Fan's daily practice speed is more than 10 times that of an ordinary cultivator. In the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan stood proudly, with flying black hair and deep and calm eyes. Bang! As his mind moved, the top-grade flying sword Qixiao made a clang sound, and shot past like thunder and lightning, chopping the huge rock 100 meters away into pieces. The power of this strike is so strong. Not bad, not bad. With my current cultivation level, I can use the sword control technique to exert such powerful force that no one below the Nascent Soul stage can defeat me. Zhao Fan showed a look of satisfaction. With the improvement of his cultivation level, even though he had only mastered the first level of sword controlling technique, the power he exerted was much stronger than before. What a pity. I am still not sure about breaking through the bottleneck period and successfully breaking through to the Nascent Soul stage. Otherwise, if a Yuanying stage cultivator could master the second level of the sword controlling technique, the power would be at least several times greater than it is now. Zhao Fan felt a little regretful. After his cultivation reached the perfection of the Golden Core stage, the speed of improvement almost stagnated and he was stuck in a bottleneck period. Just as Zhao Fan was lost in thought, the door of the demon locking tower suddenly opened slowly, and 2 dark shadows rushed in silently. Someone entered the demon locking tower. Zhao Fan seemed to have noticed that since his cultivation had improved, his 5 senses had become extremely sharp and he could sense any movement within 1,000 meters around him. The next second, Zhao Fan's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he had already arrived near the gate of the demon locking tower. There was no aura around Zhao Fan, as if he had completely merged into the space inside the demon locking tower. He was performing a qi concentrating technique that the system had awarded him earlier. This technique could completely conceal the fluctuations in his own spiritual power. Unless the cultivator was much stronger than himself, ordinary cultivators would not be able to detect it even if it was right in front of them. 2 tall and strong figures appeared at the gate of the demon locking tower. They looked like ordinary people, but Zhao Fan noticed something was wrong at first glance. The aura of these 2 people was different from that of immortal cultivators. They were filled with a faint demonic power, and their bodies were covered with glittering scales. They were obviously 2 demon cultivators. They are actually cultivators from the demon race. How dare they sneak into Shushan and come to the demon locking tower? Zhao Fan frowned slightly. Shushan was a sect of human cultivators, and they were naturally in opposition to the demon cultivators. It was obvious that these 2 demons had secretly intruded with ill intentions. Brother, we have finally arrived at the legendary demon locking tower. Shushan is indeed a false reputation. It is not as strong as imagined. Even the guards are so lax that it is easy for us two brothers to sneak in here. A demon man dressed in black couldn't help feeling smug when he saw that there was no one around. Second brother, don't be too proud too soon. If it weren't for the help of this aura isolating void mirror, we wouldn't be able to get here smoothly with our cultivation at the perfect golden core stage. Just as he finished speaking, the stern-looking demon man next to him reminded him in a deep voice, Demon Tomb. Zhao Fen followed the instructions of the void mirror and slowly moved forward. Coming here again, Zhao Fen felt much more relaxed than last time. Looking at those huge skeletons, although I can still feel the oppressive feeling coming towards me, it is not as suffocating as before. The reaction of the void mirror has become even stronger. Could it be that the Black Dragon clan's treasure is not far ahead? Zhao Fen noticed that the void mirror in his hand emitted a stronger light, and it was obvious that he had a more intuitive sense. There are mountains of bones all around, emitting an overwhelming aura. A few minutes later, Zhao Fen, under tremendous pressure, came to a huge skeleton that was 100 meters high. The skeleton is very thick and long, and from its appearance it can be seen that it is a huge dragon. Even though it has been dead for many years, it still exudes a terrifying evil aura. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the skeleton of the ancestor of the Black Dragon clan. But where is the Black Dragon clan's treasure? Zhao Fen frowned slightly and looked around, but found nothing. However, the void mirror in his hand emitted a scorching light and was trembling slightly, obviously sensing that the family treasure was nearby. Could it be? Zhao Fan's eyes moved and then fell on the head of the dragon skeleton. Kong. As soon as he thought of it, the flying sword Qixiao broke through the air and slashed fiercely on the dragon's skull. Bang. But in the next second, the extremely sharp flying sword Qixiao did not cut off the skull, but instead made a crisp sound like the collision of iron and stone. It's so hard that even Qixiao's sword can't cut it easily. Zhao Fen was somewhat shocked. He used his nascent soul stage cultivation to activate the sword-wielding technique. The power of one sword was enough to chop into pieces not only the skeleton of a demon, but even an iron peak. But the skull of this dragon is so hard, as if it was forged from divine gold. It is conceivable how powerful the ancestor of the Black Dragon clan was when he was alive, so much so that the bones he left behind after his death are so difficult to destroy. I don't believe it. Zhao Fen secretly became ruthless, and the spiritual power in his body surged out, making the flying sword emit a clear sound, and it cut through the sky like thunder and lightning, and then it slashed towards the skull again. Bang, bang. Zhao Fen flew out with his sword and slashed out several times in succession, each sword more powerful than the last. Finally, when the 10th sword was slashed, the originally hard dragon's skull finally cracked with a roar. Call out. Suddenly, a white light emerged from the skull and was about to break through the void and escape. Zhao Fen reacted extremely quickly. He raised his hand and grabbed out, forming a huge golden hand made of spiritual power. With lightning speed, he tightly imprisoned the white light in his palm. Roar! The white light condensed into the shadow of a real dragon, which ran around in the palm of his hand and let out an angry roar. This scene made Zhao Fen a little unbelievable. What level of treasure was this that could actually transform into the shadow of a real dragon? Zhao Fen did not dare to be careless. His golden hand was extremely solid, with terrifying power flowing, suppressing the white light layer by layer. As the light faded, the object finally revealed its true form, a fist-sized horn. The unicorn horn is crystal clear, with complex and profound patterns on its surface, and it exudes a very primitive and ancient atmosphere. Although this breath was very faint, it gave Zhao Fen the feeling of facing an ancient real dragon high above, and there was a trembling feeling from the soul. But Zhao Fen is now a cultivator in the nascent soul stage after all. The spiritual energy flowing in his body completely isolates this breath from outside. Is this a real dragon horn? Zhao Fen looked at the horn and became more and more certain that it was a sharp horn of an ancient true dragon. With the mentality of giving it a try, Zhao Fen slowly injected spiritual power into the dragon horn. In an instant, a deafening dragon roar rang in his ears. Before Zhao Fen could react, the dragon's horn suddenly trembled, and a white light shot out fiercely, aiming squarely at the huge dragon skeleton. Boom. With a loud bang, the 100-meter-tall dragon skeleton exploded layer by layer, and finally turned into dust and disappeared. This. Zhao Fen was a little dumbfounded. How powerful could this be? You know, just now he used his nascent soul stage cultivation to activate the sword-controlling technique, and it took him 10 sword strikes to break the skull, but the dragon horn only emitted a ray of white light and destroyed the entire dragon skeleton. This power is simply unimaginable. It is worthy of being the treasure of the clan. No wonder the Black Dragon clan risked their lives to send people to bring him back, regardless of the cost. Zhao Fan's eyes flashed with intelligence. This dragon horn was extremely powerful. If he kept it, he could use it as a great killer. And most importantly, Zhao Fan had a vague intuition that the origin of this dragon horn might be very unusual. Because even tens of thousands of years ago, true dragons were sacred and transcendent legendary creatures in the universe, and were hailed as the divine beasts closest to immortality. There must be some special reason why such a creature left behind dragon horns. Zhao Fan solemnly put away the dragon horn and continued to move forward. He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to explore the demon tomb area. As Zhao Fan continued to go deeper, he realized that the space inside the demon tomb was even more vast than he had imagined. The further you go inside, the more evil the aura becomes, and the larger and more shocking the skeletons that appear become. In the end, Zhao Fan saw several skeletons that were several times larger than the 100-meter-tall dragon skeleton. Just the wisps of energy that permeated them made him feel a fear that came from the bottom of his soul. I don't know what level of creature it is, but I can imagine how powerful and terrifying it was when it was alive. The deepest part of the demon tomb should be ahead. But the evil spirit nearby is so dense that it almost becomes substantial. Even if I am at the nascent soul stage now, I am afraid it will be difficult to resist. After a moment, Zhao Fan stopped. In front of him, black evil energy was surging and rolling, as dark and terrifying as the deep ocean. Vaguely, several mountain-sized skeletons could be seen standing in it. I originally thought that after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, I would be able to explore the entire monster tomb area. It seems that I am too naive. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and said to himself in a deep voice. The demon tomb in the demon locking tower was even more amazing than he had imagined. The secret that Sun Ji mentioned before might only be fully revealed after entering the deepest part. Ding, do you want to sign in here? Just when Zhao Fan was about to turn back, a system prompt sound suddenly came into his mind. Sign in. Zhao Fan responded habitually. Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient god-shocking talisman. As the system finished speaking, a golden talisman appeared in Zhao Fan's palm. Ancient god-shocking talisman. Zhao Fan was a little confused. This was the first time he used the system to sign in and obtain talismans. System, what is this? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Fan couldn't help but ask. Ancient god-shocking talisman, a one-time consumable talisman. After crushing the talisman, the host will gain a cultivation power that surpasses one major realm, and the effect will last for half an hour. Zhao Fan's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this, and he said to himself, what a good thing. I am currently in the nascent soul stage. If I use this talisman, I will be able to temporarily enter the out-of-body stage. Or else if I crush it now, maybe I can rely on my out-of-body state to force my way into the deepest part of the demon tomb. Zhao Fan's heart was burning with excitement, and he wanted to use the ancient shocking talisman immediately. But soon, he came to his senses. I have the help of the system. Sooner or later, I will become stronger. Then it won't be too late to break into the depths of the demon tomb. This talisman is incredibly effective, so I'd better save it for future use. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Fan suppressed his impulse. Then, he took a deep look into the depths of the demon's tomb and immediately left the place. After exiting the demon tomb, Zhao Fan returned to the outer area of the demon locking tower and began to practice diligently again. He had just broken through to the nascent soul stage not long ago, and needed some time to consolidate his realm. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivation in the nascent soul stage is several times higher than that in the golden core stage, so more effort is required. Although Zhao Fan had the help of the system, he also understood that practice required self-discipline and diligence. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will fall behind. Relying on chance and talent alone may allow you to be one step ahead of others for a short time, but once you relax and slack off, there will be endless troubles. On this day, the little sister from the discipline hall came to deliver food again. Brother, I prepared your favorite braised pork this time. Come and try it. Jang Chen opened the lunchbox and waved to Zhao Fan. She would deliver delicious meals to Zhao Fan every 3 days, rain or shine. She had never missed a single visit in the past 2 or 3 years. It tastes really good. Zhao Fan wasn't polite either. He tasted a few bites of the braised pork and started praising it. Although he had already been able to fast, he still found it hard to resist delicious food. Most importantly, eating the food prepared by his junior sister every 3 days seemed to have become a habit ingrained in his bones. Hey, junior sister, why did you bring an extra lunch box? Zhao Fan suddenly noticed that Jang Chen brought 2 lunch boxes when she came to deliver the meal this time. Under normal circumstances, it is enough for the junior sister to bring a lunch box. Brother, this food box contains the food for next time. I made it ahead of time and brought it here. It's sealed with black ice so it won't lose its fresh taste. After 3 days, I won't come here anymore. Jang Chen hesitated for a moment and said apologetically. What's wrong? Zhao Fan noticed that she seemed to be in a low mood and did not have her usual lively and lovely smile. Brother, you don't know, I heard that recently, a powerful demon wanted to break into Shushan to seek revenge. There is a shortage of manpower everywhere in Shushan, so I want to go and help. Jang Chen hesitated, but still told the truth. Although she was the youngest disciple in the discipline hall, she could not stand by and watch the evildoers break into Shushan and kill people. So Jang Chen asked the law enforcement elders in advance to help the brothers and sisters patrol in the near future. Brother is right. Hearing his elder brother's words, the man in black smiled awkwardly. Immediately, he looked around with a look of doubt in his eyes, and asked, Brother, are we in the wrong place? Is this really the demon locking tower? It doesn't look like there's anything special about it. It should be here, for sure. The stern-faced man looked at the flickering mirror in his hand and said with great certainty, based on the reaction of the void mirror, the most precious treasure of our Black Dragon clan should be deep in the demon locking tower. 10,000 years ago, the powerful men of Mount Shu suppressed the ancestor of our Black Dragon clan, and the treasure that protected our clan was also taken by the ancestor into the demon locking tower. We have come here at great risk this time. No matter what, we must bring back the treasure that protects our clan and revive our Black Dragon clan. The man with the stern face was named Jiao Shang, and the man next to him was his younger brother Jiao Tian. The two are from the Black Dragon clan, and they sneaked into Shushan this time under the instructions of the Black Dragon clan's high-level officials to bring back the clan's treasure that had been lost in the demon locking tower for 10,000 years. It turns out he's from the Black Dragon clan. After hearing the conversation between the two brothers, Zhao Fan looked enlightened. The Black Dragon clan is a powerful clan among the demon clan. They once wreaked havoc on the local area tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, Mount Shu was still quite prosperous. A powerful man once captured the ancestor of the Black Dragon clan and suppressed him in the demon locking tower. Unexpectedly, after 10,000 years, the Black Dragon clan actually dared to take huge risks and secretly sent people to break into the demon locking tower to bring back the Black Dragon clan's treasure. Second brother, follow me. The void mirror reacted and sensed the aura of the clan's treasure. Jiao Shang signaled his brother to follow him, and the two of them headed towards the ancient gate of the demon tomb. The demon locking tower is a restricted area, no outsiders are allowed to trespass. At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded, scaring the Jiao Shang brothers. Jiao Shang looked in the direction of the sound and found that a young man had blocked his way. There is actually someone. Jiao Tian was somewhat surprised. He looked at Zhao Fan who suddenly appeared, and noticed that the latter had no spiritual power fluctuation at all. Then, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he asked viciously, "Are you a disciple of Shushan?" Although Jiao Shang did not speak, he stared at Zhao Fan with an unfriendly look. "This is the demon locking tower. I advise you to leave immediately." Zhao Fan did not answer his question, but spoke expressionlessly. Although he was imprisoned in the demon locking tower, deep down, he still considered himself a disciple of Shushan. How could he allow the demons to break in here at will? Brother, this kid must be from Shushan. We must not let him reveal our whereabouts. Jiao Tian reminded Jiao Shang. Kill. Jiao Shang said with a stern expression. Okay. When Jiao Tian heard this, he showed joy in his eyes. He no longer hesitated and raised his hand to grab Zhao Fan's forehead. The originally normal palm suddenly turned into a huge beast claw when it grabbed Zhao Fan, flashing a captivating cold light. Madness. Zhao Fan originally just wanted to scare the other party away, but he didn't expect them to dare to have bad intentions, so he no longer showed any mercy. Kang. With a sound of sword ringing, the flying sword Qi Xiao cut through the sky like thunder and lightning, cutting off Jiao Tian's sharp claws. Afterwards, he continued to use his strength and cut Jiao Tian in half, causing him to scream and spurt blood. Second brother. Jiao Shang was horrified. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him was actually an extremely rare swordsman. Void Mirror. Jiao Shang roared angrily, and the void mirror in his hand burst out with hundreds of rays of light, rushing towards Zhao Fan. This is not only a treasure that can isolate auras, but also a magical weapon with extremely strong attack power. Facing Jiao Shang's angry attack, Zhao Fan's eyes were calm. With a thought, the flying sword Qi Xiao's cold light suddenly increased, directly cutting and shattering the hundreds of rays of light that were coming towards him. Then, the sword light surged and completely submerged Jiao Shang under his terrified expression. Phew! As the flying sword passed by, Jiao Shang's bloody head rolled to the ground. As soon as the flying sword came out, the two powerful men who had reached the peak of the Jindan stage had almost no ability to resist and died at Zhao Fan's feet. This is the power of sword practitioners, this is the power of sword-wielding skills. You didn't have to die. I tried to persuade you with kind words, but you insisted on killing me. Aren't you courting death? Looking at the two bodies, Zhao Fan shook his head and whispered to himself. Hey, this thing is pretty good. Zhao Fan caught a glimpse of the fallen void mirror from the corner of his eye, and immediately picked it up in his hand. If I remember correctly, this void mirror can sense the Black Dragon clan's treasure. Looking at the flickering void mirror, Zhao Fan developed a little interest in the clan's treasure. If he guessed correctly, the former should have been left in the demon's tomb. But unfortunately, I have not yet broken through to the nascent soul stage, and now I am unable to thoroughly explore the space inside the demon tomb. Ding, do you want to sign in front of the corpse of the Black Dragon clan member? At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind. Sign in. Zhao Fan responded subconsciously. Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining the infant breaking pill. What? Pa'ing Dan. Zhao Fan was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. The infant breaking pill is an extremely precious and top-grade pill. Most importantly, it can increase the success rate of a breakthrough from the Golden Core stage to the Nascent Soul stage. Zhao Fan is currently stuck at the bottleneck of the Golden Core stage. According to his original judgment, it will take at least half a year or even a year to successfully break through to the Nascent Soul stage. But now, with this infant breaking pill, this time can be greatly shortened. Very good. With this infant breaking pill, I can try to break through to the Nascent Soul stage. If I can successfully become a cultivator in the Nascent Soul stage, why should I worry about not being able to explore the monster tomb area? Zhao Fan was a little excited. The system was really timely and powerful. Without any hesitation, Zhao Fan directly swallowed the infant breaking pill. He has been stuck in the Golden Core stage for some time, and has accumulated enough experience, so he doesn't need too much preparation. Zhao Fan looked solemn and dignified as he sat quietly on the ground. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black hole, drawing in the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth and pouring it continuously into his body. The crystal-clear golden elixir in his body gradually underwent obvious changes. Zhao Fan sat there for 2 days and 2 nights, his aura growing stronger and stronger, until finally his internal organs made crackling sounds like frying beans. Boom. As a huge roar came from inside his body, the golden elixir suspended in Zhao Fan's dantian suddenly exploded, forming a golden little man, which was the dantian yuanying that only the yuanying stage cultivators possessed. Finally, a breakthrough was achieved. Nascent Soul Stage. Zhao Fen breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. After 2 days and 2 nights of continuous efforts, he finally became the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator in the history of Shushan. Today, Mount Shu is no longer as glorious as it used to be, and cultivators in the nascent soul stage are almost rare. Many Shushan disciples have spent dozens or even hundreds of years, or even their entire lives, yet have been unable to reach this state. But with the help of the system, Zhao Fen successfully broke into the nascent soul stage in just 3 years. If word of this speed of cultivation were to spread, I wonder how many people would be shocked. After a moment, Zhao Fen opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying rays of light like lightning. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, his temperament became more profound, and his appearance also changed slightly. A layer of old skin sloughed off the surface of his skin, revealing the white and delicate skin underneath, like a baby's. He actually looked younger and younger, like a handsome young man of 17 or 18 years old. Zhao Fen didn't feel any surprise about this, because after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, not only did his strength increase greatly, but his lifespan also increased. Below the nascent soul stage, no matter how outstanding one is, one's lifespan is very limited. Even a cultivator who focuses on health preservation can only live for 200 years at most. However, once you break through to the nascent soul stage, your lifespan will increase significantly, and you can live for at least 300 to 500 years. Moreover, as the level of cultivation gradually improves, lifespan will continue to increase. If one could reach the legendary realm of immortals on Earth, perhaps one could achieve true immortality. I am now a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and I can explore the monster tomb again. Zhao Fan's eyes flashed with a look of great confidence. So that's how it is. Zhao Fan was a little dazed. He had heard Jang Chen mention it before. Various sects of the devil emerged one after another and caused bloody storms, but he did not expect that they would start to target Shushan. However, Zhao Fan changed his mind and quickly understood. Today's Shu Mountain no longer has the glory it had tens of thousands of years ago, and has declined drastically over the past few thousand years. If the demons could attack Shushan, they would be able to shock the world. What's more important is that Shushan and all the demon sects and tribes have deep and irreconcilable old grudges. Junior sister, your cultivation is still shallow. Don't try to be brave when encountering things. If you really meet someone from the evil way, just run away if you can't beat him. Zhao Fen said seriously. Not only did Jang Chen deliver meals to him for 3 years, but she also kept him company and talked to him for 3 years. Zhao Fen didn't want anything to happen to her. Brother, don't worry. I am just patrolling the Shushan Hall with other brothers and sisters from the Discipline Hall. We shouldn't be in danger. It is the safest place in our entire Shushan. But you can't come over in 3 days, so I'll prepare the next meal for you in advance. Jang Chen smiled sweetly and said. Zhao Fen hesitated for a moment, still a little worried, so he bent his fingers and shot out a sword energy, which passed through the gate of the demon locking tower and silently penetrated into Jang Chen's delicate body. This sword energy has several times the strength of Zhao Fen. It does not harm Jang Chen herself, but when her life is in danger, it can be passively triggered and is enough to kill a powerful enemy. Well, you better be careful. Zhao Fen nodded and reminded again and again. Jang Chen has a lively personality. She always brings meals that she prepares herself. She is also afraid that Zhao Fen will be bored, so she always chats with him about things outside. This little sister from the Discipline Hall was innocent and cute. She never wanted anything from Zhao Fen. Just out of sympathy and kindness, she promised the former law enforcement elder that she would deliver meals to him, and she did so for 3 years. Looking at Shushan today, she is one of the people Zhao Fen cares about the most. Zhao Fen would never allow anyone to hurt her. Jang Chen left, taking with her the sword energy that Zhao Fen gave her. Zhao Fen continued to sign in, the days became peaceful, and his cultivation became more solid. The nascent soul stage is also divided into early, middle, late and complete stages. On the surface, the differences between these 4 small realms are not that big, but the real differences are like a chasm. It is no exaggeration to say that the gap from the early nascent soul stage to the middle nascent soul stage is comparable to the distance from the Qi refining stage to the golden core stage. Moreover, unlike the practice in the Jindan stage, each step forward in the yuanying stage is no longer a simple increase in the spiritual power in the body, but requires a lot of time and energy to hone and perfect one's own spiritual power. Even though Zhao Fan had the help of the system, he could clearly find that his improvement speed was no longer as fast as before. On the 5th day after Jang Chen left, the door of the demon locking tower opened again. "Zhao Cheng, why are you here again?" Looking at Zhao Cheng, who came with fine wine, Zhao Fan was a little surprised. The last time Zhao Cheng was able to come to the demon locking tower, he asked for permission from his father, the sect master. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if he was the young sect master, he would not be able to come into the demon locking tower easily. "Brother, don't worry. My father has formally nominated me as the prospective sect leader. Now most of the affairs of Shushan are under my full authority." Zhao Qing placed the wine glasses and said with a smile. But Zhao Fan noticed carefully that his smile was not so natural, and could even be said to be a little forced. What happened? Zhao Fan frowned slightly, realizing that his brother seemed to be worried. Hearing Zhao Fan's question, Zhao Qing suddenly sighed, and after a moment's silence, he said, "Brother, you don't know that right now Shushan is in turmoil, and the evil demons are targeting our Shushan. The masters of the various sects of the demonic path have repeatedly invaded our Shushan sphere of influence in recent days, acting arrogantly and violently, and some have even started killing people. The most infuriating thing is that they are clamoring to attack the entire Shushan in 3 days and kill our clan leader father in front of everyone." Having said that, Zhao Qing punched hard into the stone slab in front of him, extremely angry. Zhao Fan frowned when he heard this and asked in a deep voice, "Shushan's foundation is still there, and the great elders have not yet passed away. Don't they want to take action?" "The great elders have already taken action. We are in a tense standoff with the top masters of various evil sects, but the one we are mainly looking for revenge on this time is an old monster from the Demon Island. He has been in seclusion overseas for hundreds of years, and with amazing perseverance, he broke free from his shackles and became a rare out-of-body stage master. This time, the various sects of the demonic path targeted Shushan because of his instructions and instigation." Zhao Qing looked solemn as he explained slowly. "Out-of-body stage." Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows. "The Taoism in the world today is incomplete, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is far less dense than it was 10,000 years ago. Even those in the nascent soul stage are extremely rare, let alone those in the out-of-body stage. Looking around Shushan, there has been no great immortal cultivator who has not left the out-of-body stage for hundreds of years. How can he deal with such an opponent? It's a bit tricky indeed." Zhao Fan frowned slightly, then asked, "What hatred does the demonic ghost island have with us, Shushan?" "These are all old grudges." Zhao Qing said slowly, "Thousands of years ago, the demonic ghost island was born. The people of that sect practiced bloodthirsty magic and slaughtered the people of the Tang kingdom who were protected by our Shushan, causing tens of thousands of lives to flow into rivers of blood. The Shushan sect master of that generation was furious and attacked with one sword, destroying the entire ghost island and severing its inheritance. But I didn't expect that there is still a strongman from Guidao who escaped the disaster by hiding in seclusion overseas. Now he takes advantage of our Shushan's decline to come here to cause trouble and seek revenge. So that's why my father nominated you as the prospective sect leader, because he was afraid that something unexpected would happen to him." Zhao Fan quickly guessed what his cheap sect leader father was thinking. "Yes, because the devil threatened to take my father's head in 3 days. At this point, Zhao Qing drank a glass of wine and sighed, "We are the Shushan, a top force that once produced land-based sword immortals, but now we are forced into this state by a powerful demon. I really hate that I am not strong enough, otherwise I would definitely wipe out the evil ways with my sword." After listening to Zhao Cheng's words, Zhao Fan also understood why the former could become the quasi-sovereign in advance. His adopted father should have been determined to fight to the death against the strong men of Ghost Island, and even wanted to die together. This is why he made arrangements in advance to prevent someone from taking advantage of the situation and causing chaos in the entire Shushan mountain if he encountered an accident. It's really well-intentioned. "Brother, I don't know when I can come to see you again. There will be a lot of troubles in Shushan in the future, and I may be very busy. Let's take advantage of today's opportunity to have a good drink together as brothers." Zhao Qing seemed to be still smiling, but the smile was very forced, and it could be felt that he was under a lot of pressure. "Okay, I'll accompany you. Zhao Fen smiled slightly, picked up the wine glass, clinked it with his cup, and drank it all in one gulp. The aroma of wine filled the air, and the two brothers drank one cup after another for more than an hour, until the wine jar was empty. Brother, I'm leaving. You need to take good care of yourself. Zhao Qing slowly stood up and said goodbye to Zhao Fen quietly. He straightened his back, his figure became tall and sturdy, and the melancholy look on his face disappeared, as if it had never been there. Go ahead. Zhao Fen smiled slightly, indicating that there was no need to worry about him. Good. Zhao Qing nodded, and then left the demon-locking tower with steady steps. 3 days later. A strongman from Guidao who is in the out-of-body stage. Looking at the empty wine jar, Zhao Fen narrowed his eyes slightly, with a chilling light flashing through them. Although Zhao Fen was imprisoned in the demon-locking tower, deep down, he still considered himself a disciple of Shushan. Now that Shushan was in trouble, he would naturally not sit idly by. What's more, if Shushan really fell into chaos, he might not be able to stay in the demon-locking tower and sign in to become stronger. 3 days was a very short time, but already there was turmoil both inside and outside Shushan. In particular, the evil demons from all sides were ready to make a move, and many people were instigated to break into Shushan. They all wanted to witness with their own eyes the shocking scene of a powerful man in the ghost out-of-body stage chopping off the head of the current Shushan leader with his own hands. I stayed in the demon-locking tower for 3 years. It's time to go out. Zhao Fen polished the edge of the Qixiao sword, then flew up on the sword, like an immortal, and disappeared outside the locking demon tower. Today, the Shushan was heavily guarded and the atmosphere was extremely tense. All important locations are patrolled and guarded by Shushan disciples. Not to mention the powerful ones from the demonic world, even a fly can't get in. Inside the Shushan hall. Father. The elders have prepared a safe secret place for you. Why don't you agree to hide there? Father, you are the leader of Shushan. If something unexpected happens, it will cause unimaginable consequences for the entire Shushan. Zhao Qing knelt on one knee and tried to persuade his father Zhao Sihai earnestly. Cheng'er, it is precisely because I am the leader of Shushan that I cannot hide in a secret place at this critical moment. Otherwise, if this gets out, wouldn't I, the Shushan sect master, become a coward and be laughed at by the world? Zhao Sihai's eyes were firm and his voice was sonorous and powerful. But, the other party is a strong man in the out-of-body stage. If he really breaks into Shushan, I'm afraid no one will be his opponent. Zhao Qing wanted to persuade him again. He is just an evil practitioner in the out-of-body stage. He is not something that should scare your father. Zhao Sihai took a deep breath, his eyes became firm, and he said in a deep voice, "It's better if that person doesn't come. If he dares to come, I will make sure that he can't leave Shushan alive, even if it means we both perish together." Father. Zhao Qing clenched his fists, knowing that his father had made up his mind, but there was nothing he could do. Cheng'er, you are the next leader and the hope of Shushan. I am old now. It doesn't matter whether I live or die, but you must not get into any trouble. This place is no longer safe. I order you to go to the secret place immediately. Zhao Sihai said in an unquestionable tone. No, I won't leave. I want to stay here too, and fight the enemy together with my father. If the evildoer from Ghost Island dares to come, we, father and son, will join forces to kill him. Zhao Qing shook his head and said through gritted teeth. Cheng'er, stop messing around. If you stay here, not only will you not be of any help, but you will also be a hindrance. The 6 nascent soul elders are all guarding outside. You don't need to worry about your father's safety. Seeing that Zhao Qing did not obey the order, Zhao Sihai spoke in a stern tone with an intimidating tone. Father. All right. Although Zhao Qing was unwilling, he still chose to compromise. As Zhao Qing left the hall, the majesty on Zhao Sihai's face gradually dissipated. He looked outside the hall, his eyes became sharp, and he muttered to himself, I want to see how the evil villains today are going to take my head. I, Zhao Sihai, am waiting for you in this Shushan hall. Outside the Shushan hall, several disciples from the discipline hall were patrolling nervously. Brother Lingyun, do you think that the strongman from the Demon Dao Ghost Island will really break into our Shushan and attack our sect leader today? She was none other than Jang Chen, the youngest disciple of the Discipline Hall, who was assigned to patrol the Shushan Hall. Little junior sister, don't worry. 10,000 years ago, our Shushan was a top sect known throughout the world. Even though it is no longer as powerful as it once was, it is still not a place that evil villains can offend at will. Didn't you see it? The master of the sect was calm and composed. He stayed in the main hall the whole time. He was not afraid of the strongmen from the Demon Island. Boom. Suddenly, just as the older disciple finished speaking, a huge black hand appeared out of thin air. This giant hand blocked out the sky and was shrouded in dark magic mist. It looked like a monstrous hand stretched out by a troll, with unimaginable energy fluctuations, as it fiercely slapped down towards Shushan. Bang. With a loud bang, the golden light formation protecting the entire Shushan mountain was shattered into pieces and turned into ashes. Hee hee. I, the Black Butcher of Ghost Island, have arrived. You bastards from Shushan, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy? Shushan Sect Master Zhao Sihai, why don't you get out of here quickly so that I can chop off your dog head and offer it to our Ghost Island disciples? The black hand dissipated, revealing a tall man in black. His face was resolute and stern, his brows were filled with murderous intent, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura that was terrifying. This person is the powerful out-of-body stage master from demonic Ghost Island, Hei-Tu. Hei-Tu had disheveled hair and cold, bloodthirsty eyes as he stood proudly in the sky like a real demon. His suffocating aura surged and pressed down on the entire Shu mountain. Some Shushan disciples with weak cultivation levels even collapsed to the ground under this momentum. Even a few young warriors in the Jindan stage could not help but stagger back. Bold demonic lunatic. You must be punished for trespassing into Mount Shu. You should be punished and die. At this moment, near the Shushan Hall, 6 extremely powerful figures rose into the sky. The 6 Yuanying stage elders who had been lying in ambush in advance rushed towards Haitu without any nonsense. Shushan focuses on sword practice. The 6 elders each hold a sword, emitting a terrifying cold light and bursting out dozens or even hundreds of thick sword auras. The sword energy crossed the sky, piercing through the sky. The 6 elders gathered their strength and went all out when they attacked. Because they knew very well that even if they had the advantage in numbers, the other side was a great cultivator in the out-of-body stage. If they did not seize the opportunity, they would have no chance of winning at all. It's just a trifle. Seeing countless sword energies coming at him, Hei-Tu sneered and slapped them casually. The energy from the palm force burst out, forming a black tiger shadow that was 100 meters tall. It let out thunderous tiger roars, and shattered all the sword energy as it raised its head. Finally, it rushed towards the 6 elders with great force and domineering. Not good. The 6 elders all changed color and raised their swords to resist, but the next second, they were all hit hard, flew hundreds of meters, and fell to the ground in a bloody mess. With just a casual blow, Hei-Tu severely injured the 6 elders who were high and mighty in the eyes of the Shushan disciples, and they lost the ability to resist. This is the power of a cultivator in the out-of-body stage. I will kill the leader of Shushan first, and then destroy the entire Shushan. Hei-Tu laughed wildly, then shot into the air towards the Shushan Hall. If you want to kill me, Zhao Sihai, let's see who will win. A figure broke into the hall and rushed towards Hei-Tu without showing any weakness. Sword lights flashed everywhere, and it was Zhao Sihai, the leader of Shushan, who was holding the famous sword. Zhao Sihai's eyes were determined, and the golden sword in his hand made a crisp sound. The spiritual power in his body continuously poured into it, making the already intimidating sword edge even sharper. How dare the light of a firefly compete with the brightness of the bright moon? Hei-Tu stretched out 2 fingers and clamped Zhao Sihai's sword, which had been accumulating power for a long time, at a tricky angle. No matter how loud the sword rang and how cold the light flashed, Hei-Tu remained unmoved. Impossible. Zhao Sihai was startled at first, then a look of determination appeared on his face. The spiritual power in his body surged out, his momentum soared greatly, and the golden sword in his hand became even more powerful. It broke away from Hei-Tu's control and stabbed towards the latter's forehead. He actually used a secret technique to forcibly increase his strength. Hei-Tu was a little surprised, but reacted very quickly. He subconsciously moved to the left to avoid his vital points, but was still stabbed in the shoulder by the sword. Kang. As soon as the golden sword pierced Haitu's shoulder, it was blocked by a huge force and could not move forward any further. How so? Zhao Sihai frowned. He didn't expect this result. This is the King Kong demon body, the unique skill of Onigashima. With your ability, you are not qualified to break it. Heitu's eyes were cold and his face was slightly distorted. He was a cultivator in the out-of-body stage, but he was injured by Zhao Sihai, who was in the nascent soul stage. Although it was only a superficial wound, it was still a great humiliation. You, the leader of Shushan, are only at the late nascent soul stage, and you dare to brandish a sword in front of me. I think Shushan has really declined. If that's the case, then there's no need for it to continue to exist. As the words fell, Heitu reached out with his huge hand, with overwhelming force, knocking the sword out of Zhao Sihai's hand, and then hit him on the chest with the remaining force. Puff. Zhao Sihai vomited blood and flew everywhere, falling heavily hundreds of meters away. The Shushan Sect master lost. As expected of a master in the out-of-body stage, the Shushan Sect master is no match for him at all. Haha, now we, the demonic path, can flatten Mount Shu. Seeing that Zhao Sihai was seriously injured and unable to get up, the cultivators from various demonic sects who followed Heitu became excited. The former Shushan was a powerful force that made them fearful and terrified, but after thousands and tens of thousands of years, it has fallen to the point where it can't even stop a strongman from Ghost Island. If we flatten Shushan today, not only can we divide up Shushan's original cultivation resources, but we can also make the reputation of the demonic path rise to the peak, which is enough to shock all the sects in the world. Metropolitan. Zhao Sihai, who was seriously injured and fell, happened to fall in front of Jang Chen and other disciples. Jang Chen rushed over without thinking and blocked the dying sect leader behind him. Get out of here, little girl. I want to take off Zhao Sihai's head. Heitu came forward with big strides, and his terrifying aura frightened all the disciples so much that they trembled from the bottom of their souls. I don't. Under the pressure of the astonishing momentum, Zhang Qian's body trembled, but she still bit her red lips. She raised the sword in her hand tremblingly and aimed it at the rapidly approaching Heitu. Court death. Heitu was furious. He was caught off guard and allowed Zhao Sihai to hurt him. Now there were Shushan disciples who dared to stop him. They were simply courting their own death. Heitu slapped Zhang Qian with a powerful force, rushing towards her like a hurricane. Zhang Qian widened her beautiful eyes with a look of horror on her face. She felt a strong breath of death. She was only in the foundation establishment stage. How could she withstand such a terrible attack? Kong. At this critical moment, a clear and loud sword sound shook the sky. The hurricane-like palm force was chopped into pieces by an extremely powerful sword light. Under everyone's gaze, a figure rode the wind and flew over with a sword, like a true transcendent sword immortal, and attacked the arrogant black butcher with overwhelming force. Who are you? Heitu frowned slightly, clearly aware of the power of this figure. The spiritual power fluctuations emitted by the other party were not weaker than his own. Could he be the hidden senior immortal cultivator in Shushan? He didn't know that the person who made the move was not the Shushan immortal cultivator, but Zhao Fan, who used the ancient god-shocking talisman and briefly attained the out-of-body stage of cultivation. Kong. Zhao Fan did not answer his question, but instead swung his sword very decisively. This is a sword technique he comprehended after thoroughly mastering the basic swordsmanship. When it is swung out from his current out-of-body stage, it is enough to threaten most of the strong men in the same realm. Bang. Seeing that the other party did not answer and attacked so forcefully, Heitu was a little angry, so he also stretched out his fierce black hand and hit forward. However, in front of the sword energy, the black hand was split into pieces, and even he himself had to retreat to avoid its edge. The sword energy is powerful and rises into the sky. Zhao Fan's body was filled with powerful light that concealed his true appearance, but the sword energy he brought out was so powerful that it shook most of Mount Shu. With just a random strike, Heitu was forced to stagger back. What a powerful aura. He actually forced Heitu back with just one sword. Could it be that one of our Shushan's ancestors who has not yet attained enlightenment took action? That must be the case. Our shushan is saved now. I dare to ask the seniors to take action and kill the demon head of Ghost Island. Looking at that extremely powerful figure, the shushan people who were originally in despair, all shouted excitedly. How is it possible to force out Hei-Tu, who is in the out-of-body stage, with just one sword? Could this sword cultivator who suddenly appeared be the old monster from Mount Shu who has not yet passed away? I didn't expect shushan to have such a strong foundation. This scene was like a basin of cold water, poured heavily on the heads of the various sects of demonic practitioners who were ready to make a move. Who are you? Hei-Tu's expression changed slightly, and he felt an unprecedented dangerous aura from the other party. Hearing this, Zhao Fan still did not respond, but said coldly, "Whoever offends shushan will be killed without mercy." The words were sonorous and powerful, echoing over the entire Shu mountain. As soon as the voice fell, a flash of sword light appeared. The sword light was hot and bright, accompanied by a roaring sonic boom, like a vast galaxy, cutting through the void of the sky, and slashing towards Hei-Tu with unstoppable force. Not good. Hei-Tu's face turned pale, and he felt a terrifying aura coming towards him. He did not dare to take it lightly. The demonic energy in his body surged, and he struck out with his hands continuously, forming a series of supreme handprints in an attempt to block the opponent's sword energy. Bang, bang. However, the seemingly powerful supreme handprint was shattered one after another in front of this sword energy. Vajra demon body. Seeing the sword energy coming at him with unabated force, Hei-Tu was shocked and frightened. He let out a low roar, and his originally strong body swelled 3 feet in the wind. His whole body was wrapped in a dark demonic energy that was as solid as substance. He tried to use his powerful physical martial arts to block this most powerful sword. Kong. It was worthy of being Ghost Island's unique skill. The Vajra demonic energy resisted most of the force and actually withstood the sword head-on. Ha ha. Shushan sword cultivators are nothing more than this. Seeing this, Hei-Tu couldn't help but laugh wildly, and the fear in his heart disappeared by 3 points. Sword control technique. But before Hei-Tu could laugh for a moment, Zhao Fan on the opposite side coldly spat out 3 words, which scared him so much that his face turned pale. Buzz. As the crisp sound of sword rang out, the Qixiao sword in Zhao Fan's hand suddenly flew out of his hand, ignoring the distance of hundreds of meters, and attacked Hei-Tu like thunder and lightning. Vajra demon body. Stop it for me. Hei-Tu could not see the trajectory of the flying sword at all. He only felt a chill all over his body. He quickly pushed his Vajra demon body to the extreme, trying to block the attack again. Puff. But in the next second, blood spurted out, and accompanied by Hei-Tu's screams, his bloody head rolled to the ground. With one strike of the sword-controlling technique, Hei-Tu was beheaded. Even the opponent's proud Vajra demon body could not withstand it. This demon from Ghost Island, who was in the out-of-body stage, died tragically at the hands of Zhao Fan's sword. Dead. A great immortal cultivator in the out-of-body stage was actually beheaded by a single sword strike. How is this possible? Seeing Hei-Tu die in the blink of an eye under the flying sword, the practitioners of various demonic sects around were frightened and their faces turned pale. Some of them even collapsed to the ground. Win. The demon of Ghost Island was killed with one sword. Great. Senior is invincible. Shushan will win. All the Shushan disciples cheered loudly, and the sounds that rose and fell shook the sky. You did a great job. After Zhao Fan killed Hei-Tu, he came to Jang Chen and smiled at her. Then, before everyone could react, he flew into the sky on his sword and disappeared into the vast sky. Senior. Jang Chen widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhao Fan's departing back. She felt a sense of familiarity, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him. By the time everyone came to their senses, Zhao Fan's aura had completely dissipated, as if he had never appeared from beginning to end. Sword control technique. If I am not mistaken, this should be the Shushan sword controlling technique that has been lost for thousands of years. Could it be that he is a powerful senior who has been hiding in the world in Shushan? At this time, an old elder from Shushan with a lot of experience looked in shock at the direction where Zhao Fan left, muttering to himself. After killing Hei-Tu, Zhao Fan returned to the demon locking tower quietly. At this time, the effect of the ancient god-shocking talisman just dissipated, and he fell from the out-of-body stage back to the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, with the help of the ancient god-shocking talisman, I was able to use the sword-controlling technique to kill the demon on the Ghost Island. Otherwise, with my own nascent soul stage cultivation realm alone, I can't fight against a strongman in the Fuqiao stage. Although Zhao Fen killed a powerful man in the out-of-body stage, he did not feel proud at all. Instead, he became more deeply aware that his current strength was still far from enough. However, the power of the sword control technique is indeed strong. With the first level of sword control, I can easily kill a strongman in the out-of-body stage. If I can break through to the second level of sword control, its power will at least be greatly improved. I have already reached the nascent soul stage, and I can try to practice the second level of sword control, the realm of unity of man and sword. Zhao Fan's eyes lit up, and he immediately began to try to practice the second level according to the content of the sword controlling technique. While Zhao Fan was practicing the second level of sword wielding technique with peace of mind, what happened that day spread throughout Shushan like a storm. He too, a powerful warrior in the out-of-body stage from Ghost Island, was beheaded by a mysterious swordsman from Shushan. This shocking news not only made the various demon sects that were ready to make a move fearful, but also shocked other major sects of immortal cultivators. Nowadays, the laws of nature are incomplete, and spiritual energy is far less than it was tens of thousands of years ago. Great cultivators in the out-of-body stage are extremely rare, and even among the top sects, they can be counted on one hand. And most importantly, Mount Shu no longer has the glory it had tens of thousands of years ago, and has been declining in the past few thousand years, causing many first-rate immortal cultivators and sects to look down on it. But even in this despised and declining sect, a mysterious swordsman appeared and killed the demon leader He Tu from Ghost Island, causing an uproar everywhere. Time flies and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Zhao Fen finally mastered the second level of sword-controlling technique, the realm of unity between man and sword. Now, with the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage, one can use the sword-wielding technique to break a boulder several meters high into pieces with one sword from 200 or 300 meters away. Both the distance of the sword and the power it exerted were much stronger than before. The second level of sword control, the unity of man and sword. Although I have mastered it initially, I still lack some skills. I need more time to comprehend it. Zhao Fan's eyes were deep. The shushan sword technique was profound and extensive. This second level of the unity of man and sword was even more profound and complex than he had imagined. If he did not have an innate sword body, it would be difficult for other cultivators to reach the initial level of mastery, let alone in just 5 or 6 days, even if they spent more than 10 or dozens of years. According to Zhao Fan's judgment, if he wants to completely master the state of unity between man and sword, it will take several months or even longer. Do you want to start signing in? At this moment, the system reminded me as usual. Sign in. Zhao Fan answered habitually. Ding, sign in successfully, reward, the golden body refining cushion. As the system finished speaking, a golden cushion appeared out of thin air. Golden futon. Looking at the golden cushion that appeared out of thin air, Zhao Fan was stunned. What is this thing? System, what is the function of this golden cushion? Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment and asked the system. The golden cushion is forged from supreme immortal gold and is a rare treasure that aids in cultivation. When a cultivator sits on it to meditate and practice, it can speed up the refining and absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and increase the speed of practice. A systematic explanation came into Zhao Fan's mind. It turns out to be a treasure that can speed up cultivation. I'd like to try out the effect. Zhao Fan couldn't wait to sit on it and experience the effect of the golden cushion. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Fan sat down, he felt that countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth was gathering around him continuously. The huge amount of spiritual energy was several times more than when he was practicing before. With the help of the golden cushion, Zhao Fan seemed to have turned into a black hole, constantly refining and absorbing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. This is simply unbelievable. You know, ever since Zhao Fan broke through to the nascent soul stage, both his cultivation speed and the growth of his spiritual power have become extremely slow. Even after several days of practice, one can only increase spiritual power by less than a trace. But now, with the help of the golden cushion, Zhao Fan's spiritual power increased a little in a short time. Compared with before, his efficiency increased by at least 10 times. It is indeed a rare treasure that assists in cultivation. The effect is amazing. Zhao Fan smiled. The effect of this golden cushion was even more incredible than he had imagined. With the help of the golden futon, it may not take me too long to further advance to the middle stage of nascent soul. Zhao Fan's eyes flickered and he whispered to himself. Under normal circumstances, cultivation in the nascent soul stage is extremely difficult, and every step forward requires the cultivator to spend countless years of hard practice. But with the golden putian, Zhao Fan's training time was greatly shortened. Just as Zhao Fan was about to continue his practice, he heard light footsteps coming from outside the demon locking tower. "Brother, I'm here to deliver the food." Outside the demon locking tower, the clear and bell-like laughter of Jang Chen, a junior sister from the discipline hall, could be heard. "I prepared several new dishes for my brother today. There are braised fish and soy sauce pork ribs." Jang Chen was lively and cheerful. She introduced them one by one without waiting for Zhao Fan to speak. "Junior sister, you seem to be in a very good mood today." Zhao Fan smiled slightly and asked. "Of course." Jang Chen chuckled and said, "Brother, do you know? A few days ago, the demon leader He-Tu from Ghost Island broke into our shushan and tried to kill our sect leader, but was killed by a mysterious sword cultivator from our shushan. Now, all the people from the various sects of the demonic path have been frightened and have withdrawn from our shushan sphere of influence. They no longer dare to threaten to attack us shushan. Let me tell you, I was there that day and witnessed with my own eyes the sword master who killed the demon from Ghost Island with one sword. That sword cultivator senior even praised me before he left." Jang Chen still felt her blood boiling when she thought about what happened a few days ago. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she excitedly told Zhao Fan the story. "Is that Shushan swordsman senior really that powerful?" Zhao Fan chuckled secretly, knowing that the little girl was talking about him, and asked casually and deliberately. "That's amazing. Even the demon from Guidao who was in the out-of-body stage was beheaded by that senior swordsman with one sword strike. If only I had half the strength of that senior, I could draw my sword and go down the mountain to wipe out those evil demons." Jang Chen waved her pink fist and said aggressively. "Yes. As long as junior sister practices seriously, she will definitely become a strong person in our shushan." Zhao Fan smiled and said. "Brother, I know you are praising me, but with my qualifications, let alone becoming a strongman in our shushan, even if I want to break through from the early stage of foundation building to the middle stage of foundation building, I don't know how many years it will take." Jang Chen smiled shyly and said embarrassedly. She is aware of her potential. She was already a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage 3 years ago, but now, after so much time, she is still at the same level. Not to mention becoming a strong cultivator like the senior sword cultivator, even the golden core stage may be a goal that she will never be able to achieve in her entire life. Sensing the slight disappointment in Jang Chen's tone, Zhao Fan smiled slightly and said, "Is it difficult to break through to the middle stage of foundation building? You've eaten junior sister's meals so many times, let me help you this time." "Junior sister, put your hand in." "Senior brother, what are you going to do?" Jang Chen was a little confused and didn't understand Zhao Fan's intention. Despite this, she still reached her hand in with doubt. "You'll know in a moment." Looking at Jang Chen's white and slender palm, Zhao Fan smiled slightly, and then pointed out. Buzz. The surging spiritual power flowed into Jang Chen's body along her palm. "Senior brother." Jang Chen's body trembled slightly, and she felt a warm energy rushing into her body, which made the bottleneck that had been in her for many years appear to be loosened significantly. Mind and spirit are one. Try to break through the realm. Jang Chen heard Zhao Fan's voice. Although Jang Chen was shocked, she realized that this was the most critical moment. She closed her eyes and concentrated on breaking through her original realm. Half an hour later, a crackling sound like frying beans came from Jang Chen's delicate body, and her breath surged at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ah! I actually broke through to the middle stage of foundation building." Jang Chen opened her bright big eyes and cried out in surprise and joy. Junior sister, congratulations on your successful breakthrough. Zhao Fan smiled and congratulated. Senior brother, were you the one who helped me break through? Jang Chen widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Zhao Fan in the demon locking tower in shock. I just helped you casually. The most important thing is that you have accumulated enough knowledge. All you lack is an opportunity. Zhao Fan explained with a smile. After getting Zhao Fan's confirmation, Jang Chen was even more shocked and couldn't help asking, brother, have you succeeded in cultivating immortality again? I guess so. Zhao Fan did not deny it. Very good. Brother, you are amazing. Jang Chen was genuinely happy, and at the same time realized that Zhao Fan's strength was far beyond her imagination. Because even the elders of Shushan might not be able to help disciples in the foundation building stage break through the bottleneck so easily. You can imagine how amazing Zhao Fan's methods are. Although she was shocked by Zhao Fan's ability in cultivating immortals, Jang Chen did not associate him with the mysterious senior swordsman. Because in Jang Chen's subconscious, even if Zhao Fan becomes stronger after resuming his cultivation, he can't be strong enough to kill a demon in the out-of-body stage, right? Please don't spread the news that I have successfully regained my cultivation as an immortal for the time being. Zhao Fan pondered for a moment and reminded. Brother, don't worry, I will keep my mouth shut. Thank you for helping me just now, senior brother. Jang Chen thanked her sincerely. Don't be polite, it's just a small favor. Zhao Fan smiled and said nonchalantly. For my senior brother, it's just a piece of cake, but for Jang Chen, it's a huge favor. In the future, I will definitely find a chance to repay my senior brother. Jang Chen said seriously and sincerely with her pretty face. If Zhao Fan hadn't helped her, she didn't know how long it would take, maybe half a year, or maybe several years, to break through the bottleneck and succeed. Just repay it. Just prepare a few more delicious meals for me in the future, or tell me more interesting things about the outside world. Zhao Fan didn't care and said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Jang Chen chuckled and agreed happily. By the way, there is another piece of news that I think I should talk to my senior brother about. Without waiting for Zhao Fan to speak, Jang Chen said hesitantly, the last time the Sect master fought with the demon from Ghost Island, he was seriously injured. I heard that the situation is not very optimistic up to now. Moreover, as the news of the Sect master's serious injury spread, the 6 major sword sects under our Shushan became restless and took the initiative to establish themselves, making the young Sect master of Zhaoqing very busy. The 6 great sword sects. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard that. When his predecessor was the young master, he was always worried about the 6 major sword sects under Shushan. In name, the 6 great sword sects were forces under the command of Mount Shu. However, as Mount Shu had been declining for thousands of years, the 6 great sword sects had long had the idea of establishing their own factions. When the Black Massacre on Ghost Island occurred on Shushan before, the 6 major sword sects were indifferent and did not send any strong men to support Shushan. I see. I believe Zhaoqing will be able to handle it. Zhao Fan did not ask too much, because he knew very well that his cheap father, the sect leader, had been able to lead Shushan for hundreds of years and it was impossible for him to fall into defeat. As for the hidden dangers of the 6 major sword gates, it was not his turn to worry about them. Compared to these, Zhao Fan would rather stay in the demon locking tower honestly and constantly improve his strength through the system. Afterwards, Zhao Fan and Jang Chen chatted for a long time. Although they were all irrelevant things, they were still lively. Before Jang Chen left, Zhao Fan asked her to change the meal delivery schedule from once every 3 days to once every 10 days. Because next, Zhao Fan planned to use the golden cushion to assist in his practice and improve his strength as much as possible. The Shushan Hall was unusually quiet, with only the sect leader Zhao Sihai and Zhao Cheng, father and son, there. Chenger, you still haven't found that sword cultivator senior? No. Father, I have sent people to search everywhere these days, but I have not found any clues about that senior swordsman. Looking at his father who was still seriously injured, Zhaoqing felt sorry for him but still told the truth. It seems that the sword cultivator senior doesn't want us to disturb him. Zhao Sihai sighed with disappointment. Although He Tu is dead, it seems that the crisis in our Shushan has been resolved, but in fact the hidden dangers still exist. Besides, the world may be about to change drastically in the near future. We in Shushan need a capable person to take charge, otherwise we will not be able to deter the various sects and tribes of demons. Zhao Sihai's face was as gloomy as water, and he spoke slowly. A great change in the world. Father, what does this mean? I've never heard of it. Zhao Qing was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard this news in his life. It's normal that you haven't heard it before. This is a secret that has been passed down from generation to generation by the successive sect masters of Shushan. Since you are now the prospective sect master, it is okay for me to reveal it to you in advance. Cheng'er, do you know that the spiritual energy of the universe is like the tides that repeat themselves over and over again? Title. The confusion on Zhao Cheng's face became even more intense. Yes, tide. We cultivators go against the will of heaven, refining and absorbing countless spiritual energies from heaven and earth into our bodies. Only then can our strength become stronger and our realm become higher. But have you ever thought that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth will also dry up and revive? Like the tides in the ocean, the tide goes out at sunrise and rises at sunset. Having said that, Zhao Sihai paused and watched Zhao Cheng's reaction quietly. Father, I understand. The so-called great changes in heaven and earth refer to the huge changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhao Qing was a man of good aptitude and quickly understood what his father meant. That's right. Every tens of thousands of years, the universe will experience a dramatic change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Tens of thousands of years ago, the reason why our Shushan sword Dao could dominate the world of immortal cultivation and even produce strong sword immortals was not only because of its strong heritage and the emergence of many talented people, but also because of the flourishing spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which raised the upper limit of countless immortal cultivators. Zhao Sihai's eyes sparkled, and with a hint of excitement in his tone, he continued, and such abundant and prosperous spiritual energy of heaven and earth may reappear in the next few dozen or even 100 years. By then, not to mention the out-of-body stage, even cultivators at the spirit-severing stage or even the fusion stage will emerge like mushrooms after rain. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he murmured, Father, you are not lying to me, are you? There is no need for your father to lie to you. If we Shushan can seize the opportunity, we may be able to recreate the glory of tens of thousands of years ago. Zhao Sihai took a deep breath, a look of regret on his face, and said, Unfortunately, I was seriously injured in the previous battle with He Tu when I forced myself to activate the secret technique. My foundation of Taoism has been damaged and I don't have much life left. My potential has also been exhausted. Otherwise. At this point, Zhao Sihai sighed heavily, then looked at Zhao Qing again and said seriously, Cheng'er, I am already at the end of my strength, but you are the hope of Shushan. If you can take advantage of this great change in the world to lead Shushan to rise again, or even become an immortal, it will be considered as fulfilling one of your father's wishes. Father, are your injuries really irreparable? Zhao Qing asked softly, heartbroken. I know my injuries best. Even if I take the legendary elixir, it's hard to see any improvement. Zhao Sihai shook his head, then smiled with relief, but you don't have to worry, your father can still survive for a while, at least until you can really take the position. Cheng'er, in the next few days, you need to familiarize yourself with the affairs of Shushan as soon as possible. When the time is right, I will hand over the position of suzerain to you. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. During these 5 years, Zhao Fan did not leave the demon locking tower. With the help of the system, his cultivation level increased from the early nascent soul stage to the middle stage and broke through to the late nascent soul stage. He was only one step away from the perfection of the nascent soul stage. Such a speed of improvement is already shocking in today's world of immortal cultivation. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, it would take at least several decades or even hundreds of years for an ordinary cultivator to break through from the early nascent soul stage to the late nascent soul stage. Especially in today's environment, the spiritual energy has not yet begun to recover, so the higher the realm of the cultivator, the more difficult it is to improve. Moreover, this is under favorable circumstances. There are many people who are stuck in a bottleneck period and cannot make any progress in their entire life. Cultivating immortality is like sailing against the current, if you don't move forward you will move backward. As his realm was elevated to the late nascent soul stage, Zhao Fan's cultivation speed became increasingly slower. Even with the help of the golden cushion, 10 days or half a month of hard training could only lead to a slight increase in the spiritual power in the body. What a pity. I am only half a step away from the perfection of the nascent soul stage, but I still cannot enter it. Zhao Fan opened his eyes, his gaze was deep and calm, and his whole temperament became more simple and unpretentious compared to a few years ago. It's still a little short of the right temperature. It takes time to polish. Zhao Fan murmured to himself without any impatience. Cultivation is a natural process. As long as he accumulates enough, he will be able to break through to the next small realm sooner or later. Now it is just a matter of time. With the help of the system, Zhao Fan was very confident that as long as he remained diligent enough, he might be able to break through the shackles and enter the realm in a few years or even half a year. So Zhao Fan was not in a hurry, but was calm and confident. Knock, knock. Just when Zhao Fan had just finished his training, a drum sound that resounded through the sky came from outside the demon locking tower. Shushan heavenly drum. Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows and recognized the drum sound. The heavenly drum has sounded, and the new leader of Shushan has taken the throne. It should be that kid Zhao Cheng. Zhao Fan looked in the direction where the drum sound came from and did not feel any surprise. He remembered what Jang Chen mentioned when she delivered food to him a few days ago. According to junior sister Jang Chen, over the past 5 years, her father, the chief Sect leader, has retired to the second line, and all the affairs of Shushan have been taken over by her younger brother Zhao Cheng. Moreover, Zhao Cheng's succession ceremony to the position of Sect leader will be held today. What's the fun in being a clan leader? Instead of worrying about so many things in Shushan, it's better for me to stay in the demon locking tower and become stronger through the system. Zhao Fan shook his head and laughed at himself. Do you want to start signing in? At this moment, as usual, the system prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind. Sign in. Ding, sign in successfully, reward, golden armor puppet. As the system finished speaking, a tall and burly puppet in golden armor appeared out of thin air in front of Zhao Fan. Golden armor puppet. What is this? Zhao Fan was a little surprised. In the past 5 years, he had obtained elixirs, martial arts, weapons, magic weapons, natural treasures, etc. by signing into the system, but he had never signed in to obtain something like this. The golden armor puppet has a combat power comparable to that of an immortal cultivator in the out-of-body stage. After you acknowledge your master with your blood, you can use your mind to control him. In response to Zhao Fan's confusion, the system's introduction was concise and straightforward. What, a combat power comparable to that of the out-of-body stage? Zhao Fan smiled. The golden armored puppet in front of him actually had such powerful combat power. It is worthy of being a product of the system, so it must be a high-quality product. Having this golden armor puppet is equivalent to having a fighter in the out-of-body stage. Moreover, he was a fighter who didn't know pain and was fearless. Zhao Fan was in a good mood after getting the golden armor puppet. Although he has not yet broken through to the out-of-body stage, at least he has a fighter of this level. In the following days, Zhao Fan still stayed in the demon locking tower and practiced silently. Until one day, the door of the demon locking tower slowly opened, and Zhao Cheng, the younger brother who had just become the new leader of Shushan, came here with fine wine and delicious food. Meet the new leader. Zhao Fan stepped forward and bowed gracefully to his younger brother Zhao Cheng. Brother, you are being too polite. There is no need for us to be polite to each other as brothers. Seeing Zhao Fan like this, the new sect leader Zhao Cheng said with a wry smile. Although he had only been the leader of Shushan for a few days, Zhao Cheng did not look radiant, but instead had a face full of fatigue. After he actually took the position of the leader of Shushan, he realized how much pressure he was carrying. Shushan is huge, with thousands of immortal disciples, and countless vassal forces under their command. The most important thing is that it is not easy to be in charge of Shushan, it can even be said to be very difficult. These days, Zhao Cheng had just taken office and was determined to reorganize Shushan and try to revive the sect, but he encountered so many obstacles that he was exhausted. What's wrong with you? You've only been the sect leader for a few days, why do you look so haggard? Shouldn't the new leader of Shushan be full of energy and vigor? Zhao Fan noticed his condition and couldn't help but laugh and joked. Brother, don't mention it. Zhao Qing sighed and said in a deep voice, I thought that if I became the leader of Shushan, I would be able to show my talents and lead the sect to glory. But after just a few days, I found that there were many obstacles both inside and outside. I was so worried that my hair almost turned white. Zhao Qing complained as he set out the food and drinks, saying, I have so many ambitions but nowhere to display them, so I can only ask my elder brother to come drink with me. What's the resistance? Zhao Fen asked casually. Fortunately, his predecessor had trespassed into the forbidden area, otherwise these troubles would have fallen on his head. Outside of Mount Shu, the various sects of demons and monsters are ready to make a move, stirring up bloody storms. The people in Shushan are not united, just like a pile of loose sand, fighting openly and secretly without any ambition to make progress. The subordinate forces under our command, such as the 6 major sword gates and several dynasties that previously belonged to our Shushan, are ready to make moves, and all have the ambition to set up their own factions. Even a few days ago, at my succession ceremony, the 6 great sword sects did not send a single envoy to congratulate me. Father was so angry that if I hadn't dissuaded him in time, he would have almost called a few elders to come and kill us. Having said that, Zhao Qing sighed heavily and drank a glass of wine alone. Brother, I really envy you. Although you are imprisoned in the demon locking tower, you don't need to worry about these troubles. Before, I saw my father sitting on the throne of the clan leader with great dignity. It was not until I actually sat on this position that I realized how heavy the burden was. After finishing his drink, Zhao Qing said, I really hate that I am not strong enough. I have used up all the resources of Shushan and even spent several years, but I can only reach the perfection of the Golden Core stage. If only I had the strength to kill Senior Black Slaughter Sword Cultivator back then. There's no need to be so restrained as we are now. Hearing this, Zhao Fen smiled and comforted him, don't worry, take your time. You are the youngest leader in the history of Shushan. There is still plenty of time for you to revive Shushan. Besides, Shushan has been plagued by problems for a long time and has been declining for nearly 10,000 years. It needs more preparations to rise again. Brother, this is what I said. But I don't have much time. Zhao Qing took a deep breath, as if remembering something, and said through gritted teeth, do you know? The 6 major sword sects stopped providing cultivation resources to our Shushan 2 days ago. Moreover, if Haita had killed my father when he attacked Shushan, the 6 great sword sects would have immediately rebelled and annexed Shushan. If it weren't for that senior swordsman who powerfully suppressed the demon and resolved the crisis 5 years ago, Shushan would have ceased to exist long ago. But now, the evil ambitions of the 6 major sword sects are obvious. It won't be long before they set up their own sections. How strong are the 6 major sword sects? Zhao Fen suddenly asked. Unfathomable. Zhao Cheng's face was full of solemnity, and he said slowly, 10,000 years ago, the 6 great sword sects were just weak vassal forces that split from our Shushan. But in the past few thousand years, our Shushan has been conservative, and the main sword tradition has undergone major changes, which is no longer suitable for most cultivators. On the other hand, the 6 major sword sects have collected martial arts techniques from various sects and integrated them to promote them. The number and quality of their disciples alone far exceeds that of our Shushan. As for the top cultivators of the 6 great sword sects, their total number is several times more than that of our Shushan. Hearing this, Zhao Fen suddenly understood. Judging from what my younger brother Zhao Qing said, it is understandable that the 6 major sword sects want to set up their own factions. After all, whether they are mid-level or low-level disciples or high-level cultivators, they are not inferior to Shushan. Why should they submit to Shushan and willingly become a vassal force? Those vassal forces are seeking the protection of Shushan, but when their own strength is stronger than Shushan, why should they act according to Shushan's wishes? Since they are already so strong, can't we just let them start their own business? Zhao Fen was very calm and asked hesitantly. Absolutely not. Zhao Qing frowned and explained, brother, if we allow them to successfully establish their own sect, not only will the prestige of Shushan be damaged, but the resources for cultivation will also be greatly lost. Many of our Shushan's resources are provided by those vassal forces. Once the 6 great sword sects succeed in becoming independent, if other vassal forces follow suit, Shushan's foundation will be unstable. Let alone rising again, it will not be far from destruction. So there is this relationship here. Is there no other way? Zhao Fen raised his eyebrows and said. Any other way? Zhao Qing smiled bitterly and said helplessly, unless that senior swordsman shows up in person to support me, I will have no way to turn the situation around. Otherwise, the consequences for Shushan will be unpredictable. Don't worry, there will be a solution eventually. Zhao Fen comforted softly. I hope so. Zhao Qing shook his head, knowing that his elder brother was just trying to comfort him with good intentions. That's right, big brother. You've stayed in the demon locking tower for so long, do you want to go out? Zhao Qing suddenly asked. In no mood. Contrary to Zhao Cheng's expectations, Zhao Fen refused very straightforwardly. Brother, don't joke with me. I am now the new leader of Shushan. I can help you leave the demon locking tower. You don't have to worry about dragging me down. Zhao Qing tried to persuade him kindly, but mistakenly thought that his elder brother Zhao Fen was worried about being a burden to him, so he simply refused. Zhao Fen knew that his brother Zhao Qing had misunderstood him, so he explained, I'm not kidding you. It's better to stay here and feel comfortable than to be in such a mess outside. I really don't want to go out yet. After a pause, Zhao Fen smiled confidently and added, besides, if I want to leave the demon locking tower, I can leave at any time. All right. Feeling the determination in his elder brother's tone, Zhao Qing did not persuade him much, but he was a little confused. Is it really that comfortable to stay in this demon locking tower that never sees the sun? Zhao Qing could not understand Zhao Fan's happiness, because he did not know that the latter stayed in the demon locking tower and became stronger by signing in every day. Although the days were a bit boring, the feeling of improving his strength all the time made Zhao Fan very satisfied. Brother, the wine is finished. I'll come see you next time. Putting down the wine glass, Zhao Qing prepared to leave. He was now the leader of Shushan and was busy with many things. The time he could find to come here today was already squeezed out of him. Etc. At this moment, Zhao Fen suddenly called out to Zhao Qing. Brother, do you have anything else to do? Have you changed your mind and want to leave the demon locking tower? Zhao Qing smiled and joked. Hearing this, Zhao Fen shook his head and said slowly, I have a gift for you, just as a congratulations to you for becoming the new leader of Shushan. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Fen made a move and a golden armored puppet appeared out of thin air. This is. Feeling the suffocating aura coming from the golden armored puppet, Zhao Cheng's expression suddenly changed, and he exclaimed, a great immortal cultivator in the out-of-body stage. He is not a cultivator in the out-of-body stage. It's just a golden armored puppet with the combat power of the out-of-body stage. Zhao Fan corrected. A golden armored puppet with the combat power of the out-of-body stage. Zhao Qing was somewhat incredulous and asked in doubt, Brother, how did you get this thing? What was found deep inside the demon locking tower should be something left behind by the powerful person who was imprisoned in the tower before. In order not to expose the existence of the system, Zhao Fan explained casually. So that's how it is. After hearing Zhao Fan's explanation, Zhao Qing believed it a little. After all, tens of thousands of years ago, the demon locking tower imprisoned only top demons, and it was indeed possible that some strange things were left behind. Brother, are you sure you want to give me such a precious and rare thing? Looking at the golden armor puppet, Zhao Qing asked again and again although his eyes were burning. Certainly. I don't have much use for this golden armor puppet. You need it more than I do. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and said. This is indeed the truth. Although the golden armor puppet is powerful, Zhao Fan stays in the demon locking tower all day and has no use for it at all. Besides, he has the help of the system, and his strength is constantly improving. One day, he will be able to break through and become a cultivator in the out-of-body stage. Thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Zhao Qing took a deep breath and said with great gratitude. It's awkward to say thank you between us brothers. Go ahead and be your Shushan sect master. Zhao Fan smiled and said indifferently. Good. Zhao Qing nodded heavily, then strode out of the demon locking tower. Only when Zhao Cheng's back completely disappeared did Zhao Fan slowly withdrew his gaze. I hope that with the help of the golden armor puppet, my younger brother, the sect leader, can reduce some unnecessary troubles. After Zhao Qing left, the demon locking tower returned to its former tranquility. I'm stuck at a bottleneck now. Since my cultivation is growing slowly, I'll strengthen my practice of sword control. Previously, although Zhao Fen had initially comprehended the second level of sword controlling technique, the realm of unity between men and sword, he had not mastered it completely. So next, Zhao Fen used the ample time to start strengthening his practice of sword wielding. But the art of wielding swords is profound and extensive. Even if Zhao Fen has an innate sword body, it is not so easy to completely master the second level of the art of wielding swords. The sword-wielding technique was once the most powerful sword technique in Mount Shu. Tens of thousands of years ago, it was feared throughout the entire world of immortal cultivation. Although its power is incredibly strong, it is very difficult to practice. Even during the glorious days when shushan produced many talented people, few people had completely mastered the second level of sword-wielding, let alone practice the ninth level to perfection. The more powerful the martial arts technique, the more time and energy it will consume from the cultivator. There is no time in the cultivation of immortals. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. This is the 18th year that Zhao Fen has come to the demon locking tower. With his efforts, he completely mastered the second level of sword-wielding technique, the realm of unity between men and sword. Not only that, his cultivation, which was originally stuck at a bottleneck, also made a small breakthrough. From the original late nascent soul stage, he was promoted to the perfect nascent soul stage, and was only half a step away from the out-of-body stage. Although the speed of improvement is far from comparable to before, Zhao Fen is still quite satisfied. Because he knew very well that in today's environment, as the realm continued to improve, the difficulty of cultivation increased exponentially, and it required more time and energy. It took him 10 years to advance from the late nascent soul stage to the perfect nascent soul stage, which was already a very fast speed. Otherwise, if other immortal cultivators wanted to advance a small realm in the nascent soul stage, they would have to put in decades or even hundreds of years of effort. I can try to break through to the out-of-body stage anytime now. But it still takes some time to settle down. Only then will we have the best chance of successfully breaking through. Zhao Fan's eyes were calm and deep, and his temperament seemed to have returned to its original nature. He was like a divine sword that had not yet been unsheathed, with an extremely restrained aura, but once unsheathed, it would be enough to shock the world. "Brother, I'm here to deliver the food." At this moment, Jang Chen's clear and sweet voice came from outside the demon locking tower. After so many years, Jang Chen has grown from a junior sister in the discipline hall to a senior sister to many new disciples, but she still personally delivers meals to Zhao Fen every 10 days, rain or shine. This time we have braised pork, pickled fish, and several of your favorite side dishes. Jang Chen put down the food box and handed in the delicious meal. "It tastes good." Zhao Fen tasted the delicious food and nodded with satisfaction. "Brother, a lot of things have happened in Shushan recently. Do you know? The current sect master has worked hard to govern the country and started to implement reforms in Shushan, redistributing the cultivation resources among the disciples and elders." Jang Chen said excitedly. "Redistribute cultivation resources." Zhao Fen became interested when he heard this. "Yes, I think it's really good. The amount of cultivation resources available to everyone will be distributed based on the contributions of the disciples and elders. Otherwise, like before, some disciples and elders took advantage of their seniority to monopolize so many resources without contributing to the sect, just like parasites. This kind of reform is very good." Zhao Fen smiled and nodded in agreement. "Of course it is good, and we disciples also support it, but it has been opposed and obstructed by many elders. Just a few days ago, several inner sect elders were instigated by the 6 great sword sects and took the opportunity to rebel and harm the sect master. Fortunately, there is a strong man in the out-of-body stage sitting beside our sect master, who directly killed those traitorous elders. Because of this incident, the relationship between our Shushan and the 6 major sword sects has become increasingly tense. But then again, the 6 great sword sects are too arrogant. They are just vassal forces of our Shushan, but they dare to do such things." Jang Chen continued angrily. "Fortunately, the sect master is calm enough, otherwise, if it were me, I would definitely be so angry that I would bring people to flatten the 6 great sword sections. Perhaps the sect master is not calm, but he is not sure that he can defeat the 6 major sword sections." Zhao Fen shook his head and smiled. He could understand Jang Chen's feelings. As a disciple of Shushan, anyone who heard these things would be indignant. But the actual situation was probably that his younger brother, the sect leader, was still wary of the strength of the 6 major sword sects and did not take action immediately. Otherwise, based on Zhao Fan's understanding of him, the current shushan would definitely not be so peaceful. As the leader Zhao Cheng was about to take action against the 6 major sword sects, the atmosphere in the entire shushan suddenly became subtle. Except for a few high-ranking officials, the rest of the disciples had no idea of the great changes that were about to take place, and on the surface, the entire shushan seemed as peaceful as usual. But soon, some attentive people noticed that many subtle changes had taken place in Mount Shu. For example, most of the shushan disciples who were in branches outside the sect have recently returned to the sect. For another example, the healing pills that were originally distributed every few months were distributed to the disciples in advance. This seemingly small action made many people realize that there was an undercurrent in shushan, as if it was accumulating strength and preparing for a major war. The countless vassal forces under shushan were all a little nervous, wondering what the shushan leader was going to do. They had to be nervous. Over the past thousands of years, shushan had been declining, causing these former vassal forces to become resistant to the former. Either openly or secretly, they disobeyed shushan's orders, and some even turned around and added insult to injury. The contemporary shushan leader, Zhao Cheng, seems to be calm and steady, but with the drastic reforms he has implemented in recent days and the forceful killing of several rebellious elders, everyone has come to realize that he is an ambitious shushan leader. Various forces made speculations, but no one would have thought that shushan sect leader Zhao Cheng was really planning to take action against the 6 major sword sects. Of course Zhao Fan couldn't have imagined that. Ever since he broke through to the out-of-body stage, he began to comprehend the 3rd level of sword-wielding technique, the realm of swords emerging from the void. The 3rd level of sword-controlling technique is several times more difficult than the 2nd level. Even though Zhao Fan had an innate sword body, it was still very difficult for him to comprehend it. He was immersed in spiritual practice, staying in the demon locking tower every day to improve his strength through system sign-in. He had no interest in the disturbances in the outside world. Only every 10 days, when his junior sister Jang Chen came to deliver meals, would she tell him about the situation in the outside world. Jang Chen was just an ordinary shushan disciple, so it was naturally difficult for her to find out any important information. Most of it was hearsay. Zhao Fan just listened to it as a fun story and did not pay too much attention to it. As the days passed, Zhao Fan's strength was still growing slowly. It was not known whether it was Zhao Fan's illusion, but ever since the heavy rain that day, he keenly noticed that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to have become much denser than before. Under normal circumstances, cultivation in the out-of-body stage is 10 times more difficult than that in the nascent soul stage. However, with the increase of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, most of the difficulty is offset. In the blink of an eye, several months passed, and Zhao Fan had completely consolidated his cultivation level at the initial stage of out-of-body experience. Moreover, because of his solid foundation and the fact that he practiced top-level skills, Zhao Fan's overall combat power became extremely powerful. Zhao Fan was sure that, as they were both in the early stage of out-of-body experience, he was at least several times stronger than He-Tu from Ghost Island. On this day, when Jang Chen came to deliver food, she brought a piece of news that surprised Zhao Fan. Just 2 days ago, the current sect leader Zhao Cheng issued a decree to invite the leaders of the 6 major sword sects to attend the 200th birthday banquet of the former sect leader Zhao Sihai on the 15th of this month. Although the lifespan of immortal cultivators is much longer than that of ordinary people, cultivating immortals goes against the will of heaven and one may end up dying if not careful. Therefore, many cultivators will hold grand birthday banquets at a certain age and invite guests from all over the world to join in the fun. The previous leader, Zhao Sihai, had commanded Shushan for 100 years. Although he has now retired to the second line, according to the standards of his birthday banquet, the Shushan high-level officials and the heads of their vassal forces must attend as soon as possible to show their respect. Tens of thousands of years ago, when Shushan was at its most glorious, whenever an elder in a sect held a birthday banquet, not only the subordinate forces under his command, but even the sects with some kinship would take the opportunity to climb the mountain and present valuable gifts in order to gain special treatment from Shushan. But at this sensitive time, the sect leader invited the 6 major sword gates to attend the birthday banquet of the former sect leader, which was obviously a deliberate targeting. If the 6 major sword sects disobey, Shushan can use the excuse of disrespecting the righteousness of Shushan and send countless disciples to attack them. As the news spread, not only the people of Mount Shu, but also other immortal cultivators and sects who were watching were extremely shocked. Over the past thousands of years, successive leaders of Mount Shu have been helpless in the face of increasingly powerful vassal forces and could only compromise and make concessions. But today, does the current leader really want to take all possible measures to resolve this hidden danger? As the Shushan sect leader's decree was announced to the world, everyone realized that Shushan and the 6 major sword sects might start an extremely brutal war. That kid Jang Chen is still too anxious. But do the 6 great sword sects really dare to challenge Shushan? Looking at the sky outside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan's eyes became deep and calm. He, who had always been indifferent to worldly affairs, also paid attention to this matter silently. After all, the current clan leader Zhao Cheng was his younger brother. If something happened, he would not sit idly by. Under the attention of all parties, the 15th soon arrived. At the birthday banquet of the former sect leader Zhao Sihai, none of the leaders of the 6 major sword sects showed up, and they didn't even send a representative. Everyone in Shushan was extremely furious. Although they knew that the 6 major sword sects were rampant, they did not expect that they did not take Shushan seriously at all. At the 200th birthday banquet of the previous Shushan leader, the 6 major sword sects, as vassal forces, did not send a single person to attend, and did not even respond. This was a slap in the face of Shushan. On the same day, Shushan sect master Zhao Qing summoned all the elders to formally discuss the disposal plan for the 6 major sword sects. When the news came out, the world was shocked. Ching Fong sword sect is the best developed force among the 6 major sword sects in recent years. Many people came to the Ching Fong sword gate today. The 6 major sword gates including the leader of the Ching Fong sword gate Hong Xiong, the leader of the Guangzhou sword gate Feng Lu, the leader of the Bishue sword gate Qi Zhang, the leader of the Shanyue sword gate Shushan, the leader of the Jindao sword gate Beifeng and the leader of the Haifeng sword gate Xiao Budong were all present. How ridiculous! The Shushan sect master, who has only been in power for 10 years, actually wants to attack our 6 major sword sections. Does he think that the current Shushan is still the top immortal cultivation sect that commanded the world tens of thousands of years ago? Ching Fong sect leader Hong Xiong laughed at himself, and slowly glanced at the others, asking, "You are all leaders of your own sections. Now that the arrogant kid from Shushan wants to attack us, what are your plans?" "Haha, plans." Feng Lu, the leader of the crazy battle sect, sneered and said, "In my opinion, we will naturally fight him. The 6 of us have joined forces to bring down Shushan, which is above us. Let's see who dares to step on our heads and bully us in the future." Master Feng is right. That's my attitude, too. I support that, too. As Feng Lu finished speaking, the other leaders of Jianmen nodded in agreement. They had long since refused to obey the Shushan's discipline. Rather than submitting to the humiliation they had done in the past, they might as well just rebel. In this world of immortal cultivation, fists always speak. Very good. Since everyone has this attitude, then the 6 of us will formally form an alliance. Ching Fong sect master Hong Xiong nodded in satisfaction, and then said, "However, if a war breaks out, even if we can defeat Shushan, our own strength will be greatly damaged. So according to my idea, it would be better to arrange for the strong men from each sect to sneak up on Shushan and kill the kid Zhao Cheng, and then intimidate the Shushan leaders. This way, we can defeat Shushan without bloodshed, and our 6 families won't have to pay a heavy price." "That's a very good suggestion." Feng Lu nodded, his eyes shining, and said, "Just a few days ago, an old ancestor of my crazy sword sect broke through the shackles and reached the out-of-body stage. If he were to go to Mount Shu, he would definitely be able to kill that kid Zhao Cheng. Hee, my Jade Blood Sword sect is also willing to invite a senior in the out-of-body stage to go to Mount Shu together to take them down. It is the same with our Jindao sword sect. And our Mountain sword sect." In a short moment, under the auspices of Hong Xiong from the Ching Fong sword sect, the 6 major sword sects temporarily formed an alliance and agreed to send out an out-of-body cultivator to fight together on Mount Shu. After chatting for a while, when Zhao Fen finished his meal, Jang Chen left with the food box. She is now a junior sister with experience in the discipline hall. In addition to her own practice, she also needs to help guide several new disciples, so she has less free time than before. With Jang Chen's departure, the demon-locking tower returned to its former tranquility. But unlike the tranquility of the demon-locking tower, there are undercurrents throughout Mount Shu. As the news of the failed rebellion of several elders colluding with the 6 major sword sects spread, most of the shushan disciples were furious, and some radical disciples even clamored for severe punishment of the 6 major sword sects. However, the current leader Zhao Cheng and the shushan high-level officials still maintained a certain degree of restraint. But anyone can see that now shushan and the 6 major sword sects have almost reached the stage of tearing their relations apart. The rest of the immortal cultivator sects were all waiting to see shushan make a fool of itself. If this matter was not handled properly, it would deal a huge blow to shushan's reputation. Zhao Fan ignored these things and stayed in the demon-locking tower to practice hard. He broke through to the perfection of the nascent soul stage and was only half a step away from the out-of-body stage. However, this half-step was not as simple as imagined. It required a certain chance and opportunity to successfully break through in one go. You know, the Guidao He too had been in seclusion overseas for hundreds of years before he became a cultivator in the out-of-body stage. Of course, Zhao Fan's qualifications and opportunities are not comparable to Haitu's, not to mention the help of the system. Boom. On this day, dark clouds gathered, lightning tore through the sky, and heavy rain poured down. The climate in Shushan is dry, and it has been difficult to rain for decades. This sudden heavy rain is a rare and unexpected weather phenomenon. Strange, this rain seems to carry a very strong spiritual energy. Looking at the raindrops as big as beans, Zhao Fan's eyes were calm and deep, and he noticed something unusual. His 5 senses were very powerful. With this sudden heavy rain, he could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth increased a lot in an instant. Is it a rare and special astronomical phenomenon? Zhao Fan murmured to himself that in the past history, special celestial phenomena would occasionally appear, and perhaps today's rain would be one of the same. Buzz. As the rain grew heavier, the almost full spiritual power in Zhao Fan's body suddenly surged, like a calm ocean, setting off huge waves. The bottleneck period has become much looser. Perhaps I can use this to break through to the out-of-body stage. Zhao Fan was surprised to find that as the heavy rain fell, the originally solid bottleneck not only became loose, but the spiritual power in his body actually showed a noticeable and powerful increase. He smiled, no longer hesitated, and began to make every effort to break through his original realm. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and even the demon-locking tower, which was filled with evil spirit, was flooded with endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Under the infusion of this huge spiritual energy, Zhao Fan's aura rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom. It was unknown how much time had passed, but suddenly a deafening roar came from deep inside Zhao Fan's body. At the same time, a ray of energy as hazy as moonlight slowly condensed between Zhao Fan's eyebrows. This is the primordial spirit that only cultivators in the out-of-body stage possess. The biggest difference between the out-of-body stage and the nascent soul stage is whether the primordial spirit is condensed. The original spirit of a cultivator is made up of essence, energy, and spirit, and has the ability to leave the body. The primordial spirit can see through every blade of grass and tree around it in a single thought, and its uses are endless. This is the out-of-body stage. Zhao Fan could clearly feel that his limbs and bones were filled with surging and endless power, and the spiritual power in his body had increased dramatically. Compared with his original self, his overall strength was at least several times stronger. The most important thing is that after successfully condensing the soul, the 5 senses are greatly enhanced. This breakthrough made Zhao Fan smile. He originally thought that it would take some time to succeed in breaking through, but he didn't expect that it would be advanced because of the heavy rain. The powerful out-of-body aura shook most of the demon-locking tower. It lasted for a while before Zhao Fan regained his composure. Although he had successfully broken through ahead of schedule, Zhao Fan did not become arrogant or complacent. There is no end to cultivating immortals. The out-of-body stage is just a small mountain on the road to cultivation. There is still a very long distance to the true peak of immortality. It's nothing at all. Shushan Hall. Chenger, you've thought it over. Are we really going to take action against the 6 great sword sects? The former sect leader Zhao Sihai frowned and asked as he looked at Zhao Cheng, who was now the sect leader. Father, I have thought about it. For the past 10 years, I have been patient and compromised, but instead of making the 6 major sword sects restrain themselves, they have become even more arrogant and rampant. Before that, he even instigated several elders of the sect to rebel. If we continue to compromise and fail to respond forcefully, the prestige of Shushan will be completely lost. We in Shushan will also become the laughingstock of other immortal cultivator sections. Zhao Qing clenched his fists and said resentfully. That being said, are you sure? Zhao Sihai paused and said solemnly, although I have retired to the second line, I have heard that the 6 major sword sects have expanded greatly in the past 10 years, and their strength is much stronger than before. Father, don't worry. I have been fully prepared for the past 10 years. Zhao Cheng's eyes lit up as he spoke in a deep voice. Ever since he became the sect master, he had been making preparations. Now, not only has the number of middle and low-level disciples increased by more than half, but the number of elders and immortal cultivators in the nascent soul stage has also increased from 12 to 30. More importantly, in addition to protecting his own golden armor puppet, there is another old elder in Shushan who successfully broke through a few days ago. Zhao Qing did not deliberately publicize this matter, in order to use it as a trump card to deal with the 6 major sword sects. So Zhao Qing was full of confidence and asked his father Zhao Sihai to come over, hoping to get his support. Chenger, since you have confidence, you are fully supported by your father. If necessary, I can use my remaining strength to help Shushan. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Sihai took a deep breath and made his attitude clear. Very good. With your words, father, I have more confidence. No matter what, I will revive Shushan this time. When Zhao Qing heard this, the fatigue on his face disappeared, his eyes were bright, and he exuded amazing fighting spirit. Seeing this, Zhao Sihai nodded, but there was still a flash of worry in the depths of his eyes. He vaguely felt that something was not right and thought his son was acting too hastily, but he did not say it out loud for fear of undermining his confidence. Moreover, the 6 major sword sects have indeed gone too far. Ever since they instigated several elders to rebel and failed, they have not even expressed a single apology. If Shushan does not make any response this time, then its only remaining face will be completely lost. As the former leader of Shushan, Zhao Sihai would certainly not allow such a thing to happen. Although cultivators in the out-of-body stage are rare, each of the 6 major sword sects has a person of this level in charge. Otherwise, how could they dare to challenge Shushan so easily? This is also the real confidence of the 6 major sword sects. While the 6 major sword sects were secretly forming an alliance, in the Shushan Hall, the current sect leader Zhao Qing led the top leaders and personally welcomed an old man in. This is an old man with a youthful face and white hair. His eyes are bright and his seemingly old body exudes a powerful aura that makes everyone frightened. Elder Wu, you are finally here. Seeing the old man appear, Zhao Qing smiled, because the former was the old elder who successfully broke through to the out-of-body stage recently. This man is called Wu Hai, and he is an elder with great experience. Looking at Shushan now, apart from the mysterious swordsman, he is the most powerful cultivator. So even though Zhao Qing was the current clan leader, he still gave the other party enough respect. The reason why we invited Wu Hai here this time was also to get his consent before taking action against the 6 major sword sects. Meet Elder Wu. Greetings, Elder Wu. Inside the main hall, all Shushan's high-ranking officials bowed respectfully to Elder Wu. No need to be polite. Wu Hai waved his hand without any airs, like a kind and peaceful elder. He looked at the sect master Zhao Qing with deep eyes and asked slowly, Sect master, have you really decided to take action against the 6 great sword sects? I have made up my mind. Also, I just received top-secret information that the 6 major sword sects are preparing to attack Shushan in the near future. Facing Wu Hai's gaze, Zhao Qing took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Is there really no room for maneuver? Wu Hai frowned slightly and said in an old voice, the 6 great sword sects are not that simple. The sect masters of all generations have been unable to subdue them. Moreover, there may be someone in their sect who is not weaker than me. Once the relationship breaks out, it could be a fierce battle. I know all of this. Zhao Qing nodded and said seriously, So I asked Elder Wu to come out of seclusion because I hope Elder Wu can help me and help us shushan to win the battle and gain glory. As Zhao Qing finished speaking, the shushan leaders in the hall all looked at the old men with burning eyes. Since you have made up your minds, I will not stand idly by. With a long sigh, Wu Hai nodded slowly. Good. On behalf of the entire shushan community, I would like to thank Mr. Wu. Seeing Wu Hai nod in agreement, Zhao Qing smiled. There's no need to do that. I'm a disciple of Mount Shu, so it's my duty. Wu Hai waved his hand and said. After obtaining Wu Hai's consent, Zhao Qing felt more confident. Now the entire shushan was united, no matter how strong the 6 major sword sects were, he would go and give them a try. In the next few days, the entire shushan mountain was fully operational like a machine. The shushan disciples who were originally scattered outside all received instructions from their respective teachers and returned to defend Shushan Mountain as soon as possible. The atmosphere throughout the Shu Mountain became tense and solemn. The 6 great sword sects are very powerful, so if Shushan wants to take action against them, it must make proper arrangements. Moreover, according to the information received previously, the 6 major sword sects might take the initiative to launch an attack, so the security inside and outside Shushan became extremely strict. On this day, sect leader Zhao Qing was meeting with several Shushan high-level officials to discuss specific actions to deal with the 6 major sword sects. Boom. At this moment, the great formation protecting Mount Shu was shattered. A giant green hand, covering the sky and the sun, broke through the Shushan formation and slammed heavily towards the Shushan Hall. Bold. Where did this villain come from? How dare you openly break into Shushan? Several angry shouts were heard, and several nascent soul elders who had been prepared rushed into the sky. The sword light illuminated most of the night sky, and they attacked the green hand fiercely. Bang. Feeling the approach of the sword light, the green hand's surface was burning with talismanic light, and it actually shattered the sword light and injured several elders when they met. Then, it continued to slam down towards the Shushan Hall with undiminished force. If the attack is successful, everyone in the hall will be turned into bloody mud under this powerful blow. Golden Armor Puppet. At the critical moment, the current sect leader Zhao Qing summoned a golden armored puppet. Kill. The golden armored puppet had an expressionless face. He raised his hand and punched out. The golden fist mark illuminated the night sky and hit the green hand hard. The fists and palms collided, and finally exploded at the same time with a deafening explosion. An immortal cultivator of the same level. After the green hand dissipated, a tall and strong figure was revealed. This person was none other than Hong Lai, an immortal cultivator in the out-of-body stage from Ching Fong sword sect. Hong Lai's eyes were as sharp as a knife, and he said coldly, I came here today to kill Zhao Cheng's kid. No matter who it is, no one can stop me. As the words fell, the astonishingly powerful aura of the out-of-body stage burst out, sweeping across most of Mount Shu like a violent storm. He is a cultivator from the Ching Fong sword sect who is in the out-of-body stage. They actually took the initiative to attack and kill our leader. Fortunately, we in Shushan also have a cultivator in the out-of-body stage. He is alone, so he should be able to stop him. Feeling the astonishing aura surging from Hong Lai, the elders and disciples of Shushan felt tremendous pressure, but no one was afraid. If you trespass into Shushan, you will be killed without mercy. The golden armored puppet also showed its momentum, and was no weaker than Hong Lai. It simply attacked decisively and fought with the opponent. The battle between the two powerful masters in the out-of-body stage caused a violent storm. The area of several thousand meters around the two of them became a death-restricted zone. Even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage would be wiped out by the aftermath if he trespassed there. If a cultivator in the out-of-body stage can stop the monster Hong, can he also stop me? At this moment, another astonishing aura appeared out of nowhere, and an old man in black clothes came flying in the air, with murderous intent directed towards the Shushan Hall. The third-generation ancestor of the crazy sword sect, Feng Kunun. Didn't he pass away hundreds of years ago? After seeing the face of the old man in black, several Shushan elders with great experience showed expressions of disbelief. Not good, quickly protect the master. Stop him. The elders guarding the Shushan Hall all took action, but the seemingly powerful attacks did not cause any harm to Feng Kunun at all. Roll. My target today is the kid from Zhaocheng. Make him give up. Before he finished speaking, Fong Kunun threw a punch, causing 7 or 8 Shushan elders to spit out blood and fly everywhere. Shushan Sect Master Zhaocheng, prepare to die. Fong Kunun rushed towards Zhaocheng in the Shushan hall with great momentum. Zhaocheng's face was gloomy, but he sat upright in the hall without moving. He was the leader of Mount Shu, so naturally he could not panic at this time. You are committing treason and you even want to kill our Shushan leader. At this time, an old figure appeared and directly blocked Fong Kunun. Who else could it be but the old elder Wu Hai? Wu Hai. You old thing are not dead yet, and you have even broken through to the out-of-body stage. Fong Kunun was a little surprised to see the figure blocking his way. You, the old fellow from the Mad Sword Sect, are still alive, so how could I die early? Wu Hai had a blank expression on his face, and the long sword in his hand burst out with countless sword energies, like a galaxy, beating Fong Kunun back step by step. Although they were both cultivators in the out-of-body stage, he had the upper hand over the other. Old man. Don't be complacent, we are not the only two coming this time. Fong Kunun laughed wildly, then looked into the void and said in a cold voice, Old Bei from the Jindao Sword Sect, why don't you quickly take down the leader of Shushan? Haha. Let me chop off the head of the Shushan Sect Master with my own hands. As a cold voice sounded, a ghostly shadow attacked Zhaocheng who was sitting in the hall. Another immortal cultivator in the out-of-body stage. 3 powerful masters in the out-of-body stage appeared at the same time, and they all wanted to kill Zhaocheng. The first 2 were stopped by the golden armored puppet and elder Wu Hai, but who can help Zhaocheng stop the third one? Metropolitan. The Shushan elders and disciples rushed towards the third out-of-body stage expert without hesitation, but the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great and they could not stop him at all. The aura of the 3 out-of-body stage experts shook most of Shushan. Although the golden armored puppet and Wu Hai blocked 2 of them, there was still one person who was full of momentum and rushed towards the sect leader Zhaocheng. The elders and disciples of Shushan wanted to stop him, but they were powerless. Facing the immortal cultivator in the out-of-body stage, they had no power to fight back at all. Feeling the murderous intent coming towards him, Zhaocheng did not sit there and wait for death, but resolutely drew his sword, and the fighting spirit burst out of his body. Over the years, after he became the leader of Shushan, his cultivation level has not fallen behind, and he is now a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Although he knows that he cannot defeat his opponent, as the leader of Shushan, he must not take a step back. Chenger, let your father come. Just as Zhaocheng was preparing for a life-and-death fight, a figure came with steady steps. It was the previous sect leader Zhao Sihai. Father, you must not do that. Zhaocheng hurriedly tried to stop him. His father, Zhao Sihai, had been seriously injured and suffered the backlash of the secret technique when he fought with Hey Tuesday. Now his lifespan was almost over. If he acted rashly, not only would he not be able to stop his opponent, but he would also die. For Shushan, I will die for my father. It is better to end it in a war than to linger on. As the words fell, Zhao Sihai's originally shiny black hair turned white in an instant. At the same time, a violent and astonishing aura surged out of his body. That scene was like a dead tree coming back to life in spring, gaining endless power in a short period of time. Father. Zhaocheng clenched his fists, his face showing grief. His father, Zhao Sihai, was using the terrifying secret technique passed down by successive leaders of Mount Shu, and the degree of his performance was much stronger than when he fought He Tu. But the more he did so, the more irreversible backlash it would have on his body. Zhao Sihai's hidden injuries had not yet healed and his vitality was declining. After using this secret technique, even if he could defeat his opponent, he would die of exhaustion. Is this the power of the out-of-body stage? Zhao Sihai felt his whole body filled with infinite power, and then his eyes suddenly widened. He stomped the ground to pieces and rushed towards the out-of-body stage expert from Jindao Sword Sect like an arrow. The former sect leader Zhao Sihai. You are so foolish. Even if you risk your life to use your secret technique to temporarily stop me, you still can't turn the tide. Seeing that he was blocked by Zhao Sihai, this powerful man in the out-of-body stage was not anxious, but instead became sarcastic. Boom, boom. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 terrifyingly powerful auras suddenly appeared in the east and west directions, and the figures of 3 immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage appeared. What's going on? Why are there still 3 out-of-body experts? Are they also from the 6 great sword sects? It's over. Our shushan is completely finished now. Looking at the 3 powerful figures that appeared again, the elders and disciples of shushan all showed despair. The strength of the 6 major sword sects was far beyond their imagination. They actually sent 6 out-of-body cultivators to attack shushan in one go. 6 immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage. Zhao Cheng's hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. He had never imagined that the 6 major sword sects were hidden so deeply and that there were 6 powerful men in the out-of-body stage. Originally, according to his estimation, there were only 2 or 3 cultivators in the out-of-body stage at most. But now it seems that I have underestimated the strength of the 6 major sword sects. Master, run away. We are willing to risk our lives to protect you. Seeing the 3 newly emerged out-of-body stage masters coming towards them like a force without a crowd, more than a dozen shushan elders stepped forward, determined to stop them even at the cost of their lives. Even if I die in battle today, I, Zhao Cheng, will never escape. Elders, lead the shushan disciples to retreat to the forbidden area in the back mountain. There are the purple and green swords protecting them, and no one can enter without permission. I'll cover you guys. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, then soared into the sky. He gathered all his strength into the sword in his hand and slashed fiercely at the 3 out-of-body stage masters. You are just an ant, yet you dare to draw your sword in front of us. There was laughter coming from the opposite side, and a figure casually snapped his fingers, shattering Zhao Cheng's sword, which he had used all his strength to slash. Then, a huge golden hand reached out, stirring up endless clouds and mist, and was about to crush Zhao Cheng into bloody mud. I really can't accept this. I am the dignified leader of shushan, but I am going to be crushed to death here. Zhao Cheng had disheveled hair and roared angrily, but to no avail. Metropolitan. Seeing this scene, the elders and disciples of shushan all had looks of despair. Could it be that the dignified shushan sect master was really going to die at the hands of the strong men from the 6 sword sects? Kong. At the critical moment, the clear sound of sword came from far away. It was a golden sword light that cut through the night sky in the west and illuminated the entire Shu Mountain. Bang. The golden hand exploded, but the sword light remained with unabated force, and it rushed towards the 3 immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage with overwhelming force. Who is it? The 3 of them were horrified and attacked almost at the same time, launching extremely powerful attacks, which completely blocked the sword light. Anyone who offends shushan will be killed without mercy. Under the attention of everyone, a tall and strong figure came riding on a sword in the wind, like a sword immortal in myths and legends, ethereal, sacred and powerful. This extremely powerful figure was none other than Zhao Fan, who walked out of the demon locking tower. The 6 immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage joined forces to attack shushan. The violent commotion was noticed by Zhao Fan. As a disciple of shushan, he certainly would not sit idly by. What's more, the person the other party wants to kill is his own brother, the current leader of shushan, Zhao Cheng. It was the shushan senior who killed He Tu. Very good. Now our shushan is saved. Looking at Zhao Fan's figure, the shushan elders and disciples who were originally in despair all became extremely excited. Senior sword cultivator Zhao Cheng, who escaped death, was also staring at Zhao Fan's figure, his heart pounding, and he was very excited. Are you the shushan swordsman who killed He Tu? You finally came out, but we are not the devil He Tu from before. You are alone, can you stop the 3 of us? The 3 immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage from the 6 major sword sects all had unfriendly expressions and stared at Zhao Fan coldly, without any fear at all. Just ants. Zhao Fan had a blank expression on his face, his body glowing with holy light, and the Qixiao flying sword flew out of his hand, breaking through layers of void like a meteor falling to the ground. With overwhelming force, it attacked the 3 people. As soon as he made a move, he used the most powerful shushan sword-wielding technique. With the cultivation level of the out-of-body stage, even Zhao Fan himself didn't know how powerful the sword-wielding technique would be. The golden sword light was several times stronger than before. The entire Shu Mountain was illuminated by the sword light, as bright as day. Not good. Don't hold back, go all out. The three immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage sensed the rare breath of death and did not dare to underestimate it. They all displayed their strongest martial arts. Golden Sword Dao. A sword that breaks the sky. Big Destruction Fist. Three violent and terrifying attacks rushed towards Qixiao Flying Sword, trying to block this terrible sword. But they still underestimated Zhao Fan's strength and the power of Shushan's sword-wielding technique. Boom. With a deafening bang, the Qixiao Flying Sword was invincible, destroying the three attacks, and then it continued to rush towards the three people with its remaining momentum. No. Ah. As three shrill screams were heard, the three powerful out-of-body stage masters from the 6 major sword gates were all beheaded by the Qixiao Flying Sword. This scene made countless Shushan elders and disciples excited, and some even shouted excitedly, "Senior Sword Cultivator is mighty and invincible." With one sword, 3 immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage were killed at the same time. Now it's your turn. After killing the 3 immortal cultivators, Zhao Fan's cold eyes fell on the other 3 people. Not good. Escape. Feeling Zhao Fan's suffocating murderous intent, the remaining 3 people, Hong Lai from the 6 major sword gates, gave up their opponents one after another, and like frightened birds, they turned into 3 streams of light and fled towards the outside of Shushan. Stay and die. Zhao Fan's eyes were cold, and with a thought, the flying sword Qixiao broke through layers of void and caught up with the 3 people with the force of thunder. Then the sword light rushed up into the sky and completely submerged their figures. Ah! Hong Lai and the other 2 screamed in agony. Although they fought desperately, they were completely unable to resist the powerful sword-wielding technique and were killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 6 out-of-body cultivators from the 6 major sword sects all died under Zhao Fan's sword. The flying sword Qixiao was stained with blood, emitting a frightening murderous aura. Zhao Fan stood proudly, his whole body shrouded in a hazy glow, making it difficult to see his true appearance. The more mysterious it is, the more everyone in Shushan is in awe of it. Dead. 6 great immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage are all dead. How powerful must this sword master be? Looking at the figure who seemed as powerful and invincible as a god, an elder of Shushan muttered to himself. In today's world of immortal cultivation, cultivators in the out-of-body stage are almost the strongest combat force among all the major forces. However, this senior sword cultivator only struck out 2 swords and killed all 6 out-of-body stage powerhouses from the 6 major sword sections. Such strength is unimaginable. Senior sword cultivator is invincible in the world. Invincible. The Shushan disciples looked at Zhao Fan's figure with burning eyes and surging blood, and couldn't help but shouting. Zhao Fan didn't care about this and was about to leave. Father. At this moment, Zhao Cheng's exclamation was heard. Zhao Fan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Cheng supporting his adoptive father Zhao Sihai. Zhao Sihai's hair was completely gray, and he looked extremely old, with the aura of death and decay lingering all over his body. Senior sword cultivator, please help me save my father. Zhao Cheng was extremely anxious and begged Zhao Fan. Please, senior sword cultivator, help save the former sect master's life. Seeing this, other Shushan elders also began to plead, hoping that the mysterious and powerful Zhao Fan could save the life of the former sect leader. Chenger, you don't have to worry about me. It's not easy for Senior Jian Xiao to kill the invading enemy. I'm already exhausted and powerless. Please don't make things difficult for you because of me. Zhao Sihai shook his head and said to Zhao Cheng and the Shushan elders. Father. Senior Jian Xiao, please save my father. Zhao Cheng was heartbroken. Although he knew that what Zhao Sihai said was true, he still placed his hopes on the mysterious and powerful swordsman Senior. Let me try. After all, blood is thicker than water, and Zhao Fan did not stand idly by, but he could sense that the vitality in his adopted father Zhao Sihai's body was almost completely dissipated, which was obviously a terrible backlash caused by his previous use of the secret technique. The Shushan hall is very quiet. There were only Zhao Fan and the dying Zhao Sihai. As for Zhao Cheng and others, they were all waiting anxiously outside the hall. Senior sword cultivator, I know my situation best. I am already exhausted and there is no way to save me. You don't need to waste your energy to save me. Zhao Sihai showed no fear and spoke calmly. Indeed. Zhao Fen frowned and nodded gently. Even though he had reached the out-of-body stage, it was almost impossible to save the life of his adopted father, Zhao Sihai. However, I can still help you prolong your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fen took decisive action. Pure and surging spiritual power was continuously injected into Zhao Sihai's body, allowing his vitality that was on the verge of dissipating to gather a little bit again. This is... Zhao Sihai was somewhat shocked. He could clearly feel that his originally decayed body had undergone a last-ditch transformation at this moment. These spiritual powers can support you to live for another half a year. During this period, you are not allowed to fight with others, otherwise you will die suddenly. After doing all this, Zhao Fen reminded in a deep voice. Thank you, Senior Jian Xiu. Half a year is enough time for me to arrange my funeral affairs. Zhao Sihai said with great gratitude. He had originally prepared himself to face death, but he did not expect that this senior swordsman would help him extend his life by half a year. I should go back now. As he spoke, Zhao Fen was about to leave. Etc. Senior Jian Xiu, you have saved Shushan twice in a row. You are our benefactor. Can I see your true face so that Chenger can erect a longevity tablet for you and place it in the ancestral temple of the Shushan ancestors? Zhao Sihai said sincerely. Are you sure you want to see my true face? Zhao Fen took a deep breath and asked slowly. Please help me, Senior. Zhao Sihai requested again and again. As you wish. Buzz. The glow that originally permeated Zhao Fen slowly faded away, revealing a heroic face, which was his true appearance. Who are you? Zhao Fan. Seeing Zhao Fan's true appearance, Zhao Sihai's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter what, he never thought that the sword master who easily killed the out-of-body stage was actually his eldest son. The eldest son, Zhao Fan, who was thrown into the demon-locking tower by his own hands. How could it be you? Zhao Sihai felt a huge wave of shock in his heart. I have already helped you. You're on your own. Zhao Fen had a blank expression on his face. He didn't have a very good impression of this stepfather. Etc. Before Zhao Sihai could come to his senses, Zhao Fen had already disappeared from the spot. Zhao Fan. Zhao Sihai murmured to himself, feeling both guilty and regretful. He really didn't expect that the sword cultivator was his eldest son Zhao Fan, who not only saved him, but also helped Shushan avoid disaster twice in a row. Father, what's wrong with you? Where is Senior Sword Cultivator? At this time, Zhao Qing heard the noise and came to the hall, only to see his father who looked extremely dazed. Chenger, do you know? Senior Jian Xiu is your elder brother, Zhao Fan. What? Father, you are not kidding, are you? Zhao Qing was dumbfounded, and then he said in disbelief, how is this possible? It's really him, it's really him. Zhao Sihai's face was full of complexion. He sighed and said, I never expected that. Brother, aren't you in the demon-locking tower? How could he be a senior sword cultivator? That's impossible. Zhao Qing still found it hard to believe this fact. Zhao Sihai sighed heavily and said, it was indeed him. After leaving the Shushan Hall, Zhao Fen was not in a hurry to return to the demon-locking tower. Speaking of which, I haven't left Shushan for 18 years. I almost forgot what the world under Mount Shu is like. Zhao Fen looked towards the direction of the 6 great sword sects, his eyes became extremely cold, he murmured to himself, my cheap father is my father after all, you 6 great sword sects have caused him to die. Of course I have to settle this account with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fen flew out on his sword and soon disappeared into the night. At Ching Fong Sword Gate, Hong Xiong sat on the armchair, looking somewhat anxious. A whole night had passed, why was there still no news from the ancestor? Did the operation fail? Impossible. With 6 out-of-body stage cultivators coming out together, not to mention 1 Shushan, even 2 Shushans can't stop them. It must be that the ancestors were busy dividing up the resources of Mount Shu, so they didn't send back the message in time. Hong Xiong comforted himself secretly. Boom. At this moment, with a deafening bang, the entire formation guarding the Ching Fong sword gate exploded. What's going on? Hong Xiong suddenly stood up and looked outside the door with a gloomy face. Master, this is not good. Someone broke our sect's protective formation and is heading this way. 7 or 8 elders have already died in the battle. A disciple covered in blood rushed in a panic, reporting breathlessly. What? How dare someone attack my Ching Fong sword sect? They are courting death. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiong was so angry that he sneered, picked up a sword, and walked outside. As soon as he walked out of the hall, Hong Xiong saw that the entire Ching Fong sword sect was in chaos. At the front, 5 or 6 elders were leading hundreds of disciples and were confronting a figure emitting a hazy glow. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the elders and disciples of Ching Fong sword sect slowly retreated with fear on their faces. Let the leader of Ching Fong sword sect come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Zhao Fen had a blank expression on his face. His flying sword Qixiao made a clear sound and sword light spread everywhere, causing the nearby elders and disciples of Ching Fong sword sect to scream and fly around. This was the result of his intentional holding back, otherwise these people would not have survived. Bold lunatic. I am the sect master Hong Xiong. You have trespassed into my Ching Fong sword sect. You shall be put to death. At this time, Hong Xiong, the leader of Ching Fong sword sect, arrived with a sword in hand and slashed with a powerful and domineering sword. Are you Hong Xiong? Zhao Fen glanced at him and asked coldly. That's me. Hong Xiong sneered repeatedly, the sword light cut through the sky, and attacked Zhao Fen with great force. Very good. You deserve to die. Zhao Fan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his flying sword Qixiao was like thunder and lightning, cutting through layers of void and directly shattering the opponent's sword light, and then he slashed away with the remaining force. What? Hong Xiong was horrified and quickly summoned his protective magic weapon to try to resist. But he overestimated his own strength. Phew! Blood spurted out, and with one sword, Hong Xiong and his magic weapon were cut in half. Master. Upon seeing Hong Xiong's tragic death, the elders and disciples of Ching Fong sword sect all cried out in grief with their eyes wide open. From today on, Ching Fong sword sect no longer exists. Zhao Fen swung his sword, and the golden sword light, like a galaxy of stars, swept across the entire Ching Fong sword gate. Boom. The entire Ching Fong sword gate collapsed and shattered under this sword, turning into a dilapidated ruin. Some of the Ching Fong sword sect elders who resisted stubbornly were buried in the ruins before they even had time to fight back. Only a few people managed to escape. After this battle, almost all the top leaders of Ching Fong sword sect were killed, and only ordinary disciples with low cultivation base managed to save their lives, but they could never achieve anything significant from then on. After destroying the Ching Fong sword gate, Zhao Fen flew into the sky on his sword, turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distant sky. Half an hour later, Zhao Fen arrived at the Mad Sword sect again. Without any nonsense, he broke their protective formation with one sword. Sword light poured out, drowning and engulfing the middle and upper-level strong men of the Mad Sword sect. Bold. Who attacked my crazy sword sect? Feng Lu, the leader of the Mad Sword sect, roared and immediately soared into the sky. But what responded to him was a simple and straightforward sword strike from Zhao Fan. Phew. Blood splattered everywhere. Feng Lu, the leader of the crazy fighting sword gate, had no strength to fight back and was killed on the spot by a single sword. Soon, in the face of Zhao Fan's absolute strength, the Mad War sword gate was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. What? The Ching Fong sword sect and the Guangzhan sword sect were attacked by a mysterious sword master and were completely destroyed. After the demise of Ching Fong sword sect and Guangzhan sword sect, the Jindao sword sect, which was closest to the two sects, received the news first. Could it be that the Six Ancestors operation in Shushan failed? No, I have to get out of the way first, otherwise the consequences for the Jindao sword sect will be unpredictable. Bei Feng, the leader of the Jindao sword sect, was so frightened after hearing the news that his face turned pale. He prepared to leave the sect's headquarters and stay out of the spotlight. Boom. However, before he could make any move, the formation guarding the Jindao sword gate exploded. A golden sword light, like a long river, slashed down towards the entire Jindao sword gate with overwhelming force. No. Sect leader Bei Feng was horrified and tried his best to fight back, but in the end he was killed by the sword. The entire Jindao sword sect was also blown apart by this powerful sword. Following closely, the mountain sword gate and the remaining 3 sword gates were also destroyed by Zhao Fan. Within one day, the 6 originally powerful sword sects were all destroyed by a mysterious and powerful sword cultivator. As the news spread, most of the immortal cultivation world was extremely shocked. Fighting and killing is a very normal thing in the world of immortal cultivation, but it is relatively rare for the 6 major sword sects to be completely destroyed. Some people who are interested in the matter have realized that things are not that simple and have begun to inquire about the truth. Soon, through their powerful intelligence network, they learned the real inside story. Last night, the 6 major sword sects sent out 6 out-of-body stage masters to attack Shushan at the same time in an attempt to kill the current sect leader. Just when they were about to succeed, the mysterious swordsman from Mount Shu who killed He Tu 10 years ago attacked again and killed all 6 out-of-body masters. Afterwards, the 6 great sword sects all suffered devastating blows. It's unbelievable that Shushan actually has such a profound background. As more specific news spread, many immortal cultivation forces were frightened. They thought that the falling out between Shushan and the 6 major sword sects would lead to a more miserable end, but they did not expect this to be the result. Shushan won a great victory, and the 6 major sword gates were destroyed and disappeared. Zhao Fan had no intention of inquiring about the reaction of the outside world. After dealing with the 6 major sword gates, he returned to the demon locking tower. 2 days later. "Brother, I'm here to deliver the food." Jang Chen's sweet and clear voice came from outside the demon locking tower. "Brother, I'm sorry. I came here in a hurry today, so I made 3 or 4 delicious side dishes. There is no braised pork or steamed fish." Jang Chen explained with a hint of apology, "Something big happened in Shushan these past 2 days, and the discipline hall has been very busy recently, so please forgive me." "It doesn't matter." Zhao Fan waved his hand and said indifferently. When one reaches his level, he could have practiced fasting long ago and eating some meals would just be a habit. It is not necessary to have fish and meat every day. I knew that my senior brother was the best person and would not blame me. Seeing that Zhao Fan did not blame her, Jang Chen no longer felt guilty and said excitedly, "Brother, do you know? 2 days ago, the 6 major sword sects each sent a great cultivator in the out-of-body stage to attack our Shushan at the same time, intending to kill our sect master. At the critical moment, the swordsman who had killed the demon leader of Ghost Island appeared again and killed them with 2 consecutive sword strikes. And I also heard that the senior sword cultivator went down the mountain and wiped out the 6 major sword sects alone. Now most of the people in the immortal cultivation world are saying that our Shushan sword cultivator senior is invincible in the world. Now, no one will look down on us Shushan anymore." While Zhao Fan was tasting the dishes, Jang Chen said excitedly. She had fair skin and her pretty face was a little flushed because she was a little excited. "Yeah. That's all thanks to that senior swordsman, otherwise Shushan would be in trouble." Zhao Fan smiled slightly and agreed. It seemed that his adopted father had not revealed his true identity, otherwise the whole Shushan would have known about it long ago, and Zhang Chen would not have been unaware that he was the senior sword cultivator. Yes. That sword cultivator senior is not only mysterious, but also extremely powerful. He is simply my idol. Now, disciples all over Shushan are discussing and speculating whether that sword cultivator is the only powerful person in the history of Shushan who has not passed away. Otherwise, how could he have such amazing strength that even 6 great cultivators in the out-of-body stage are no match for his 2 swords? Zhang Qian paused, and then said, "According to my guess, it is very likely that it was an old elder from the previous generation who has not yet passed away." "That's not necessarily true." Zhao Fan smiled and shook his head, jokingly saying, "Maybe he is a disciple from modern times. And perhaps what is far away is also near." Hearing the joking tone in Zhao Fan's words, Zhang Qian chuckled and said, "Brother, you are not trying to say that you are the senior sword cultivator, are you? If you are a senior swordsman, why are you imprisoned in the demon locking tower? Don't make fun of me." If you don't believe it, forget it. Zhao Fen sneered and didn't argue with Jang Chen. Next, the two chatted again. Most of the time, Jang Chen was talking and Zhao Fen was listening quietly. Soon, Jang Chen left with the food box again, and she would come back 10 days later. Squeak. Not long after Jang Chen left, the door of the demon locking tower was slowly pushed open. Zhao Fen looked in the direction of the voice and saw his younger brother Zhao Qing walking in with a heavy heart. Zhao Qing dealt with the trivial matters after the storm and waited until today to come to the demon locking tower. Brother. Looking at his elder brother Zhao Fan, Zhao Qing had a complicated expression. He had learned from his father Zhao Sihai that the former was the senior sword cultivator. Although 2 days had passed, he still found it a little unbelievable. Sit down. Noticing his strange mood, Zhao Fan smiled. Brother, are you the swordsman senior? After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qing asked slowly. He still wanted to confirm this matter from his eldest brother himself. Why, you don't think I look like that? Zhao Fan smiled faintly, and the aura that had been restrained suddenly burst out of his body, as shocking as a violent storm, causing the entire huge demon locking tower to emit a low roar. This. Zhao Qing was horrified. Although he was an immortal cultivator in the nascent soul stage, he still felt a sense of suffocation coming towards him. But this momentum appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. Before Zhao Qing could react, Zhao Fen returned to his normal state, and that terrifying and powerful aura seemed to have never appeared. Brother, you are actually that senior swordsman. The destruction of the 6 great sword sects was also done by Big Brother himself. Zhao Qing was surprised and happy, and couldn't help asking. The 6 great sword sects are so arrogant, I naturally cannot keep them here any longer. Zhao Fan did not deny it. Brother, thank you so much. The hidden danger of vassal forces in Shushan for thousands of years has been completely eradicated. Zhao Qing took a deep breath and said with great gratitude. You and I are brothers, it's too formal to say such things. Besides, I am also a member of Shushan. I will not sit idly by when Shushan is in trouble. Zhao Fen smiled and explained. Brother, your cultivation is so powerful, why don't you come with me to revitalize Shushan instead of staying in the demon locking tower, okay? As long as you are willing, I can let you take the position of the sect leader. Zhao Cheng's eyes were burning as he pleaded. Before coming, he had already made up his mind that if his eldest brother was really the senior sword practitioner, he would be willing to ask Zhao Fan to go out and revitalize Shushan, even if he had to give up the position of sect leader. I know you mean well. But I am not interested in the position of the sect leader. Besides, the outside world is in chaos and I don't want to be disturbed. I just want to stay in the demon locking tower and practice quietly to become stronger. Contrary to Zhao Cheng's expectations, Zhao Fen refused very straightforwardly. Brother. You don't need to persuade me, I have made up my mind. Without waiting for Zhao Cheng to continue speaking, Zhao Fen interrupted him. This. Zhao Qing looked helpless, knowing that he couldn't persuade his elder brother, so he didn't say anything more. You are now the leader of Shushan. And he's my brother. If you have any ideas, just go for it. I'll support you. As if he had noticed Zhao Cheng's thoughts, Zhao Fen suddenly spoke. Very good. I feel relieved with these words, big brother. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng was shocked and became extremely excited. Go ahead. Shushan has just experienced a turmoil, and you, the sect leader, still have a lot of things to deal with. Zhao Fen smiled slightly and said. Good. I'll come to see you next time, big brother. Zhao Qing nodded, and then left the demon locking tower directly. Without the constraints of the 6 great sword sects, I believe Shushan can usher in a better situation. Zhao Fen muttered to himself as he watched his brother Zhao Qing leave. Just as Zhao Fen expected, without the constraints of the 6 major sword sects, Shushan ushered in a period of rapid development. With the demise of the 6 major sword sects, Shushan took over all of their territories and resources and gained tremendous support. Most importantly, the other vassal forces that originally had ulterior motives, after seeing the tragic end of the 6 major sword gates, all put away their rebellious intentions and honestly handed over their resources to Shushan to show their submission. The hidden dangers of the vassal forces that had plagued Shushan for thousands of years were completely resolved. With the demise of the 6 great sword sects, Shushan also ushered in a short period of development. The most important thing is that since the last unusually heavy rain, the entire environment of heaven and earth seems to have undergone subtle changes, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth has gradually become richer. Previously, some Shushan elders and disciples who were stuck in a bottleneck period have made substantial breakthroughs, and the overall strength of Shushan is gradually improving. Of course, this is not limited to Shushan, but is true for the entire world of immortal cultivation. Although this change is very subtle, it cannot be hidden from some great cultivators with amazing 5 senses. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth seems to be increasing. What on earth is going on? Inside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan frowned slightly. Even in the demon locking tower where spiritual energy was scarce, he could clearly feel the subtle changes between heaven and earth. Moreover, as time goes by, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is becoming more and more dense. But this change, for me, should not be a bad thing. Zhao Fan muttered to himself. Do you want to start signing in? Just when Zhao Fan was somewhat distracted, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Sign in. Zhao Fan answered habitually. Successful sign-in, reward, spiritual nourishing pill. As the system finished speaking, a crystal-clear pill appeared out of thin air in Zhao Fan's hand. It's actually a spiritual nourishing pill. Zhao Fan showed surprise on his face. This nourishing spirit pill was one of the most precious ones among the top-grade elixirs. Its main function is to help cultivators in the out-of-body stage to enhance their spiritual power. The out-of-body stage is different from the nascent soul stage in terms of cultivation. If you want to improve your realm, it is not only about increasing the spiritual power in your body, but most importantly, the cultivation of the power of your soul. It is very difficult to cultivate the soul of an immortal cultivator. Under normal circumstances, it would take dozens or even hundreds of years for the soul's power to increase much. But if there is a nourishing pill, it will be completely different. The soul nourishing pill is extremely precious and rare. One pill can save a cultivator several years of soul cultivation. Only the most top-notch alchemy masters can refine this kind of elixir, which takes more than 10 years. For cultivators in the out-of-body stage, it is almost priceless. Without any hesitation, Zhao Fan began to refine and absorb the soul-nourishing pill. The power of his soul was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Fan sat with his eyes closed. The hazy soul between his eyebrows became more and more solid as the power of the spirit-nourishing elixir took effect. It was not until 2 days had passed that Zhao Fan completely absorbed all of the nourishing spirit pills. His soul had grown by a full 10th. If he continued like this, it wouldn't be long before his soul, which had just condensed, would become solid and powerful. You can even use this opportunity to take powerful steps in the out-of-body stage. In the following days, Zhao Fan kept signing in through the system and received nourishing spirit pills every few days. With the help of a large number of nourishing spirit pills, the cultivation of the soul progressed very rapidly. Originally, the soul that Zhao Fan had just condensed could only perceive the slightest movement within 1,000 meters around him, but now, with just a thought, he could clearly understand the situation within an area of thousands of meters. This is one of the benefits of a stronger soul. The days passed little by little, and Zhao Fan was immersed in the cultivation of his soul. Soon, more than half a year had passed. On this day, Zhao Cheng, the current leader of Shushan, came to the demon locking tower again. A trace of sadness spread across his originally resolute face, and he said to Zhao Fan, "Brother, my father is on his deathbed, and he asked me to invite you to see him for the last time. Let's go." Zhao Fan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Zhao Fan was not surprised at all by this news. When he helped his stepfather to extend his life, he knew very well that the former could only last for half a year at most. Qianyuan Hall. I have been living here ever since my cheap father abdicated the position of clan leader. When Zhao Fan arrived at the hall, he found it deserted. There was no one else but his adoptive father Zhao Sihai. Compared with half a year ago, my adoptive father looked even older, and his whole body exuded an aura of decay and impending death. His face was a little pale, and his originally tall and strong body looked a little hunched. Although Zhao Fan didn't have much good feelings towards his adoptive father, he still felt a little emotional and uncomfortable when he saw this scene. Zhao Sihai is only 200 years old, which is still in his prime for a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. But now, he is on the verge of death. "Father, my eldest brother is here." Zhao Qing took a step forward and reminded softly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai slowly opened his eyes. His originally cloudy eyes suddenly became bright after seeing Zhao Fan. "Chenger, please get out. I want to talk to your brother." "Good." Zhao Qing nodded and walked out. "In my life, I have been working to revive Shushan, and I consider myself a responsible leader, but I have never been a good father. My biggest regret and guilt over the years is that I shouldn't have personally thrown you into the demon locking tower." At this point, Zhao Sihai sighed slightly, looked at Zhao Fan and asked, "Fanner, have you hated me over the years?" Looking at his adopted father who was about to pass away, Zhao Fan felt a little complicated, but he still said, "I don't hate you. After all, I was the one who caused the disaster. If I were you, I would probably kill my relatives for the sake of justice. Having said that, your father has ignored you all these years. Can you forgive me?" Zhao Sihai raised his head tremblingly and looked at Zhao Fan earnestly. "You are my relative. Why should we forgive or not forgive each other?" Zhao Fan shook his head, indicating that he should not mind it. "With your words, I feel relieved." Hearing this, Zhao Sihai let out a long sigh and said as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sihai took out another brocade box, handed it to Zhao Fan, and said slowly, "This is a super-grade elixir, Guiyuan pill. Take it with you, it was prepared for you." Guiyuan pill. Zhao Fan was a little surprised. Super-grade elixirs are extremely precious and rarer than top-grade elixirs. The Guiyuan pill has an extremely useful effect. If a person whose cultivation has been completely wasted takes this pill, he can immediately recover to the golden core stage. If a cultivator takes this pill, he can even use its powerful medicinal effects to directly break through and advance to a higher level. This kind of elixir is rare in the world. One can imagine how much my cheap father Zhao Sihai spent to collect it. I'll take this pill. Do you have anything else to say? Zhao Fan did not refuse the kindness of his cheap father Zhao Sihai, because this Guiyuan pill was of great help to him now. My lifelong wish is to revive Shushan. After I pass away, I hope you can help Zhao Qing more. Zhao Sihai said slowly. Don't worry. Zhao Qing is my brother. As long as I am in Shushan, I will not sit idly by. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and agreed in a deep voice. That's good, that's good. Zhao Sihai smiled with relief and closed his eyes as he spoke. A moment later, 9 bell sounds echoed throughout the Shu Mountain, and the previous leader Zhao Sihai passed away. In the Qianyuan Hall, all the elders and disciples gathered together, and cries of grief could be heard one after another. His adoptive father Zhao Sihai was not in office for a long time, but he devoted himself to Shushan until his death. When the Black Massacre on Guidao came to Shushan, he risked his life to use his secret technique to fight him. Later, 6 powerful masters in the out-of-body stage came to attack Shushan, and he again stopped one of them at all costs, but ended up dying because of it. The elders and disciples in the sect all loved the former leader of Shushan very much. As the news of his death spread, some disciples took the initiative to attend his funeral without being reminded by their elders. Even the important leaders from Shushan's vassal forces rushed to Shushan to attend the funeral as soon as they received the news. Zhao Fan did not join in the fun, but returned to the quiet demon locking tower. He looked at the Guiyuan pill in his hand and did not speak for a long time. Go with peace of mind. Shushan will revive. After a long while, Zhao Fan muttered to himself, his eyes becoming determined. Firefox blood. Looking at the burning blood, Zhao Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the reward this time would be such a precious thing. According to legend, the Fire Fox clan is the most powerful clan among the demon clans, and they have the blood of ancient mythical beasts flowing in their bodies. Therefore, their blood essence is full of unimaginable divinity, which can help cultivators improve their spiritual practice. Compared to the previous nourishing spirit pill, the Fire Fox essence blood is definitely better. I'm lucky today. I actually got this kind of blood essence as a reward. Maybe it can help my stagnant soul to get a significant improvement. Zhao Fen smiled and without wasting any time began to refine and absorb the fire fox's blood essence. Buzz. Zhao Fen looked solemn, and his soul slowly emerged from between his eyebrows. Compared to before, Zhao Fan's soul was much more solid, but it still looked like a ball of light, somewhat hazy and blurry. For those who are cultivating immortals in the out-of-body stage, the Yuan-Shen has endless magical uses and can predict the enemy beforehand, but it also has obvious flaws. Compared with the physical body, the soul of an immortal cultivator is actually very fragile. Once it receives a fatal blow, the result will be the destruction of body and soul. After 20 years of practice, although Zhao Fan's soul has far surpassed what it was before, it is still not that strong. This has also become the biggest obstacle for Zhao Fan to break through to the completion of the out-of-body period. But now, as Zhao Fan absorbs the divinity in the fire fox essence and blood, his spiritual practice, which was originally stagnant, has been significantly improved. Zhao Fan's hazy soul underwent subtle changes and gradually became solid. He could clearly feel that the power of his soul had been significantly improved, and the effect of the fire fox essence and blood was more obvious than he imagined. Zhao Fan was surprised and happy, and accelerated the refining and absorption of the fire fox essence and blood. But the divinity in this essence of blood was so powerful that it took him several days to absorb all the essence of the divinity. Finally, Zhao Fan's soul also underwent a complete transformation. His soul became golden and filled with a strong and tenacious aura, more than twice as powerful as before. Zhao Fan was confident that with his current spiritual power, he would not suffer the slightest damage even if pierced by the sword light or burned by the heavenly fire. If Zhao Fan's soul was a grain of sand before, it is now a tough stone. This is a qualitative change. As his primordial spirit grew stronger, Zhao Fan also realized that the spiritual power in his body, which was approaching saturation, was also increasing significantly. Sure enough, with the improvement of the Yuan-Shen, the bottleneck period that has troubled me for many years has also shown obvious signs of loosening. I will break through to the out-of-body stage in one go. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and began to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in large quantities, with the demon locking tower as the center, several huge spiritual energy whirlpools hundreds of meters high formed in the sky above, continuously rushing towards Zhao Fan in the tower, and Zhao Fan's aura directly rose steadily. Fortunately, the demon locking tower is usually remote and quiet, otherwise such a huge commotion would have shocked and attracted everyone's attention. It was not until a long time had passed that the vortex of spiritual energy lingering in the sky finally slowly dissipated. At this time, Zhao Fan also slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and calm, like a bottomless black hole that could swallow a person up with just one glance. The violent aura on him had disappeared, but his temperament had become even more unfathomable. After breaking through to this realm, looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, I should be considered a true great immortal cultivator, right? Zhao Fan murmured to himself, feeling the endless power surging in his body. He did not become blindly confident and impulsive because of his increased strength, but instead became very calm. In the past few thousand years, although the immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage are the top existences in the immortal cultivation world, Zhao Fan firmly believes that among the major forces, there are definitely powerful immortal cultivators who have surpassed the out-of-body stage. Of course, this is just his personal guess. But whether there is one or not, Zhao Fan doesn't care, because as long as he stays here and signs in, he can continue to become stronger. Even if there are dormant old monster-level cultivators in the world, he is confident that he can surpass them. It is just a matter of time. Next, Zhao Fan spent a few more days to thoroughly consolidate his cultivation level. On this day, just as Zhao Fan was about to continue his practice, two uninvited guests came to the demon locking tower. In front of the gate of the demon locking tower, two strong and tall figures appeared out of nowhere. It's the breath of a demon cultivator again. Zhao Fan frowned slightly as he felt the fluctuations of demonic power coming from them. Judging from their aura, they were very powerful and were demon practitioners in the out-of-body stage. Humph, Jiao Tian and Jiao Shang are two pieces of trash. We originally sent them to infiltrate the Shushan demon locking tower in the hope of bringing back the treasures of our Black Dragon clan, but decades have passed and no news has been sent back. Otherwise, why would we, two dignified elders, be asked to personally take action. Looking at the demon locking tower in front of him, a middle-aged demon man with a stern face said coldly, "Jiao Feng, stop complaining and take action. They are just juniors, not strong enough, and they may have died in the demon locking tower long ago. We took a big risk by sneaking in this time. If we don't act quickly, it will be difficult to escape unscathed once we are discovered by others. Don't forget, I heard that there is a mysterious swordsman in charge of Mount Shu." Just as he finished speaking, the other long-haired demon man next to him frowned and reminded him. His name is Jiao Yan, and like Jiao Feng, he is an elder of the Black Jiao clan. It turns out they are two elders from the Black Dragon clan. Zhao Fen appeared not far from the two of them, but his aura was restrained to the extreme. He just stood there casually, as if he had merged into the entire demon locking tower. They could not detect him at all. At the beginning, the Black Dragon clan sent two Jindan stage demon cultivators to break into the demon locking tower, but they were killed by Zhao Fen himself, and he also obtained the clan treasure left by the Black Dragon clan's ancestor in the demon tomb. Unexpectedly, after decades, the Black Dragon clan still hadn't given up and sent two powerful demon cultivators in the out-of-body stage. Zhao Fen was not in a hurry to attack the two of them. The fact that the Black Dragon clan was making such a big fuss made him realize that things might not be that simple. The other party might not just be after the Black Dragon clan's treasure. Humph, what's so great about that mysterious swordsman? We sneaked into Shushan openly like this, but he didn't find out. If he is really as powerful as the rumors say, can we still stand here and talk? In my opinion, he is just a name with nothing. Jiao Feng sneered. Just shut up. Let's go in quickly, find the clan treasure, and then investigate the real secret deep inside this demon locking tower. If we can uncover that secret, perhaps our Black Dragon clan can surpass all other clans and become the leader of all the demon clans. Jiao Yan's eyes flashed, and he spoke in an urgent tone. The funeral of the former sect leader Zhao Sihai was very grand, and it lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After Zhao Fen returned to the demon locking tower, he resumed his cultivation. He had no plans to go deep into the demon tomb in the demon locking tower for the time being, because his intuition told him that even if he was now an immortal cultivator in the early stage of out-of-body experience, he might encounter danger inside. Instead of trying to take risks, it is better to focus more time and energy on your own cultivation. As long as he has the help of the system, he can continue to grow stronger silently in the demon locking tower. This Guiyuan pill may help me break through to the middle stage of the out-of-body realm. Zhao Fen took out the Guiyuan pill that his adoptive father had prepared for him and swallowed it immediately. Half an hour later, Zhao Fan's aura continued to rise, and he actually broke through from the early stage of out-of-body state to the middle stage. It is indeed a super-great elixir that is rare in the world. After further advancement in his cultivation, Zhao Fen began to comprehend the third level of sword-controlling technique, the realm of swords emerging from the void. Before, he was able to rely on the sword-wielding technique to kill 6 out-of-body cultivators with just 2 swords. On the one hand, it was because of his own extraordinary strength, on the other hand, it was because the power of the sword-wielding technique was extremely strong. The third level of sword-controlling technique is several times more difficult than the second level. Even though Zhao Fen had an innate sword body, it was still very stiff and obscure to truly comprehend it, and it required a lot more time and energy. But what is commendable is that Zhao Fen has never lacked patience, and he is determined to achieve the third level of sword-wielding technique. Just like that, Zhao Fen never stepped out of the demon locking tower again and devoted himself completely to the process of cultivation. He really enjoyed such days. Although they were a little boring, he could clearly feel that his strength was constantly improving every day. Cultivating immortality takes no time, it only takes a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, another 20 years passed. For ordinary people, this is a quarter of their life, but for powerful immortal cultivators, it is just a fleeting period of seclusion. After 20 years, Zhao Fen finally mastered the third level of sword-wielding technique. The power of the sword-wielding technique is at least 1 level stronger than before. Now, with just a thought, Zhao Fan's flying sword Qixiao can cut rocks more than 10 kilometers away in half with 1 sword. Although he had made considerable progress in sword-wielding skills, Zhao Fan's level of cultivation had not achieved any obvious breakthrough. Over the years, Zhao Fen has only improved from the middle stage of the out-of-body state to the late stage of the out-of-body state. Moreover, just a few years ago, he was stuck in a bottleneck period. Although he was only half a step away from reaching the perfection of the out-of-body stage, he was still unable to break free of the shackles and enter it. In fact, this speed of improvement has far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. You must know that most cultivators in the out-of-body stage may not be able to advance to a higher level even if they spend hundreds of years. The reason why Zhao Fen was able to make such progress was thanks to the help of the system. But Zhao Fen was still not very satisfied with this speed. My soul is at least several times stronger than when it was first condensed. But as the Yuan-Shen becomes stronger, the effect of the Yang-Shen pill becomes negligible. Otherwise, we could have broken through the bottleneck and reached the late stage of out-of-body experience in one go. Zhao Fen frowned slightly and muttered to himself. He knew where his problem was. The most critical thing was the cultivation of the Yuan-Shen. As the Yuan-Shen became stronger, the difficulty of cultivation increased exponentially. "Brother, I'm here to deliver the food." Outside the demon locking tower, Jang Chen's sweet voice was heard. Today was the time for meal delivery once every 10 days. Over the years, Jang Chen has grown from a junior sister in the discipline hall to a senior sister with considerable experience. She now has dozens of new shushan disciples under her command. But she still did not give up delivering meals to Zhao Fen. Every 10 days, she would personally prepare meals and deliver them to him, and at the same time tell Zhao Fen about interesting things happening outside. "Little junior sister, what dishes do you have today?" Hearing her voice, Zhao Fen smiled slightly and asked. "Brother, you are in for a treat today. I cooked 7 or 8 dishes, including braised eggplant, braised pork, boiled fish, etc." Jang Chen giggled and gave Zhao Fen a brief introduction. "Okay, I'll have to try it." Zhao Fen smiled, took the food box and started to taste it. "By the way, how is Shushan doing recently, junior sister?" Hearing Zhao Fen asking about what was happening outside, Jang Chen immediately perked up and said with a smile, "Now our Shushan is much better than before. The sect leader is working hard to govern, and the number of disciples has doubled. A few days ago, our Shushan held the Shushan conference to select outstanding disciples. Several brothers and sisters in our discipline hall all achieved good rankings and were rewarded with a Huayuan pill. As a result, several of my brothers and sisters broke through to the Golden Core stage, and just 2 days ago they went down the mountain to exorcise demons and monsters." Noticing the strangeness in Jang Qian's tone, Zhao Fen asked with a smile, "Do you also want to go down the mountain to exorcise demons?" "I don't want to." Unexpectedly, Jang Qian quickly shook her head and said, "I just envy my senior brothers and sisters who have broken through to the Golden Core stage. If I were asked to go down the mountain to subdue demons, I wouldn't dare to go." Some brothers said that recently, someone has been saying something is wrong in the world of immortal cultivation. There have been many demons causing chaos and wreaking havoc on the world. Moreover, those demons were extremely powerful, and many people from the immortal cultivation sect suffered heavy casualties. "It sounds dangerous," Zhao Fen said thoughtfully. "Yes, it is extremely dangerous. It is said that this time it is our Shushan sphere of influence, and many demons have appeared to cause trouble, so the sect sent people down the mountain to subdue the demons and eliminate the evil. I hope those brothers and sisters are safe." Jang Qian's eyes showed a trace of worry and she spoke softly. "They'll be fine," Zhao Fen said comfortingly, and at the same time put a Peiyuan pill in the food box and handed it out. The two chatted for a long time, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. "Okay, brother, it's getting late. There are still many things to do at the discipline hall, so I will go back first. I'll bring you food next time." "Okay." Zhao Fen nodded and said with a smile, "Remember to clean the lunchbox when you go back." "Got it. Goodbye, brother." After waving to Zhao Fen in the demon locking tower, Zhang Qian left with the food box. When Zhang Qian returned to the discipline hall and was about to clean the food box, she found the Peiyuan pill inside. "This is Peiyuan pill. Could it be that my senior brother gave it to me secretly?" Zhang Qian was a little surprised and recognized this precious elixir at the first time. Compared with Huayuan Dan, Peiyuan Dan has a greater effect and higher value. After Jang Chen left, Zhao Fen closed his eyes and started practicing again. He wanted to give it a try to see if he could break through the bottleneck and reach the perfection of the out-of-body stage. Soon, several days passed and Zhao Fen was still stuck in the bottleneck period. Do you want to start signing in? On this day, it was time to sign into the system again. Sign in. Zhao Fen said subconsciously. Sign in successfully, obtain Firefox Blood Essence. As the system finished speaking, a jade bottle suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's hand, and the bottle was filled with hot blood. Secret. When Zhao Fen heard Jiao Yan's words, his eyes flickered. It seemed that the two elders of the Black Jiao clan did not come just for the clan's treasure. He planned not to kill the two men first, but wanted to see what actions they would take. Under Zhao Fan's attention, Jiao Yan and the other person sneaked into the demon locking tower, and then quickly flew towards the ancient gate of the demon tomb. They seemed to have some understanding of the situation in the demon locking tower. Zhao Fen followed behind calmly. For him, he could suppress the two of them with ease, so there was no need to rush. And most importantly, Zhao Fen developed a little interest in the secret they were talking about. The demon tomb in the demon locking tower is indeed as rumored, filled with extremely powerful evil spirits. These are the bones left behind by the demons that were suppressed and killed here 10,000 years ago. Such a number is really surprising. Looking at the countless skeletons of demons in front of him, Jiao Yan's expression was slightly stern, and he muttered to himself. It is worthy of being the famous demon locking tower. It's a pity that the Shushan mountain has lost its former glory, otherwise how could we be able to walk here so easily? Jiao Feng smiled contemptuously and said indifferently. Let's go and look for the remains of our ancestor. The two of them moved very quickly and rushed forward. Strange, where is the ancestor's body? Could it be that the news we got before was false? After a moment, Jiao Yan and the other looked at each other in bewilderment. They had turned over almost half of the demon tomb, but they did not see any bones left by the Black Jiao ancestor, let alone any trace of the clan treasure. How could they know that the corpse of the Black Dragon ancestor had long been destroyed by Zhao Fan, and the clan treasure had long fallen into the former's hands? This is trouble. The treasure of the clan is left in the corpse of the ancestor. It is an ancient dragon horn, which contains supreme divinity and can help us Black Flood dragons transform into real dragons. If we can't find it and bring it back, how can we Black Flood dragons rise again? Jiao Yan frowned and said. Don't worry. I will use my secret technique to sense the ancestor's corpse. Jiao Feng was also a little uneasy, and used his secret technique to search for the corpse of the Black Dragon ancestor. I saw him slowly forcing out a drop of his own blood, which floated in the air. This is the secret technique of the Black Dragon clan to sense the essence and blood. Any breath of the Black Dragon clan nearby will be sensed by the blood, but there is no response at this moment. Strange, could it be that the news is wrong, and the ancestor's body is not here? Even our clan's secret techniques didn't show any reaction at all. Jiao Feng was shocked and confused. Could it be that the remains of the ancestor were left in the deepest part of the demon tomb? At this time, Jiao Yan suddenly spoke. Very likely. Since we're here now, why don't we go in and take a look? Even if there's no remains of our ancestor inside, at least we can't return empty-handed. Well said. Jiao Yan and the other quickly reached an agreement and turned into two streams of light, rushing towards the depths of the demon's tomb. Zhao Fen followed behind slowly and without attracting the attention of the two, and soon arrived at the depths of the demon's tomb. The black evil spirit is so dense that it is enough to threaten any cultivator below the out-of-body stage. There are huge and endless skeletons nearby, emitting a suffocating and terrifying pressure. Even Jiao Yan and the others became very careful and cautious after arriving here. According to the clan leader's instructions, the secret deepest in the demon tomb is a supreme treasure. This is the news that our Black Dragon ancestor spared no effort to pass back to the clan before he passed away in the tower. If I'm not mistaken, it should be nearby. Let's split up and look for it. Good. Supreme treasure. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zhao Fen narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder the Black Dragon clan sent people here one after another. He stood not far from the two of them, but almost blended in with the surroundings. Although Jiao Yan and Jiao Feng are also in the out-of-body stage, their cultivation level is far inferior to Zhao Fan, and they are unable to detect the latter's existence at all. I found the entrance. Half an hour later, Jiao Feng suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Very good. Jiao Yan's eyes lit up and he rushed over quickly. Zhao Fan also followed slowly. This is a raised earthen slope deep in the demon's tomb, and behind the slope, there is a portal several meters high. This portal was originally very hidden and buried deep underground, but it was revealed when Jiao Feng shook off the soil. It was unknown what material the gate was made of, but it looked extremely heavy and solid. Bang! Jiao Feng stretched out his big hand, with faint demonic power fluctuations emanating from the surface, and tried to push open the door, but was easily bounced back by the mysterious power on the surface. There's something strange. Let's do it together. Seeing this scene, Jiao Feng's eyes brightened, and he called Jiao Yan to work together to break down the door. Good. Jiao Yan nodded and attacked at the same time as Jiao Feng. The powerful demonic power rushed up into the sky and hit the front like a violent storm. Although they were only demon cultivators in the middle stage of the out-of-body state, when they attacked with all their strength, their attack was comparable to a blow from a cultivator in the late stage of the out-of-body state, with such force that it was devastating. Even though this portal was protected by secret power, it still exploded with a loud bang. Behind the gate is a deep and bottomless passage. The two demons showed joy on their faces and were about to rush in. But at this moment, something strange happened. Call out. A cold light shot out from the pitch-black passage and attacked Jiao Yan and the other person with lightning speed. Not good. The two monsters were horrified, but after all, they were powerful warriors in the middle stage of the out-of-body state, so they reacted very quickly. They raised their claws and slapped forward in an attempt to block this fatal blow. Phew! A flash of cold light passed by, directly cutting off their claws, and then the remaining force continued to chop off their heads, killing them with one blow. This sudden change made Zhao Fan's heart tremble and he became alert. Jiao Yan and the other two were both cultivators in the out-of-body stage. Although they were only in the middle stage of the out-of-body stage and not particularly powerful, the demon race has always had amazing physical defense. However, they were still killed in one blow by that cold light. It can be imagined how extraordinary the person who did it was. Zhao Fan stared at the pitch-black bottomless passage, all the muscles in his body contracted, like a fully drawn bowstring, ready to unleash the most powerful blow at any time. This ancient treasure land might very likely be dormant with old demons who have not yet attained enlightenment, otherwise how could it have easily killed the two most powerful men of the Black Dragon clan? Zhao Fan was on high alert, but to his surprise, the one who attacked was not some peerless demon, but a little fox. This is a very beautiful fox, with a snow-white body and well-proportioned limbs. It is very elegant, especially its eyes, which are as bright and clear as gems. The little white fox glanced at the corpse on the ground with obvious disgust, and was about to walk back into the passage with elegant steps. But in the next second, the little white fox paused and all the hair on its body suddenly exploded. At the same time, Zhao Fan stood in front of it. A fox in the late stage of out-of-body experience. That's really interesting. Zhao Fan smiled and looked at the little white fox. The little white fox stared at Zhao Fan intently, sensing a strong sense of danger from this human. Without any hesitation, it raised its claws and slapped towards him. The cold light flashed by, but it was not as effective as before, and was easily blocked by Zhao Fan. Seeing this scene, the little white fox widened its gem-like eyes and showed a surprised expression like a human. Don't be fooled by her pretty and cute appearance, the power of one of her claws is enough to tear open an iron wall several meters thick, but the human who suddenly appears in front of her can easily block her attack. The little white fox realized how powerful Zhao Fan was. Its jade-white claws glowed and it tried its best to grab him again. This time, it was faster and more powerful, like a stream of light. Kong. However, before the little white fox could get close, a clear and powerful sword sound suddenly rang out. Zhao Fan held the flying sword Qixiao and swung it with his hand. The sword energy was bright and hot, like a huge wave in the ocean, overwhelming and destroying everything in its path, and the little white fox was shocked and flew out. Before it could react, Qi Zhao's sword struck at it with lightning speed. Although the little white fox could easily kill Jiao Yan and the other two, it was no match for Zhao Fan. Feeling the chill from the sword's edge, the little white fox felt cold all over and wanted to retreat and escape, but the space around her was like a quagmire, making her limbs become extremely heavy. Just when the little white fox thought she was going to die by the sword, the terrifying sword tip stopped 3 inches in front of her. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the guardian of this treasure." Zhao Fan did not kill him, but asked with a smile. The little white fox looked at him in horror, stunned and silent, obviously frightened. Seeing this, Zhao Fan grabbed the little white fox into his palm through the air. The latter struggled violently but was suppressed on the spot by the powerful spiritual power. "Don't move, or I will really kill you." Zhao Fan signaled her to be quiet, then turned and walked into the passage. The little white fox was so angry that her teeth were itching, but she knew very well that she was no match for the human cultivator in front of her, so she could only give up resistance temporarily. The passage is very deep, at least 1,000 meters long. After a long while, Zhao Fan finally arrived at a spacious underground space. There were rolling palaces here, which looked very magnificent. I didn't expect that there was such an underground space hidden deep in the demon tomb. And judging from the architectural style, it was not built by the predecessors of Shushan. Who left this secret place behind? Zhao Fan was a little surprised and muttered to himself. Hearing his words, the little white fox showed disdain, as if mocking Zhao Fan for being ignorant. "Do you know the origin of this place?" Zhao Fan noticed the little white fox's mood and asked with a smile. The little white fox glared at him, not wanting to answer Zhao Fan's question at all, and simply turned its little head to the other side. Seeing this, Zhao Fan smiled and didn't argue with her. Since the other party didn't want to say, he would check it slowly. After all, what he had the most was time and patience. As a cultivator who has reached the perfect stage of out-of-body experience, Zhao Fan's soul has achieved some success. With just a thought, he can detect the situation within several thousand meters nearby. He noticed that these underground palaces were protected by powerful formations, and even after countless years, terrifying energy fluctuations still remained. Are there treasures left in these palaces? Otherwise, why would there be so many formations for protection? Zhao Fan's eyes were a little hot as he walked towards a palace in front of him. This palace is pure white and crystal clear. It is the largest building in the entire underground space. Moreover, the fluctuations of the formation inside it are relatively fragile compared to other palaces. If Zhao Fan uses force, he should be able to break it. Noticing Zhao Fan's actions, the little white fox became a little nervous. It glared at him angrily and made a clear and pleasant cry at the same time, just like a young girl protesting in dissatisfaction. Zhao Fan ignored the little white fox and went straight to the White Palace. He raised his hand and slashed with a sword. Bang! Qi Zhao's extremely sharp sword was blocked by a solid formation. Sword control technique. Zhao Fan no longer held back and directly used the shushan sword controlling technique. Qi Zhao cut through the void and blasted towards the formation in front of him with overwhelming force. Boom! The powerful impact caused the entire formation to distort, and even cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on the surface, but it still did not break. The power of this formation is even stronger than I imagined. Zhao Fan frowned slightly and prepared to continue drawing his sword. Seeing this scene, the little white fox became very angry. Its snow-white hair exploded again and it began to struggle violently. You reacted so strongly, is this palace your place? Zhao Fan noticed her reaction and asked casually. The little white fox rolled its eyes at him, seeming to agree directly. Even if it's your palace, I have to go in and take a look. As he spoke, Zhao Fan prepared to continue. The little white fox was both angry and helpless. This formation was connected to the palace. If the formation was directly broken, the entire palace would suffer serious damage. Out of desperation, the little white fox could only stretch out its white claws and gesture towards Zhao Fan. Are you saying that you can help me open the formation, but I can't touch anything inside the palace without your consent? Zhao Fan asked tentatively. Hearing this, the little white fox nodded slightly. Can. Although Zhao Fan was confident that he could break the formation, it would take a lot of time and energy. Instead of doing that, it would be better to let the little white fox open the formation on its own initiative. As he finished speaking, Zhao Fen withdrew the spiritual power from his hands, allowing the little white fox to temporarily regain its ability to move. The little white fox glared at Zhao Fen fiercely, wanting to take the opportunity to hit him a couple of times, but when he thought of his own miserable appearance just now, he gave up the idea. She just raised her claws and lightly drew it towards the palace's formation. In an instant, the entire formation disappeared. This scene made Zhao Fen look at the little white fox again. Could it be that this underground space was created by the former? But soon, Zhao Fen shook his head and denied this idea. The little white fox only had the strength of the late out-of-body stage. How could it possibly create such a place? After unlocking the formation, the little white fox walked into the palace first, and Zhao Fen followed closely behind. The palace was more spacious than Zhao Fen had imagined. In the most central area, there was a white and crystal jade coffin, emitting a strong spiritual energy. It was obviously a divine object forged from innate spiritual jade. Such a large piece of innate spiritual jade was actually forged into a jade coffin. Zhao Fen was a little dumbfounded. Innate spirit jade is extremely rare and precious. It can speed up the cultivation of immortal cultivators. A small piece of innate spirit jade the size of a thumb is enough to set off a bloody battle in the outside world. Such a huge piece is even rarer in 10,000 years. The little white fox climbed up the jade coffin with ease, as if it was afraid that Zhao Fen would covet this magical object, and was staring at him with its big eyes. Zhao Fen noticed that in addition to the innate jade coffin, there were also pill bottles scattered on the ground, as well as many residues left by the treasures that had been eaten. Medicine bottles and residues were packed so densely that they almost covered the entire hall. One could imagine how staggering the number was. The original medicinal pills and natural treasures in here were all eaten by you, right? Zhao Fen asked the little white fox. The little white fox was still angry and turned his head to the side, not wanting to pay any attention to him. This jade coffin is nice. Zhao Fen stepped forward and looked at the jade coffin forged from innate spiritual jade. Not only was its surface crystal clear, but it was also engraved with special and complex runes, and it seemed to have a special origin. Seeing this, the little white fox tensed up and glared at Zhao Fen angrily, as if it really didn't want him to get close to the jade coffin. Is the jade coffin important to you? Noticing the little white fox's vigilance, Zhao Fen smiled and asked. The little white fox nodded gently, then intelligently stretched out its claws and wrote a few words. This is my treasure, don't even think about taking it away. Forehead. Zhao Fen felt angry and amused at the same time. This little white fox was really a money grubber. He smiled, like a bad uncle coaxing a young girl, and said in a gentle tone, I won't take it away, but it should be okay to open it and let me see it, right? Unexpectedly, the little white fox quickly shook his head and directly rejected Zhao Fan's request. Seeing that the other party was only willing to take hard measures, Zhao Fen smiled helplessly, took out the flying sword Qi Xiao, and placed it in front of the little white fox with a pop. He smiled and asked again, I'll ask you again, can you open it? Looking at the flying sword Qi Xiao with its cold light, the little white fox showed a look of grief and anger, but could do nothing about it. This was using the sword to bully others. No, it was using the sword to bully the fox. Don't worry, I'll take a look. Even if there are treasures in it, I won't take it away. Zhao Fen comforted her. If you really just want to take a look, then I'll give you a look. After hesitating for a moment, the little white fox finally compromised. Seeing that the little white fox agreed, Zhao Fen didn't hesitate. He pressed one hand on the surface of the jade coffin and slowly pushed it open. The little white fox was a little nervous, as if she was afraid that Zhao Fen would snatch her jade coffin away, and she kept staring at him. Boom. With a loud bang, the heavy jade coffin was opened, but contrary to Zhao Fan's expectation, it was empty. This scene also made the little white fox a little suspicious, and her big gem-like eyes showed a trace of confusion. Since she woke up, she has always regarded the jade coffin as an indispensable treasure and almost never left it. So subconsciously, the little white fox believed that there was something very important to him in the jade coffin. But now, looking at the empty jade coffin, the little white fox felt a sense of loss. It's actually empty. Zhao Fen frowned slightly. This jade coffin was forged from extremely precious innate spiritual jade. Normally, It should contain extremely rare treasures or things, but how could it be empty? Little fox, could it be that you ate the things in this jade coffin? Zhao Fen looked at the little white fox next to him. No, I have never opened the jade coffin since I woke up. The little white fox was very confused, and answered with twisted words written with its white claws. That's strange. Could it be that you were the one lying in the jade coffin before? What is your origin? How come you can't transform into a human form, let alone speak, even though you have reached the out-of-body stage? Zhao Fen was a little curious. The little white fox was very powerful. According to the situation of ordinary monsters, it could transform into a human and speak human language in the nascent soul stage. Hearing this, the little white fox became quiet, as if trying hard to recall something. After a moment, she shook her head and continued writing with her claws, I don't know. I have been staying here since I woke up. I can't remember anything. What a confused little fox. Zhao Fan did not doubt the little white fox's words, but he became more and more curious about the latter's origins. Hearing what Zhao Fan said, the little white fox glared at him, looked angry, and gritted its teeth. Besides this palace, have you ever been to other palaces? What's in there? Zhao Fan continued to ask. No. The little white fox thought about it and wrote in a twisted shape with his claws. Well, let's go check out the other palaces. Since there was nothing discovered here, Zhao Fen wanted to find out the truth about this underground space from other palaces. After hesitating for a moment, the little white fox followed Zhao Fan. Soon, the man and the fox arrived at the nearest palace, which was guarded by a very powerful formation. Zhao Fan's mind moved, and the flying sword Qixiao broke through the air and slashed out. Bang, bang. After slashing out dozens of times with the sword, Zhao Fen used up most of his spiritual power before he broke the formation guarding the palace. Zhao Fen understood why the little white fox had never been to other palaces. It was almost impossible for her to break the formation there. After expending such tremendous effort, Zhao Fen originally thought that there would be some rare treasures inside, or at least some clues about the underground space, but to his disappointment, it was still empty. Zhao Fen was unwilling to give up, and expended great effort to open 5 or 6 palaces in succession. Among them, only 2 palaces contained magical pills and natural treasures, but unfortunately, after countless years of erosion, the magical pills and natural treasures had long lost their divinity and became worthless. After working so hard for most of the day, I came back empty-handed. This underground space may have existed for a longer time than I thought. Zhao Fen muttered to himself that even if the magic pills and natural treasures were left for tens of thousands of years, under normal circumstances, their essence and divinity would not be lost, unless the existence of this underground space had far exceeded that period. Little white fox, do you really have northwest memory of this place at all? Zhao Fen looked at the little white fox next to him again and asked softly. The little white fox grabbed the ground hard, making a squeaking sound. She was trying hard to recall the associated memories about this underground space. However, after thinking for a long time, she just felt that her mind was empty and she had no impression at all. I don't know who I am or why I'm here. Suddenly, the little white fox's eyes lit up and a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Empress. The little white fox stretched out its white claws and suddenly wrote these 2 words on the ground. Empress. Are you saying that this underground space was created by someone called Empress? Zhao Fen asked with his eyes slightly narrowed. At the same time, he searched for the name in his mind. The title of Empress must be a powerful existence that can shock the world of immortal cultivation. Perhaps he has heard of it. But when Zhao Fen thought about it, he had no impression. The Empress might not be a powerful figure in modern times, but a great figure from tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Have no idea. I only remember this title, and nothing else. The little white fox shook his head and expressed himself by writing with his claws. It doesn't matter. I can go to the Sutra library in Shushan to look for relevant information. Maybe there will be gains. Zhao Fen said after some hesitation. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, the little white fox's gem-like eyes lit up. She was very concerned about this matter. After all, after thinking about it, the only clue in her mind was the Empress. It was not only related to the origin of the entire underground space, but also to her own origin. How about it? Do you want to go out with me to look up information? You must be curious about the identity of the Empress, right? After all, your staying here might be her doing. Noticing the little white fox's mood, Zhao Fen invited with a smile. The little white fox did not agree immediately, but looked at Zhao Fen warily. After a moment, it wrote with its claws, "Are you trying to trick me out?" The little white fox did not trust Zhao Fen very much, thinking that the latter was not so kind as to help her find information about the Empress for nothing. "You stupid fox are no match for me. If I want to knock you out, I can just knock you out and take you out. Why would I lie to you?" Zhao Fen sneered and asked back. "Okay, I'll go out with you." The little white fox thought about it and felt that what Zhao Fen said made sense, so he compromised and agreed. "Ding, are you sure you want to sign in at the underground demon palace?" Just as Zhao Fen was about to leave with the little white fox, a system notification sound suddenly came into his mind. "Sign in." Zhao Fen was stunned at first, then he said subconsciously, "Sign in successfully, and be rewarded with the 10,000 swords technique." As the system prompt sounded, a profound and complex martial arts technique appeared out of nowhere in Zhao Fan's mind. "It's actually the 10,000 swords technique." Zhao Fen was a little surprised. The 10,000 swords technique, like the sword controlling technique, was the supreme sword-fighting martial art that had been lost in Shu Mountain for thousands of years. And most importantly, the 10,000 swords technique and the sword controlling technique complement each other. Once fully mastered, his overall combat power can be greatly improved. "What's wrong with you?" The little white fox noticed that Zhao Fen suddenly stopped and wrote some crooked little words with his little paws and asked. "Nothing. Let's go." Zhao Fanqiang suppressed the urge to comprehend the 10,000 swords technique immediately and left the underground space with the little white fox. Soon, the man and the fox returned to the demon locking tower from the depths of the demon tomb. This was the first time the little white fox came outside. It could be seen that she was a little nervous and uneasy, and she didn't trust Zhao Fen very much. "Shall we go look for information now?" The little white fox was a little impatient and hoped that Zhao Fen would take her to find clues about the Empress as soon as possible. Because in her chaotic and fuzzy mind, this is the only name she can associate with it, and perhaps it has an inseparable connection with herself. "Come with me." Zhao Fen smiled, and then brought the little white fox to the Sutra Library in Shushan. The Shushan Sutra Library contains various historical documents about the world of immortal cultivation, and perhaps information about the Empress can be found among them. There were many Shushan disciples in the Sutra repository, but Zhao Fen and the little white fox were both in the out-of-body stage, so ordinary disciples could not detect their arrival at all. The little white fox was a little nervous. He carefully opened the nearest document in front of him and began to read it carefully. Although she is a little white fox, her expression at this moment shows extreme concentration. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fen smiled slightly, and then began to look through other historical documents, trying to find some clues related to the Empress. Time passed, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. The man and the fox read almost all the historical documents in the Sutra repository, but found nothing. "How so?" "I didn't find any clues related to the Empress." Zhao Fen frowned slightly, and the little white fox next to him also showed a look of loss. "You don't have to be disappointed. Shushan has undergone several major changes, and many important historical documents in the Sutra Library are missing to varying degrees. Maybe the Empress really existed, but we just haven't found any relevant records." Zhao Fen thought about it and spoke. "You didn't lie to me." Upon hearing this, the little white fox looked puzzled and asked while writing with his little paws. "Certainly. Don't worry, I will find other ways to help you figure out who the Empress is. But before that, you must stay with me in the demon locking tower and not run around on Mount Shu." Zhao Fen pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. The little white fox nodded slightly, which was considered as his agreement. After returning to the demon locking tower, Zhao Fen used his sword to carve out a small stone house as the little white fox's new home. Looking at the simple stone house, the little white fox showed a look of disdain. It could not compare with the luxurious empty palace in the underground space at all. But when he saw that the house where Zhao Fan lived was not much different from his own, he could only reluctantly accept it. After simply settling the little white fox down, Zhao Fan began to comprehend and practice the 10,000 swords technique. The more powerful the martial arts, the more difficult it is to comprehend. But because he had previous experience in shushan swordsmanship, this was not too difficult for Zhao Fan. Wan Jian Ju and sword controlling technique also have 9 levels of realm, and each level is more difficult than the previous level. There is no time to practice, and more than a month passed quickly. Zhao Fan has initially mastered the first level of Wan Jian Ju, and his overall strength has been significantly improved. On this day, the door of the demon locking tower suddenly opened, and the contemporary leader Zhao Qing came here. "Brother." Zhao Qing greeted cordially. "Why are you here?" Zhao Fan asked with a smile on his face. In the past 20 years, Zhao Qing has actively promoted the reform of shushan, and has a lot of daily affairs. The last time he came to the demon locking tower to visit him was 7 or 8 years ago. "Call out." Before Zhao Qing could continue to speak, a cold light suddenly struck the former. The little white fox appeared out of nowhere and thought the stranger Zhao Qing was an intruder, so it slapped him with its paw. "Little fox, stop it." Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows and golden sword energy flew out of his hand. This was the unique sword energy produced after practicing the 10,000 swords technique, and it contained extremely strong power. Bang! Before the little white fox could rush to Zhao Qing, it was knocked back by the golden sword energy. Fortunately, Zhao Fan held back in time and did not hurt her. Zhao Fan's control over strength had almost reached its limit. The little white fox retreated several meters before it came back to its senses, shaking its head, not understanding why the former was stopping it. "This is my brother, not an enemy," Zhao Fan explained softly. The little white fox glared at Zhao Fan angrily, then returned to the stone house angrily. "Brother, when did you raise a little fox?" Zhao Qing was a little confused and realized that this little white fox was extraordinary. "I found it in the tower a few days ago. I thought it looked a little pitiful, so I just left it here." Zhao Fan smiled and explained casually. "The creature inside the tower?" Zhao Qing's face changed slightly. This meant that the little white fox just now was very likely a demon. Wouldn't it be very dangerous? "Don't worry, the little fox is in no danger." Noticing his expression, Zhao Fan waved his hand. Hearing this, Zhao Qing finally relaxed a little. "By the way, you, the leader of shushan, are busy with all kinds of affairs, so why did you come to me?" Zhao Fan asked with a smile. "Of course I'm here to visit Big Brother. At the same time, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with." After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qing said with an embarrassed look on his face. Without waiting for Zhao Fan to speak, Zhao Qing continued, "Brother, you know that I have actively promoted reforms over the years, and finally shushan has achieved significant development and improvement, but now it is facing a very troublesome problem. Let's be frank, brothers. What kind of trouble have you encountered?" Zhao Fan knew his brother Zhao Cheng's temper. Unless he encountered real troubles that were difficult to solve, he would not go to the door in person to ask for help. In the eastern wasteland, a very powerful demon appeared, claiming to be the White Tiger Demon Saint. He is very powerful and has united all the 100,000 demon beasts in the wasteland. And according to reliable information, the White Tiger Demon Saint intends to lead the demon army to attack Shushan. In the past few days, he has sent many demon cultivators to repeatedly cause chaos in our Shushan territory. Thousands of people have been killed in the Shushan area. Although I sent several waves of disciples and strong men to fight, the White Tiger Demon Saint's subordinates are very powerful, and many disciples and elders have been killed or injured. At this point, Zhao Cheng's face was serious, and he asked in a deep voice, "So I came here this time to ask you to personally kill the White Tiger Demon Saint and give the civilians of our Shushan area a peaceful life." White Tiger Demon Saint. Zhao Fan raised his eyebrows and asked, "How strong is that demon?" "It should be at a level above the out-of-body state. It is said that a trace of the blood of an ancient mythical beast flows in its body. Its combat power is extremely strong. Before, even Elder Wu Hai, who was in the out-of-body stage, went to the eastern wasteland in person, but was severely injured by that demon and nearly died," Zhao Qing said in a serious voice. If he had no other choice, he would not have come to seek help from his eldest brother. I understand. You want me to get rid of that white tiger demon saint, right? Zhao Fen asked calmly. Please help me, big brother. Zhao Qing took a deep breath, bowed to Zhao Fan, and asked again. You and I don't have to be like this between brothers. A mere demon who dares to target Shushan must be killed. Zhao Fen thought for a while and continued, you go back first. I will personally kill the white tiger demon saint. In the Shushan hall, Zhao Cheng, who had just returned from the demon locking tower, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders and revealed a long-lost smile. If Big Brother is willing to take action, then I believe the problem of the northeastern wilderness will be solved soon. Inside the hall, the elders were still talking and arguing. They were discussing how to resolve the problem of the White Tiger Demon Saint and the Wasteland Demon Clan. Some elders were militant and believed that they must strongly counterattack against the White Tiger Demon Saint's provocation, and advocated calling on the disciples to prepare for war. Other elders believed that the matter must be considered in the long run, and if possible, they could talk to the White Tiger Demon Saint. For a moment, the husband thought he was right and the wife thought she was right, making the entire Shushan hall chaotic and noisy, as if it were a chaotic vegetable market. The most crucial thing is that the White Tiger Demon Saint is too powerful. Even Elder Wu Hai, who was in the out-of-body stage before, took action personally, but not only failed to kill the former, but was also seriously injured and almost died. If we are not absolutely sure of capturing the White Tiger Demon Saint, once he leads a horde of 100,000 demon beasts to attack Shushan, it will cause immeasurable consequences. Before, Zhao Qing was also very worried about this matter and even couldn't sleep for several days and nights. But when his elder brother agreed to help, he relaxed all over, strode into the hall with his head held high, with a smile on his face. This scene made the Shushan elders look at each other in bewilderment and they instantly became quiet. Master, why are you laughing? Is there a way to deal with the White Tiger Demon Saint and the Eastern Wasteland? Whether to fight or make peace, you should make up your mind. At this time, Zhenwu Elder Lin Mu asked in a deep voice. He is the Zhenwu Elder, mainly responsible for the defense of Shushan, so he is particularly concerned about the affairs of the Eastern Wasteland. Whether to fight or make peace with the White Tiger Demon Saint, we must make up our mind early, otherwise continuing to argue like this will only be a waste of time. As Elder Zhenwu finished speaking, the other elders nodded secretly. For a moment, everyone looked at sect leader Zhao Cheng, quietly waiting for his decision. Elders, there is no need to argue. There is no need for you to worry about the problem of the White Tiger Demon Saint and the Northeastern Wasteland. I have asked a great cultivator to kill the White Tiger Demon Saint. Once he dies, the Wasteland Demon Clan will surely be defeated and will no longer pose a threat to our Shushan. Zhao Qing smiled and said in a good mood. What, is this true? Master, you didn't ask that mysterious sword master to help you, did you? Zhenwu Elder Lin Mu was startled at first, then became excited and asked hurriedly. Upon hearing this, the other elders looked at sect leader Zhao Qing with anticipation. Yes, it is that senior. Under the attention of everyone, Zhao Qing smiled and nodded. Wow. After receiving Zhao Cheng's personal confirmation, the elders in the hall all looked surprised and couldn't help but burst into laughter. If that mysterious sword master took action, the mere White Tiger Demon Saint would not be a problem. At that time, the 6 major sword sects each sent 6 out-of-body cultivators to attack Shushan, but in front of that sword master, they could not withstand more than 2 swords. In the impression of the Shushan elders, the senior swordsman was an unrivaled strongman who lived in seclusion in Shushan. There was nothing he could not accomplish as long as he took action. My fellow elders, just wait patiently for the good news of the White Tiger Demon Saint's demise. Without the White Tiger Demon Saint causing trouble, the demons in the Eastern Wasteland are nothing to worry about. Inside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fen gently wiped the sword of Qi Xiao. The originally bright red sword edge became even more dazzling and attractive after he wiped it. Not far away, the little white fox walked over with graceful steps, staring at Zhao Fen with big eyes as bright as gemstones, and then wrote on the ground with its little paws, "Are you going out?" Although she had hidden in the stone house just now, she clearly heard the conversation between Zhao Fan and his brother Zhao Cheng. She was a little curious and yearning, and wanted to go out with Zhao Fan to take a look. After all, she had never left here since she woke up in the underground space. Well, go out and kill the monster. Zhao Fan nodded, noticing the brightness in her eyes, and asked with a smile, do you want to go with me? The little white fox nodded immediately and seemed somewhat happy. I can take you there. But you have to be obedient. Zhao Fan smiled and reminded. Upon hearing this, the little white fox, although somewhat reluctant, still let out a soft cry, as if to imply its tacit agreement. The eastern wasteland is still far away from Shushan, and the weather along the way is hot. Looking around, the land for thousands of miles is dry and cracked. Zhao Fan flew on the sword, his whole body filled with spiritual power, blocking the knife-like strong wind. The little white fox lay obediently on his shoulder, looking around at the scenery along the way with its big, gem-like eyes. This was the first time she left the demon locking tower since she woke up, and it was also the first time she saw the outside world. Her eyes were full of curiosity. Noticing the little white fox's emotions, Zhao Fan also felt emotional. Isn't this the first time he has left Shushan since he traveled to this world? Although the scenery along the way was not very good, the man and the fox both maintained a curious and appreciative look, so they were in a quite peaceful mood. Although a cultivator who has reached the perfect stage of out-of-body cultivation is extremely fast, it still took Zhao Fan a whole day to reach the eastern wasteland. Although the name says it is a wasteland, after arriving here, I found that it is a grassland full of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Looking ahead, the sky and the horizon in the distance are intertwined. Zhao Fan's soul was powerful, and he quickly discovered several little demons with the help of his divine sense. He learned from them that the White Tiger Demon Saint was currently building a demon platform on the Demon God Mountain, and that an army of nearly 100,000 demons were all gathered at the foot of the Demon God Mountain. Faced with the terrifying pressure from Zhao Fan, the little demons did not dare to hide anything and helped him point out the direction to the Demon God Mountain. Demon God Mountain is a sacred mountain for all the demons in the wilderness. According to rumors, it was once a holy place where the demon god who commanded all the demons in the world lived. This is the place that the wasteland demons fear the most, so unless there is something important happening on a normal day, even the bloodthirsty and violent demons dare not approach easily. However, the White Tiger Demon Saint built a demon platform on the Demon God Mountain and gathered the wasteland demons at the foot of the mountain. It was obvious that he had great ambitions. Zhao Fan flew on his sword at such a fast speed that he soon saw in front of him a majestic mountain standing between heaven and earth. This mountain is out of reach, its peak is submerged in layers of clouds and mist, and it still exudes a hint of ancient and primitive atmosphere. This is the Demon God Mountain. Zhao Fan noticed that at the foot of the mountain there was a crowd of demons as dense as a tide, and at first glance there seemed to be at least 100,000 of them. This White Tiger Demon Saint really wanted to invade Shushan. If he hadn't arrived here today, these 100,000 demons alone would have been enough to devastate all the people in Shushan. You are just a demon tribe, but you want to stir up such a disaster. It seems that you can't be spared. Zhao Fan's eyes were cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his heart. On the Demon God Mountain, there stood a sacrificial altar several tens of meters high. This altar is extremely evil, covered with densely packed skulls, both human and demon skulls. It looks eerie and scary. On the altar, there was a tall and sturdy man with a ferocious face and a strong aura. He is the White Tiger Demon Saint. Originally he was just a mixed-haired tiger in the wilderness, but he accidentally awakened a trace of white tiger blood in his body and rose to become a demon cultivator who dominated the wilderness. The Great Demon God. I will lead my army to attack Shushan soon. Please grant me your supreme power and help me. The White Tiger Demon Saint half knelt on the ground, praying devoutly. As his words fell, evil spirits from all directions gathered above the altar and transformed into wisps of cold and evil power that continuously rushed into the body of the White Tiger Demon Saint, making his already powerful aura even more unfathomable. You actually use the method of sacrificing lives to practice and gain strength. The beast is still a beast. He still wants to attack Shushan. He is simply courting death. At this moment, a golden sword energy came from a distance of 10,000 meters, like a meteor falling to the ground, carrying the force of thunder, and slashed towards the White Tiger Demon Saint. This sword was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Even the clouds on the top of the mountain were mostly dispersed. Who is it? How dare you sneak attack me? The white tiger demon saint roared angrily and reacted very quickly. His hands turned into tiger claws and he slapped the oncoming golden sword energy with endless demonic power. The claws were powerful and sharp, forming a tiger shadow like a giant peak, carrying a force of tens of millions of pounds, and blasting forward, trying to block this most powerful sword. Bang! But the next second, with a deafening explosion, the tiger shadow exploded. The golden sword energy continued to surge towards the white tiger demon saint, who quickly blocked it with his iron-hard tiger claws. The bodies of the demon practitioners are extremely strong, and the white tiger demon saint is the best among them. His pair of tiger claws are comparable to powerful magical weapons. But contrary to the white tiger demon saint's expectations, his tiger claws shook violently and bled, and his whole body flew out from the altar as if out of control. After retreating a full 1,000 meters, the white tiger demon saint finally managed to steady his body with great difficulty. At this time, the white tiger demon saint finally saw the enemy in front of him clearly. This was a young man with flying black hair, handsome features, and a cold look between his eyebrows. He stood there with a very deep temperament, like a black hole in the abyss, making it difficult for people to see the depth. He was none other than Zhao Fan, who had rushed here with the little white fox. "Who are you?" The white tiger demon saint felt severe pain in both of his claws, and was both shocked and angry. Could this man in front of him be a cultivator of the human race's old monster level? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? However, when he tried hard to recall, he had no impression of this person at all. A dying person doesn't need to know too much, Zhao Fan said coldly, and prepared to continue to draw his sword. But at this moment, the little white fox on his shoulder patted Zhao Fan with its little paws, seeming to be very interested in the white tiger demon saint. Seeing this, Zhao Fan stopped what he was doing, looked at the little white fox and asked, "What's wrong?" "There is something inside its body, and it gives off a very strong aroma." The little white fox sniffed hard, stared at the white tiger demon saint, and wrote a few words with his claws. Zhao Fan noticed that the little white fox looked at the white tiger demon saint with a somewhat hot look in his eyes. It felt like he was looking at fresh and hot food, and he was drooling. "Leave him to me." The little white fox couldn't help himself, so he wrote with his paws and asked actively. "Okay, be careful." After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Fan nodded. "Arrogant. You are looking for death." Seeing that the man and the fox treated him as air, the white tiger demon saint roared in anger. With a roar, the white tiger demon saint's body suddenly grew in size, transforming into a 3-meter-tall half-human, half-tiger form, and his violent and powerful aura soared into the sky. Kill! The white tiger demon saint crushed the earth and shot out like a cannonball, charging towards Zhao Fan and the little white fox. The little white fox's eyes showed excitement, and its delicate body turned into an afterimage and also shot out. Under Zhao Fan's gaze, a fox and a tiger collided head-on, causing a terrible wave of air. The battles of the demon race are more direct and simpler than the battles of human cultivators. What is often competed is strength and speed, without much skill involved. The little white fox and the white tiger demon saint are both in the late stage of out-of-body state. However, although the white tiger demon saint is tall and powerful, his pair of tiger claws are as hard as divine iron, and they can break mountains with just a casual strike. However, the little white fox was small, nimble, and flexible, and could easily avoid the attacks of the white tiger demon saint. Its pair of small claws were extremely sharp, and within a few encounters, it left terrible scars on the former. The white tiger demon saint roared angrily. He couldn't hurt the little white fox, but was left with several cuts on his body by the other party. A fox and a tiger fought fiercely. The little white fox, with its advantage in speed, suppressed the white tiger demon saint in one fell swoop. The little fox is quite smart. Relying on the speed of body movement, we will suppress this big stupid tiger. Zhao Fan smiled. It seemed that he would not need to take any action himself. Roar! Seeing that the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable, the white tiger demon saint roared, and blood and energy were visibly surging on the surface of his body, causing his originally powerful aura to surge again in an instant. This is the blood power of the ancient mythical beast being stimulated, making the white tiger demon saint suddenly stronger. Kill! The white tiger demon saint's eyes were cold. He turned into a residual shadow and avoided the attack of the little white fox. In an instant, he appeared behind the opponent. His huge tiger claws twisted the void and slapped out with an overwhelming force. The attack was as fast as lightning, extremely sharp and deadly. The little white fox was a little panicked. He didn't expect that the white tiger demon saint had such a method. He subconsciously raised his little paws to defend himself. Bang! But in the next second, the little white fox felt severe pain all over and was slapped away. The white tiger demon saint was filled with murderous intent and was about to catch up with the little white fox and kill it completely. Kong! At this time, the flying sword Chi Xiao appeared out of nowhere and blocked the white tiger demon saint. Seeing that the little white fox was in danger, Zhao Fen took action in time. The white tiger demon saint was horrified and felt the bone-chilling cold. He tried his best to mobilize the blood and energy in his body, raising his pair of tiger claws and striking out. 10,000 Swords Technique. Seeing this, Zhao Fen sneered, and his flying sword Chi Xiao burst out with a dazzling sword light, cutting off the claws of the white tiger demon saint with ease, and then slashed towards his forehead with the remaining force. No! The white tiger demon saint screamed in unwillingness, but was still beheaded on the spot by this fatal sword. The white tiger demon saint, who possessed a trace of the blood of an ancient mythical beast, died under Zhao Fan's sword. The little white fox looked at Zhao Fan with a complicated look, but soon she was attracted by the body of the white tiger demon saint. She quickly rushed forward and opened her little mouth to suck. Strands of crystal red blood essence flowed from the body of the white tiger demon saint into the mouth of the little white fox. This is exactly the bloodline of the ancient beast in the white tiger demon saint's body. Not until the blood of the ancient mythical beast in the white tiger demon saint's body was completely absorbed did the little white fox burp as if it was still unsatisfied. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fen was a little surprised. It turned out that what aroused the little white fox's interest was the blood power in the body of the white tiger demon saint. You really are a strange little fox. It can actually devour the extraordinary blood power in other monsters' bodies. Zhao Fen looked at the little white fox and joked. In his heart, he became somewhat confused and curious about the origin of the little white fox. If the former is just an ordinary demon, it cannot devour the blood power of other demons. The little white fox raised its head and waved its little paws at Zhao Fan, as if to express its protest. Seeing this, Zhao Fan smiled and didn't argue with her. At the foot of the Demon God Mountain, an army of 100,000 demons gathered here, including many powerful demon practitioners. Just now, there was a terrible wave coming from the top of the mountain. Could it be that the demon saint has successfully communicated with the great demon god? If we have the support of the supreme demon god, perhaps we can really make our wasteland demon clan rise again under the leadership of the demon saint. Some demon cultivators stared at the top of the demon god mountain, mistakenly believing that the previous battle fluctuations were the result of the successful sacrifice of the white tiger demon saint, which awakened the legendary demon god. Boom. But in the next second, a huge tiger head fell from the sky, emitting a strong evil aura, and fell straight to the ground. This is the head of the white tiger demon saint. When the monsters saw the tiger's head clearly, their hair stood on end and they looked terrified. Don't care about these monsters. In midair, the little white fox stood on Zhao Fan's shoulder, gesturing with its little paws and asked. Once the white tiger demon saint dies, these demon beasts will be powerless. Let's go back. Glancing at the chaotic demon tribe below, Zhao Fan smiled faintly, then rode the wind and flew his sword, quickly disappearing into the distant sky with the little white fox. Soon, Zhao Fan brought the little white fox back to the demon locking tower. The little white fox absorbed the blood power from the white tiger demon saint, and its cultivation level seemed to have improved. It waved its little paws at Zhao Fan and ran back to its stone house. Do you want to start signing in? At this moment, a familiar prompt sound from the system came into my mind. Sign in. Zhao Fan answered habitually. Sign in successfully, reward, Xuanin Gushan pill. As the system finished speaking, a pill appeared out of thin air in Zhao Fan's hand. This pill is crystal clear, as if carved from jade, and it exudes an incomparable fragrance. Xian Gushan Dan. Zhao Fan stared at the pill in his hand, a hint of joy appearing between his brows. This Schwanning pill is a super-grade elixir and its value is very high. Especially for cultivators who have completed the out-of-body stage, it is extremely precious and can increase the probability of breaking through to the distraction stage. Originally, according to Zhao Fan's estimation, it would take him several years or even longer to break through to the spirit-severing stage, even with the help of the system. But now with the Schwanning pill, this time can be greatly shortened. Zhao Fan swallowed the Schwanning pill without any hesitation. He was already a cultivator who had reached the perfect stage of out-of-body cultivation. He had accumulated a lot of experience and was not unprepared. As the pill entered his mouth, wisps of powerful medicinal power began to spread from his abdomen toward Zhao Fan's limbs and bones. The spiritual power in Zhao Fan's body was originally like a full reservoir, which had reached its limit. But now, with the help of this medicinal power, the spiritual power that had been stagnant was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, it was not just the spiritual power that increased, Zhao Fan's soul was also transforming and sublimating. His soul, which was entrenched in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, became even more crystal clear and brilliant, emitting powerful and majestic spiritual fluctuations. Zhao Fan had a solemn appearance, sitting cross-legged in the air, his skin emitting a faint golden glow, and he looked like an extraordinary and sacred deity. Boom. His aura rose higher and higher, and finally broke through the bottleneck of the out-of-body stage and entered a higher level. A powerful aura emanated from Zhao Fan's body, covering the entire demon-locking tower. The little white fox was startled by the huge noise. As soon as its little head popped out of the stone house, it saw Zhao Fan sitting cross-legged in the air. The latter's body seemed to be burning with clusters of divine flames. He looked not only transcendent and powerful, but also full of ethereal and invisible temperament. The little white fox widened its jewel-like eyes, revealing a rare look of surprise. She never expected that Zhao Fan, a human cultivator, had just returned from the eastern wilderness and had broken through his original realm. Abnormal. The little white fox wrote 2 words with its claws and then went into the stone house without looking back. From the out-of-body stage to the spirit separation stage, it is not just an improvement in realm. The most important thing is, for the cultivator, it will be a transformation and sublimation from the inside out. Whether it was spiritual power, soul, or even physical strength, Zhao Fan could clearly feel that the balance in all aspects had become stronger. I don't know how much time had passed, but Zhao Fan's aura, which was like a raging storm, finally slowly subsided. At this time, he finally opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. The breakthrough was successful. His eyes were calm and deep, like 2 bottomless black holes. If an ordinary cultivator saw this scene, his mind would be unconsciously trapped in it and it would be difficult for him to wake up. This is the terrifying power of a cultivator in the spirit-severing stage. As his primordial spirit transforms and sublimates, his mental energy can affect external objects with every move. This is the spirit-severing stage. My spiritual power is at least several times stronger than that of the out-of-body stage. The spiritual power in my body has skyrocketed, and it is endless. Even after going through several battles, it is difficult to be exhausted in the first place. Feeling the tremendous changes in his soul and spiritual power, Zhao Fan smiled. With my current cultivation level, if I use the sword controlling technique, in a moment of thought, the flying sword can travel over a dozen miles, and killing people from a distance is no problem. As if to verify what he said, Zhao Fan's mind moved, and the flying sword Qixiao made a clear and loud sound, and then rushed into the sky, turning into a flash of lightning, and directly cut off the dark clouds not far away with one sword. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fan nodded in satisfaction. This was just the result of a casual sword strike. If he put all his strength into it, not to mention the clouds, even a mountain could be cut in half easily. With the breakthrough to the spirit-severing stage, the powerful advantages of sword practitioners will be revealed little by little. In the following days, Zhao Fan did not leave the demon-locking tower again. He broke through to the spirit-severing stage, but it would take some time to consolidate his realm. On this day, Jang Chen came to deliver food. This is the 5th day since Zhao Fan returned from the eastern wilderness. Across the gate of the demon-locking tower, Jang Chen said to Zhao Fan, "Brother, let me tell you, there was a riot in the eastern wasteland a few days ago." Zhao Fan ate the food, and although he knew the truth, he still asked calmly, "What happened there?" It is said that a few days ago, the eastern wasteland was unified by a powerful demon cultivator named White Tiger Demon Saint, who threatened to attack our shushan. But less than a month later, the arrogant demon was killed on Demon God Mountain. The newly unified wasteland demons were torn apart, and many demon cultivators who had been causing chaos in our shushan territory were now scared and retreated. Zhao Fan heard this, smiled and asked, "Isn't this great? The sect master must be very happy, right?" "Yes, the master and the elders are very happy. Originally, everyone in Shushan was on high alert and ready for a decisive battle with those monsters, but we didn't expect it to turn out like this. Fortunately, this is the case, otherwise I don't know how many more disciples would have been killed or injured." Jang Chen giggled and said easily, "You are right. Once the war starts, many people will die. It's good like this now." Zhao Fan nodded slightly. Hearing the news, he felt relieved. At least his trip was not in vain. Then Jang Chen told Zhao Fan a lot of interesting things about Shushan, and finally she went back with an empty lunch box. In the following days, Zhao Fan stayed in the demon locking tower and continued his practice. Ever since the little white fox devoured the blood power in the body of the White Tiger Demon Saint last time, it has been staying in the stone house next to it and has not come out. Zhao Fan noticed that the little white fox's cultivation level seemed to have reached a bottleneck and it was trying its best to break through its original level. So Zhao Fan didn't bother the little white fox. Boom. On this day, Zhao Fan, who was practicing, was suddenly awakened by a deafening thunder. "This is..." Zhao Fan looked up and saw that the originally clear sky was now covered with thick leaden clouds, and deep in the dark clouds, there were lightning bolts as thick as pythons moving around. "Is it going to rain again?" Zhao Fan was a little surprised. The climate in Shushan was very dry. Only 30 years ago, there was a special heavy rain. Since that heavy rain, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to become rich. Now, it looks like it's going to rain again. Zhao Fan is now a cultivator in the stage of distraction. His spiritual insight is so powerful that he can keenly perceive that there are special fluctuations of spiritual energy in the depths of the countless clouds. He frowned slightly, and with a thought, the flying sword Qixiao shot up and rushed into the thick dark clouds. He separated a trace of his soul and attached it to the flying sword, allowing him to see the scene in the sky with incredible clarity. This was a unique method used by cultivators in the spirit-severing stage. The dark clouds in the sky were very large, not only covering the entire Shu mountain, but even covering the surrounding territory of thousands of miles. Most importantly, Zhao Fan felt a very surging and majestic fluctuation of spiritual energy from the deepest part of the clouds. What on earth is going on? In the deepest part of the clouds, there is a very vast spiritual energy hidden. Zhao Fan decided to find out what was going on. He urged his flying sword Qixiao to penetrate deep into the clouds. The air here is thin and filled with terrible thunder and lightning. Fortunately, the flying sword's sword-controlling skills are amazing. He nimbly avoids all the entanglements of thunder and lightning, and finally breaks through layers of obstacles and reaches the top of the dark clouds. The spirit attached to the flying sword transmitted back the scene clearly. 10,000 meters above the sky, pitch-black bottomless cracks were emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. These space cracks are distributed in no regular pattern and almost cover the entire void outside the sky. They are so densely packed that they seem countless at a glance. And at this moment, it seemed to be pulled by some terrible mysterious force and slowly sinking towards the ground. Even though the sinking speed was very slow, the amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth that spewed out reached an astonishing level. Zhao Fan was very surprised. He did not expect that there would be such a unique scene 10,000 meters above the sky. What on earth is going on with this space crack? Which area is it connected to that can spew out such a huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth? Such an endless supply of spiritual energy from heaven and earth is even enough to change the cultivation environment of the entire territory. Zhao Fan's face was serious. These space cracks were big and small, but they were bottomless. They were like the gaping mouth of a prehistoric beast, emitting a terrifying aura that made people tremble with fear. Even though Zhao Fan is now a cultivator in the spirit-severing stage, he still feels his own insignificance and weakness when looking at the dense space cracks in the distance. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and tried to urge the flying sword to move closer, but just after moving forward about 10 feet, Qi Zhao's sword began to tremble violently, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure coming from the space crack. If you force your way close, even a top-grade flying sword may disintegrate at any time. Zhao Fen quickly withdrew his hand, otherwise not only would the flying sword be destroyed, but even his own soul would suffer unimaginable damage. As the space crack slowly descended, more and more dark clouds gathered below, and continuous thunder was heard. Zhao Fen noticed that the huge spiritual energy of heaven and earth coming from the space cracks was also mixed in the clouds and sinking rapidly at this time. If this continues, in a short while, this extremely huge amount of spiritual energy will fall to the earth along with the rain. What a pity. My real body cannot reach such a high altitude, otherwise there should be a way to find out more truth. Zhao Fen felt a little regretful. The void outside the sky was filled with howling strong winds and all kinds of strange energies were intertwined. Even a cultivator in the spirit-severing stage could not reach this level with his true body. It seems that if you want to find out the truth, you have to wait until your cultivation level becomes stronger in the future before you can gain further understanding. However, such a special astronomical phenomenon should be recorded in the Shushan Sutra library. I'd better go find some information first. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Fen retracted his flying sword, and his spirit quickly returned to his original body. Zhao Fen suddenly disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he had already arrived at the Shushan Sutra library. Last time, I brought the little white fox here to look for clues about the empress, but found nothing. But this is the place where Shushan preserves important historical documents after all, so there should be many ancient books recording special astronomical phenomena. Zhao Fan's soul was so powerful that he could see through many ancient books in the sutra library in a split second. Soon, half an hour later, Zhao Fan finally found a clue while checking all the ancient books. Spiritual tide. Zhao Fan found a vague record in a miscellaneous book. As mentioned above, the spiritual energy of the universe is like the tide that repeats itself over and over again, ebbing at sunrise and rising at sunset. No wonder in recent years, since the last heavy rain, I vaguely felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has become more dense. It seems to be very similar to what is described in this book. And today we are going to have a second heavy rain filled with spiritual energy. Could this be a more obvious sign of the spiritual energy revival? That is very likely the case. Zhao Fen raised his eyebrows slightly and made a bold guess. Tens of thousands of years ago, powerful immortal cultivators emerged one after another, and even land immortals were born. That era was brilliant and glorious, and perhaps it was the period when spiritual energy was at its peak. In the past 10,000 years, the laws of heaven and earth have been incomplete, and immortal cultivators above the out-of-body stage are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This may be because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been exhausted, and the entire environment for immortal cultivation is no longer what it used to be. Zhao Fen narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself in a deep voice. If his guess is true, then a chaotic era may be coming, and the originally declining world of immortal cultivation will regain its glorious days of tens of thousands of years. After Zhao Fen returned from the sutra library, there was continuous thunder and a heavy rain poured down. Sure enough, the spiritual energy in this rain is vast and majestic, just like an amazing spiritual rain. It's dozens of times more concentrated than the spiritual energy brought by that rain. Looking at the heavy rain, Zhao Fan's heart sank. He believed that after today's spiritual rain, the entire environment of the world would become better. By then, the immortal cultivators from all directions would not only have a higher upper limit, but their cultivation speed would also become faster. Even some old monsters that have been stuck in bottlenecks for many years can successfully break through. This spiritual rain was so powerful that it lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, bringing with it a vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. For ordinary cultivators, it is difficult for them to perceive such changes in the world, but for some old guys who have been stuck in the bottleneck period for many years, it is very obvious. One after another, powerful immortal cultivators, with the help of this spiritual rain, broke through their original realms and reached heights that were previously unattainable. Even Zhao Fan, who had just broken through to the early stage of the spirit-severing realm, gained considerable benefits. Under normal circumstances, it would take him several months to completely consolidate his cultivation realm, but with the help of this spiritual rain, he completed it in just 3 days. This shows how great the sudden change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is. The spiritual rain this time has a wider range. It seems that the speed of spiritual energy recovery is getting faster and faster. If we continue like this, in less than 100 years, we will be able to recreate the glorious era of immortal cultivation tens of thousands of years ago. It's really exciting and exciting. On a mountain thousands of feet high, an old man in sackcloth clothes looked up at the distant sky and laughed heartily. His voice was like thunder, shaking the heaven and the earth. The second spiritual rain has appeared, and the world is about to change again. The day for us to be born is finally coming. I have been dormant for thousands and tens of thousands of years, just waiting for that day, to achieve immortality. Under the black mountain in the burial ground, an old monster lurking in the wilderness let out an excited growl. After countless years of forbearance and dormancy, I am finally about to make it through. When I am reborn, it will be the day when the demon race will rule the world. From the terrifying demon realm, there was the faint whispering of the supreme demon. As this spiritual rain fell, the entire world of immortal cultivation became restless. Although it seemed quite calm on the surface, undercurrents began to surge. Boom. Inside the demon locking tower, in the stone house where the little white fox was, an astonishing wave of demonic power suddenly came from. The little fox has made a breakthrough. Zhao Fen seemed to have noticed that ever since the little white fox devoured the blood of the white tiger demon saint last time, it has been hiding in the stone house to practice. It was expected that it would gain a huge amount of spiritual energy brought by the spiritual rain and break through its original realm. After a moment, the fluctuations of demonic power slowly disappeared, and the cute figure of the little white fox appeared in Zhao Fan's sight. She held her head high and walked with graceful steps, in a very good mood. Congratulations, you've reached a new level. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fan congratulated her with a smile. Hearing this, the little white fox raised his chin proudly and suddenly made a clear and pleasant sound, saying, "Humph, this fox fairy has unparalleled talent. It won't take long for me to catch up with you." Hearing the little white fox's sweet and clear voice, Zhao Fan was startled at first, and then asked in surprise, "You can speak?" "Foolish human, I just refined the demon bone, of course I can talk." As he spoke, the little white fox glanced at Zhao Fan with disdain. After breaking through the original realm, the fox became a little inflated. "It's good to be able to speak, so you don't have to write those ugly crooked words all day long." Zhao Fan smiled and joked. "What did you say?" The little white fox glared at Zhao Fan and said angrily. "How dare this human being say that his handwriting is ugly? Just telling the truth." Hearing this, the little white fox became very angry and turned away like a huffy little girl. If she could beat Zhao Fan, she would have taught him a lesson. Knowing that the little white fox would not run far, Zhao Fan did not stop her and returned to his stone house to start practicing. After realizing the revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he became more demanding of his own practice. Because Zhao Fan knew very well that as long as the recovery of spiritual energy continued to intensify, more powerful immortal cultivators would continue to be born. If you slack off, you will be surpassed by others sooner or later. In the following days, Zhao Fan ignored the changes in the outside world and only had the little white fox by his side. Ever since the little white fox was able to speak, it has become more and more arrogant, like a girl who never grows up. In addition to staying in the stone house, it occasionally returns to the underground space deep in the demon's tomb. Her mind was in a mess as she tried to remember where she came from. Zhao Fan was busy with his cultivation and didn't pay much attention to her. As long as the little white fox didn't go out to cause trouble, he would just let her be. Spring goes and autumn comes, year after year. Soon, 50 years passed. For mortals, 50 years is almost a lifetime, but for immortal cultivators who pursue immortality, it is just a very short period of time. Over the years, Zhao Fan has not left the demon locking tower. He has quietly signed in using the system, while also studying and practicing sword controlling techniques and the 10,000 swords technique. His overall strength has been significantly improved. His cultivation level also broke through from the early stage of the spirit severing to the middle stage of the spirit severing. Even though it is only an improvement in a small realm, it is still very fast even in an environment where spiritual energy is reviving. Otherwise, normally, if you want to advance one small realm during the spirit severing stage, it will take 500 to 600 years, or even longer. Cultivating immortals goes against the will of heaven, and as the realm becomes higher and higher, the difficulty also increases. This year marks the 80th year that Jang Chen has become the leader of Shushan. It is also the 88th year since Zhao Fen came to the demon locking tower. The world of immortal cultivation is very turbulent nowadays. The incident in which Zhao Fen killed 6 powerful sword sect masters who were in the out-of-body stage in Shushan was a history of 70 years ago and has long been forgotten by many people. 50 years ago, he went to the eastern wilderness to kill the white tiger demon saint. Except for the little white fox, no one knew that it was him who did it. Many people even speculated that after so much time had passed, the mysterious swordsman who once ruled Mount Shu must have already passed away. The awe of many forces towards Mount Shu has been diminishing, especially since the spiritual rain that dazzled the heaven and earth 50 years ago. The spiritual energy of the entire world has been constantly reviving, and more powerful immortal cultivators have been born. In the past, those in the out-of-body stage were the few top-notch powerful people in all major forces, and were known as great immortal cultivators by the world. But now, cultivators in the out-of-body stage can be seen everywhere, and powerful people in the spirit separation stage are hidden among the major forces. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is respected. Those forces that had grudges against Shushan in the past are no longer so wary of Shushan, and some even openly display their hostility. The most rampant are the various sects and tribes of evil demons and monsters. Over the past 50 years, many terrifying and powerful demons have emerged. The main thing among these is that the demonic skills and martial arts can be quickly mastered, and the demonic skills can absorb the essence and blood of others to increase the level of one's own cultivation. In an environment of spiritual energy recovery, it has a clear advantage over many righteous sects. In recent years, many disciples of the demonic path have had many conflicts with the disciples of Mount Shu. Although these are mostly minor skirmishes, the undercurrent is strong and there is a tendency for violent conflicts to break out at any time. "Brother, I'm here to deliver the food." Outside the demon locking tower, accompanied by a clear and sweet voice, Jang Chen came to bring food to Zhao Fen again. Jang Chen walked slowly towards us, carrying a lunch box. Her shoulder-length hair fluttered slightly in the breeze. Her skin was fair and elastic, her eyes were clear and bright, her red lips were shiny and attractive, and her face was very sweet. Over the past 50 years, she has become the law enforcement chief of the discipline hall, managing hundreds of disciples, but she still comes to deliver meals every 10 days, rain or shine. Compared to the past, it's not just the status that has changed. Jang Chen has also changed from an innocent and lovely little girl to a mature and charming woman. But no matter how she changes, in Zhao Fan's mind, she is still the little sister from the discipline hall who brings him meals on time. "Brother, I have prepared a few new side dishes for you this time. Try it quickly to see if it tastes good," Jang Chen said as she handed in the lunch box. Zhao Fan didn't hesitate and tasted the food as usual. With his current cultivation level, even if he didn't eat or drink for several years, it wouldn't have any effect. However, eating a hot meal every 10 days has become a habit that has penetrated into his bones. "Brother, is it delicious?" "It tastes good," Zhao Fen said with a smile. "Hee, that's good. By the way, senior brother, there is a rumor going around in Shushan recently. You probably don't know about it yet, right?" Zhao Fen was interested when he heard this and asked, "Rumors, what rumors?" "There are rumors that Princess Pingyang of the Tang dynasty is going to marry the Sect master, and just yesterday, an envoy from the Tang dynasty arrived at Shushan and was in contact with the senior elders of the sect." Tang dynasty, marriage? Zhao Fen raised his eyebrows slightly. He had a certain impression of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty and Shushan have a deep connection and were once staunch allies. 10,000 years ago, the Tang dynasty was at its peak and almost dominated the entire country. However, in the past few thousand years, it has begun to decline and regress. Both its reputation and prestige, as well as its territorial boundaries, are far from comparable to those of the past. Moreover, over the past few hundred years, Shushan has declined so much that the original alliance has been rift. The Tang dynasty and Shushan are no longer as friendly as before. Why did they take the initiative to send people to the mountain to marry the noble princess to Shushan this time? Who is Princess Pingyang? Zhao Fen thought for a moment and asked calmly. Princess Pingyang. When Jang Chen heard Zhao Fan asking about Princess Pingyang, she was startled at first, then she showed admiration on her face and said, "Brother, she is an amazing female cultivator." "Oh, I'd like to hear how great she is." Zhao Fan smiled slightly. It is said that Princess Pingyang broke the record of cultivation in the history of the Tang dynasty at such a young age. She was already a cultivator in the nascent soul stage before she was 50 years old. Also, I heard that Princess Pingyang is very beautiful and is known as the most beautiful immortal cultivator in the Tang dynasty. Jang Chen said softly with a hint of envy in her tone. "So that's how it is." Zhao Fan nodded slightly, not at all surprised. Immortal cultivators are different from mortals. 50 years old is considered a very young age. If one can break through to the nascent soul stage before this age, he is already a genius among geniuses, because for many people, they may never be able to reach such a height in their entire life. "Brother, do you think Princess Pingyang is powerful?" Zhang Qian blinked and asked playfully. "That's it." Zhao Fan smiled and didn't want to say anything more. If it weren't for Zhao Cheng, he wouldn't even want to ask another question. "All right." Noticing that Zhao Fan was not very interested in the affairs of the Tang dynasty and Princess Pingyang, Zhang Qian immediately changed the subject and said, "Brother, sometimes I envy you too." "Envy me? What is there for me to envy?" Zhao Fan asked with a self-deprecating smile. "Really? You stay in the demon locking tower, peaceful and worry-free. At least you don't have to worry as much as I do." Zhang Qian paused, and couldn't help but complain, saying, "Now I am in charge of hundreds of discipline hall disciples, which is much more tiring than before. Besides, things are very uneasy outside of Shushan right now. The brothers and sisters from the discipline hall sometimes have to go down the mountain to drive away the demons that are causing trouble." Hearing this, Zhao Fan casually asked, "Are there many demons now?" "There are quite a few of them, and they often come to our Shushan territory to commit evil. Now the entire cultivation world is in turmoil and chaos. Just a few days ago, the notorious moon worship sect of the demonic path brutally massacred the Qingyuan immortal sect. More than 3,000 cultivators in the entire sect all died tragically at the hands of those demons." Speaking of this, Zhang Qian showed a lingering fear. The Qingyuan immortal sect was massacred. Zhao Fan frowned slightly. He had heard of this sect before. It was once a very powerful immortal cultivation force, and it was not far from the Shushan territory. Yes. The methods used by those demonic practitioners were extremely cruel, and even caused public outrage throughout the cultivation world. Many top sects sent out strong men to attack the moon worship sect. I heard that even a great cultivator in the spirit-severing stage personally took action, but suffered several casualties. The demonic moon worship sect not only remained unscathed, but became even more arrogant. At this point, Zhang Qian shook her head. She was originally upright and kind-hearted, and hated evil spirits, so every time she heard or mentioned these things, she felt very indignant. The evil heretic will not have a good end. Zhao Fan could feel her emotions and comforted her softly. "Brother, you are right." Zhang Qian nodded, looked at the sky, and continued, "It's getting late, brother, I will go back first and come to see you next time." "Good." Just like that, Zhang Qian left quickly, and the demon locking tower returned to peace again. The outside world is constantly changing, even cultivators in the spirit-severing stage will still suffer casualties. I'd better stay in the demon locking tower and sign in to become stronger. Thinking of what Zhang Qian had just said, Zhao Fan shook his head slightly and muttered to himself in a deep voice. Although the days in the demon locking tower were sometimes boring, the feeling of becoming stronger all the time made people feel extremely at ease and fulfilled. "Host, are you ready to sign in?" At this moment, a familiar system prompt sounded in Zhao Fan's mind. "Sign in." Zhao Fan said without even thinking. Signed in successfully, and obtained the 6-foot-tall golden body. As the system finished speaking, a complex and profound martial arts technique appeared out of thin air in Zhao Fan's mind. What? It's actually the most powerful physical martial art of Buddhism, the 6-foot-tall golden body. Zhao Fan was stunned at first, then a look of delight appeared on his face. In the world of immortal cultivation, Buddhism is extremely powerful. Although its inheritance is not large, they are all top forces. For example, the world-famous Famen Temple is an ancient inheritance that has produced arhats and bodhisattvas. In Famen Temple, the most powerful martial art is the 10-foot-tall golden body. It is said that when one cultivates to perfection, his body will be flawless and spotless, and his gestures will have the power to move mountains and fill the sea. Zhao Fan was indeed a little surprised. He never expected that today's sign-in reward would be the supreme martial arts of Buddhism. Over the past 50 years, he not only signed in through the system to obtain many lost martial arts techniques from Mount Shu, but also obtained cultivation techniques from other immortal cultivators' sects, but he had never obtained those from Buddhism. From this we can see how rare and precious Buddhist martial arts are. I have the help of shushan sword controlling technique and 10,000 swords technique, and my combat power far exceeds that of cultivators of the same level. But the only flaw is the physical aspect. If I can successfully cultivate this 6-foot-tall golden body, there will be no more shortcomings from now on. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and without any delay, began to ponder this Zhang Lu golden body technique. It is worthy of being the most powerful martial art of Buddhism. According to the content recorded above, the Zhang Lu golden body is divided into 9 different levels. Only by thoroughly mastering the 9 levels can the strongest power of the Zhang Lu golden body be exerted. Zhao Fan felt a little excited and began to try to practice the first level of the 6-foot golden body. The first step in cultivation is to temper the body. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator who has reached Zhao Fan's level already has a strong body, but when it comes to having a strong physical body, there is still a long way to go. Only by successfully tempering the body can the potential in the flesh and blood be tapped, making the body and skin stronger. Zhao Fan's mind and spirit were united, his appearance was dignified, and the pores on the surface of his body opened, drawing in countless spiritual energy from heaven and earth. However, these spiritual energies of heaven and earth did not penetrate into Zhao Fan's body, but instead transformed into clusters of flickering divine flames, burning his flesh and blood. Zhao Fan's body turned as red as blood, just like red-hot forged iron. This is a method of tempering the body by leveraging the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhao Fan could clearly feel that his muscles were gradually getting stronger, but at the same time, he felt obvious and intense pain. Fortunately, he could bear it. Buzz. An unknown amount of time had passed, but with a slight sound, a layer of old skin fell off the surface of Zhao Fan's body. The body tempering has been initially successful. Zhao Fan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This is normal and the new skin will become tougher and stronger. Although he had completed the initial body tempering, he was still a long way from reaching the first level, so Zhao Fan did not slack off and continued to practice with full concentration. For the next 5 days, Zhao Fan was immersed in cultivation. Until this day, the door of the demon locking tower, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened. Zhao Cheng, the leader of Shushan, came to the demon locking tower. Compared with before, his temperament became more calm and steady. Zhao Cheng, why are you here? Zhao Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his younger brother Zhao Cheng would come to the demon locking tower at this time. I haven't visited Big Brother for a long time, so I thought of coming to see him today while I have some time. In front of Zhao Fan, Zhao Cheng did not put on airs as a clan leader, but said with a smile. As the leader of Shushan, he has always been majestic and calm in the eyes of outsiders. Only in front of his eldest brother does he show such a true side. Zhao Fan noticed that although his younger brother had a smile on his face, the smile was a little stiff, and there was a clear trace of fatigue between his brows. You seem to be worried about something. Zhao Fan said calmly. Brother, I can't hide anything from you. Zhao Cheng sat down and said with a wry smile, I have indeed encountered some troubles recently, so I want to talk to you, brother. Tell me, what's wrong? Zhao Fan asked calmly. Brother, 50 years have passed since you went down the mountain and killed the white tiger demon saint. Over the years, I have worked hard and diligently to make Shushan flourish and achieve good development, but now, I am a little confused. Confused? Zhao Fan frowned and waited quietly for Zhao Cheng to continue. Brother, have you heard? The Tang dynasty sent someone to form an alliance with Shushan and marry their princess Pingyang to me. I've heard a little bit about it. Isn't that a good thing? Come to think of it, you're already quite an adult. As the leader of Shushan, you should get married and start a family. Zhao Fan said with a faint smile. Of course not. Zhao Qing shook his head and continued, in recent years, the Tang dynasty has been in turmoil and the country's strength has declined greatly. They saw that our shushan has developed well, so they wanted to repair it. Most importantly, I have received accurate information that the demonic moon worship sect is preparing to attack the Tang dynasty. Now that they have formed an alliance with our shushan, they simply want to use our shushan power to counter the moon worship sect. The moon worship sect is now extremely powerful, occupying 1,000 miles of territory in the north, and has tens of thousands of followers. If we, shushan, are dragged into the fight against them by the Tang dynasty, the consequences will be disastrous, and the results of decades of hard work may be wasted. At this point, Zhao Qing sighed softly and said, "It's a pity that the elders of the sect cannot understand such a simple truth." "So you are against the marriage?" Zhao Fan understood that his younger brother Zhao Qing did not support this marriage. "Yes, I strongly object. Besides, I already have a girl I like and I don't want to marry Princess Pingyang at all," Zhao Qing said in a deep voice with a complicated expression. "In that case, just turn it down." Zhao Fan thought about it and said calmly, "If that were possible, why would I be so distressed?" Zhao Qing smiled helplessly and said, "Just yesterday, dozens of elders from the sect jointly proposed to force me to agree to the Tang envoy to marry Princess Pingyang. I am the dignified leader of Shushan, but I cannot make the decision on my own regarding my marriage. It's really sad to say, so I'm confused." Zhao Fan frowned when he heard this and asked, "Do you agree?" "Well, I have no choice but to agree. Several old elders threatened to die and forced me to make a decision." "Then what about the girl you like?" Zhao Fan frowned even deeper. "I don't know either." Zhao Qing looked confused and said in a complicated tone, "She is just a mortal. Although she cannot cultivate immortality, she gave me the most sincere feelings. I don't know how to face her in the future." "Mortal?" Zhao Fan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his younger brother Zhao Qing would fall in love with a mortal. According to normal logic, the high and mighty leader of Mount Shu would never have any interaction with ordinary people. "Brother, don't look at me like that. I also ran into her accidentally when I was going down the mountain." Zhao Qing smiled awkwardly and said, "You are quite romantic." Zhao Fan smiled slightly and joked, "Marriage is a big deal, so you should make the decision yourself. No matter what choice you make, I will support you." Zhao Fan thought for a while and said in a deep voice. Hearing Zhao Fan's words, Zhao Qing felt warm in his heart, nodded, and said, "Brother, I understand. I still want to talk to the elders about this matter and see if I can change their minds." "It's good that you know it." Zhao Fan didn't say anything else. Next, the two brothers chatted a lot until it got dark, and then Zhao Qing said goodbye and left. It can be seen that after complaining to Zhao Fan, his mood became much better. "Brother, I'll come see you next time." After waving to Zhao Fan, Zhao Qing turned and walked out of the demon locking tower. Luckily I was imprisoned in the demon locking tower. Otherwise, if I had become the leader of Shushan, I would have been exhausted. I can't even decide my own marriage. It's really uncomfortable to be a sect leader. Watching Zhao Qing leave, Zhao Fan shook his head and muttered to himself. Deep down, he still sympathized with his younger brother. The leader of Shushan seemed to be high and mighty, but there were many times when he had no choice. After Zhao Qing left, the demon locking tower returned to peace. In the following days, Zhao Fan ignored the outside world and devoted himself to practicing the 6-foot golden body. Since becoming an innate sword body, Zhao Fan has a high level of comprehension not only of sword skills, but also of other martial arts. But the 100-foot-tall golden body is worthy of being the most powerful martial art in Buddhism. It took Zhao Fan several months to fully master the first level. As a result, his physical body underwent an almost complete transformation. Even without spiritual power to protect his body, even an extremely sharp blade would have difficulty cutting his skin. Zhao Fan could clearly feel his body getting stronger, but to what extent, even he himself didn't know. In order to verify the strength of his physical body, Zhao Fan directly called the little white fox. Over the years, the little white fox has often stayed in the underground space, practicing with the help of the jade coffin there, so its strength has improved by leaps and bounds. As early as a few years ago, it had successfully broken through from the out-of-body stage to the early stage of distraction. His strength is only one level lower than Zhao Fan's. The little white fox's eyes were as bright as gems, its fur was crystal white, and it was walking slowly towards us with graceful steps. Are you sure you want me to attack you? The little white fox spoke in a clear voice and looked at Zhao Fan with a puzzled look. It's okay, go ahead. I won't fight back. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and said. The little white fox blinked its big eyes. If Zhao Fan hadn't looked normal, it would have thought that he was sick. But since Zhao Fan took the initiative to make this request, as a proud little fox, how could she not agree? Humph, don't blame me if you get hurt later. As soon as the words fell, the little white fox did not hesitate and attacked directly. Her seemingly cute claws swept out, forming a terrifying and intimidating cold light, which reached a distance of dozens of meters in an instant and attacked Zhao Fan's chest. This attack was so fierce and powerful that even a warrior of the same level would vomit blood and get injured if hit head-on. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and stood there motionless. Even when the cold light approached, he still did not mobilize the spiritual power in his body to block it. Hide quickly. The little white fox was a little frightened, afraid that it would really hurt Zhao Fan, so it shouted quickly. Boom. However, before the little white fox could finish his words, the cold light hit Zhao Fan hard with the force of thunder, causing a terrible explosion and raising billowing smoke and dust. The little white fox widened its beautiful eyes and was about to pounce forward to check. But at this moment, Zhao Fan's strong figure slowly stepped out from the smoke and dust. You. The little white fox was shocked. The Zhao Fan in front of him had a slender body, and his skin and flesh were filled with golden luster. He looked like a reborn golden Buddha, and a sacred and powerful aura emanated from his whole body. Faced with Zhao Fan's fierce momentum, the little white fox felt a sense of suffocation and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the most powerful Buddhist martial art, I can block your attack with just my physical strength. Zhao Fan smiled, feeling very good. He had just cultivated the first level of the Zhongliu golden body, and he could block the attack of a cultivator in the spiritual severing stage. If he cultivated the second or even the third level, how amazing would the defense be? Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. What a pervert. What kind of skills are you practicing? Why are you so powerful? The little white fox came back to his senses and asked in a somewhat confusing manner. A 6-foot-tall golden body. Seeing the little white fox's confusion, Zhao Fan explained, this is the most powerful physical martial art of Buddhism. If you are interested, I can teach you. Humph, I'm not interested. Although the little white fox was very tempted, he still shook his head proudly. Really not interested? Real. Forget it then. Zhao Fan spread his hands and said. Etc. Hearing this, the little white fox immediately changed his tone and said, if you beg me to teach you, I won't refuse. After saying this, the little white fox's face turned a little hot, but he still held his chin high, maintaining the last bit of pride. Come on, stop being so stupid, little fox. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fan felt angry and amused. In order to give her a way out, he said, I beg you to teach me. Are you satisfied? Humph, that's more like it. The little white fox was so happy that his eyes narrowed into crescents. Afterwards, Zhao Fan fulfilled his promise and taught the little white fox the mantra of the first level of the 6-foot golden body. I have to say that in terms of cultivation aptitude, the little white fox is amazing. After just listening once, he remembered the key points. This physical martial arts is SOSO. This fox fairy will use elixirs to offset it. As the little white fox spoke, he grabbed out a pill with his little claws. The rich medicinal fragrance spread throughout half of the demon locking tower in an instant. This is the red gold blood pill, a low-grade Taoist pill. When Zhao Fan saw the pill on the little white fox's paw, he was surprised. Daofan is so precious that even in today's world of immortal cultivators, there are not many alchemy masters who can refine it. It is almost a priceless treasure. Once it appears in the world, it will attract countless immortal cultivators to fight for it. I found this when I was bored and broke into several old underground palaces. You take it. After saying that, the little white fox threw the red gold blood pill to Zhao Fan. Little fox, you gave me the pill, what will you do? Although Zhao Fen was very interested in the red gold blood pill, the little white fox obviously needed it more than him. He felt a little touched. I still have one bottle. To Zhao Fan's surprise, the little white fox blinked its big eyes, took out a whole bottle of red gold blood pill, and shook it vigorously in front of him. This. Zhao Fen froze in place, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. No more talking. This fox fairy is busy going back to the underground space to practice. I must improve my cultivation level to a higher level. Maybe I can remember the past things early. After saying that, the little white fox left happily and soon disappeared deep into the demon's tomb. This little fox. Zhao Fen shook his head with a wry smile. The red gold blood pill is a good thing, but if you take it hastily now, it will only waste the medicinal power. Wait for a while, and use it when you reach the bottleneck period, so that you can break through the shackles in one fell swoop and break through to the late stage of distraction. Zhao Fen carefully put away the red gold blood pill and took it without rushing. Time flies, and half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Fen inadvertently learned through Jang Chen that Zhao Qing had discussed the marriage with the elders of Shushan 7 or 8 times, and even had an argument, but in the end, Zhao Qing, as the sect leader, chose to compromise. Moreover, he promised to marry Princess Pingyang of the Tang dynasty in 10 days. The marriage between Shushan and Datong shook the entire world of immortal cultivation. Especially at this time, the news of the marriage between the two forces has touched the nerves of many people. The outside world is now in turmoil, with demons of all sects and races acting recklessly, causing chaos in the entire world of cultivating immortals. Although Shushan and Datong are not as powerful as before, they are both immortal cultivation forces with profound foundation. Once the marriage is successful, their momentum will surely increase. For most sects of immortal cultivators, this news is of no concern. However, this is very bad news for all the demon factions and tribes. Especially the moon-worshipping sect, which was at the peak of its power. After receiving the news of the marriage between the two parties, the leader of the moon-worshipping sect was so angry that he smashed the table. Because the moon-worshipping sect has long been eyeing the Tang dynasty, if the marriage between Shushan and the Tang dynasty is successful, wouldn't it be an extra enemy for no reason? Although the moon-worshipping sect is not afraid of Mount Shu, the pressure will be greatly increased when they have to face off against two powerful immortal cultivation forces at once. Pass on my order. No matter what the cost, you must stop the marriage between Shushan and Tang dynasty. The moon worshippers' roar shook the earth, and countless believers trembled with fear. 10 days later, the wedding was held as scheduled. The Shu Mountain was bustling with activity. Guests from all over the world came in an endless stream, and even many of the top immortal cultivation sects sent envoys to represent them at this time. Both Shushan and Datong are immortal cultivation forces with deep roots. Moreover, the protagonists of this marriage are the leader of Shushan and the princess of Datong, which is of extraordinary significance. The gongs and drums sounded in the joyous atmosphere, and all the disciples of Shushan were very happy. In the main hall of Shushan, witnessed by the elders and distinguished guests, Sect Master Zhao Qing and Princess Pingyang were having a grand wedding ceremony. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents. Jinwu Elder Lin Mu smiled and personally presided over the ceremony for sect leader Zhao Qing and Princess Pingyang. It's a pity that my eldest brother couldn't come to my wedding. As Lin Mu finished speaking, Zhao Qing felt a little regretful. Before the wedding, he went to the demon locking tower again and personally invited his elder brother Zhao Fan to witness his major event in his life, but was politely declined by the latter. Looking at Princess Pingyang, who was so close to him, although Zhao Qing was somewhat reluctant in his heart, he still slowly bent down, ready to kneel down and worship heaven and earth with her. Boom. Just as Zhao Qing and Princess Pingyang were preparing to kneel down, there was a deafening explosion accompanied by a strong shaking. What's going on? Everyone in the hall was terrified. Today was a great day for the Shushan Patriarch and the Tang Princess. Could anyone dare to cause trouble at this time? Master, I'm afraid you won't be able to hold the wedding today. Just as everyone was in doubt, a tall and burly figure walked in slowly with big strides. Elder Qiyang, aren't you guarding the mountain gate? What are you doing here? Seeing who was coming, Jinwu Elder Lin Mu frowned and asked in a deep voice. Qiyang Elder Liexiong has a hot temper and has always been dissatisfied with sect leader Zhao Qing, So he was sent to guard the mountain gate at this wedding, but no one expected him to come here. What are you doing here? Elder Qiyang sneered and said coldly, of course it's rebellion. After saying that, Elder Qiyang looked at Zhao Cheng and continued, I have disliked you for a long time. I was the most qualified to inherit the position of Sect Master. If it weren't for the previous Sect Master's secret obstruction, you would never have been the Sect Master of Shushan. Elder Qiyang, do you know what you are talking about? After all, Zhao Cheng was the leader of Shushan. He was not panicked at all, but asked calmly. Of course I do. Elder Qiyang sneered and said, don't act like a clan leader. I already control most of Shushan. Be smart and interrupt the wedding and surrender immediately, or else don't blame me for being rude. Asshole. Liexiong, are you crazy? Someone, take him down for me. Without waiting for Zhao Cheng to speak, Zhenwu Elder Lin Mu could no longer bear it and gave orders to the elders next to him. Elder Qiyang, I'm sorry. As soon as Lin Mu finished speaking, several loyal Shushan elders attacked almost at the same time. Over the years, they have made a lot of progress and have all reached the perfect state of the nascent soul stage, and are only one step away from the out-of-body stage. The sound of swords rang out, and several sword energies like strands of silk swept out and slashed towards Elder Qiyang. Humph, just a trifle. Elder Qiyang sneered, took a step forward, and his aura suddenly surged. He just snapped his fingers and shot out a powerful and captivating force, which easily shattered the sword energy in front of him. In the end, the remaining force continued and hit several Shushan elders, causing them to fall to the ground seriously injured. Out-of-body stage. You actually hit it so well. Elder Zhenwu Lin Mu was shocked. He did not expect that Elder Qiyang, who usually seemed to be only in the nascent soul stage, was actually a powerful person in the out-of-body stage and had concealed it from everyone before. I have a more hidden method. Come out. Qiyang Elder Liexiong clapped his hands, and several ghostly figures appeared out of thin air, each emitting a powerful aura that made one's scalp tingle. The sixth hall master of the moon-worshipping sect. Seeing the burly figures standing beside Elder Qiyang, the beautiful Princess Pingyang screamed in surprise. Because the Tang dynasty and the moon-worship sect had fought several times before, she immediately recognized the origins of these people. Moon-worship cult. Zhao Cheng's face turned pale when he heard this, and he gritted his teeth and said, you bastard, you actually colluded with the moon-worshippers. Hee. We promised Liexiong that as long as he conquers Shushan, we will make him the new leader of Shushan. The leader, a powerful moon worshipper, explained sinisterly. Liexiong, you are truly a traitor. Zhenwu Elder Lin Mu was extremely furious. He did not expect that Liexiong would collude with outsiders to cause chaos for his own selfish desires. In anger, he attacked without hesitation, and an aura that was no weaker than that of Elder Qiyang's fierce power burst out, and he rushed towards the former with great force. Lin Mu, the situation has been decided now, don't be ignorant of the current situation. Elder Qiyang's eyes turned slightly cold, and he attacked just as fiercely. The two powerful men in the out-of-body stage soon engaged in a battle. Disciples of Shushan sect, listen to my orders. Follow me to suppress the evil and crooked ways. Zhao Cheng took a deep breath, took off his festive groom's robe, and took the lead in rushing towards the six hall masters of the Baiyu sect with his sword in hand. After becoming the leader of Mount Shu, he did not neglect his cultivation. Now he is a cultivator who has reached the perfection of the nascent soul stage, and he has mastered the secret arts of Mount Shu. Even when facing a strong man in the out-of-body stage, he is confident that he can temporarily compete with him. Follow the master and suppress the evil. Inside the hall, dozens of Shushan elders followed closely behind and attacked the six hall masters of the moon-worshipping sect. In an instant, the entire Shushan hall was in chaos. Although the Shushan elders had the advantage in numbers, the six hall masters of the moon-worshipping sect were all immortal cultivators in the out-of-body stage. Most of the elders were beaten and seriously injured almost immediately after they came into contact with them, causing them to vomit blood. Only a few Shushan elders with profound cultivation could barely resist one or two, but the situation was extremely dangerous. Zhao Cheng was holding a golden sword, and as he stretched his strong muscles, he burst out with powerful spiritual power. He was fighting with a strongman from the moon worship sect. Although he tried his best, he was still beaten back due to the huge gap in strength. Humph, you don't know how to live or die. As long as you, the leader of Shushan, are killed, we will see who dares to continue to resist. This moon-worshipping sect warrior had an expressionless face as he threw a powerful punch. Countless demonic energy surged, causing Zhao Qing to cough up blood. Without holding back, this moon-worshipping sect warrior took the opportunity to kill Zhao Qing with one blow. Golden Armor Puppet. Zhao Qing quickly summoned a golden armored puppet with the combat power of the out-of-body stage to resist. However, just as the golden armored puppet blocked one person, another strongman from the moon worship sect came to attack. Bold. Shushan is a strategic place. How can we allow you demons to act so recklessly? Just as Zhao Qing was in danger, a sudden loud shout was heard and the old elder Wu Hai showed up. With just one palm strike, he severely injured the moon worship sect strongman. A cultivator in the late stage of out-of-body experience. Sensing Wu Hai's powerful aura, the other powerful members of the moon worship sect gave up trying to fight with the other Shushan elders and quickly surrounded him. Very good. It's Elder Wu Hai. Seeing Wu Hai appear, the Shushan elders who were originally in despair all showed excitement. As early as 50 years ago, Wu Hai was the strongest man in Shushan after the mysterious swordsman. Now that so many years have passed, he has become even stronger. Kill. Several powerful men from the moon-worshipping sect attacked at almost the same time. Their demonic energy was so overwhelming and captivating that the entire Shushan hall was shaking and cracking. Wu Hai had a blank expression on his face, and a famous sword appeared in his hand. The sword light shot up into the sky, shocking several strong men of the moon worship sect to spit blood and fly everywhere. Seeing the critical situation, Elder Qiyang, who was fighting with Elder Zhenwu, suddenly roared, "Deputy leader, if you don't take action, we will be in trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, the void suddenly rolled, and a huge hand composed entirely of countless demonic energy appeared out of thin air and slapped Wu Hai head on. Wu Hai's heart trembled, and he raised his sword to fight back. Bang. But in the next second, Wu Hai's expression suddenly changed, the famous sword in his hand broke, and the whole person was knocked away 100 meters as if he had been hit hard. Elder Wu. This scene made Zhao Cheng's scalp tingle. Elder Wu was a cultivator in the late out-of-body stage, but he was knocked away in a single blow. How powerful was the man who came? After the demonic hand knocked Wu Hai away, it continued to move towards Zhao Qing with all its might, wanting to kill him with one blow. Zhao Cheng's face turned pale and he wanted to retreat and dodge, but he found that the space around him was like a quagmire and his limbs became heavy and difficult to move. Run away. Seeing that Zhao Qing remained indifferent, Princess Pingyang shouted anxiously, but her cultivation was weak and she couldn't get close at all. Kang. Just when everyone thought that Zhao Qing was going to be killed, the clear and powerful sound of a sword came from afar. Bang. The demonic hand collapsed and disintegrated. A scarlet flying sword blocked Zhao Cheng's way. The wisps of sword energy it emitted dispersed the clouds in the sky and covered most of the Shu Mountain. The person who made the move was Zhao Fan, who was in the demon locking tower and noticed the incident in time. It's Big Brother. Looking at the flying sword blocking in front of him, Zhao Qing was stunned at first, then a look of joy appeared on his face, knowing that it must have been Zhao Fan who took action. His originally uneasy mood instantly calmed down. With his eldest brother taking action personally, this group of moon-worshipping demons would surely die. In Zhao Cheng's heart, his elder brother Zhao Fan is almost a symbol of invincibility. Buzz. Wisps of demonic energy gathered out of thin air and finally formed a human figure. This is a man, tall and strong, with a strange and evil aura, and a pair of eyes emitting a green light. He is Su Fong, the deputy leader of the moon-worshipping sect, a powerful figure who has risen in the demonic world in recent years. His strength and prestige in the moon-worshipping sect is second only to that of the moon-worshipping sect's leader. This operation was planned by him. The sword-controlling technique that has been lost in Shushan for thousands of years. It turns out that the rumors are true. There is a very powerful swordsman hidden in Shushan. Looking at the flying sword with a terrifying aura, although Su Fong had a hint of fear, there was a raging fighting spirit beating in the depths of his eyes. He has always been ruthless and never admits defeat, otherwise how could he dare to plan such a shocking action? I want to see how powerful the mysterious swordsman of Mount Shu is. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Fong's demonic energy surged, and his figure suddenly became majestic, like a reborn demon from ancient times. His powerful aura shook most of Mount Shu. He just let out a low roar, and his magic hand slapped out again, as big as a mountain, coming towards him with overwhelming force. The powerful energy fluctuations caused the entire Shushan palace to crack and collapse. Facing his all-out attack, the flying sword Qixiao was blazingly hot, and the golden sword energy was like a raging wave, slashing down from top to bottom. This sword is unparalleled and shakes the earth. Bang! With a loud bang, the devil's hand exploded, and the sword light slashed towards Su Fong with overwhelming force. How is that possible? Su Fong couldn't believe it. He was a cultivator in the spirit-severing stage, and his most proud attack couldn't even block the opponent's sword. Seeing the sword energy coming, Su Fong activated several magic weapons to resist, but it was still easily cut like tofu. Escape. Feeling the strong breath of death coming towards him, Su Fong was so scared that his scalp went numb. In order to buy himself some time, he grabbed 5 or 6 moon-worshipping church leaders who were not far away and threw them towards the oncoming golden sword. He turned and rushed out of the hall, taking the opportunity to escape. Deputy Leader. The 5 or 6 members of the moon worship sect were all terrified. They had never expected that Su Fong would use them to block his sword in order to escape. Puff. The sword flashed past, and these moon-worshipping sect leaders exploded into blood mist amid screams. The golden sword energy was overwhelming and carried the force of thunder, and it slashed towards Su Fong with undiminished force. Su Fong's face turned pale, and he roared, the heavenly demon disintegration technique. Just as his body was hit by the sword light, a bloody little soul soared into the sky, turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared into the distance. What a pity. However, if you are hit by my sword energy, you won't survive for long. Inside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan frowned slightly. He had never expected that the other party would use a magic technique to allow the little man to escape. Even if he chased him now, it would be difficult to catch up. Zhao Fan's mind moved, and the flying sword Qixiao made a clear sound, breaking through layers of void and returning to his hand. All this happened in a flash. By the time everyone in the hall reacted, almost all of the moon-worshipping sect's strongmen had died tragically, except for Su Fong whose soul escaped. Lai Xiong, accept your death in peace. At this time, the winner had also been decided between Elder Zhenwu and Elder Qiyang. With a roar from Lin Mu, he chopped off Lai Xiong's head with a single sword. After killing Lai Xiong, Lin Mu rushed to Zhao Qing and asked with concern, "Master, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zhao Qing waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to worry. "Was it that senior swordsman who took action just now?" Lin Mu asked in surprise and doubt. "Yes. Thanks to that sword cultivator senior." Looking at the direction where the flying sword disappeared, Zhao Qing took a deep breath and said. Although his voice was not loud, it was clear enough to fall into the ears of many guests present, causing many people to tremble in their hearts. Thinking of the overwhelming and powerful sword just now, many envoys from other top immortal cultivation sects were still frightened. They then remembered that there was a mysterious and powerful swordsman sitting in Shushan. Only 50 years have passed, and this powerful swordsman from Shushan has remained dormant. In addition, the world has changed drastically, and powerful people have emerged one after another, so much so that everyone has somewhat forgotten his existence. But after this battle, the reputation of the Shushan sword masters will once again resound throughout the world. Without revealing his true identity, he killed the 6 hall masters of the moon-worshipping sect with a single sword and destroyed the physical body of the moon-worshipping sect's deputy leader. Who could match this record? The wedding continues. After a brief period of confusion, with the consent of clan leader Zhao Qing and Princess Pingyang, Elder Zhenwu announced that the wedding would be reheld. At the same time, at the moon worship cult headquarters, the moon worshipper sat on the throne, emitting a terrifying evil aura from his entire body. Below him stood powerful figures, all of whom were among the most powerful men in the moon-worshipping sect. As long as Su Fong can destroy the marriage between Shushan and Datong, we will attack immediately, first conquer Datong and then destroy Shushan. With the vast resources of the Tang dynasty and Shushan, our moon worship sect will surely surge in strength and become one of the most powerful forces in the demonic world. By then, it will be no problem for us to dominate the entire cultivation world. The moon-worshipping sect leader sneered repeatedly and outlined his grand plan to everyone. Attack the Tang dynasty first, then destroy Shushan, and dominate the world of immortal cultivation. Worship the moon is invincible, unrivaled in the world. As the moon worshipper's voice fell, everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism and they shouted in unison. Now the entire moon-worshipping cult is ready to go, and all it lacks is the good news that deputy cult leader Su Fong and others have successfully disrupted the marriage. Boom. At this moment, a small soul fell to the ground like a meteorite, broke through the formation of the hall, and fell heavily. Deputy leader. The sudden change frightened the moon worshippers. When they saw the appearance of the little soul, they all cried out in surprise. Su Fong, how did you become like this? The moon worshipper frowned and asked hurriedly. Master. The operation failed. Su Fong's soul was dim. He had paid an unimaginable price to escape from Shushan. He was very weak at the moment, but he still managed to hold on and quickly recounted everything that had happened on Shushan. What? The mysterious swordsman from Mount Shu took action, killed the 6 guardians, and destroyed your body with one sword. The moon worshipper's face was gloomy, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Su Fong was a strongman second only to himself. Even if he took action personally, he would have to spend a lot of effort to suppress him. But the mysterious swordsman from Shushan destroyed Su Fong's body with just one sword without revealing his true identity. How strong is he? Master, if I hadn't used the heavenly demon disintegration technique to escape in time, my soul wouldn't have been able to escape back. After Su Fong finished speaking, the little soul became even darker and was in danger of collapsing at any time. Don't talk yet. I'll help you calm your mind. The moon-worshipping sect leader stepped forward and raised his hand to transfer magic power to Su Fong's soul. However, just as he was about to reach out his hand, he seemed to touch something. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy burst out, shattering Su Fong's weak soul and transforming into an unstoppable divine sword, attacking the moon worshipper silently. This. The moon worshipper's expression suddenly changed, and he subconsciously raised his hand to resist. Boom. A terrible sonic boom echoed, and the moon worshipper coughed up blood violently. He retreated more than 10 meters before he could barely stabilize his body. What a terrifying sword energy, it changes invisibly and can actually hurt me from a distance. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into dead silence. The moon worshippers who had just clamored to dominate the world of immortal cultivation were all filled with fear and dared not say anything more. When Luo Yi heard the sound in the hall, the moon worshippers all looked panicked. They never imagined that there was such a powerful swordsman in Shushan, who not only killed the deputy leader Su Fong, but also injured the leader of the Baiyu sect with a sword from a distance. Master, are you okay? A graceful woman looked at the moon worshipper worriedly. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. The moon worshipper waved his hands and pretended to be calm, but his pale face frightened everyone. They were not fools and could naturally see that the former was seriously injured. Everyone felt a little uneasy and nervous. The moon-worshipping sect leader was a powerful person in the spirit-severing stage, much stronger than the deputy sect leader. But even so, he was still injured by a sword from a distance. It is hard to imagine how strong the swordsman who made the move was. Now the action to stop the marriage has failed. What should we do next, Master? The woman asked with a frown. Pass the order down and suspend the action. Although he looked unwilling, the moon worshipper still gave the order. The action to prevent the marriage not only failed, but also cost the life of an immortal master like Su Fong. If the moon-worshipping sect continues to take the lead in attacking the Tang dynasty, then it will have to face 2 immortal forces with deep roots, Shushan and the Tang dynasty. And what the moon worshipper fears the most right now is the mysterious swordsman from Shushan. Yes, sir. Everyone in the moon worship sect nodded and accepted the order. After everyone left, the moon worshipper heaved a long sigh of relief, with shocking blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His body, which had been holding on tightly, collapsed powerlessly on the throne like a deflated ball. I am already a cultivator at the peak of the early stage of the spirit-severing realm, and I am only one step away from the middle stage of the spirit-severing realm. That person was able to severely injure me with his sword energy from a distance. Could he be a master who has reached the late stage of the spiritual severing stage or even reached the great perfection of the spiritual severing stage? The moon worshipper's brows were furrowed and he looked worried. Over the years, he thought that after becoming a cultivator in the spirit-severing stage, he would have very few rivals in the entire cultivation world. Only now did he realize that there are always people better than you. No. We have to find the old leader. If he takes action personally, he will definitely be able to kill the sword master of Shushan. By then, annexing Shushan and the Tang dynasty will be a piece of cake. There was a gleam of light in the eyes of the moon worshipper, and he quickly made a decision in his mind. In the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan didn't know that because of him, the originally arrogant and overbearing moon worship sect had temporarily restrained its arrogance. Now, my sword-controlling skills have become more and more proficient, and I have completely cultivated the third level of the void sword to the extreme. Next, you can try to comprehend the fourth level, the invisible transformation. Compared with the first three levels of the sword control technique, the fourth level of the sword control technique is several times more difficult to practice. In the past few decades, Zhao Fan has not found any clues. It was not until just now, when he used his sword to kill a powerful moon worshipper who had broken into Shushan, that Zhao Fan received a new inspiration. Zhao Fan sat with his eyes closed, his whole body filled with terrifying sword energy. He fell into a strange state, as if he had turned into a magic sword, and as if he had turned into everything. Zhao Fan was silently comprehending the true meaning of the fourth level of sword-wielding technique, and time passed quickly without him noticing. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. It is worthy of the Shushan sword-controlling technique. The fourth level of the invisible realm alone is so profound. On this day, Zhao Fan slowly opened his eyes and muttered to himself in a deep voice. He had been silently comprehending and had gained a certain amount of knowledge. "Brother, I'm here to deliver the food." Just as Zhao Fan was about to continue his practice, the sound of Jang Chen's light footsteps was heard outside the demon locking tower. "Today I prepared sweet and sour pork tenderloin, braised fish, old hen soup and some small green vegetables." Jang Chen's voice was clear and pleasant. As she spoke, she opened the food box in her hand and gently handed it in from outside the door. Sniffing the tempting aroma of the food, Zhao Fan smiled and said, "Junior sister, did the sun rise from the west today? You cooked 7 or 8 dishes. Is there something happy to celebrate?" "Of course there is." Jang Chen laughed and said, "Brother, the sect leader got married a few days ago. Now our Shushan and Datong have an extremely firm alliance relationship. Isn't it worth celebrating?" "It is indeed worth celebrating." Zhao Fan smiled slightly and tasted Jang Chen's craftsmanship without any hesitation. "Brother, take your time eating. Let me tell you in detail. An accident almost happened on the day of the sect master's wedding. Elder Qiang colluded with the moon-worshipping sect and attacked Shushan, almost allowing them to ruin the wedding. But do you know what happened in the end?" Having said this, Jang Chen deliberately paused, waiting for Zhao Fan's reaction. Zhao Fan naturally knew what she wanted to say, but he still cooperated and asked, "What happened?" At this critical moment, the Shushan sword cultivator senior suddenly took action. Jang Chen's face was filled with excitement, and her big eyes were filled with excitement. She said, although he didn't reveal his true form, he killed 5 or 6 moon-worshipping sect masters who were in the out-of-body stage with his flying sword, and destroyed the physical body of the moon-worshipping sect's deputy leader with one sword. I heard that the deputy leader of the moon-worship sect was a great cultivator in the spirit-severing stage, but he was still severely injured by the sword of the sword cultivator. Only his soul escaped. Brother, you don't know that the envoys and representatives from other immortal cultivation forces were all stunned that day. Jang Chen smiled and continued, now the outside world is rumored that our Shushan sword cultivator senior is a top-notch swordsman in the spirit-severing stage. With the invincible sword master here, we Shushan and the Tang dynasty have become allies again. Let's see who can still look down on us now. So, senior brother, do you think it's worth celebrating? That's indeed worth celebrating. Zhao Fan smiled and agreed. Looking at the cold gate of the demon locking tower, Jang Chen felt a little sorry and said regretfully, "It's a pity that senior brother was unable to attend the sect master's wedding that day, otherwise he would have definitely seen senior Jian Xiu's invincible figure." Jang Chen thought about it, and with a hint of good intentions, she said, "How about I go and ask the sect master to release my brother? I feel good staying here. I don't want to go out at all." Zhao Fen smiled. Knowing that Jang Chen meant well, he gently refused. "Senior brother, do you really not want to go out?" Jang Chen blinked her big eyes, feeling very confused. Over the years, she was actually very curious about how Zhao Fen could stay in the harsh environment of the demon locking tower for so long. If it were her, she would have been unable to bear it long ago. In no mood. Zhao Fen smiled. How could Jang Chen know that the demon locking tower, which looked like a prison to outsiders, was like an inexhaustible treasure house to her? He becomes stronger by clocking in through the system every day. It is much more comfortable than being outside. He can just focus on practicing without being disturbed. Well, senior brother, your determination is truly admirable. Jang Chen sighed softly and said with admiration. After that, the two chatted for a while, and Jang Chen left with the empty lunch box. After Jang Chen left, Zhao Fen continued to practice. Zhao Qing sighed, his expression somewhat sad, and said with a wry smile, "Xiao Tian's mother gave birth to this child without telling me, but she became seriously ill a few days ago, and only told me his life story before she died." There was a hint of deep guilt in his tone. He gave up his beloved mortal girl 10 years ago and married Princess Pingyang under the arrangement of the elders. He thought they would have no relationship anymore, but he didn't expect that she would give birth to a child for him. "Brother, I came here this time to ask you to take Xiao Tian in temporarily." Zhao Qing took a deep breath and said slowly, "Although I am the leader of Shushan, if I place him in Shushan openly, it will not only cause criticism, but also make Pingyang unhappy, so please help me take care of Xiao Tian for a while." Although he is the leader of Shushan and seems to be high and mighty, once the young Zhao Xiaotian's background is exposed, he may not be able to grow up safely, so he has no choice but to ask his eldest brother for help. And most importantly, Zhao Qing knew very well that his elder brother was the most powerful cultivator in Shushan at the moment. If Zhao Xiaotian could stay here and receive his teachings, his future prospects would be limitless. Zhao Fen remained silent, his brows slightly frowned. He could feel his brother Zhao Cheng's helplessness and good intentions, but this was the demon locking tower, not a comfortable place, and it would be difficult for a young child to adapt to such a life. "Brother, please help me and this child. Come on, Xiao Tian, kneel down and beg your uncle." As if afraid that Zhao Fan would not agree, Zhao Qing hurriedly pulled the little boy and knelt directly in front of him. "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Zhao Fan snapped his fingers, and a gentle force lifted up Zhao Cheng and his son. "Brother, if you don't agree, I won't get up. That's all. Leave this child here." After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Fen agreed. "Very good. Xiao Tian, thank your uncle quickly." Thank you, thank you." The little boy looked at Zhao Fen timidly and said awkwardly. "We are all family, no need to say thank you. However, if you leave this child here, he will suffer a lot. When the time comes, don't regret it." Zhao Fen thought about it and said in a deep voice that this was a preventive measure in advance. "I know. Brother, if Xiao Tian ever acts like a fool and makes trouble, you just have to teach him a lesson." Zhao Qing nodded and said, "Xiao Tian, just stay here well from now on and listen to your uncle. Don't act unreasonably, okay?" Zhao Qing touched Zhao Xiaotian's head and reminded him softly. The little boy blinked his big eyes, and although he was a little shy, he still nodded seriously. "Brother, Xiao Tian will stay here. The sect is about to go to war with the demonic moon worship sect. I have to go back to take charge of the situation." After explaining everything to his children, Zhao Qing prepared to leave. "Go to war with the moon worship sect? What's going on?" Zhao Fen raised his eyebrows and asked calmly. "Brother, you don't know. Ever since you killed the moon worship sect's strong men who attacked Mount Shu, the moon worship sect has been quite quiet in the past 10 years. But a while ago, they found the previous leader of the moon worship sect. That is an old monster who has lived for nearly 1,000 years. His strength is unfathomable. In just a few days, he led the moon worshippers to capture more than half of the territory of the Tang dynasty. He then threatened that after he defeated the Tang dynasty, he would capture our Shushan for revenge. Now the sect is preparing to support the Tang dynasty. Zhao Qing said it quickly and simply. Yes, I understand. You take charge of the situation and do your job. If you really run into trouble, I will support you. Zhao Fan's eyes were sharp as torches as he spoke calmly. Brother, your words are enough. Don't worry, the current Shushan is no longer what it used to be. I am confident that I can fight against the moon worship sect. If it really doesn't work, it won't be too late to ask Big Brother for help. Zhao Qing said slowly with a serious face. Over the years, Shushan has not only trained many disciples, but also recruited many powerful immortal cultivators. Now, there are 3 great masters in the spirit-severing stage in the sect. This is why Zhao Qing said that he has the confidence to deal with the moon worship sect. Besides, he didn't want to rely on Zhao Fan for everything, otherwise, how could he revive Shushan? Good. Zhao Fan nodded slightly and didn't say much. Soon, under Zhao Fan's gaze, Zhao Qing took steady steps and slowly left the demon locking tower. Father. Zhao Xiaotian was a delicate and graceful man. Looking at Zhao Cheng's receding back, he took 2 steps forward to chase him, but then he remembered his father's instructions and slowly retreated. He looked at Zhao Fan timidly, his hands entangled together, appearing a little uneasy and nervous. I will call you Xiaotian from now on. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave the demon locking tower without permission, and you are not allowed to roam around in the tower. Do you understand? Looking at the shy Zhao Xiaotian, Zhao Fan said calmly. No. Zhao Xiaotian blinked his big eyes and spoke a little awkwardly. Zhao Fan smiled, and then his mind moved. The flying sword Qixiao appeared with a clear sound. After a few sword strikes, he carved out an exquisite stone house. This is Zhao Fan. The flying sword Qixiao Qingming appears, and with a few swords he carves out a neat and clean stone house. You will live here from now on. This is the basic cultivation method of Shushan. Take a look at it first. If you have any questions, come and ask me. Zhao Fan raised his hand casually, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered together, eventually forming a secret book of martial arts, which appeared in Zhao Xiaotian's hands. This miraculous sight made the young Zhao Xiaotian open his eyes wide in shock, but he did not ask any questions. Instead, he timidly took the secret book of martial arts and went to rest in the stone house obediently. Not bad. Seeing this scene, Zhao Fan smiled. On the other side, Zhao Qing had returned to the Shushan Hall. Inside the hall, almost all of Shushan's important high-ranking officials were present, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Master, you are finally here. When Jinwu Elder Lin Mu saw Zhao Qing appear, he breathed a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Noticing that the atmosphere was a little unusual, Zhao Qing frowned and asked, Elder Lin, what's wrong? Master, I just received the latest news that the old devil of the moon worship sect has captured the capital of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty has suffered heavy losses. Now their envoys are in the side hall, begging us to send troops to fight against the moon worship sect as soon as possible, otherwise the Tang dynasty may perish at any time. What? Zhao Cheng, who had always been very calm, was surprised when he heard this. He asked in disbelief, how could it be so fast? Didn't they say that the Tang dynasty could hold out for a while? That old devil was so powerful that he killed 2 powerful cultivators of the Tang dynasty in the spiritual severing stage one after another, which made the rest of the cultivators of the Tang dynasty afraid to fight again, so they were defeated all the way. Killed 2 spirit-severing stage experts. Zhao Cheng's expression was stern and his brows were almost furrowed together. He never expected that the old devil would be so powerful. Master, the Tang dynasty is in danger now. Should we save it or not? Lin Mu looked at the sect leader Zhao Cheng, and so did the other elders. Shushan and the Tang dynasty had previously married and restored their alliance. If they remained indifferent, the news would make them the laughingstock of the world. But if they wanted to take action, they would have to face the old devil of the moon worship sect. Even though Shushan is no longer what it used to be, the outcome of a real fight is still uncertain. Save, must save. Even if we don't take action, the old devil will come to Mount Shu to kill us. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to take action first. Zhao Qing took a deep breath and looked at everyone in the hall. His eyes suddenly became fierce and he ordered in a deep voice, "Pass my order, all shushan disciples, get ready and fight against the demonic moon worship sect immediately." "Yes, sir." Everyone in the hall said in unison. Following Zhao Cheng's order, Shushan quickly dispatched a large number of immortal masters to attack the moon worshippers who were causing chaos in the Tang dynasty. Shushan's reaction made many immortal cultivation forces take notice. Originally, they thought that facing the unfathomable old devil of the moon worship sect, Shushan might temporarily hide away and watch the demise of the Tang dynasty, but they did not expect that they would take action at the critical moment. In addition to the righteous immortal forces, many demonic forces are also paying attention to this conflict and contest. Zhao Fen still ignored the changes in the outside world and focused all his attention on his cultivation. Although Zhao Xiaotian is young, he has an outstanding advantage in the talent of cultivating immortals. In just a few days, he has understood the basic cultivation techniques of Shushan immortal cultivation, and he can even barely draw qi into his body to start practicing. Most importantly, this child is indeed very sensible and well-behaved. Unless he encounters a problem he doesn't understand, he will never disturb Zhao Fen easily. Although Zhao Fen didn't say it on the surface, he gradually accepted this child in his heart, so when he had free time, he was willing to give him some guidance. "Do you want to start signing in?" "Sign in." Inside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fen answered as usual. "Successful sign-in, reward, top-grade flying sword Liu Yun." As the system finished speaking, a silver flying sword appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. Top-grade flying sword. Zhao Fen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the thing he signed in today would be a flying sword. However, the quality was not as good as his own flying sword Qixiao, and it looked a bit useless. He shook his head and casually put the flying sword into the system's built-in space. Although he couldn't use it, it was at least a top-grade flying sword and could be given to someone in need later. Since the wedding of the leader Zhao Cheng, Shushan has become much more powerful than before. Shushan already has a profound foundation. Now that its leader Zhao Cheng has married Princess Pingyang of the Tang dynasty, Shushan and the Tang dynasty have formed an alliance again, which is equivalent to two immortal cultivation forces with profound foundations joining together. Whether it is the demons or the monsters, if they want to attack Shushan or the Tang dynasty, they must consider whether they have the ability to withstand the counterattack of the two major immortal cultivation forces. The most important thing is the mysterious swordsman from Shushan. Before this, Zhao Fen had not taken action for 70 or 80 years, leading many people to speculate that he had died. But when he killed the moon worship sect and other strong men with a single sword, everyone realized that Shushan still had top-notch cultivators in charge. Even the moon worship sect's deputy leader who was in the spirit-severing stage had his body destroyed by a single sword. Looking at the entire world of immortal cultivation, how many people dare to be confident of victory? You know, even in the current environment of spiritual energy revival, cultivators in the spirit-severing stage are still among the few powerful ones in all major forces. However, Zhao Fen was able to easily destroy the deputy leader of the moon-worshipping sect who was in the spirit-severing stage with just one sword. His unfathomable level of cultivation made all forces very wary. Relying on such deterrence, even the moon worship sect, which had always acted in a domineering and arrogant manner, rarely made any response and acquiesced to suffering such a huge loss. Therefore, Shu Mountain ushered in a period of stability and peace. Zhao Fen was concentrating on practicing Buddhism, ignoring the changes in the outside world. He seemed to have forgotten the world, and it seemed as if he was forgotten by the whole world. Cultivating immortality goes against the will of heaven and is fraught with huge risks. One could end up being doomed if one is not careful. And life in the demon locking tower is extremely monotonous, and one has to endure boredom that ordinary people cannot stand. However, Zhao Fen didn't care about it. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling. Because every day, he can clearly feel that he is slowly getting stronger. Time does not pass in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. The speed of spiritual energy recovery between heaven and earth became faster than before. Powerful immortal cultivators emerged one after another, and many small figures who were originally unknown rose like meteors and became overlords. As for the old monsters who had been dormant in the major forces before, they took advantage of the great changes in the world and achieved a very obvious improvement in their cultivation level. Compared with the previous thousands and tens of thousands of years, the entire world of immortal cultivation has entered a very good time point. Although it cannot be compared with the most glorious era tens of thousands of years ago, it also shows a momentum of prosperity and revival of all things. For cultivators, this is a very good era, but for ordinary people, it is a cruel and dark time. In just 10 years, the world of cultivating immortals has been in turmoil, various demon sects have been vying for supremacy, various monster tribes have risen, and dynasties, sects and other different forces have been constantly attacking, causing countless civilians to be displaced and suffer terribly. These are the situations that Jang Chen mentioned to Zhao Fan when she came to deliver the meal. But fortunately, Shushan is still relatively stable at present and has not yet become the target of other forces. The people in the subordinate territories can still live a stable life. Inside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan, with a solemn look, sat cross-legged quietly in the void. His body was strong, and every inch of his flesh and blood emitted a faint golden light, as if it was made of fairy gold and was filled with surging and powerful energy. The most terrifying thing was that he was just sitting there, without mobilizing any spiritual power, but like a sword drawn from its sheath, emitting terrifying and astonishing sword intent, causing the surrounding void to become distorted layer by layer. Zhao Fan closed his eyes, and his sword intent continued to grow stronger, from dozens at the beginning, to hundreds, and finally to tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of sword intentions stirred the void, causing most of the demon locking tower to tremble and shake slightly. Boom. Along with a deafening roar, countless sword intentions suddenly disappeared. It felt like a drop of water sinking into the lake and disappearing without a trace, but it was also more like turning into invisible and merging into everything. Wherever the eyes looked, all they could see was Zhao Fan's overwhelming sword intention. Zhao Fan's mind moved, and countless sword energies were generated invisibly, causing most of the demon locking tower to burst into sword sounds like a landslide and tsunami. The terrifying sword energy rushed into the sky and dispersed the thick leaden clouds that stretched for 10,000 meters. It worked. I have finally mastered the 4th level of sword control, which is invisible. Zhao Fan took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light flashed across the depths of his pupils. During the past 10 years, Zhao Fan devoted himself to meditation, and only today did he succeed in practicing the 4th level of sword controlling technique. My cultivation level has actually improved a lot. Only then did Zhao Fan realize that his spiritual power had become almost saturated and had reached the peak of the late stage of the spiritual severing realm. He was only half a step away from completing the spiritual severing realm. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Fan estimated that it would take several years or even longer to reach the bottleneck period, but he did not expect it to happen much earlier. In that case, then take the Scarlet Gold Blood Pill and break through to the perfection of the spirit severing stage in one go. Feeling the spiritual power in his body approaching saturation, Zhao Fan took out the pill that the little white fox had given him earlier and swallowed it without the slightest hesitation. Half an hour later, an aura that made the heaven and earth pale in comparison pierced through the sky, and the entire demon locking tower was roaring and shaking. With the help of the red gold blood pill, Zhao Fan successfully broke through to the perfection of the spirit severing stage, and his temperament became even more unfathomable. After the successful breakthrough, Zhao Fan spent some time to completely consolidate his cultivation level. On this day, the gate of the demon locking tower slowly opened. After many years, Sect leader Zhao Chen came here again. Zhao Chen, why are you here? As soon as Zhao Fan finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that there was a little boy of 8 years old following Zhao Chen. The little boy has bright eyes and a very cute face. This child is. Zhao Fan was a little surprised and asked hesitantly. Brother, he is my illegitimate son, his name is Zhao Xiaotian. After saying that, Zhao Qing patted the little boy and reminded him softly, Xiaotian, come up and say hello. This is your great uncle. The little boy was very shy. He hid behind Zhao Cheng, only daring to show half of his head and steal glances at Zhao Fan. Xiaotian, what did Dad teach you? Call uncle quickly. Seeing that his son was indifferent, Zhao Qing frowned and urged. Never mind. The child is shy, don't make it difficult for him. Zhao Fan waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and asked curiously, "How come you have an illegitimate child?" Hearing Zhao Fan's question, Zhao Qing smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, do you still want to know what I told you before? I once fell in love with a mortal. Xiao Tian is my child with her." "You are really good." Zhao Fan shook his head and had to admire his brother's romanticism. On this day, Jang Chen came again. The food she brought was as delicious as usual, and she continued chatting with Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan tasted the dishes with a smile on his face and listened to her talking about various trivial matters. "Brother, I will go down the mountain in a few days. If I don't come next time, I will ask other people from the discipline hall to deliver it. Please don't mind. I will cook a few more dishes to compensate you when I come back." Jang Chen smiled apologetically and said softly. Zhao Fan was slightly startled, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you doing down the mountain?" Jang Chen is now a senior sister in the discipline hall, teaching hundreds of new disciples, and has a heavy responsibility. Under normal circumstances, she should not be able to leave the sect at will. Recently, the evil moon worship sect has almost conquered the entire Tang dynasty. The sect has been at war with the moon worship sect for several days, and many of the disciples have suffered casualties. In order to completely resolve the moon worship sect's problems, the sect master will lead the elders and elite disciples to fight the moon worship sect in Ching Fong Gorge in 3 days. I am a senior sister in the discipline hall. At this time, I must also contribute to the sect and fight against those evil demons. Zhang Qian's eyes were bright and she spoke in a firm tone. Zhao Fan frowned slightly, thinking of the situation Zhao Qing mentioned a few days ago. He thought that his brother, the sect leader, could handle it calmly, so he didn't take it to heart. Now it seems that the problem is more serious than imagined, otherwise why would a disciple of the discipline hall like Zhang Qian need to go down the mountain to join the battle? Junior sister, be careful when you go down the mountain. If you meet a disciple of the evil sect, fight him if you can, and run away if you can't. Don't try to be brave. Zhao Fan said seriously. Zhang Qian has been delivering meals to him for so many years, and he doesn't want anything to happen to her. Thank you for your concern, brother. I am already a cultivator in the late Jindan stage. As long as I don't encounter a very strong demonic cultivator, I shouldn't be in danger. Besides, I am not the only one going down the mountain to join the battle. It is also an exciting thing to fight side by side with other brothers and sisters in the sect to eliminate demons and defend the way. Zhang Qian giggled and said. She is upright and kind-hearted, and has a deep-seated hatred for evil. She has long wanted to personally kill those evil practitioners who harm the people. That being said, swords have no mercy on the battlefield, so you still have to be careful. Zhao Fan thought about it, but was still a little worried. He grabbed the air casually, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 meters gathered in his palm and turned into a crystal-clear spiritual sword. This is the invisible means of the 4th level of sword-controlling technique, which imprisoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refined and compressed it into a sword of spiritual energy, and also contained a trace of Zhao Fan's soul. If the spirit sword is triggered, no one can block the sword unless they are cultivators of the same level, unless they have reached the perfection of the spirit-severing stage. Take this little sword with you, it should be able to help. Zhao Fan passed the 3-inch spiritual sword through the crack in the door of the demon locking tower to Zhang Qian outside. Brother, this is... Zhang Qian looked at the exquisite and small spiritual sword and could vaguely feel its extraordinariness, but she couldn't put it into words specifically. After all, her cultivation level was only in the late golden core stage. Don't ask so many questions. I can save your life at the critical moment. We have known each other for so many years, and I don't want to see you get into trouble. Zhao Fan admired Zhang Qian's straightforward character. Just at the order of the law enforcement elder, she had delivered meals to him for more than 90 years. Moreover, Zhang Qian never sought any reward. In everyone's impression, Zhao Fan is just a criminal imprisoned in the demon locking tower. What reward can he get? Looking at the entire shushan now, Zhao Fan only cares about 2 people, Zhang Qian and his younger brother Zhao Cheng. Thank you, senior brother. I will definitely carry it with me. Zhang Qian felt a little warm in her heart and nodded slightly. Although she had some doubts as to whether the small sword was as powerful as Zhao Fan said, it was a gift from the latter after all, so she kept it carefully close to her body. Soon, Jang Chen left, taking Zhao Fan's magic sword away. The demon-locking tower returned to its usual tranquility. Ever since Zhao Fan broke through to the perfection of the spirit-severing stage, the growth of the spiritual power in his body has become very slow. Even if he spent several days of effort, it could not be improved at all. Zhao Fan had anticipated this situation, so he was not discouraged and began to focus on the practice of 10,000 swords technique and the 6-foot golden body. While Zhao Fan was practicing, he would also take time to guide his nephew Zhao Xiaotian. The latter was very well behaved and sensible. He would stay in the stone house to practice every day and would not dare to run around without the former's instructions. As for the little white fox, it has been staying in the underground space deep in the demon's tomb and has not come out for a long time. Zhao Fan took some time to visit and found that the little white fox had fallen into a deep sleep, but its aura was constantly growing, and it was obvious that it was in a critical stage of practice. Zhao Fan did not disturb her, because the little white fox's only obsession now was to improve her strength and try to recall the memories that had disappeared in the past. Time passes. This day finally arrived, the day of the decisive battle between Shushan and the moon-worshipping sect. Ching Fong Gorge is the gateway to Shushan. It is usually sparsely populated, but today it is packed with people. Under the leadership of Sect Master Zhao Cheng, almost all of Shushan's elite disciples came out in full force, and thousands of cultivators guarded the canyon. Outside the canyon, flags covered the sky and demonic energy rolled. Tens of thousands of moon worshippers pressed forward like a torrent. Not far away, powerful men from all races and factions, both righteous and demonic, were watching this battle. The evil spirit rises to the sky and the demonic shadows are everywhere. The scorching sun was obscured by thick leaden clouds. A domineering figure, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, broke through the layers of void from afar. He was an old man with white hair and beard, dark eyes, and clusters of devilish flames dancing on his body, emitting an evil and terrifying aura. He is the old leader of the moon-worshipping cult, the bloodthirsty old man. Master of Shushan, you openly led the people to become enemies of our moon-worship sect. Do you want to end up like the Tang dynasty? If you lead your people to surrender now, I may spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree and killing everyone in Shushan. The bloodthirsty old man shattered the ground with one kick, looked coldly at the clan leader Zhao Cheng, and said in an extremely domineering manner. His look was full of contempt, almost arrogant. Old devil of the moon worship sect, please stop being so presumptuous. You, the moon worship sect, have committed many evil deeds. Not only have you openly attacked the Tang dynasty, but you have also dared to challenge our Shushan. Do you really think you are invincible? We, Shushan, have stood in the world of immortal cultivation for tens of thousands of years, and we govern a territory of thousands of miles and hundreds of millions of lives. How can we allow demons like you to cause chaos? The 3 great elders of Shushan are here to kill you. Beside Zhao Cheng, 3 figures as deep as the abyss rose into the sky. Their powerful aura dispersed the clouds in the sky. They were 3 powerful men in the spirit-severing stage. The 3 elders surrounded the bloodthirsty old men from different directions. 3 people in the early stage of spirit-severing. The bloodthirsty old man sneered. You are courting death. The bloodthirsty old man was very contemptuous. He raised his hand and punched out with a domineering magic fist. The mountain-like fist shadow tore through the sky and fell with the force of thunder. Take action together. Feeling the terrifying pressure coming towards them, the 3 elders of Shushan in the spirit-severing stage all roared in anger and slashed out with surging sword light in an attempt to block the attack. Bang, bang, bang. But in the next second, the fist shadow burst into black light, which instantly extinguished the hot sword light, and the remaining force hit the 3 elders, making them spit blood and fly 1,000 meters away. In one encounter, the 3 elders in the spirit-severing stage were no match for the bloodthirsty old men even when they joined forces. The whole place was in dead silence, and everyone in Shushan looked at this scene in disbelief. The intelligence is wrong. This old devil is not in the middle stage of the distraction realm, but a great master in the late stage of the distraction realm. Jinwu Elder Lin Mu suddenly realized something and exclaimed loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shushan sect master Zhao Cheng felt his scalp tingling. The cultivation level that the bloodthirsty old man had displayed before had always been the middle stage of the distraction realm, so he believed that with the 3 distraction realm elders taking action, they could restrain the opponent very well, and Shushan and the moon-worshipping sect would be able to fight. However, they never expected that the true strength of this bloodthirsty old man was that of a great master in the late stage of distraction, and he severely injured the 3 elders in the first fight. The difference between the middle and late stages of the spirit-severing realm seems to be only a small realm, but the actual gap is extremely huge. Now, what can Shushan use to fight against this old devil? The bloodthirsty old man came from the sky with a powerful and astonishing aura, which was like a huge wave in the ocean, rushing towards them, making the people of Shushan feel suffocated. Almost everyone in Shushan was in despair. Was Shushan, which had stood for tens of thousands of years, going to perish today? I know that you have a mysterious swordsman in charge of Shushan. Let him come out and fight me, or you will all die. The bloodthirsty old man had dark eyes as he looked down at the people of Shushan from above, his murderous intent as chilling as a cold wind. At this moment, Jang Chen, who was standing behind the sect leader Zhao Cheng and the elders, unexpectedly discovered that something in her arms was trembling slightly. This is the little sword my senior brother gave me. Jang Chen took out the thing in her arms, and unexpectedly found that it was the crystal-clear magic sword. At this moment, the sword body became a little hot. Kong. Perhaps it was sensing the terrifying and evil aura of the bloodthirsty old man. Amid Jang Chen's scream, the spirit sword gently broke free from her small hand and soared into the sky with a clear sound like metal and stone. The next second, the sword light was dazzling, and in the air, it condensed into a golden figure. Zhao Fen quietly put away the pills and prepared to continue practicing. But at this moment, a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy from heaven and earth came from the stone house not far away. Shua. Zhao Fan's figure disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he had already come to Zhao Xiaotian's side. At this moment, Zhao Xiaotian, who was only 8 years old, had his eyes closed and a trace of pain on his young face. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, his skin was red and his body was burning hot. The mind and spirit are united, and the qi sinks into the dantian. Trying to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that flows into my body and turn it into my own spiritual power. Zhao Fan's face was serious and he spoke in a deep voice. At the same time, he raised his hand and grabbed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that permeated the surroundings was easily absorbed and continuously flowed into Zhao Xiaotian's body through his pores. Zhao Xiaotian's young body trembled violently, and the expression on his face became more painful, but he did not make any sound. This child has a good character. Zhao Fen nodded secretly when he saw this. A child of 7 or 8 years old, who could grit his teeth and endure the pain, obviously had a willpower far beyond that of an ordinary person. As traces of spiritual energy from heaven and earth penetrated into Zhao Xiaotian's body, his young body was put under tremendous pressure. Not to mention a child, even an ordinary adult would find it difficult to bear the pressure and pain when absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, let alone a child like Zhao Xiaotian. However, Zhao Xiaotian still gritted his teeth and persisted, taking in as much spiritual energy from the heaven and earth as possible, and refining it into spiritual power in his body according to the basic techniques of cultivating immortals. Although he was young, he knew very well that he was at the most critical moment. If he could successfully transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his own use, he would be able to break through the shackles and become a cultivator in the qi refining stage. Can't hold on any longer. Looking at Zhao Xiaotian's shaky body, Zhao Fen frowned slightly. If this child can absorb more spiritual energy from heaven and earth when he draws qi into his body for the first time, then his starting point for cultivating immortals in the future will be higher and he will have advantages far beyond ordinary people. Just as Zhao Fen was worried, Zhao Xiaotian continued to persevere. His entire young face turned extremely pale, and even traces of blood seeped out of his skin. Time passed by second. Crackle. Finally, as a sound like frying beans came from Zhao Xiaotian's body, his originally weak aura suddenly increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. He successfully broke free from the shackles and became a cultivator in the qi refining stage. With the nourishment of his own spiritual power, the bloodstains on Zhao Xiaotian's body gradually disappeared, and his originally rapid breathing returned to normal. Seeing this, Zhao Fen breathed a sigh of relief. This child was stronger than he had imagined. Moreover, by initially attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, one can become a cultivator in the chi refining stage in one go. This kind of achievement is incomparable to that of one's peers, and even many so-called genius cultivators find it difficult to do so. Feeling the huge changes in himself, Zhao Xiaotian opened his tightly closed eyes. Just as he was about to jump up and shout for joy, he saw Zhao Fan standing next to him. He was so scared that he suddenly said timidly, "Uncle, you did a great job. When you draw qi into your body for the first time, you will become a cultivator in the qi refining stage. If you practice hard, you will achieve extraordinary success in the future." Zhao Fan smiled, waved at him and said, "Follow me." Although Zhao Xiaotian was a little confused, he still followed Zhao Fan carefully. "Watch it." Arriving at the open space outside, Zhao Fan looked at the huge rock 100 meters away, put his fingers together like a sword, and then slashed out with the sword at random. His movements were smooth and natural. As if it had mobilized the power of heaven and earth, the sword light was as fast as lightning, smashing the stone into pieces with a loud bang. "Oh my God!" Zhao Xiaotian's eyes widened, and there was a hint of shock on his childish face. "This is the basic sword technique of shushan. I will only teach you once. How much you can understand depends on your own luck." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Fan's body became light and he slowly performed the basic shushan sword technique that he had strengthened before. Although his movements were not fast, they were very complicated in Zhao Xiaotian's eyes. Each move was filled with the aura of supreme swordsmanship. Zhao Xiaotian's face was serious. He opened his eyes wide and carefully recorded every move of Zhao Fan. Although he couldn't understand some of them, he had a hunch that the sword skills taught by his uncle must be very simple. After a while, after performing a set of sword techniques, Zhao Fan slowly stopped and asked Zhao Xiaotian, "Do you remember it?" "Uncle, I..." Zhao Xiaotian scratched his head and said timidly, "It seems like I remember everything, but it also seems like I don't remember anything." "Very good, that's right." Contrary to expectations, Zhao Fan was not angry. Instead, he smiled and patted Zhao Xiaotian on the head, and continued, "From today on, you will practice according to this set of sword techniques. If you have any questions, come and ask me." "I see." Looking at the approachable Zhao Fan, Zhao Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief and nodded very seriously. Then, without Zhao Fan's reminder, Zhao Xiaotian took the initiative to imitate the actions of the former and began to practice the basic shushan swordsmanship. I have to say that this kid has a unique talent in cultivation. Zhao Fan only performed it once, but he was able to basically remember all the sword moves. Although the movements were stiff and formal, it was a very remarkable thing for a child who was just over 8 years old. Time flies, and 7 days passed quickly. Through continuous efforts and with Zhao Fan's guidance, Zhao Xiaotian gained a certain understanding of the basic shushan swordsmanship. But Zhao Fan did not relax his requirements on him and asked him to study hard and practice diligently every day. On this day, the sound of light footsteps was heard outside the demon locking tower, and it was the day when Jang Chen delivered food. "Brother, I'm here to deliver food. This time I brought you a few bottles of good wine." Jang Chen has delicate features and a tall, curvy figure. Compared to before, she is less innocent and simple, and more mature and charming. She greeted me from a distance, and her clear and sweet voice was filled with a hint of excitement that she had never had before. "Junior sister, what good wine did you bring?" Zhao Fan asked with a smile. "Both the sweet-scented osmanthus wine and the best yellow wine are more than 100 years old, but I spent a lot of effort to exchange them with the drunkard's senior brother in the sect." "Brother, you have to drink a few more cups." Jang Chen giggled, filled Zhao Fan's glass with wine, and handed it to him. "It smells delicious, really good." Zhao Fan tasted it and nodded with satisfaction. Hearing this, Jang Chen smiled sweetly, a cunning look flashed across her beautiful eyes, and she said with a smile, "As long as Senior Jian Xiao is satisfied." "Junior sister, you didn't drink any alcohol, so why are you drunk?" "I am your senior brother." "Who are you talking about, senior swordsman?" Zhao Fan sneered and said nonchalantly. "Brother, stop pretending. I have already guessed that you are the mysterious sword master from our shushan." Zhang Qian's eyes were burning with admiration, and she said, the little sword you gave me a few days ago is the best evidence. These days, Jang Chen has been very excited and even had trouble falling asleep some nights. Although she is naive and kind-hearted, she is not stupid. The small sword that Zhao Fen gave her before showed its power in Ching Fong Canyon and transformed into the mysterious sword master from Mount Shu, killing the bloodthirsty old man of the evil path with one sword. At that time, she was extremely shocked and had some guesses in her mind. Recalling Zhao Fan's calm and composed reaction to the dangers in Shushan in the past, Jang Chen became more certain of the former's identity. The golden figure stood proudly in the void, looming and emitting wisps of sword intent, causing the surrounding space to change and distort. He is like a true sword immortal, unfathomable and transcendent. This figure was none other than a trace of Zhao Fan's soul attached to the spirit sword. This figure seems to be the sword cultivator senior from our Shushan mountain. Elder Zhenwu Linmu looked at Zhao Fan's figure and couldn't help but exclaimed. There was a hint of excitement in his tone. It's big brother. Sect leader Zhao Cheng was also extremely surprised. He didn't expect that his elder brother would show up in time. That swordsman senior from our Shushan. It's really him. We are saved now. Please ask senior sword cultivator for help to kill the old devil of the moon worship sect. Please ask senior sword cultivator to help. After seeing Zhao Fen appear, almost all of the Shushan disciples who had been in despair became extremely excited. In the impression of everyone in Shushan, senior sword cultivator is almost a symbol of invincibility. Senior sword cultivator, why? Could it be? Zhang Qian was stunned until a moment later, when she suddenly realized something and quickly covered her mouth. At this moment, all the disciples of Shushan were extremely excited and did not notice Zhang Qian's abnormal emotions at all. The sword master of Shushan, you finally showed up. I have heard of your name. You once destroyed the body of a deputy leader of our moon-worshipping sect with one sword. Looking at Zhao Fan's figure, the bloodthirsty old man not only did not have the slightest fear, but his murderous intent became even stronger. He has lived for nearly 1,000 years and is a veritable old monster. Naturally, he would not be scared by Zhao Fan's reputation. Moreover, the bloodthirsty old man himself is extremely powerful, and has reached the late stage of distraction. Even if he faces the rumored Shushan swordsman, he is still absolutely confident that he can suppress him easily. Anyone who offends Shushan will be killed without mercy. Zhao Fen had a blank expression on his face. Although his voice was not loud, it was clear and powerful enough to echo in everyone's ears. I want to see how you are going to kill me. The bloodthirsty old man sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively attacked. The power of his fist was surging and formed several terrifying fist shadows as big as mountains. Compared to the blow that defeated the three elders just now, this blow was even more powerful. Facing the bloodthirsty old man's evil fist, Zhao Fen remained indifferent, and his whole body glowed with a dazzling golden luster. Boom! With a deafening bang, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, the terrifying fist shadow was shattered by the golden light on Zhao Fan's body. This is the power of the Zhongliu golden body, which can easily block the opponent's attack. What? The bloodthirsty old man's expression suddenly changed. Die. Zhao Fan's eyes were cold and he took the initiative to attack. The originally delicate and small spiritual sword suddenly grew into a 3-foot divine sword. As he swept out with the sword light illuminated the sky and the earth, almost tearing the boundless void layer by layer, and swept towards the bloodthirsty old man. This sword is so earth-shaking that even ghosts and gods are afraid of it. Dark Magic Fist. Feeling the extremely strong breath of death, the bloodthirsty old man gritted his teeth and roared, trying with all his strength to punch out with both fists in an attempt to block the fatal sword. Boom. Under the light of Zhao Fan's sword, the fist power was annihilated in an instant and could not be resisted at all. No. The sword light that came like a galaxy completely submerged the bloodthirsty old man. Finally, with an unwilling scream, his body exploded and turned into countless blood mist, and he died suddenly. Even his soul did not have any chance to escape. He was truly annihilated. All this happened in a flash. By the time everyone present reacted, the bloodthirsty old man had already died. With just one sword, the old monster, the bloodthirsty old man who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, was completely killed. This shocking scene made everyone stand there in a daze. Dead. The old leader is dead. The current leader of the moon-worshipping cult had a look of fear on his face, his whole body was shaking with terror. That was a bloodthirsty old man in the late stage of distraction, the old leader that their moon-worshipping cult was proud of, and how could he be killed by just a single sword? Master, let's escape quickly. Nearby, several moon-worship sect warriors spoke in horror. Run, run now. The moon-worshippers' leader finally came to his senses and abandoned tens of thousands of moon-worshippers and was about to escape with a few important figures. However, before they could escape far, a sword light tore through the void and slashed down with lightning speed. Ah! Following a few screams, the moon-worshipper, who was in the early stage of distraction, and several powerful men were completely destroyed. It's not good. The old leader and the leader are both dead, let's run. Run, run quickly. Following the tragic death of their moon-worshippers' leader, the large number of moon-worshippers fled in all directions like frightened birds. Zhao Fen had no intention of taking action against these people. If he couldn't even deal with them, then Zhao Cheng, the clan leader, should abdicate and let others take over. Zhao Fen glanced at the people of Shushan, and the golden figure slowly dissipated until it finally disappeared completely. Inside the demon-locking tower, as a trace of his soul returned to its place, Zhao Fen opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he used a trace of his soul to kill the bloodthirsty old man and others across an infinite distance. Although it did not consume too much spiritual power, it still posed a lot of risks to his soul. If a strand of the separated soul is damaged, it will cause obvious injuries to the cultivator's body. Therefore, if you are not absolutely confident in your own strength, it is best not to use this method of killing the enemy from a distance lightly. Although the bloodthirsty old man, the moon-worshipping leader and other important high-ranking officials were all dead, the moon-worshipping followers had committed many evil deeds and were all bloodthirsty and brutal practitioners of the evil ways. If they were allowed to escape successfully, it would always be a fatal hidden danger to many civilians. So after Zhao Fen disappeared, Sect Master Zhao Qing quickly reacted and gave a firm order: all Shushan disciples, follow this Sect Master to wipe out the moon worshippers. Yes, sir. Kill. The shouts of killing from thousands of Shushan's elite disciples resounded through the sky, and they pursued the moon worshippers with great momentum. Although the moon worshippers had the advantage in numbers, they were all frightened out of their wits. More than half of them were killed by the Shushan disciples in just half a day, and only a small number of them escaped from Ching Fong Gorge. After this battle, the moon worship sect collapsed and was destroyed. What happened on this day quickly spread throughout most of the world of immortal cultivation. The bloodthirsty old man, a great master in the late stage of distraction, had no power to fight back and was killed by a single sword from the mysterious swordsman of Mount Shu, causing an uproar. Countless people are wondering, how strong is the swordsman from Shushan? Some people say that the sword masters of Shushan are definitely great cultivators who have reached the perfect stage of distraction. Others also say that the Shushan swordsman is a powerful being who has one foot into the fusion stage. There are many different opinions, but no one can give a definite conclusion. But what is indisputable is that after this battle, most of the immortal cultivation world had a deep respect for Shushan. Even the arrogant demon tribes and factions, after receiving the news, ordered their disciples and clansmen to stay away from the Shushan territory and not to provoke this force for the time being. There was a lot of noise outside, but Zhao Fen ignored it and instead started signing in for the new day using the system. Do you want to start signing in? Sign in. Zhao Fen said habitually. Sign in successfully, and be rewarded with the Jade Blood Exorcist pill. As the system finished speaking, a green pill appeared in Zhao Fan's hand. This is a top-grade elixir. Although Zhao Fen doesn't have much use for it, it can be used to help cultivators below the spirit-severing stage improve their cultivation. Jang Chen's tone was very firm. In addition to her own reasonable guesses, she also had a woman's natural sixth sense. She was absolutely certain that Zhao Fen was the mysterious and powerful swordsman senior from Shushan. Although separated by the heavy door of the demon-locking tower, Zhao Fen could still feel her eager anticipation. Since you have guessed it, it seems that I have no choice but to admit it. Zhao Fen thought about it and then admitted it openly. Brother, is this true? Hearing Zhao Fan's admission, Jang Chen almost jumped up in excitement and asked again and again, you are really a senior sword cultivator from Shushan. Great, I know my guess is correct. She was extremely happy, even happier than when she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation. After being happy, Jang Chen seemed to have thought of something. She pouted her round red lips and asked, "Brother, why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Didn't I tell you?" Zhao Fan smiled and pretended to be confused, reminding, "If I remember correctly, I told you before that I am the Shushan Sword Cultivator Senior. You just didn't believe it at the time." This. Zhang Qian showed a look of shame. She clearly remembered that after the incident of the 6 great sword sects, Zhao Fan had indeed joked that he was a senior sword cultivator from Mount Shu, but she thought it was just a joke at the time and did not take it seriously. Thinking about it now, Zhao Fan did not deceive himself. "Senior brother, can I still call you like this in the future? Can I still bring you meals like before?" Zhang Qian asked weakly, blinking her big eyes. Knowing that Zhao Fan was the unfathomable Shushan sword master, Zhang Qian felt happy but also pressured. "Certainly." "What? Don't you want to bring me food?" Zhao Fan asked jokingly. No. I wish I could deliver meals to my senior brother every day. I wonder how many people dream of having a senior swordsman deliver meals to them." Zhang Qian giggled and said quickly, "Junior sister, you can just call me senior brother like before. Remember, things about me are our secrets and cannot be revealed to others." Zhao Fan thought for a moment and reminded softly, "Brother, don't worry. I will definitely not tell anyone else, so as to prevent other brothers and sisters from disturbing your peace." Zhang Qian nodded and said seriously, "It's settled then." Zhao Fan smiled slightly, and then asked, "By the way, I killed the bloodthirsty old man and his men. Has the problem of the moon worship cult been solved?" "Brother, the moon worship sect has now been completely destroyed. Because of this incident, many demons and monsters have become very wary of our Shushan. Even the leaders of many forces have personally issued orders to restrict their disciples from setting foot in our Shushan. What makes us most happy is that during this period, more than a dozen immortal cultivation families have taken the initiative to join our Shushan as vassal forces. I heard that the master and the elders are very busy." Zhang Qian briefly recounted what happened after the fall of the moon-worshipping sect. "All this is thanks to you, senior brother. As long as you are here, our Shushan will surely become stronger and stronger." After Zhang Qian finished speaking, she added in a flattering manner, "If Shushan wants to revive, it can't rely on just one person. It requires the joint efforts of many people." Zhao Fan smiled and said calmly. Zhang Qian blinked her bright big eyes and nodded thoughtfully. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while, and when dusk was approaching, Zhang Qian left reluctantly. After Zhang Qian left, the demon locking tower returned to its usual tranquility. In the following days, Zhao Fan did not leave the demon locking tower again. Every day, he would sign in and practice. Occasionally, when he had some free time, he would take the time to guide his nephew Zhao Xiaotian in his practice. A cultivator of Zhao Fan's level, even if he just gives some casual advice, can be of great help to ordinary cultivators. Zhao Xiaotian has good aptitude for cultivating immortals, and under Zhao Fan's repeated guidance, he grows very fast. Time passes by little. In the blink of an eye, another 22 years passed. This is the 120th year since Zhao Fan came to the demon locking tower. For ordinary people, 100 years is a long life, but for immortal cultivators, it is just a blink of an eye. During these 22 years, Zhao Fan's cultivation had not made any significant breakthroughs and he still remained at the perfect stage of the spirit-severing stage. Above the spirit-severing stage is the fusion stage. For cultivators, it is an unfathomable and watershed realm. Even in the most glorious period of the immortal cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, cultivators in the fusion stage were all called great powers, because the strong people in this realm had the power to move mountains and fill the sea with just a gesture of their hands. The fusion stage is right before your eyes. Zhao Fan could break it with just his hand, but he was not in a hurry at all. The fusion stage is beyond all previous realms of cultivation. It is a level that can only be entered when the soul, spiritual power, and physical body are balanced and improved to the limit. Looking back over the past 10,000 years, even if there are rare and outstanding cultivators who have reached this stage, they have only cultivated one or two of the three to perfection and successfully broken through the realm. They are not truly powerful at all. My soul and spiritual power have been honed for so many years, and both have almost reached perfection. Now only my physical body is a little short of perfection. When the time comes, the three will be combined into one and break through the realm at the same time. My comprehensive strength will be at least several times greater than that of the immortal cultivators of the same level. Zhao Fan's eyes sparkled as he muttered to himself. Over the years, he has been honing himself and constantly accumulating experience. After 22 years, the spiritual power in Zhao Fan's body is as deep as the ocean, and his soul is even more solid and powerful, as dazzling as the sun. In the open space inside the demon-locking tower, Zhao Fan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the endless dark clouds stretching across the sky. He put his fingers together like a sword and slashed at will. Boom. The thick black clouds covering a dozen miles suddenly split into two in an instant. From a distance, it looked as if the entire sky was split in half. This scene was seen by Zhao Xiaotian, who was not far away, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. And this is not the end yet. Zhao Fan did not use any spiritual power. With a thought, the water vapor in the void condensed and became unstoppable flying swords. They were densely packed and covered the sky. They all rushed into the depths of the clouds and shattered the dark clouds that were originally split into two. The dark clouds dispersed, and the golden sunlight fell on Zhao Fan, making his figure look even more majestic and tall. Uncle has become stronger. When will I become so powerful? Looking at Zhao Fan's figure, Zhao Xiaotian murmured, with admiration and awe in his eyes. After so many years of Zhao Fan's teaching, he had long since grown from an 8-year-old child to an independent nascent soul cultivator. However, he still could not see through his uncle's strength. He only knew that the former was very strong, like the vast ocean, deep and unfathomable. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is becoming more and more dense. I still have to focus on my physical training and try to break through as soon as possible. After shaking off the clouds in the sky, Zhao Fan could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the sky was becoming more and more dense. Over the years, the speed of spiritual energy recovery has been getting faster and faster. Life was as usual. Apart from occasionally instructing his nephew Zhao Xiaotian, Zhao Fan focused on the cultivation of his physical body. With his efforts, his 10-foot-tall golden body had already reached the second level of perfection, and he was only half a step away from the third level. On this day, it snowed heavily, and Shushan ushered in a cold winter. Sect Master Zhao Cheng, who had not been to the demon-locking tower for many years, came today in the snow. Zhao Cheng was wearing a loose golden robe, his face was resolute, his eyes were bright, and compared with before, his temperament was less straightforward and more majestic. Under Zhao Cheng's leadership, Shushan has achieved significant improvement and development in recent years, and he himself has become an immortal cultivator in the out-of-body stage. However, the stage of distraction is still far away. If there is no opportunity, it will be difficult to break through the original realm in one's lifetime. The most important thing is that he was entangled with countless trivial matters and had no extra energy to practice. Immortal practitioners go against the will of heaven. No matter how outstanding your talent is, if you don't focus on practicing, your achievements will be very limited. Brother. Zhao Cheng called out affectionately. In front of others, he is the almighty and majestic leader of Mount Shu. Only in front of his eldest brother does he show such an approachable side. You're here. Zhao Fan smiled calmly, as if he had expected the other party to come. Father. Beside him, Zhao Xiaotian looked at Zhao Cheng, who was right in front of him, and shouted somewhat stiffly. His mood was a little up and down. Over the years, he and his uncle Zhao Fan had lived together, but his father Zhao Cheng had never come to see him, and he was more or less dissatisfied. Zhao Cheng smiled gently and nodded at Zhao Xiaotian. How have things been over the years? Zhao Cheng asked with concern. Dad, thanks to my uncle's teachings, I am now a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. However, there are still many things I have not learned, not even 1,000th of what my uncle has learned. Zhao Xiaotian still said this very modestly. Not bad, not bad. When I was your age, your father was only a cultivator at the golden core stage. Your achievements have far surpassed mine. Your future is limitless. As for your uncle, he is the strongest in our shushan. Even if you are given another 200 years, you may not be able to learn everything he taught. Zhao Qing smiled. He was happy about Zhao Xiaotian's growth and grateful for Zhao Fan's silent teaching. Okay, you two, stop flattering me. Zhao Fan smiled, looked at Zhao Qing and asked, how come you have time to come here this time? I haven't visited my brother for more than 20 years, so I thought I'd come over to visit. Besides, Xiao Tian has grown up, and I also want him to go out and help me do some things. Zhao Qing said directly without hiding his purpose. As it should be. Even if you don't come today, I plan to let Xiao Tian go out and explore after a while. Otherwise, what's the point of staying in the demon locking tower all the time? Zhao Fan nodded and said thoughtfully. At the beginning, at the request of his younger brother Zhao Qing, Zhao Fan agreed to take care of Zhao Xiaotian temporarily, but he had no intention of teaching him for the rest of his life. The most important thing is that Zhao Xiaotian is different from himself and has no help from the system. He cannot stay in the demon locking tower to sign in and become stronger. There is no point in staying there any longer. Dad, but I want to stay with my uncle and continue my practice. I still have a lot to learn and I don't want to leave here. After hearing the conversation between his uncle and his father, Zhao Xiaotian became a little anxious and was very opposed to this matter. Xiaotian, the demon locking tower is boring and the spiritual energy is thin. It's not a place for you to stay. The world outside is more exciting. You are still young and should go out and explore more. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, or if you have any questions about cultivation, you can always come to the tower to find me. Zhao Fan smiled and comforted softly. After all, they had lived together for more than 20 years. How could a human being be heartless? Moreover, he was Zhao Fan's own nephew. Uncle. Zhao Xiaotian clenched his teeth and his eyes turned slightly red. Listen to your uncle. There are many affairs in Shushan now, and your father is unable to handle it alone. He needs your help. Zhao Qing patted his shoulder and said slowly. All right. Uncle, I'm leaving now. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaotian knelt down with a plop and kowtowed respectfully to Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan did not stop him and accepted his gift with peace of mind. This top-grade flying sword, Liu Yun, is a gift from me to you. Take it. Zhao Fan took out a flying sword and handed it to Zhao Xiaotian. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and solemnly took the flying sword. Although Zhao Xiaotian was extremely reluctant, he still left the demon locking tower at the urging of his father Zhao Cheng. Looking at the father and son's departing backs, Zhao Fan sighed softly, and the demon locking tower once again returned to its usual tranquility. After Zhao Xiaotian left the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan immersed himself in his days of cultivation again. He had already perfected the second level of the 10-foot-tall golden body, but he was still lacking an opportunity to break through to the third level. Boom. One day, when Zhao Fan closed his eyes and practiced, a slight vibration came from the depths of the demon locking tower. Although it was not obvious, Zhao Fan still caught the abnormality. Zhao Fan suddenly opened his eyes and disappeared out of thin air. When Zhao Fan appeared again, he had already arrived deep in the demon's tomb and discovered the entrance to the underground space. He felt terrible vibrations and abnormalities. Did something happen to the little fox? Zhao Fan frowned slightly and rushed in as fast as lightning. At this moment, the underground space that was originally filled with tall palace buildings collapsed on a large scale, forming a hideous black hole. The black hole was unfathomable, like the gaping bloody mouth of a giant beast, with traces of terrifying poisonous gas overflowing, corroding the surrounding palaces. Even the powerful formations guarding those palaces could not withstand it for a moment. At the critical moment, a little fox with crystal white hair used its amazing demonic power to build a huge light curtain, which blocked most of the poisonous gas. Otherwise, the entire underground palace complex would be destroyed in an instant. Looking at the increasing poisonous gas, the little white fox's eyes were filled with solemnity, and its petite body kept retreating under the terrible pressure. Little fox, you're awake. What's going on? Just when the little white fox was about to collapse, Zhao Fan suddenly appeared beside her, raised his hand and slashed with a sword. The surging sword light tore through the void and directly destroyed the poisonous gas in front of her. "Help me block that hole quickly, otherwise the poison gas will continue to overflow." After seeing Zhao Fan, the little white fox was a little happy, but immediately urged. Although he didn't understand what was happening, Zhao Fan still chose to take action. The sharp and astonishing sword energy blasted towards the black hole like a storm. At the same time, the little white fox next to him also raised his paw and slapped out, forming a claw shadow as huge as a mountain. Boom! With a deafening roar, the men and the fox worked together to launch a powerful attack that temporarily forced back the countless black holes that were overflowing with poisonous gas. But this is not the end yet. It seems that there are terrible creatures inside the black hole. They have sensed the abnormality outside. With a low roar, poisonous gas erupts like a volcano, gushing out continuously. Something interesting. Zhao Fan narrowed his eyes slightly, and powerful spiritual energy burst out of his body. The flying sword Qixiao appeared out of thin air, emitting a clear and powerful sound. Break! With a low shout from Zhao Fan, the sword light illuminated the entire underground space, like a golden sun, eliminating countless black poisonous gases. Then, the remaining force continued, and it pressed down towards the black hole with great force. Sizzle! The poisonous gas that permeated the entire black hole evaporated, and the sword light formed a giant net-like seal, covering the hole, so that the poisonous gas deep inside could no longer rush out. The black hole was bottomless, and the demon-like poisonous gas, under the strong suppression of the golden sword light, let out an unwilling roar and was eventually forced back. Seeing that the sword light temporarily suppressed the poison gas, the little white fox raised its little paw, patted its chest with lingering fear, and said in a clear girlish voice, "Luckily you came in time, otherwise I would be exhausted to death." She was so arrogant that she glanced at Zhao Fan and snorted. "Aren't you asleep? How did it turn out like this?" Zhao Fan didn't argue with her, but asked with a frown. "I don't know either." The little white fox shook his head blankly and said, "I just came out of my deep sleep and had no time to celebrate my breakthrough to the late stage of distraction." Suddenly, the ground collapsed and a black hole appeared. It also emitted a constant stream of poisonous gas, which almost suffocated this fox fairy to death. "You have broken through to the late stage of the spirit-severing realm." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan looked up and down at the little white fox and found that her aura was much stronger than before, and even her appearance and shape had undergone subtle changes. A second tail actually grew behind the little white fox, swaying slightly, making it look very mysterious and powerful. "Of course." The little white fox raised his head and said proudly, "This fox fairy has unparalleled talent. You mere human cultivators cannot compare with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to remember something, her bright eyes widened, staring straight at Zhao Fan, and said, "That's not right. Even with my late stage of distraction, it's difficult to suppress the poisonous gas in the black hole. How did you do it?" "You guess." Zhao Fan smiled and said jokingly, "Have you also made a breakthrough? You're really abnormal." The little white fox was a little depressed. He had thought that after a long sleep, he had broken through from the early stage of distraction to the late stage of distraction, and he would definitely be able to catch up with Zhao Fan, the human cultivator. However, he didn't expect that he still couldn't do it. She felt a little unhappy and was thinking about waiting until her cultivation level surpassed Zhao Fan and finding an opportunity to teach Zhao Fan a lesson. "Little fox, you are very good. You have only slept in the jade coffin for more than 20 years, but you have already broken through 2 small realms in succession. If you continue like this, it won't be long before you can catch up with me." Seeing that the little white fox was a little depressed, Zhao Fan smiled and comforted it. "Are you serious?" the little white fox asked suspiciously, blinking his big eyes. "Of course it's true." Zhao Fan smiled and said. He was not just trying to comfort the little white fox. The other party's breakthrough speed really surprised Zhao Fan. If he continued to practice in this sleep, he might surpass him. Zhao Fan felt more and more that the little white fox's origin was not simple. How could ordinary demons have such a terrifying cultivation speed? Let's not talk about this anymore, let's see how to solve the problem of this black hole. Zhao Fan turned around and looked at the bottomless black hole, feeling a very strong sense of oppression from afar. This black hole is extremely dangerous. Also, there was a low roaring sound coming from before. It seems that there is some kind of terrifying creature inside. The little white fox looked at the black hole vigilantly. Its petite body was slightly tense, and it seemed a little uneasy and nervous. She is a cultivator from the demon clan and has a keen intuition about dangerous things. The sudden appearance of the black hole made the little white fox feel a hint of destruction. Zhao Fan also frowned. How did this black hole come from? Could it have existed for a long time? Ding, do you want to sign in at the Cave of 10,000 Monsters? Just as Zhao Fan was looking at the black hole, a system prompt sound suddenly came from his mind. What? Is there a cave of monsters inside this black hole? Zhao Fan was startled at first, then he subconsciously replied, sign in. Sign in successfully, reward Nirvana Golden Pill. As the system finished speaking, a golden pill appeared out of thin air in Zhao Fan's hand. It's actually Nirvana Golden Pill. Zhao Fan showed surprise. He never expected to sign such a precious thing. The Nirvana Golden Pill is not an elixir in the ordinary sense. To be precise, it is the divine essence left behind by a powerful demon before his death. If human cultivators refine and absorb it, their physical bodies can be greatly strengthened. For those who focus on physical cultivation, it is said to be a rare treasure. The reason why Zhao Fan had been unable to break through to the fusion stage was because he still had some deficiencies in his physical body. Now that he has obtained the Nirvana Golden Pill, he can greatly strengthen his physical body and allow his 6-foot-tall golden body to break through to the 3rd level. Little fox, help me protect the law. We'll come back to the black hole problem later. Without waiting for the little white fox to come to its senses, Zhao Fan suddenly sat down cross-legged and began to refine and absorb the Nirvana Golden Pill. What's wrong with you? Why do you order me around? The little white fox stomped its snow-white paws in anger, but still stayed obediently beside Zhao Fan. She stared at Zhao Fan, but the next second, her eyes widened, because the former's flesh and blood suddenly burst into a dazzling golden light, as bright as the scorching sun. What a strong body! What's wrong with him? The little white fox took 2 steps back and watched Zhao Fan closely. Under the gaze of the little white fox, Zhao Fan's flesh and blood were covered with layers of bright golden light, as if it was made of fairy gold, filled with a powerful sense of strength. From a distance, it looked like a golden Buddha. The strong light it emitted even made the poisonous gas swirling in the black hole not far away a little timid, and it dared not continue to attack the sword-light seal. Zhao Fan had a dignified appearance. With the help of the Nirvana Golden Pill, his 6-foot-tall golden body successfully broke through to the 3rd level. He could clearly feel that his body was several times stronger than before. The most crucial thing is that while his physical body was improving, Zhao Fan's soul and spiritual power also began to sublimate, and wisps of transcendent and sacred aura emanated from his body. Boom. The next second, a roar like a landslide or tsunami came from Zhao Fan's body, and his momentum surged several times. This is... Caught off guard, the little white fox was shocked by this terrifying aura and staggered back. The little white fox was a little angry, and looked at Zhao Fan with big eyes full of shock. She had reached the late stage of distraction realm, but was oppressed to such an extent by the opponent's momentum. How strong was the former? While the little white fox was guessing, the terrifying aura that Zhao Fan had originally emanated quickly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. It feels really good. It didn't last long. Zhao Fan soon opened his eyes, and his whole temperament became deeper, as bottomless as the ocean. You've made another breakthrough. The little white fox blinked his big eyes and asked with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. I guess so. Zhao Fan smiled and did not deny it. Super abnormal. The little white fox was very angry. The little white fox was a little annoyed. They had just met, but Zhao Fan, a human cultivator, had made another breakthrough. It hit her hard. You stay outside, I'll go in and take a look. Looking at the bottomless black hole, Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment and spoke slowly. If the system prompts correctly, then this black hole is the 10,000 Demons Cave. In the history of the immortal cultivation world, the 10,000 Demons Cave is a strange place formed by the heaven and earth, where demonic energy gathers, and it may give birth to rare treasures, or it may be accompanied by terrifying demons. Zhao Fen must conduct a thorough investigation, otherwise it will always be an uncertain hidden danger. What made Zhao Fen curious was why the cave of 10,000 demons appeared below the underground space. Did it exist for a long time? Or was it just formed? If it has existed for a long time, then it may contain information about the origin of this underground space. What? Are you crazy? The little white fox was startled. No one knew what was inside the black hole. If Zhao Fen rashly rushed in and got into danger, it would be too late to rescue him even if she wanted to. Don't worry, if I encounter any danger, I will withdraw immediately. Zhao Fen felt the endless spiritual power surging in his body and said with great certainty. If he had not made a breakthrough before, he would not have been confident enough to enter the black hole. But now, not only has he cultivated to the 3rd level of the 6-foot golden body, but his cultivation has even surpassed the spirit-severing stage. Even if there is great danger in the black hole, he is confident that he can escape unscathed. As the words fell, Zhao Fen turned into a stream of light and rushed into the black hole like a sharp arrow. Hello. The little white fox was stunned for a moment, then angrily slapped the ground with its little paws, causing the entire underground space to rumble and tremble. These gases are terrible. It's even enough to threaten the powerful ones in the fusion stage. As soon as he entered the black hole, Zhao Fen saw the poisonous gas that had been lurking below. It was like a giant beast that smelled the scent of food, and it rolled over and rushed towards him like a huge wave in the ocean. Even someone as strong as Zhao Fen felt his scalp tingling. Fortunately, Zhao Fen was prepared and said in a low voice, 6-foot-tall golden body. In an instant, Zhao Fan's flesh and blood shone all over, like a real golden arhat, emitting dazzling golden energy that almost illuminated half of the cave. Sizzle. The surging poisonous gas just came over, just like solid ice encountering fire and being evaporated directly. This is the protective chi of the 3rd level of the 6-foot-tall golden body. The golden body's chi is perfect and flawless. Not to mention dealing with these poisonous gases, even a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the distraction stage may not be able to break its defense even if he tries his best. Although he had positive energy to resist the corrosive poison gas, Zhao Fen did not relax at all. Instead, his expression became more solemn. As they continued to descend, the poisonous gas around them became thicker and thicker, until it seemed to form a substance. After descending for several thousand meters, Zhao Fen still couldn't see the end of the cave, as if it was endless. Roar. At this moment, a low roar came from the bottom of the black hole. At the same time, countless poisonous gases were dispersed. A bright red claw, as big as 100 meters, came towards Zhao Fen from bottom to top with a terrible fishy wind. There are actually living creatures in here. Zhao Fen was a little surprised and felt a strong sense of danger from the giant red claw. Without any hesitation, Zhao Fen clenched his hand, and the flying sword Qixiao appeared out of thin air, bursting out with dazzling sword light, and slashed towards the giant claw with great force. Puff! The sword light cut through the countless poisonous gases, and one sword directly cut off the giant red claw. Ah! The roar of the unknown creature below was heard. At the same time, the entire cave began to rumble and shake. Strong giant claws tore through the layers of poisonous gas and grabbed towards Zhao Fen violently with the force of thunder. Zhao Fan's expression changed slightly. Looking around, he saw hundreds of giant claws that were about to burst the entire cave. They were roaring towards him with surging demonic power, like huge waves in the ocean. Sword control technique. Zhao Fen took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged out. The flying sword Qixiao made a clear and powerful sound, and turned into heavy sword shadows, tearing through the void and slashing downwards like a tidal wave. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sword lights and the countless ferocious and terrifying giant claws collided one after another, causing the entire cave to tremble and roar, forming a terrible explosion. Roar. The smoke and dust had not yet dispersed when huge black shadows suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's sight, one after another. At the same time, an aura that was stronger than the other came and kept threatening Zhao Fan. Faced with these terrifying auras, even someone as strong as Zhao Fan tensed up all over, realizing the seriousness of the problem. That feeling is like facing a group of prehistoric monsters that shake the world, and there is a sense of oppression that comes from the soul. Zhao Fan's scalp tingled. Could it be that there were terrifying monsters in this cave of monsters? Run! Without any hesitation, Zhao Fen turned and left. As if sensing that Zhao Fen wanted to escape, horrifying roars came from below, as sharp and piercing as thunder. The terrible sound waves were enough to kill any cultivator below the fusion stage. But Zhao Fen was already a powerful person in the fusion stage, with a profound level of cultivation. His body just trembled, and then quickly recovered to normal, turning into a sword light and rushing upwards. Boom! The black poisonous gas was torn apart, and terrifying giant claws stretched out, but they missed one after another. Just as these giant claws were about to reach towards the edge of the cave, golden runes appeared on the originally smooth surface of the cave wall, forming a terrifying net. Sizzle! The moment they touched the golden net, countless giant claws began to smoke in pain and shrank back to the bottom as if they had been electrocuted. Only roars of unwillingness could be heard. Luckily they can't get out. Otherwise, with my current strength, I won't be able to resist it at all. Seeing the golden net slowly disappear, Zhao Fen breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that the cave of 10,000 demons was so terrifying and there were still some remaining demons lurking. That stinky guy, is there anything wrong with him in there? At the edge of the cave, the little white fox stared with eyes as bright as gems, looking a little uneasy and nervous. Just now, there were violent vibrations and terrible roars coming from the black hole, and she was a little worried about Zhao Fan's safety. Swish! At this moment, a figure rushed out from the cave. It was Zhao Fen who had exited the cave of 10,000 demons. You finally came out. You almost drove me crazy. After seeing Zhao Fan's figure, the little white fox breathed a sigh of relief and complained. By the way, what's the situation inside? Asked the little white fox with some concern. Zhao Fan's face was full of seriousness, and he said in a deep voice, there are living demons in there, very powerful and terrifying. If I hadn't walked quickly, I would have almost been unable to get out. Zhao Fan did not hide anything and briefly recounted what had happened inside. It's so dangerous. Fortunately, I didn't go in before, otherwise. The little white fox felt a little scared just thinking about it. There is a mysterious seal blocking it, so those things can't get out for now, but we must figure out what's going on as soon as possible, otherwise it will be very troublesome when the seal is broken in the future. To be on the safe side, Zhao Fen shot out several powerful sword lights to completely block the entrance of the cave of 10,000 demons. In this way, even if the mysterious seal disappears in the future, he will be able to detect it at the first time if any demon tries to rush out of the cave. Little fox, are you going to stay here or come out with me? After doing all this, Zhao Fen asked the little white fox. I'd better go out with you. Although the entrance to the cave was temporarily blocked, the little white fox did not dare to stay in the underground space any longer. What if the demons inside broke the seal and rushed out one day? Wouldn't she be in trouble? It would be safer to stay with Zhao Fan. Before leaving, the little white fox took the original jade coffin with him, so that even if he did not stay in the underground space, it would not affect his practice. In this case, why not just refuse? Zhao Fen said with a smile. Even Jang Chen, an ordinary disciple, knew this truth, which meant that the disciples of Shushan did not have much good feelings towards the so-called Kunun Immortal Alliance. Brother, you said it lightly. I heard from the law enforcement elder that many senior members of the sect now suggest that the sect master join the alliance and compete with Kunun for the position of leader. I heard that the sect leader has been in a state of panic before he even has time to discuss with the envoy of the Kunun Immortal Alliance. Jang Chen said helplessly, blinking her big eyes. Over the years, Shushan has achieved good development, so many senior members of the sect have developed great ambitions and believe that joining the Kunun Immortal Alliance is a good opportunity. It's not easy to be the leader of Shushan. Zhao Fen smiled slightly and didn't say much. He believed that his younger brother Zhao Qing could handle these things. Jang Chen told Zhao Fen about many interesting things that had happened in Shushan recently, and then she left the demon locking tower with the empty food box. Do you want to start signing in? At this moment, a familiar prompt sound from the system came into my mind. Sign in. Zhao Fen answered habitually. Sign in successfully, reward, Tai Huang Sword Scripture. As the system finished speaking, a profound and unfathomable sword art flooded into Zhao Fan's mind. The powerful sword intent was earth-shaking and overwhelming, making Zhao Fen tense all over, as if he was facing the most powerful sword art in the world, and felt a shock from the bottom of his soul. Zhao Fen was extremely shocked and muttered to himself, "What a powerful sword scripture. The sword intent it exudes is even more powerful than the sword controlling technique and the 10,000 swords technique." With the accelerated recovery of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in recent years, Zhao Fen had signed in many other powerful martial arts techniques before, but compared with the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords technique, there was a gap between them. He did not expect that the Taiwan Sword Sutra he signed in today was so profound and powerful. The true meaning of swordsmanship that emanated from the scriptures alone was enough to shock him physically and mentally, something he had never experienced before. Zhao Fen took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, carefully comprehending the true meaning of the Taiwan Sword Sutra. He himself has an innate sword body and has a unique speed of comprehension of kendo martial arts techniques. However, after spending several days, Zhao Fen could only barely comprehend 1% of the entire sword scripture. It can be imagined how precious and profound this Taiwan sword scripture is. Zhao Fen was obsessed and immersed in comprehending the sword scriptures. A trace of terrifying sword intent emanated from his body, and even the void became distorted under the strong influence. It is indeed unfathomable. This Taiwan sword scripture is a sword text that far surpasses the sword control technique and the 10,000 swords technique. If you practice it to perfection, you can even reach the realm of the immortal on land. Unfortunately, with my current cultivation level, I can only comprehend 1 to 2% of the practice. An unknown amount of time had passed before Zhao Fen slowly opened his eyes. The sword intent around him dissipated, but his temperament became even deeper, like a divine sword that had not yet been unsheathed. Although it did not reveal any cold light, it was enough to make people shudder with fear. With the help of the Taiwan Sword Sutra, Zhao Fen gained a deeper understanding and improvement in the way of the sword. Just when Zhao Fen was immersed in his practice, constant quarrels were heard in the shushan hall. "Master, the envoy of Kunun Immortal Alliance has been waiting for several days. I think we shushan should seize the opportunity and join Kunun Immortal Alliance to expand our influence." I very much agree with Elder Zixiao's proposal. The Kunlun Alliance has already been joined by several major immortal cultivating forces, and now the unparalleled momentum is at its peak. If we in Shushan can join it, it will also significantly improve the strength and reputation of our Shushan. That's right. We in Shushan have worked hard over the years and our sect is far more powerful than 100 years ago. Now the world of immortality is undergoing unprecedented changes in thousands of years. We should seize the opportunity to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. Led by Elder Zixiao of Shushan, more than a dozen senior elders proposed that the sect leader Zhao Qing agree to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance so that Shushan's reputation would be even greater. I don't agree. The war between the Kunlun Immortal Alliance and the demon sects and tribes is about to begin. Now that the Kunlun envoy invites us, Shushan, to join the alliance, it is nothing more than to make us vassal cannon fodder. How can we, Shushan, be allowed to take advantage of this opportunity to rise? Don't forget, everyone. Kunlun Immortal Alliance acts in a tyrannical manner. When they failed to win over Fenglei Immortal Sect a few days ago, they actually sent out powerful immortal cultivators to slaughter thousands of people in their sect. Such brutal behavior is not the behavior of the righteous immortal cultivators. What is the difference between them and demons? Zhenwu Elder Lin Mu strongly opposed and argued with reason. Elder Lin is right. The Kunlun sect has always been arrogant and domineering. This time they invited us to join the alliance without showing any sincerity. If we join them, wouldn't we be living under someone else's roof? As Lin Mu finished speaking, many Shushan elders also spoke in agreement. They are all very clear-headed. Although the Kunlun Immortal Alliance is very powerful now, it is led by the Kunlun sect and has the intention to dominate the world of immortal cultivation. Once Shushan is involved, it will be difficult to protect itself. Humph, in recent years, our Shushan has produced many powerful people, and our disciples have already exceeded tens of thousands of people. Even if we join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, we can fight for enough voice. Even if Kunlun has a deep foundation, we are not afraid of it. It is better to take advantage of the situation to rise and revitalize the sect. The elders from both sides expressed their opinions and argued continuously, causing unrest in the entire hall. Sect leader Zhao Qing had a dignified look on his face, but there was a hint of gloom between his brows. Although he did not express his opinion, he seemed a little worried. That's enough. I'll think about this matter again. You guys should step back first. Seeing that the argument was going on, Zhao Qing took a deep breath, interrupted the elders, and signaled them to leave first. Yes, sir. Although they looked somewhat unwilling, the elders still retreated respectfully. The originally noisy hall suddenly became extremely quiet. Tianer, what do you think about this? Zhao Qing looked at Zhao Xiaotian next to him and asked in a deep voice. Father, Kunun has the ambition to dominate the world of immortality. If we in Shushan join the alliance, we will definitely be tied to their chariot. But if we refuse rashly, Kunun will definitely not give up. The fate of Fenglei immortal sect will be that they gave us Shushan a disgrace. Zhao Xiaotian said with a solemn face. Before Kunlun's envoy came to Shushan, the Fenglei immortal sect was destroyed for refusing Kunlun's invitation, which was obviously to scare the monkeys. As a father, I don't know, but Elder Zixiao and others are very ambitious. In addition, the Kunlun envoys are coming fiercely. If we refuse directly, I am afraid that the Kunlun Immortal Alliance will turn their guns and deal directly with us in Shushan. Kunlun has a profound foundation for enduring. It is rumored that in recent years, 7 or 8 great immortal cultivators who have completed the distraction period have been born. If we can't reach an agreement, it will be very troublesome. Zhao Qing frowned and spoke slowly. If it were any other immortal cultivation force, Shushan could have refused in person. However, it was different when facing Kunlun. It was a top force that had been ranked among the best for thousands of years, with unfathomable foundation. Even though the demons were powerful now, they did not dare to rashly provoke Kunlun. Father, why don't we ask my uncle for advice on this matter? Zhao Xiaotian suddenly said when he saw Zhao Qing so distressed. Ask big brother. That's a good idea. Xiaotian, please go to the demon locking tower for me. Okay. Zhao Xiaotian nodded and said. After leaving the underground space, Zhao Fen brought the little white fox to the Sutra Library of Shushan again. He hoped to learn about the records of the 10,000 monsters cave in the underground space from the relevant documents here. There are many disciples in the Sutra repository. In recent years, with the continuous development and improvement of Shushan, more and more new disciples have joined. Some diligent and studious new disciples would look for Shushan martial arts suitable for practice in the Sutra Library. Zhao Fan and the little white fox have such powerful and profound cultivation levels that ordinary immortal disciples cannot detect their arrival at all. Although the place was heavily guarded, Zhao Fan and the little white fox walked in arrogance without anyone noticing them. Let's check the records of the Cave of 10,000 Demons first. Zhao Fan began to look through the relevant historical documents one by one. He checked it very quickly and understood it almost immediately with just a glance. In just a short moment, Zhao Fan found the records about the Cave of 10,000 monsters. But the recorded content is very little, barely more than a few words. The literature vaguely mentions that there were related rumors tens of thousands of years ago that when the Shushan sect was founded, the founder had fought countless monsters and later sealed some of the terrifying monsters in a cave of monsters. No one knows what happened afterwards. According to this statement, the 10,000 Demons cave where the founder personally sealed the demons should be the one under the underground space. It turned out to have existed tens of thousands of years ago. But after such a long time, there are still demons alive. This is simply unbelievable. Zhao Fan frowned slightly, realizing that the origin of the Cave of 10,000 monsters might be very shocking. You know, the founder of Shushan was one of the most legendary and powerful people in the world of immortal cultivation tens of thousands of years ago. And one can imagine how powerful the demon is that he can seal with his own hands. Unfortunately, there are limited written records, almost like myths and rumors, with only a few sentences. Zhao Fan continued to look through the pages, but there were no other relevant clues. That's right, little fox. Have any other memories come to you over the years? At this moment, Zhao Fan suddenly looked at the little white fox next to him and asked softly. Hearing this, the little white fox barked and immediately jumped onto his shoulder. With a hint of confusion in its bright eyes, it whispered, Empress. Nine-tailed Fox Clan. The Nine-tailed Fox Clan. Could it be related to the empress you mentioned before? Zhao Fen was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the little white fox would provide new clues just because he asked casually. Have no idea. The little white fox shook his head and said in confusion, after I woke up this time, I suddenly had this extra memory in my mind. Zhao Fen raised his eyebrows and did not continue asking questions. Instead, he quickly searched for literature records about the nine-tailed heavenly fox. The little white fox stood on Zhao Fan's shoulder, also looking at the books eagerly. Soon, after a quick search, Zhao Fen finally found the record of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. The nine-tailed fox clan once unified the entire demon clan tens of thousands of years ago and dominated most of the immortal cultivation world at that time. They were the most powerful and mysterious race among the demon clan. An adult nine-tailed fox not only possesses combat power comparable to that of a true immortal, but its 9 tails are equivalent to 9 lives, making it extremely difficult to kill. According to rumors, the nine-tailed fox clan also has the most powerful nine-tailed celestial fox, which transcends tribulations and is reborn every 1,000 years. After completing 9 lifetimes of cultivation, it can break the shackles of heaven and earth and become a terrifying existence above the true immortals. However, ever since the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to dry up 10,000 years ago, not only the mythical nine-tailed celestial fox, but even the entire race of nine-tailed foxes has almost completely disappeared. It's not just the nine-tailed fox clan. Throughout history, there have been many terrifying races that were famous in the world of immortal cultivation, and almost all of them disappeared without a trace after the spiritual energy of heaven and earth weakened. Those disappeared races were called the last demon races by the immortal cultivators. What this means is that since their disappearance, the spiritual energy in the world of immortal cultivation has been getting weaker day by day. Over the past 10,000 years, let alone recreating the former glory of the immortal cultivation world, even the demons and immortal cultivators in the distraction stage have almost disappeared from the world. It was not until recent years, with the gradual recovery of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, that many immortal cultivators and demons in the stage of distraction were born. But even so, it is still very difficult to produce a being above the spirit-severing stage. Little Fox, are you from the nine-tailed fox clan? After reading the relevant records, Zhao Fen stared at the little white fox, especially her 2 tails. Isn't this an obvious feature? I don't know either. The little white fox shook her head in confusion. The nine-tailed fox clan had 9 tails, but she only had 2 tails now, and many fox clans could also have multiple tails. All right. But, could this underground space have been built by the nine-tailed fox clan? Or maybe it was the mysterious empress who came from the nine-tailed fox clan and built the underground space. Zhao Fen made some thoughtful guesses, but after all, there was no relevant evidence, so he had no clue for the moment. The little white fox did not speak and was also lost in thought. She was more curious about her own origins than Zhao Fen. She was very confused and was not sure whether she was from the nine-tailed fox clan. The man and the fox just stared at each other and fell into silence for a while. Forget it. There's no point in guessing. Little fox, practice well and try to remember more useful memories. I will help you figure out your life experience when the time comes. Zhao Fen thought for a while and said so. The little white fox nodded slightly, lying on Zhao Fan's shoulder, looking a little depressed. Don't let your imagination run wild. I will help you. Seeing her disappointment, Zhao Fen comforted her with a smile. Snort. The little white fox turned his head to the side, but he still felt a little warm in his heart. Soon, the man and the fox left the sutra library and returned to the demon locking tower. The little white fox moved the jade coffin into his stone house, and then lay comfortably on it to practice. The little white fox was greatly stimulated when he saw Zhao Fen break through in front of him, so he was very diligent and serious. He stayed in the house almost every day to practice diligently and did not disturb Zhao Fen. Zhao Fen had just broken through and didn't have much time to care about the little white fox. He began to consolidate his own cultivation level. Although Zhao Fen had broken through to the spirit-severing stage, he did not feel arrogant or complacent at all. After entering the cave of 10,000 demons, Zhao Fen urgently realized that with the revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Jedi places like the one that sealed the ancient demons would reappear in the world with the sudden changes of heaven and earth. Besides, this is a secluded place in Shushan. The world of immortal cultivation is vast, and there is no guarantee that there are no similar places in other territories, where perhaps stronger old monsters or terrifying demons are lurking. Although a powerful person seems to be high and mighty, he may not be invincible. He still needs more time to practice and improve himself. Time flies, passing by little. In the blink of an eye, several years passed. Zhao Fen used this time to thoroughly consolidate his cultivation level, and became much stronger than when he had just broken through. His temperament has become even more unfathomable than before. On this day, Jang Chen came to deliver food again. Across the heavy door of the locking demon tower, Jang Chen, with delicate features, said in a crisp tone, "Brother, do you know? The world of immortal cultivation has become increasingly chaotic in recent years. A few days ago, several forces formed the Kunun Immortal Alliance and are preparing to go to war with all the demon factions and tribes." Zhao Fen ate his food and asked, "Kunun Immortal Alliance? Is it related to Kunun Sect?" As far as he could remember, there was a Kunun Sect in the world of immortal cultivation, which had a profound and enduring foundation and was the top immortal cultivation force that surpassed Mount Shu. Yes, it is the Immortal Cultivation Alliance advocated by Kunun Sect. It is said that several major immortal cultivation forces have joined it, and the momentum is very huge. I also heard that the Kunun Immortal Alliance sent an envoy and is preparing to discuss with the sect leader and elders to invite our shushan to join the alliance. Have the sect leader and others agreed? Zhao Fen frowned and asked. Not yet. It is said that the envoy of Kunun Immortal Alliance has bad intentions. On the surface, they are inviting us shushan to join the alliance, but in fact, they want us shushan to become a vassal and regard Kunun as the leader and be used as cannon fodder in the war against the monsters. Once we get involved, I don't know how many brothers and sisters will be killed or injured. Jang Chen shook her head and said softly. Zhao Xiaotian soon arrived at the demon locking tower. There are sparse vegetation and piles of rubble in front of the tower, and two huge statues are mottled and incomplete, making it look extremely quiet and desolate. Here, completely different from the ever-changing Shushan sect, time seems to have stood still, as if no matter 1,000 or 10,000 years have passed, nothing will change. Zhao Xiaotian looked a little dazed, and couldn't help muttering, "My uncle has all kinds of skills, but he can stay in this remote and quiet place all the time. I'm afraid that even if I practice for thousands or tens of thousands of years, I will never be able to compare with him." A few years ago, Zhao Xiaotian left the demon locking tower to help his father deal with the affairs of Shushan. His horizons broadened and his knowledge became richer, but he had never seen or heard of anyone more powerful than his uncle. With a hint of excitement, Zhao Xiaotian slowly pushed open the heavy door. In front of the stone house, Zhao Fen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Zhao Xiaotian, who pushed the door open and said with a smile, "Xiaotian, you're here." "Uncle." Seeing Zhao Fan's familiar figure, Zhao Xiaotian hurried forward, knelt on the ground with a thump, and said respectfully, "Xiaotian greets uncle. How have you been these years?" "Get up, I'm fine." Zhao Fen flicked his sleeves slightly, and a gentle force lifted Zhao Xiaotian up out of thin air. "You are not in Shushan helping your father, so how come you have time to come to me?" Zhao Fen asked with a smile. "I came here today mainly because I haven't seen my uncle for a few years. I missed him very much, so I came to visit him. Also, my father encountered a problem and wanted me to ask my uncle for advice." Zhao Xiaotian did not hide anything and briefly recounted the matters concerning the Kunun Immortal Alliance. "Uncle, the Kunun Immortal Alliance invited us shushan to join them, but in fact, they have evil intentions and want to drag us down. Now they are aggressive, and some elders in the sect support them without knowing why, so father is very troubled. I want to hear your opinion. Please let me know, uncle. Your father doesn't agree to join the Kunun Immortal Alliance." "Yes, joining the Kunun Immortal Alliance now will do more harm than good." Zhao Xiaotian nodded slightly and said. "In that case, just refuse directly." Zhao Fen thought for a moment and said. "Uncle, I'm afraid that won't work." Zhao Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "The Kunun Immortal Alliance is now in full swing. Not to mention the other immortal cultivation forces within it, the leader of the alliance, the Kunun sect, is very powerful. There are 7 or 8 great immortal cultivators in their sect who have reached the perfect stage of the spirit-severing stage. If we refuse directly, Kunun sect will probably attack us directly, and it is not impossible that a war between the two sects will break out. So, they are forcing Shushan to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance? Zhao Fen asked, frowning slightly. That's right. This time, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance came with such force that they wanted us, Shushan, to join them. If it weren't for the residual power of you, uncle, killing the bloodthirsty old men, the people from Kunlun would not even have sent envoys to contact them. I'm afraid they have already sent powerful immortal cultivators to slaughter the sect. Previously, the Wind and Thunder Immortal sect was slaughtered because it refused Kunlun's request. Zhao Xiaotian looked solemn and said in a deep voice. Acting like this is more brutal and violent than a demon. Zhao Fen said in a cold tone, waving his hand, go get some paper and a pen. Although he was a little confused, Zhao Xiaotian immediately went to find paper and pen. Uncle, the paper and pen are here. Zhao Xiaotian respectfully placed the things in front of Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan's face was calm as he picked up the brush and painted. His strokes of ink flowed smoothly and he completed the painting in one go. In just a moment, he casually wrote a word, a big sword. Although the handwriting was a bit sloppy, the characters were powerful and fierce, and contained a certain terrifying charm. Uncle, this is... Looking at the black and white words, Zhao Xiaotian was a little confused. He came to seek Zhao Fan's help, not to ask for a calligraphy. Zhao Fan smiled mysteriously, without further explanation, and handed the painting to Zhao Xiaotian, reminding him, go back and tell your father to send a spiritual stage expert from Shushan to Kunlun sect with a decree refusing to join. If they dare to make a fuss at that time, just spread out this paper on the spot. Will this work? Zhao Xiaotian was shocked and doubtful. He found it hard to believe that just a piece of calligraphy could suppress the arrogant Kunlun sect. What, you don't believe it? Zhao Fen glanced at him and asked back. Xiaotian doesn't dare. Zhao Xiaotian quickly shook his head. Even if he had 100 guts, he would not question his uncle's ability. Remember, don't open this calligraphy before you get to Kunlun sect. Having said this, Zhao Fen paused and emphasized, otherwise, people will die. Zhao Xiaotian's heart trembled slightly when he heard this, and he assured, please rest assured, uncle, I will remember it deeply. Go ahead. Zhao Fen waved his hand, signaling Zhao Xiaotian to leave. Uncle, Xiaotian is leaving. Zhao Xiaotian bowed respectfully again, solemnly put away the calligraphy and left the demon locking tower. Little fox, have you had enough of eavesdropping? After watching Zhao Xiaotian leave, Zhao Fen suddenly turned around and spoke to the stone house next door. As soon as he finished speaking, the little white fox appeared out of nowhere. It turned out that she had woken up a long time ago and overheard every word of the conversation between the two. Are you kidding him? It's just a piece of calligraphy, what can it do? The little white fox blinked its big, gem-like eyes and asked in a clear and pleasant voice. Don't underestimate that piece of calligraphy. It is more than enough to shock an immortal cultivation force. Zhao Fen smiled faintly and said with certainty. What did you write on it? The little white fox was very curious. The true meaning of swordsmanship. Zhao Fen thought for a moment and said seriously. Upon hearing this, the little white fox widened his eyes and asked in fear, did your last breakthrough lead to your advancement to the great power of the combined body? Although the little white fox could not remember his own origins, he was very clear about the realm of cultivation. As long as it involved the true meaning of Tao, it was a field that only the powerful could touch. The powerful ones who have achieved the combined state are high and mighty. Even in the most glorious period of the immortal cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, they were all first-rate immortal cultivation masters. The last time she saw Zhao Fen break through on the spot, she had some guesses, but she was not sure. She never expected that Zhao Fen would actually break through the shackles and enter that realm. Looking at the little white fox's reaction, Zhao Fen just smiled calmly, and his temperament became even more unfathomable. Carrying Zhao Fan's calligraphy, Zhao Xiaotian quickly returned to the Shushan hall. Xiaotian, you're back so soon. What does your uncle mean? Seeing Zhao Xiaotian coming back, sect leader Zhao Qing asked with some concern. Father, my uncle asked me to bring back this calligraphy. Zhao Xiaotian solemnly handed the neatly folded painting to Zhao Cheng, and briefly repeated Zhao Fan's previous instructions. It's just a piece of calligraphy. What effect can it have? Zhao Cheng was completely confused and didn't quite dare to believe it. Father, since uncle is so confident, I think we should just do as he says. Zhao Xiaotian suggested softly. You are right. Go and call Elder Wang Lai. Zhao Cheng thought for a moment and said. Wang Lai is currently the most powerful elder of Mount Shu. Previously, he was a powerful figure from a vassal force under Mount Shu. He has an excellent talent for cultivation. With the accelerated recovery of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in recent years, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he has become a cultivator in the late stage of distraction. After the moon worship sect attacked Shushan, Zhao Cheng had been recruiting powerful immortal cultivators from all over the world to continuously enrich the overall strength of Shushan. Shushan has huge resources, and Zhao Cheng has given him a lot of benefits and status, so Wang Lai has always been loyal. Greetings, Sect Master. Elder Wang Lai quickly arrived at the Shushan Hall and bowed respectfully to Zhao Cheng. Elder Wang, I want you to go to Kunun Sect. Zhao Cheng said straight to the point. Go to Kunun Sect. Wang Lai was surprised and asked, Sect Master, do you agree to join the Kunun Immortal Alliance? Recently, Shushan has been in an uproar over the issue of whether to join the Kunun Immortal Alliance. Although he is a neutral party, he is also very concerned about this matter. No. Zhao Cheng shook his head and said seriously, I am going to reject their proposal. What, this? Wang Lai looked embarrassed and said bitterly, if that's the case, I'm afraid I won't be able to go to Kunlun. Kunlun has been standing for tens of thousands of years, and its heritage is unfathomable. It is said that there are 7 or 8 strong men in their sect who have reached the great perfection of the spiritual stage. I am at the late stage of the spiritual stage, so if I go there, I will only bring humiliation upon myself. Although Wang Lai is loyal, he is not a fool. Sect leader Zhao Cheng wanted to refuse to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. If he rashly went there as an envoy to negotiate on their behalf, he would anger Kunlun and it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. He had finally become a master in the late stage of distraction, how could he just watch himself die? Zhao Cheng naturally knew what Wang Lai was thinking, and smiled and comforted him, Elder Wang, don't get me wrong. I asked you to go to Kunlun just to deliver the decree, not to provoke Kunlun. Try not to do it if you can. Try not to attack. Wang Lai frowned and said, Master, I heard that Kunlun has always acted in a domineering and arrogant manner. What if they see that you do not agree to join the alliance and insist on attacking me? What should I do then? As if anticipating Wang Lai's question, Zhao Cheng handed him the calligraphy on the table and said seriously, if that's the case, open this calligraphy. What use can a piece of calligraphy have? Wang Lai's eyes were full of suspicion. He always felt that Zhao Cheng was fooling him, but he was embarrassed to say it out loud. Elder Wang, this calligraphy was written by Senior Jian Xiu himself. At this moment, Zhao Xiaotian next to him spoke up to remind him. Is he the senior swordsman who killed the bloodthirsty old man a few years ago? Wang Lai asked excitedly with his eyes shining. Although he had only joined Shushan for a few years, he was full of respect and admiration for the mysterious swordsman of Shushan. In the beginning, the reason why he agreed to become the elder of Shushan was not only because Zhao Cheng offered him enough benefits and status, but more importantly, because of the mysterious swordsman of Shushan. A few years ago, Wang Lai had not yet broken through to the late stage of the spirit-severing realm, but the mysterious swordsman from Mount Shu easily killed a bloodthirsty old man in the late stage of the spirit-severing realm with a single sword, shocking most of the immortal cultivation world. Now that so many years have passed, who knows how strong that swordsman has become? Yes, that's right. Zhao Cheng said with a smile. If that's the case, I can go to Kunlun in person. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Lai readily agreed. Very good, thank you for your hard work this time, Elder Wang. Zhao Cheng patted Wang Lai on the shoulder, showing a look of satisfaction. Wang Lai is currently the strongest elder of Shushan and the most suitable candidate to go to Kunlun. If other people are sent, they may not even be able to enter the gate of Kunlun. Elder Wang, you must remember that you cannot open this calligraphy before arriving in Kunlun, otherwise your life will be in danger. Zhao Xiaotian spoke again and gave Wang Lai some appropriate instructions. This was also what Zhao Fen told him personally. Okay, I'll make a note of that. Wang Lai nodded, then bowed to Zhao Cheng and said, please rest assured, master. I will definitely live up to your trust. Good. Xiaotian, bring my edict here and give it to Elder Wang. Zhao Cheng signaled Zhao Xiaotian to bring the edict he had written in advance. Take care on your journey, Elder Wang. After you leave the mountain, I will also inform the entire sect and the entire cultivation world of this matter. Although Kunun is overbearing, you are a Shushan elder after all. They will definitely not dare to go too far. That's great. Then I will go down the mountain. Wang Lai bowed respectfully, took the edict and calligraphy, and slowly left the hall. Wang Lai had just left Shushan when sect leader Zhao Qing made no secret of his decision to refuse to join the Kunun Immortal Alliance. He also informed the entire world of immortal cultivation that Shushan would not join any alliance. The news that Zhao Qing sent people down the mountain to Kunlun also spread soon after, causing an uproar. Nowadays, the Kunlun Immortal Alliance is in its prime. In just a few months, countless large and small immortal cultivation forces have been scrambling to join it. On the one hand, they hope to get the protection of the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, and on the other hand, they are more afraid that if they do not join, they will end up with the same miserable fate as the Fenglei Immortal Sect. No one had expected that at this crucial moment, Shushan would dare to openly oppose the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. As the news continued to spread, all forces, whether good or evil, were quietly waiting for the reaction of the Kunlun Immortal Alliance. Moreover, according to Kunlun's previous extremely powerful style of behavior, it will definitely not let Shushan go easily. At this time, Wang Lai had already arrived at Kunlun sect with the edict written by Zhao Qing himself. Wang Lai, the elder of Shushan, is here to visit you. Wang Lai took a deep breath and spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. The Kunlun sect's mountain gate was majestic and solemn, but no one responded. Wang Lai frowned slightly, noticing something unusual. Swish, swish. At this moment, tall figures suddenly appeared on the high stairs. They were all Kunlun disciples. The spiritual power they emitted was very powerful, far exceeding that of most Shushan disciples. Before Wang Lai had time to marvel at the power of the Kunlun disciples, the auras of these people instantly connected together, forming a powerful force like a storm, rushing towards him. This pressure is extremely powerful, formed by the efforts of hundreds or even thousands of Kunlun disciples. Even ordinary cultivators in the spirit-severing stage would find it difficult to resist it head-on. Wang Lai's face darkened. He had just arrived here, and Kunlun sect was going to give him a warning. As expected, just as the rumor said, his style of doing things was extremely overbearing and strong. But he was no pushover. The spiritual energy in his body surged out, and the powerful aura of a cultivator in the late stage of the distraction phase emanated from his body. Boom. The collision of two completely different auras caused a deafening roar in the void. Wang Lai stood tall and motionless, but the Kunlun disciples around him kept retreating with embarrassed looks on their faces. What a courage! He comes to our Kunlun sect and dares to show off his power like this. Someone, cut off his legs first, and then interrogate him thoroughly. Someone spoke coldly with murderous intent. Is this Kunlun's way of entertaining guests? I am an elder from Shushan. Wang Lai asked in a deep voice with an ugly look on his face. What do you think you are, Elder Shushan? Kunlun welcomes distinguished guests, but Kunlun will show no mercy to unworthy guests. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying momentum rose from the depths of the mountain gate, like a huge peak in the ancient times, pressing down on Wang Lai with overwhelming force. The momentum was so powerful that even a cultivator as strong as Wang Lai, who was in the late stage of distraction, felt a strong sense of suffocation. Deng deng. Wang Lai's face suddenly changed. He increased his momentum and tried his best to fight back, but he still staggered back amid the roar. He retreated 7 or 8 steps before he could barely stabilize his body. A great master who has reached the perfect stage of spirit severing. Wang Lai subconsciously raised his head and saw a tall figure appear at the end of the stairs. It was a man in a golden robe, with a solemn and majestic face, standing there quietly, like an unreachable mountain. The elders of Shushan are nothing more than this. He looked down at Wang Lai with disdain in his eyes and said contemptuously. Wang Lai's face turned pale and he clenched his fist subconsciously, but when he remembered what the sect leader had said before, he immediately calmed down. Wang Lai ignored the other party's provocation and said in a deep voice, I am here on behalf of Shushan to read out the decree of our leader. Haha, how can a mere Shushan sect master have the right to read out his decree in our Kunlun? It's simply ridiculous. Just then, another figure appeared. It's not just ridiculous, it's stupid. If there wasn't a sword master in Shushan, they wouldn't even be qualified to talk to us, Kunlun. Before he finished speaking, figures appeared one after another, standing at the end of the stairs, like a group of gods, looking down at Wang Lai coldly. Wang Lai's originally livid face suddenly turned pale, because every figure there, with its vague aura, made him feel like an insurmountable mountain. Let him enter the hall. I want to hear what the Shushan sect master means. Just when Wang Lai was feeling uneasy, a majestic and cold voice suddenly came. Since the sect master has spoken, I'll just let you in reluctantly. The golden-robed man at the head frowned and reluctantly made way. Wang Lai breathed a sigh of relief, touched the calligraphy in his arms, straightened his back, and under the gaze of countless Kunlun disciples, he stepped up the steps and slowly walked into the Kunlun hall. Inside the hall, there were densely packed figures standing, and the leader was none other than the Kunlun sect master. He had a solemn and dignified temperament and a very calm expression. Just standing there, he gave people a feeling that it was difficult to look directly at him. In addition, behind the Kunlun sect master, there stood 7 or 8 figures with auras as deep as the abyss, looking at Wang Lai with expressions of contempt, indifference, or disdain. Wang Lai's whole body was tense, and he felt a strong sense of oppression, which was several times stronger than the pressure just now. Why did the Shushan sect leader send you here? The Kunlun sect leader spoke slowly, asking the question even though he knew the answer. Wang Lai was a little nervous, but he pretended to be calm and said, Master Kunlun, this is the decree of our master. Do you want me to read it or read it yourself? The Kunlun sect master had a blank expression on his face. He raised his hand and grabbed into the air, and the decree fell into his palm. In just a moment, the brows of the Kunlun sect master frowned and his face became extremely gloomy. The words in the decree were very concise and powerful. Not only did it reject Kunlun's proposal to invite Shushan to join the alliance, it also recounted Kunlun's domineering and strong style of behavior, clearly indicating that Shushan would never go along with Kunlun. When Zhao Qing wrote it, he did not have too many concerns. Between the lines, he expressed Shushan's many dissatisfactions with Kunlun, which made the Kunlun sect master's face gloomy and his eyes extremely cold after reading it. Kunlun has stood tall in the world of immortal cultivation for tens of thousands of years and has never experienced any obvious decline. To date, it has always been the top immortal cultivation force. How dare a mere Shushan say irresponsible things about Kunlun? Okay, very good. Your Shushan sect master refused to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, and in his letter he accused us of being overbearing. I haven't met such a stupid guy in a long time. The Kunlun sect master raised his hand and shook it. The decree suddenly turned into dust. He sneered and said, in my opinion, Shushan has no need to exist. I will start with you today. There was a flash of murderous intent in the eyes of the Kunlun sect leader. He wanted to kill Wang Lai first to let Shushan understand what the price of rejecting Kunlun was. The people from Kunlun sect who were around were not surprised at all. If they were not afraid of the mysterious swordsmanship expert in Shushan, Kunlun would not even give Shushan the chance to invite him to join the Immortal Alliance. What's more, not only did Shushan refuse in person, but they also dared to accuse Kunlun of acting overbearingly, which was simply courting their own destruction. Kunlun has always acted in a domineering manner. Only when he opposes others will he give others the opportunity to oppose him. Master Kunlun, I am an elder of Shushan. If you attack me, aren't you afraid of causing a war between the two sects? Wang Lai was sweating coldly, like a sheep entering a pack of wolves. He was extremely panicked. Kill him. The Kunlun sect master was too lazy to waste time and spoke coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, powerful and astonishing auras rose into the sky, and 8 masters who had reached the great perfection of the spirit-severing stage appeared and surrounded Wang Lai tightly. Normally, One person who has reached the great perfection of the spirit-severing stage is more than enough to deal with Wang Lai, let alone 8 of them. The leader of Kunlun did this obviously to show off the power of Kunlun. Because present today, there are not only Kunlun disciples, but also many other immortal cultivation forces that have joined the Immortal Alliance. He wants everyone to understand how profound Kunlun's foundation is. Several powerful figures from other immortal cultivation forces secretly shook their heads when they saw this scene. They were shocked by Kunlun's power, but at the same time they felt sorry for Wang Lai's fate. The leader of Shushan is too arrogant. He only sent a cultivator in the late stage of distraction and dared to come to Kunlun alone. Isn't he like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? The situation was critical. Wang Lai was sweating profusely, but he did not lose his composure. He glanced at the Kunlun Sect Master and others, and said boldly, "Kunlun Sect Master, don't blame me for not telling you, before I left Shushan, I got a calligraphy treasure. It is the original work written by our Shushan Sword Cultivator Senior." Upon hearing this, everyone in Kunlun was amused. What could it matter even if the calligraphy was written by the mysterious swordsman from Mount Shu? At this moment, let alone a piece of calligraphy, even if the swordsman from Shushan came in person, he would not be able to save Wang Lai's life. He might even be trapped and killed here. There are 8 great masters who have reached the perfection of the spirit-severing stage. Looking at most of the immortal cultivation world, who can resist them? Stupid. He is indeed very strong. He was able to kill the bloodthirsty old man with one sword several years ago, but he should have only reached the perfect stage of the spiritual severing stage. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has revived, powerful immortal cultivators have emerged in endlessly. We in Kunlun have 8 people who have reached the perfect stage of the spiritual severing stage. Even if he came in person today, he would die miserably on the spot. The Kunlun sect leader sneered continuously. He looked at Wang Lai as if he was an idiot. In our Shushan, that senior sword cultivator is the symbol of invincibility. Since you don't believe it, don't blame me for opening this calligraphy. Wang Lai took a deep breath, and under the mocking gazes of everyone, he slowly opened the painting. Boom. The originally clear sky of Kunlun suddenly became dark and gloomy. A golden sword light tens of thousands of meters long, carrying the power of splitting the world, slashed towards the entire Kunlun. Before the sword light actually fell, the boundless and surging sword intent had already drawn the power of heaven and earth, forming a terrifying momentum that poured down. All of Kunlun's disciples were trembling all over and their bodies fell to the ground involuntarily. Even the Kunlun sect master and other powerful immortal cultivators could not withstand this terrifying pressure and were forced to kneel down in unison. They knelt down heavily on their knees, shaking the hard ground and causing dense cracks to appear. The sword light was dazzling, like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire Kunlun mountains. Except for Wang Lai, no one could remain standing. Oh my God! Is this senior sword cultivator's calligraphy? There's a young man practicing swordplay up there. What kind of terrifying swordplay is that? A piece of calligraphy actually contains such terrifying power. Wang Lai's face was filled with excitement. He stared at the scene in a daze, his eyes full of fanaticism. There was only one word sword on the calligraphy, but at this moment it was almost divine, bursting out with a terrifying sword light. The sword light that seemed to create the world just now was emitted by the words on the calligraphy. This is so horrible. It looks like just a piece of calligraphy, but in fact, it contains a trace of Zhao Fan's spiritual power. Even though it's just a trace of soul, it's enough to move the heaven and earth, condensing an unparalleled sword force to suppress the entire Kunlun. The Kunlun sect master looked at this scene in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "What on earth is going on?" He really couldn't imagine how a piece of calligraphy could overwhelm the entire Kunlun mountains. Even a cultivator as powerful as him could still be crushed to his knees even if he tried his best to fight. The Kunlun sect master's scalp tingled. This was just a ray of terrifying sword energy. There was no murderous intent in it. Otherwise, if the sword was dropped, the consequences for the entire Kunlun would be disastrous. In Kunlun Palace, everyone knelt down. Among them, there is the formerly high and mighty Kunlun sect master, the elders who have reached the peak of the spirit-severing stage, and the powerful men from other forces who are watching from the sidelines. But no matter who they were, they all trembled under the pressure of the sword and felt the fear from the bottom of their souls. That feeling is like an ant facing a dragon. The sword light was dazzling and pressed down with the force of creating the world, but it did not destroy Kunun in the slightest. However, the pressure of the sword was so overwhelming that it was unimaginable. This is a very horrifying picture. With a painting, Wan Lai suppressed the entire Kunlun, and also suppressed all the people around who were watching the fun. Everyone was shocked and frightened and felt very uncomfortable. If they had known this would be the result, they would never have dared to come and watch the fun. Compared to them, Kunlun's disciples felt more ashamed and angry. Some of them started cursing, while others had a dark face. Several Kunlun elders, who were proud of their powerful cultivation, pushed their spiritual power to the extreme, trying to face this terrible sense of oppression and force themselves to stand up. Boom. But in the next second, these Kunlun elders suffered a greater backlash and collapsed to the ground under the pressure of the terrifying sword intent, with scarlet blood oozing from their mouths and noses. This is a powerful being in the fusion stage. At this moment, a senior elder of Kunlun spoke with a trembling voice, his face full of fear. Elder Quang Fong, what did you say? The Kunlun sect master's heart skipped a beat and he asked in a lost voice. The Kunlun elder gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, this is the power that only a great master in the fusion stage can have. How is it possible? The Kunlun sect leader was a little panicked and couldn't believe this fact. The powerful ones in the fusion stage are beyond the spirit separation stage. Even in the most glorious period of the immortal cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, they were the top immortal cultivators. In the past 10,000 years, there has not been a great master in the fusion stage. This is certainly due to the thin spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the most important thing is that for most cultivators, it is a supreme realm that is difficult to reach. If there is a great man in the fusion stage in charge of shushan, let alone one Kunlun, even 3 Kunluns put together will not be his match. The combined power. This can't be true. There hasn't been a strong person of that level in the world of immortal cultivation for 10,000 years. Could it be that there is really a powerful person in charge of Mount Shu? As the old elder Kunlun finished speaking, everyone broke out in cold sweats. Wan Lai became more and more excited, and his hands holding the painting began to tremble slightly. He was both shocked and happy. He never imagined that the sword-cultivating senior from Mount Shu had already become a powerful and majestic figure. No wonder the sect leader is so confident that he asked me to come here with only a calligraphy work by Senior Jian Xiu. Wan Lai didn't quite understand it before, but now he admires the sect leader Zhao Cheng's insight. Unlike Wan Lai, Kunlun's powerful disciples felt a little bit unbelievable, and also a little bit scared and afraid. A hint of coercive aura is already so terrifying. If a great being in the fusion stage takes action personally, how amazing would the power be? Previously, relying on the fact that there were 7 or 8 powerful men who had reached the perfect stage of distraction in the sect, the Kunlun sect master and others were very complacent and looked down on others. They won over several immortal cultivation forces to form the Kunlun Immortal Alliance with the intention of dominating the immortal cultivation world. Originally, they planned to launch a war to annex Shushan if Shushan refused to join the Immortal Alliance. But now he realized how naive he and others were. Let alone the sword master from Mount Shu taking action personally, just a casual painting would be enough to kill the entire Kunlun town. This is the terrifying power of a powerful being in the fusion stage. Even if it is just a wisp of chi from a powerful person in the fusion stage, it is enough to trigger the great trend of heaven and earth within 100 miles, forming an endless and terrifying force. According to records from 10,000 years ago, beings of this level can move mountains and fill the sea with a wave of their hands, and can destroy an entire sect with a single thought. The old elder of Kunlun reminded with a sigh, his face full of despair. As his words fell, the Kunlun sect master closed his eyes in despair, a rare look of decadence appearing on his face. He knew that from today on, even if Kunlun could preserve its heritage, the reputation it had accumulated over tens of thousands of years would no longer exist. No wonder Shushan dared to reject Kunlun's proposal so forcefully. It turns out that there is a powerful person in charge. This time, Kunlun has hit a big wall. But there's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, he is a powerful being in the fusion stage. Looking at the entire cultivation world now, who dares to challenge him head-on? The powerful men from various forces who were watching knelt down on the ground obediently and whispered to each other. Hearing these discussions, Kunlun's disciples all felt their cheeks burning and were filled with shame deep in their hearts, but no one dared to act rashly. That's all. We, Kunlun, admit defeat and withdraw our previous request for Shushan to join the Immortal Alliance. We will also publicly apologize to Shushan. The Kunlun sect leader took a deep breath, and in front of everyone, chose to compromise and admit defeat. He used to be arrogant and planned to take over Shushan in the future, but now he has become humble, forming a strong and obvious contrast. However, no one laughed at the leader of Kunlun. Facing Shushan, where powerful men were stationed, if Kunlun did not admit defeat, then the outcome would be unimaginable. In the world of immortal cultivation, the strong prey on the weak, and whoever has the bigger fist has the right to speak. The reason why Kunlun had the ambition to establish the Kunlun Immortal Alliance to dominate the world of immortal cultivation was because he relied on his deep foundation and strong power. But now Shushan is stronger than them, so naturally they can only choose to apologize and keep the peace. Hearing the words of the Kunlun sect master, Wan Lai nodded with satisfaction, then slowly closed the painting. In an instant, the terrifying sword light and pressure disappeared without a trace. Inside the hall, everyone gasped for breath as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. They all had lingering fears, their backs already wet with sweat, and everything that had happened before seemed like a terrible nightmare, which made them terrified. Many people looked at each other, smiled bitterly and shook their heads. The powerful person in the fusion stage is really too terrifying. Just a wisp of his aura is enough to suffocate everyone and make it difficult for them to get up. If the former really takes action, how terrifying will it be? Just thinking about it is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Master Kunlun, we in Shushan never provoke others easily, but we are not afraid of others provoking us. What happened today is just a small lesson. I hope you won't make the same mistake again in the future. Otherwise, next time it won't be as easy as today. Wang Lai solemnly put away the calligraphy, then turned around and spoke in a deep voice to the Kunlun sect master. This time, his voice was full of confidence. The Kunlun sect master was no longer arrogant and indifferent as before. Instead, he bowed slightly and said softly, I've made a note of this. Please go back and tell the Shushan sect master that we, Kunlun, will never be enemies with Shushan. That's good. Goodbye. Wang Lai was in a good mood and laughed loudly. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, he left the Kunlun hall with his head held high. Previously, Shushan's refusal to join the Kunlun Immortal Alliance attracted the attention of various forces. Many people want to see how this incident will turn out. You must know that Kunlun has always acted in a domineering manner and does not allow other forces to reject or oppose itself. The previous Fenglei Xianmen is a lesson learned. Some demon tribes and evil sects even secretly predicted that after the Shushan envoys arrived in Kunlun and expressed their refusal to join the Immortal Alliance, the Kunlun leaders would be enraged and a war would break out between the two sects. But when the news came, it was beyond everyone's expectations. Almost every immortal cultivation force that paid attention to this matter was dumbfounded upon receiving the news, showing expressions of disbelief, and some even became extremely frightened and scared. The great power of the fusion period. A powerful person in the fusion stage actually appeared. For a time, the entire world of immortal cultivation was in uproar. It was like a huge rock fell into a calm lake, splashing water everywhere and causing a huge wave. The incident quickly fermented and became the focus of the entire world of immortal cultivation. A powerful person in the fusion stage appeared in Shushan. This is the first powerful person in history in 10,000 years. You must know that the current environment of heaven and earth is far inferior to the world of immortal cultivation tens of thousands of years ago. Over the past thousands or tens of thousands of years, let alone powerful and strong people, even those in the out-of-body stage and the spirit separation stage are rare in the world of immortal cultivation. It was only in the last 100 years that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to revive, and many powerful people of this level were born. If it weren't for the birth of a powerful person in the fusion stage in Shushan, many people would have forgotten about this realm. Because even during the most glorious period of the immortal cultivation world tens of thousands of years ago, the powerful ones were rare and top-level masters who dominated a region. From this we can see how rare great cultivators are. If many people had not seen it with their own eyes, that the powerful men in the fusion stage of Shushan suppressed the entire Kunlun with just a painting, even if the news was spread, it would be treated as a bizarre rumor by many people. I really didn't expect that. It has only been 100 years since the environment of heaven and earth improved, and already a powerful person has been born. We thought that entering the spirit-severing stage would be enough to make us look down upon others. Now it seems that I was really foolish. Some powerful people in the immortal cultivation forces lamented that they had worked hard to practice with the help of the revival of spiritual energy in recent years, and had barely broken through the stage of distraction, and their potential had almost been exhausted. Not to mention becoming a cultivator of a higher realm, even reaching perfection in the spirit-severing stage is difficult. For them, wanting to break through to the fusion stage is a dreamlike luxury. Demon Realm, the holy land of the Tianping clan. A man stood with his hands behind his back, tall and sturdy, with a fierce and fascinating temperament. His pupils contracted as he stared at the sky in the distance, muttering to himself coldly, "I never expected that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has barely recovered to the late stage, and a powerful person in the fusion stage has been born, and he is in Shushan, our Tianping clan's mortal enemy. But it doesn't matter. I have just awakened the bloodline of the ancient monster Golden-Winged Dupeng. As long as I am given enough time, I will definitely be able to comprehend the supreme inheritance and enter the realm of great power as rumored. When the time comes, my Tianping clan will first destroy Kunlun and then Shushan. Why worry that we can't lead millions of demons to dominate the world of immortal cultivation again?" This man was none other than the patriarch of the Tianping clan. Over the years, with the revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the Tianping clan has been very active and is the top clan in the demon realm. He has even broken through to the perfection of the spirit-severing stage very early and is only one step away from the fusion stage. The most urgent thing is to continue the retreat. When I succeed in breaking through, that will be the day when the Tianping clan will return to the world of immortal cultivation. The Tianping tribe leader's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he made a firm and powerful oath. In the Shushan Hall, when Sect Master Xiaoqing received the news, he was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic. Brother is actually a powerful person in the fusion stage. With such help, why should I worry about not being able to revive Shushan? Xiaoqing smiled and felt relaxed. Having a powerful man guarding Mount Shu was enough to intimidate the world. There is no doubt that after this incident, Shushan's fame and prestige will be further enhanced. Xiao Tian, why didn't you tell your father earlier that your uncle is so powerful? I have been restless these days. I am a little worried about Elder Wang's safety. Coming back to his senses, Xiaoqing said to Xiao Tian beside him with dissatisfaction. Father, you misunderstood me. I only knew that my uncle was very strong, but I didn't know he was this strong. Xiao Tian said excitedly and helplessly. In his heart, he admired Xiao Fen even more. His uncle clearly possessed unrivaled strength, but he was willing to stay in the demon locking tower and lead a boring life. His character and will alone far surpassed most cultivators. Shushan was able to avoid hostility with Kunlun. We have to thank your uncle. Go prepare some wine and food. I want to thank my brother. After pondering for a moment, Xiaoqing gave the order. Good. Xiao Tian nodded and immediately started to make arrangements. Xiaoqing brought wine and food and soon arrived at the demon locking tower. He did not bring Xiao Tian with him. After all, there were many trivial matters in Shushan, and he needed the former's help to deal with them. It was impossible for both of them to take a break from their busy schedules. Brother, I've brought some good wine and food to see you. Xiaoqing pushed the door open and saw Xiao Fen sitting in front of the stone house. Even though so many years had passed, the latter's appearance not only did not look old, but became even younger, like a young man of 18 or 19 years old. Although he looks young, Xiao Fan's temperament makes Xiaoqing feel more and more unfathomable. Why are you here again? Xiao Fan smiled and asked calmly. The Kunlun Immortal Alliance's matter has been resolved. Thanks to that painting, big brother, it saved us a lot of trouble. Xiaoqing sat down in front of the table and arranged the dishes one by one. Then he picked up the wine glass and said seriously, Big brother, on behalf of the whole Shushan, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoqing drank the wine in one gulp. Why do we need to say these things between brothers? Doesn't it seem too formal? Zhao Fen smiled and shook his head. Without any courtesy, he also drank up the wine in the glass. It's not strange. Shushan has come this far thanks to my elder brother's indelible contribution. Without your help, it would be difficult for me to secure the position of the sect leader. Zhao Qing smiled. Only in front of his elder brother could he take off his disguise and return to his true self. Don't flatter me. If Shushan wants to rise again, it won't be helpful if I help alone. After calming down the incident of Kunun Immortal Alliance, this may be a good opportunity for Shushan. As the sect leader, you should put more thought into it. Zhao Fen reminded with deep meaning. I know. Don't worry, big brother. I will use this opportunity to greatly enhance the influence of our Shushan. Zhao Qing nodded seriously, knowing what his elder brother meant. Next, the two brothers chatted for a while until the wine jug was completely empty, and then Zhao Qing left, reeking of alcohol. He was very happy this time, so he drank to his heart's content, because this time Shushan defeated Kunun, a top immortal cultivation force that had been enduring for tens of thousands of years, and its significance was far greater than the previous Shushan's destruction of the moon worship sect. Just after Zhao Qing left, the little white fox appeared with an elegant step. Her hair was snow-white and translucent, and her eyes were as clear and bright as gemstones. She looked like an innocent and lovely girl. She asked in a clear and pleasant voice, "Your brother seems to know that you are a powerful person in the fusion stage." "I know how, so what if I don't know?" Zhao Fen smiled and said indifferently. "I mean, why do you always help him? Don't you find it troublesome?" The little white fox held his pink paw, tilted his little head, and said curiously. "I'm not helping him, I'm helping myself." Zhao Fen shook his head, his eyes became deep and calm, and he continued calmly, "Only when Shushan becomes stronger and stronger can I practice here in peace. Otherwise, how can I be so free and comfortable?" After hearing this, the little white fox thought about it and felt that what Zhao Fen said made some sense. However, this reason alone did not seem to be enough for him to help Shushan overcome its difficulties again and again, right? Seeing that the little white fox was still a little confused, Zhao Fen smiled slightly and did not explain further. She is just a little fox, how could she understand my feelings for Shushan? Although Zhao Fen stayed in the demon locking tower every day and seemed to be indifferent to the changes in the outside world, he, like the other Shushan disciples, hoped that Shushan would rise again and stand proudly in the world of immortal cultivation again. Besides, this was the promise Zhao Fen had made to his deceased stepfather. Who can be heartless except plants and trees? Although immortal cultivators are different from ordinary people and have a long lifespan, they go against the will of heaven and may die one day if they are not careful. So strictly speaking, they actually pay more attention to the friendship and loyalty of the sect. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many entrenched immortal cultivation forces in such a vast immortal cultivation world. All right. By the way, what is the difference between the fusion stage and the separation stage? At this time, the little white fox tilted his head and asked again. She is now in the late stage of the spirit severing stage, and is only half a step away from breaking through to the perfection of the spirit severing stage. It is not very far from the fusion stage, so she is very yearning for and curious about that realm. The difference is quite significant. For cultivators in the so-called fusion stage, their primordial spirit, spiritual power, and physical body are no longer independent of each other, but have almost begun to merge into one. With every move, they can draw the spiritual power of heaven and earth. Their power is naturally 10 or even 100 times stronger than that of cultivators in the separation stage. The power of those in the fusion stage is not just talk. With a thought, they can even move mountains and seas. And most importantly, when reaching the fusion stage, the lifespan will be greatly increased. If there is no injury, one can easily live for 1,000 years. Tens of thousands of years ago, during the most glorious period of the entire world of immortal cultivation, there were authentic records in ancient books that there were great masters who were proficient in regulating health and maintaining health. With the help of magical medicines, the longest one even lived for more than 2,000 years. 100 years of life for a mortal is extremely short, but a powerful being in the fusion stage can live for 1,000 years or even longer. For ordinary people, in a sense, it is already immortality. With such powerful magical powers and such a long lifespan, cultivators in the fusion stage are called powerful ones. In that case, I will have to work harder. I will strive to break through to the fusion stage as soon as possible, and then find an opportunity to pin you to the ground and rub you. There was a bright light flashing in the little white fox's beautiful eyes, and it waved its white little paws vigorously. She has always been very unwilling to accept the fact that her realm of cultivation lags behind Zhao Fan. In addition, as her cultivation level improves, she can recall memories she never had before, so she has an extraordinary obsession with cultivation. I look forward to that day. But I'm afraid it will be hard to see it in this lifetime. Zhao Fan smiled slightly, and the little white fox rolled his eyes in anger. As long as the system was there, it would be difficult for one little fox, not to mention 6 little foxes combined, to surpass him. However, despite saying this, Zhao Fan did not have the slightest bit of arrogance or complacency. Because he knew very well that without the help of the system, he would not have been able to make such rapid progress. Moreover, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continued to recover, more powerful cultivators would be born in the days to come, some of whom might be as powerful as himself. The world of immortal cultivation is full of talented people, and all kinds of capable and powerful people emerge in an endless stream. Zhao Fan does not think that he can always suppress the world. Apart from anything else, at least in the major immortal cultivation forces, there are still many old guys who have been dormant for hundreds or thousands of years. With the revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, those people will definitely achieve very amazing breakthroughs and improvements. But from the current perspective, it should be only Zhao Fan himself who has broken through to the fusion stage, otherwise all the forces in the world of immortal cultivation would not be so shocked and outraged. After what happened in Kunun, Shushan will surely usher in a short period of development again. Zhao Fan shocked Kunun with a painting, but in fact he shocked the entire world of immortal cultivation. If his younger brother Zhao Qing can seize this opportunity to consolidate the results of the previous reforms and take the opportunity to enhance the prestige of Shushan, then the goal of revitalizing Shushan will become closer and closer. Next, Zhao Fan chatted with the little white fox about some issues related to cultivation, and the latter happily returned to the stone house to practice. Of course, Zhao Fan was not idle either. He devoted all his energy to practicing again. The realm of the fusion period is very profound, and is specifically divided into the early, middle, late and perfect stages of fusion. The gap between each small realm is very large, and because Zhao Fan's soul, spiritual power, and physical body have entered this level at the same time, the difficulty of practicing and improving is several times more difficult than that of ordinary cultivators. But fortunately, Zhao Fan was practicing silently, so there was no need to rush. Anyway, no one would disturb him now. As time passed, Zhao Fan's cultivation level became more and more consolidated, and he took a steady and solid step towards the initial stage of fusion. Do you want to start signing in? On this day, the system prompt sound habitually rang in Zhao Fan's mind. Sign in. Successful sign in, reward Jang Chen. A huge amount of martial arts content suddenly flooded into Zhao Fan's mind. Although it was extremely profound and obscure, Zhao Fan's vision was now so broad that he quickly comprehended the entire content. This technique is specifically designed to improve the primordial spirit, which is very suitable for me. Zhao Fan smiled. At present, his spiritual power and physical body had related exercises to practice and improve. The only thing missing was a suitable exercise for his soul. After all, there were very few scriptures on this kind of thing. But now with this Taiyang Shenjing, it would be able to better help him improve his soul. Without any hesitation, Zhao Fan began to comprehend this article on the practice of cultivating the primordial spirit. Time passes, year after year. Spring goes and autumn comes, and in the blink of an eye, another 60 years have passed. During the past 60 years, Zhao Fan has never left the demon locking tower and has been completely immersed in spiritual practice. Except for Jang Chen, who came to deliver meals every 10 days, everyone else almost forgot about Zhao Fan's existence. Few people remember that the former young master of Shushan who was deposed is still alive and well in the demon locking tower. The gate of the demon locking tower was heavy and cold, completely isolating the outside world. In the barren land, weeds grew in waves and withered again and again. Unlike the tranquility in the demon locking tower, the outside world is full of undercurrents and changes. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continues to recover, the entire world of immortal cultivation has ushered in a better environment for immortal cultivation than before. Although it cannot be compared with tens of thousands of years ago, there are already signs of the arrival of a golden age of immortal cultivation. The powerful people in the spirit-severing stage, who were rarely seen in the past, can now be seen almost everywhere. Not to mention the big immortal cultivation forces. Even if you randomly pick a small sect, if it doesn't have 3 or 4 immortal cultivation people in the spirit-severing stage, it would be embarrassed to tell others that it is an immortal cultivation sect. Over the years, sect leader Jang Chen has used Zhao Fan's power to recruit batches of powerful immortal cultivators. At the same time, many local shushan immortal cultivators were trained, and various young talents emerged almost in an endless stream. Thanks to the results of the initial reforms and the concerted efforts of all shushan people, shushan is now more powerful than it was 60 years ago and has truly become one of the top-notch immortal cultivation forces. In the sect, there are tens of thousands of disciples in the chi refining and foundation building stages, thousands of cultivators in the nascent soul stage, hundreds of cultivators in the out-of-body stage, and 60 in the spirit-severing stage. There are 13 masters who have reached the great perfection of the spirit-severing stage. This scale is even greater than that of the Kunun sect 60 years ago. The most important thing is that there is a mysterious powerful person in the fusion stage in shushan. Even after 60 years, it still has a strong deterrent effect, making many immortal cultivation forces dare not provoke shushan easily. As shushan becomes stronger and stronger, the leader Jang Chen and a group of senior officials become more and more ambitious. Originally, shushan had a territory of thousands of miles, but after years of painstaking management, it has expanded several times. The larger the territory, the more ordinary people there are, the richer the spiritual veins and mineral deposits are, and there will be more good talents for cultivating immortals. Sect leader Jang Chen is high above everyone else, his words are law, and he holds the power over shushan. His prestige is so strong that no one dares to refute his decisions and will. Jang Chen was somewhat satisfied with his current achievements, but his ambition deep in his heart began to swell. What he wanted to do was not only to make shushan stronger than before, but also to dominate the entire world of immortal cultivation. He wanted to become the most accomplished leader of shushan throughout history, and make shushan a dominant force in the world of immortal cultivation. Ambition is something that, once it takes root, can easily grow wildly. Most importantly, in today's world of immortal cultivation, all the major forces are vying for supremacy. If shushan is managed properly, it is indeed possible to dominate. This year, after discussing with other shushan senior leaders, Jang Chen resolutely abandoned his previous strategy of forbearance, chose to actively compete with other immortal cultivation forces, and began to build a blueprint to dominate the immortal cultivation world. In the past, shushan acted calmly and adhered to the principle of, I will not offend others unless they offend me. However, after the leader Jang Chen decided to compete for supremacy in the world of immortal cultivation, shushan changed its style drastically. Disciples under their command attacked everywhere and began to gradually clear out the various forces such as the demons and monsters that had annexed the nearby territories. Even some weak immortal cultivation sects were forcefully expelled from shushan. In just a few months, the territory of shushan expanded again, stretching across thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. Inside the demon locking tower, Zhao Fan sat cross-legged in the air with a solemn look. Dazzling golden light flowed between his powerful body. He looked like an innate deity, emitting a sacred and transcendent immortal temperament. Over the years, he has practiced Tai Yang Shenjing to a minor level, and his soul has grown significantly compared to before. After the improvement of the soul, the benefits brought are very obvious. Now Zhao Fan can see through the territory of hundreds of miles with just a thought. Naturally, everything that happened in shushan could not be hidden from his eyes. His younger brother Zhao Cheng's ambition grew greatly, and he planned to compete with other immortal cultivation forces to dominate the immortal cultivation world, which made Zhao Fan frown slightly. Although the current shushan is at its most powerful period in the past 1,000 years, its foundation is far from being comparable to the top immortal cultivation forces. It can be said to be strong but not prosperous. It's like a naughty kid who has just learned to stand, and hasn't yet gained a firm foothold, but is already dreaming of running like others. The final outcome will probably be a heavy fall. Although Zhao Fan felt that something was wrong, he was not in a position to step forward and stop it. I believe that when shushan suffers a great loss in the future, my brother Zhao Cheng and others will naturally retreat. Otherwise, even if I come forward now, I can suppress their ambitions temporarily, but it will be difficult to suppress them forever. Zhao Fan did not continue to pay attention to this matter, but looked up at the sky. With the improvement of his Yuan Shen, he no longer needed to fly out with a sword to clearly capture the amazing fluctuations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the sky. Over the years, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushing out from deep in the sky has become faster and more abundant. If this continues, it may not be long before the entire environment of heaven and earth becomes similar to that of tens of thousands of years ago. By that time, the number of various powerful immortal cultivators will probably increase much more than it is now. What are you looking at? The little white fox came with graceful steps. Her hair was snow-white and translucent, and her eyes were still as clear and bright as before. Over the years, she has become stronger and recalled many broken memories, but still has not found any detailed clues about the empress. And most importantly, the little white fox is different from other monsters. Up to now, it has not shown any signs of transforming. The little white fox was very distressed, but fortunately Zhao Fan comforted her, saying that perhaps when she broke through to the fusion stage, that would be the day she would transform. The little white fox agreed with this, so he practiced very hard over the years. With the help of the jade coffin, she was able to reach the perfection of the spirit-severing stage several years ago, and was only half a step away from the fusion stage. As long as there is a suitable opportunity, the little white fox can try to break through at any time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the sky has suddenly become more abundant in recent years. Zhao Fan said calmly with a deep gaze. He had previously told the little white fox about the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the sky, so he was not worried that the latter would not understand. Isn't that a good thing? If I keep going like this, I'll be able to break through even faster. The little white fox said with a hint of excitement in a clear and pleasant voice. It's not that easy to break through the fusion stage. You have to be prepared. You can't just count on the benefits brought by the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhao Fan shook his head and reminded her. I see. Aren't you by my side anyway? If I fail to break through, you can't just watch me die, right? The little white fox asked crisply, blinking his big gem-like eyes. You little fox. Zhao Fan smiled helplessly and couldn't help rubbing her little head. This was a cute and lovely girl with delicate features, fair skin, and eyes as clear and bright as gemstones. She exudes a refreshing body fragrance all over her body. The most eye-catching thing is that behind her little buttocks, she has two furry tails, which makes her look extremely innocent and cute. She was none other than the little white fox after its successful transformation. Hee, this fox fairy not only successfully broke through the realm, but also successfully transformed. That's great. The little white fox had a happy face and didn't notice at all that his attractive beauty was exposed under someone's eyes. Zhao Fan felt a little dry in the mouth, and his blood kept boiling. His nearly 200 years of cultivation concentration almost broke at this moment. Fortunately, he maintained basic clarity and rationality. Little fox, put on your clothes quickly. Zhao Fan coughed dryly, took out a piece of clothing from the system space, and gently put it on the little white fox that had just successfully transformed. Ah! The little white fox screamed and realized that he was exposed. What are you looking at? If you look at it again, I will dig out your eyeballs. Noticing Zhao Fan's burning gaze, the little white fox glared at him and quickly put on his clothes. Her originally pretty face turned a little red, making her look even more lovely and charming. No, no, no. Zhao Fan waved his hands awkwardly and looked away reluctantly. Why are you here? The little white fox tensed its body, staring at Zhao Fan, and questioned angrily. Even though the little white fox is still a little confused because it has just successfully transformed, the practitioners of the demon clan, especially the female ones, still attach great importance to their own reputation. His body was almost completely seen by Zhao Fan. How could the little white fox not be angry? She stared at Zhao Fan with murderous eyes, and was ready to fight him at any time if he gave her unsatisfactory answer. Zhao Fan smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, you almost went crazy just now, and I helped you in time. Being possessed. The little white fox frowned slightly, and had some impression in his mind that it seemed to be true. Are you telling the truth? The little white fox confirmed again and again in a clear and pleasant voice. Why would I lie to you? It's really a case of good intentions not being rewarded. I helped you, but you doubted me instead. Zhao Fan shook his head and asked back with a hint of disappointment in his tone. All right. In that case, this fox fairy should thank you. The little white fox rolled his eyes and said unhappily. No need to thank me. Just be nicer to me in the future. For example, give me a leg massage or a back massage whenever you have time. I don't mind. Zhao Fan smiled and suddenly joked. You. The little white fox stomped its feet in anger and pounced towards Zhao Fan. There was no way Zhao Fan would surrender. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot, leaving the little white fox empty-handed. If you have the guts, don't leave. Let me teach you a lesson. I want to challenge you. The little white fox chased out angrily. Soon, a deafening roar was heard outside. The little white fox had just made a breakthrough, so he was full of confidence. He wanted to try to teach Zhao Fan a lesson, so he took the initiative to fight. Of course Zhao Fan understood what he meant and gave her such an opportunity. The man and the fox almost overturned half of the demon locking tower, and it took several minutes for the fight to completely stop. It's really abominable. I have clearly broken through to the fusion stage, so how come I am still no match for you? Besides, how come I can't see through your level of cultivation? The little white fox pursed her lips, looking frustrated. She tried to attack just now, but not only could she not defeat Zhao Fan, she couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Little fox, you are already very good. Most of the immortal cultivators at the same level are unlikely to be your opponents. You have just broken through to the fusion stage and still need to consolidate your realm. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fan walked up to her, ruffled her hair, and said lovingly. All right. After I consolidate my realm, I will definitely be stronger than I am now. I will definitely be able to teach you a lesson then. Although he knew that Zhao Fan was comforting him, the little white fox still snorted proudly and said. Zhao Fan just smiled slightly and didn't say much, but he was secretly laughing in his heart. Even if he gave the little white fox a few more decades, it probably still wouldn't be able to teach him a lesson. By the way, you have turned into a human form now. Can I give you a nice name? Zhao Fan suddenly said. I don't want to. Your name must be unpleasant. The little white fox was a little arrogant and refused subconsciously. Listen to it first. If you don't like it, you can refuse it later. Zhao Fan smiled and continued, your hair is as white as snow, so you will be named by Shui from now on. Snow White, Snow White. The little white fox blinked its big eyes and murmured twice, obviously feeling very satisfied. What do you think? Zhao Fan asked with a smile. SOSO. Although he thought the name was good, the little white fox still snorted and said stubbornly. Okay, then I'll call you Bai Shui from now on. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and said. Humph, this fox fairy is going to consolidate her cultivation realm. The little white fox raised its tail and walked slowly back to the stone house with its long legs. I never thought that this little fox would become so beautiful after transforming. No wonder the ancient books of Shushan record that the fox tribe is one of the most attractive demon tribes. Zhao Fan smiled bitterly and said to himself, he never thought the little white fox was attractive before, after all, he only treated it like a pet. Now that it suddenly turned into a beautiful girl, he really found it difficult to control himself for a moment. Although Zhao Fan has been practicing Taoism for nearly 200 years, he is essentially still a virgin. Facing such a cute and beautiful vixen all day long is definitely a very challenging thing. In the following days, the little white fox Bai Shui stayed in the stone house to consolidate her cultivation level, and Zhao Fan was certainly not idle either, signing in through the system every day to become stronger. Ding, sign in successfully, reward, glazed battle suit. Ding, sign in successfully, Holy Spirit Sword skill reward. Ding, sign in successfully, reward Dahuan Dan. Zhao Fan's strength was slowly improving. Even Bai Shui, who had broken through to the fusion stage, could not see his true level of cultivation. The demon locking tower was extremely quiet, as if it had been forgotten by the entire world. Until this day, all the tranquility was broken by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Uncle, uncle. Oh no, something happened to my father. Zhao Xiaotian hurried to the demon locking tower and started shouting anxiously before he pushed the door open. Xiaotian, why are you here? Looking at Zhao Xiaotian who rushed in, Zhao Fen was a little surprised and asked softly. Plop. Zhao Xiaotian's face was filled with sorrow. He knelt heavily in front of Zhao Fen and cried out in pain, Uncle, please save my father. What's the matter? Tell me slowly. Zhao Fen frowned and asked in a deep voice. A few days ago, my father led the Shushan elite to the monster territory to attack the Tianping monster clan. Everything went smoothly at first, but then a powerful warrior suddenly appeared from the Tianping monster clan. He not only killed 7 or 8 elders who had reached the great perfection of the spirit-severing stage, but also severely injured my father. He is now on the verge of death and his life is in danger at any time. Zhao Xiaotian looked sad and spoke it again quickly. What, is this true? Zhao Fen suddenly stood up, and his terrifying momentum rushed straight into the sky like a raging wave, shaking the entire demon locking tower. After all these years of getting along, although the little white fox was still a little arrogant, his attitude towards Zhao Fen was much better than before. Occasionally, when she was in a good mood, she would allow Zhao Fen to touch her little head. I'm going to practice. Once this fox fairy breaks through to the fusion stage, maybe I can transform and recall more memories. The little white fox blinked her bright eyes. She was full of energy and planned to break through to the fusion stage as soon as possible. In response, Zhao Fen just smiled and let her go back to the stone house to practice. Do you want to start signing in? At this moment, the familiar prompt sound of the system came into Zhao Fan's mind as usual. Sign in. Zhao Fen answered habitually. Successful sign in, rewarded with the holy life extending technique. As the system finished speaking, a secret technique appeared out of nowhere in Zhao Fan's mind. The sacred life extending method can heal certain injuries and effectively delay the death of the immortal cultivator. Zhao Fen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to sign up for this kind of healing technique. With a hint of curiosity, Zhao Fen began to comprehend, but soon, his brows frowned involuntarily. This life-extending sacred technique has very high usage requirements and can only be performed on people whose realm is weaker than that of the caster. Moreover, in order to achieve an effective healing effect, it must consume a huge amount of spiritual power, and even a certain amount of lifespan. This healing technique seems to be a bit useless. But fortunately it's easy to learn. I hope I won't need it in the future. Zhao Fen pondered for a moment, and finally grasped the key points. For him, unless it is a profound and powerful martial art like the sword controlling technique and the 10,000 swords technique, ordinary skills are almost not difficult. On this day, light footsteps were heard outside the demon locking tower. Brother, I'm here to deliver the food. Accompanied by a clear and sweet voice, Jang Chen came to the demon locking tower carrying a food box and brought hot meals to Zhao Fan. Over the years, Jang Chen had grown from a disciple of the Discipline Hall to a high-ranking elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, managing hundreds of disciples under his command. However, no matter how high Jang Chen's status became, no matter whether it was windy or rainy, she remained true to her original intention and insisted on delivering meals in person every 10 days. Her cooking skills are getting better and better, and she can cook more and more dishes. Zhao Fan often teased her, saying that she was a female chef who was delayed by her spiritual practice. Jang Chen never gets angry when she hears this, but is very happy instead, because no one knows better than her that this is Zhao Fan's recognition of her. What could be more gratifying than being recognized by the most famous swordsman in Shushan? If other brothers and sisters knew Zhao Fan's true identity, I wonder how many people would rush to send him food, let alone get his recognition. Junior sister, what delicious food did you make this time? Zhao Fan asked with a smile. We have braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, and kung pao chicken, which are my favorites. Zhang Qian blinked her beautiful eyes, giggled, and added, I also brought a bottle of good wine for my brother. Not bad, not bad. Thank you for your trouble. Zhao Fan was not polite and tasted the dishes one by one. Good wine and delicious food acted like a harmonizer for the boring life of cultivation. Brother, please eat more. Hearing Zhao Fan's praise, Zhang Qian smiled. By the way, senior brother, the world of immortal cultivation has become more and more turbulent recently. Zhang Qian talked about recent events as usual. A very powerful Tianping demon tribe has risen in the demon realm. They have launched a massive attack on the territory of the human cultivators and have successively annihilated several well-known cultivator forces. It is said that the Kunun Immortal Alliance was defeated repeatedly, and even the Kunun Sect master was seriously injured by the strong men of the Tianping demon clan. Moreover, those demon tribes are very arrogant. They plan to destroy Kunlun first and then Shushan. They plan to defeat all the immortal cultivation forces in one fell swoop and dominate the entire immortal cultivation world. Jang Chen described it vividly. The Tianping demon clan. Kill Kunlun first and then destroy Shushan. It's quite a mouthful. Zhao Fen heard this, laughed at himself and said, "Who says it's not?" Because of this incident, the sect master was furious and prepared to personally lead the Shushan disciples to the monster territory in the next few days to wipe out the Tianping monster clan in one fell swoop. Zhang Chen said truthfully. Shushan is going to march to attack the Tianping demon tribe. Zhao Fen frowned and asked. Yes. This is the decision made after discussion between the sect master and the elders. In recent days, the territory of our Shushan has been expanding, but it has aroused the jealousy of many other immortal cultivation forces. So an elder proposed that if we can defeat the Tianping demon tribe that defeated the Kunlun Immortal Alliance, Shushan will surely be able to deter the world again and prevent other forces from acting rashly. To intimidate the world? Zhao Fen sneered and shook his head. I'm afraid they are taking this opportunity to suppress the Tianping demon clan and show their strength, so as to better dominate the world of immortal cultivation. I don't know about that. But now everyone in the sect is in favor of war. Even many disciples in our discipline hall want to go down the mountain to conquer the Tianping monster tribe and make meritorious deeds. Once the war starts, I don't know how many more people will die. Zhang Qian frowned slightly, and there was a hint of worry on her pretty face. She is kind by nature and doesn't care whether the sect can win, but is worried about whether her fellow brothers and sisters will be injured or killed. If there were more people like you in the sect, I'm afraid we wouldn't blindly conquer the Tianping demon clan. Zhao Fen shook his head and said calmly. Brother, from what you said, it seems that you are not optimistic about the sect's action this time. Zhang Qian asked curiously, blinking her big eyes. It's a good thing to have ambition, but too much ambition will become a burden. Zhao Fen said calmly with a blank expression. Zhang Qian nodded thoughtfully. Although she didn't quite understand what Zhao Fen said, she felt that what Zhao Fen said was right. Next, Zhao Fen and Zhang Qian chatted a lot more. It was not until noon that Zhang Qian slowly left the demon locking tower with an empty food box. The demon locking tower returned to peace again, and Zhao Fen continued his boring practice without any slackness. After so many years of accumulation and sedimentation, his strength is much stronger than before, even so strong that Zhao Fen himself doesn't know how strong he is. Because until now, Zhao Fen has not encountered an opponent worthy of his full efforts. Time flies, and soon more than half a month has passed. On this day, a very restless spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly came from the stone house next door. Zhao Fen suddenly opened his eyes and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Inside the stone house, the little white fox had a painful expression on its face. Its originally crystal white fur was now entangled in wisps of black air, making it look extremely evil and weird. He's become obsessed. Zhao Fen suddenly appeared and his expression became extremely serious. This was because the little white fox acted too hastily. When breaking through the realm, he could not control the changes in the huge demonic power in his body. If no outsiders came to help, his mind would be possessed at any time and he would become a bloodthirsty and murderous monster. Without any hesitation, Zhao Fen raised his hand and grabbed the little white fox in his palm. The huge and pure spiritual power rushed into it continuously, helping the little white fox to calm its own violent demonic power. Under Zhao Fan's control, the black air that permeated the little white fox evaporated, and the originally restless breath gradually returned to calm. Focus your mind and spirit, and seize the opportunity to break through. Zhao Fen spoke calmly, guiding the little white fox to break through its own realm. Boom. The next second, the little white fox's aura suddenly surged, and powerful demonic power burst out of her body, wrapping her petite body layer by layer, forming a white cocoon. Feeling the little white fox's rising aura, Zhao Fen knew that she had successfully broken through and might be in the transformation stage now. In order to prevent accidents, he did not leave. Time passed little by little, until an hour later, the originally huge cocoon cracked from the inside out, revealing a graceful and pretty figure. Shushan Hall. It was almost a mess inside. The current sect leader, Zhao Cheng, was pale and barely breathing. He looked extremely weak. If it weren't for several elders who had reached the peak of the spirit-severing stage and took turns to supply him with spiritual energy, he would have collapsed long ago. But even so, he could only keep his breath alive. Looking at the dying Zhao Cheng, almost all the elders in the hall showed expressions of grief. They thought that sect leader Zhao Cheng could lead the Shushan elites to wipe out the Tianping clan in one fell swoop, but they never expected that the Tianping demon clan actually had a powerful person in the fusion stage, who not only killed many Shushan warriors, but also seriously injured Zhao Cheng and left him on the verge of death. Hey, what should I do now? Even the Daedan-level healing medicine can't alleviate the sect master's injuries. Is there any other way to turn the tide? Zhenwu elder Lin Mu, with a face full of grief, muttered to himself in a deep voice. Just now, they had given Zhao Cheng several extremely precious healing medicines, but until now, there was still no improvement. Even several Shushan elders who were well versed in medicine were helpless. Did they really have to watch their leader Zhao Cheng die in front of them? Once Zhao Cheng falls, there will be no one to take charge of the situation in Shushan. Coupled with the aggressive attack from the Tianping demon clan, Shushan will surely be in chaos and even in danger of being destroyed. No, the sect master cannot be in trouble no matter what. Order people to go down the mountain to find the elixir. No matter what, we must save the life of the sect leader. At Lin Mu's command, several elders followed the order and prepared to go down the mountain to look for the legendary elixir that could bring the dead back to life. Perhaps only in that way could they save the life of their sect leader Zhao Cheng. Lin Mu, don't waste your efforts. It's been 10,000 years since I last saw a plant of the heavenly medicine. Even if I send people down the mountain to look for it now, I won't be able to wait until that day comes. Just as Zhenwu elder Lin Mu finished speaking, sect master Zhao Cheng slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, I don't have much time left. I have been in charge of Shushan for nearly 200 years, and I have worked hard to reform and develop it. I have made some contributions to Shushan. What a shame, what a shame. It's all because of my arrogance. Before I understood the true strength of Tianping monster clan, I led people to attack, resulting in heavy casualties among the powerful men and disciples. This is an indelible stain in my life. Hearing Zhao Cheng's words, everyone led by Elder Zhenwu couldn't help but have sore noses, and some even covered their faces and cried. Although the attack on Tianping monster clan failed, no one denied that Zhao Cheng is Shushan. A wise leader. During his years in office, he worked hard to rebuild the world, giving Shushan its current power. You all get out. I want to explain something to my wife. Zhao Cheng waved his hand and let the others go out, leaving only his wife, Princess Pingyang. Zhenwu elder Lin Mu sighed and slowly retreated with the elders. The situation in Shushan is critical now. The Tianping demon clan is about to attack the mountain gate. They really cannot stay here any longer and need to go out and take charge of the overall situation. Inside the hall, Princess Pingyang had delicate features, but at this moment, her pretty face was covered with traces of tears. Husband, is there anything else you need to tell me? Princess Pingyang asked crying. Madam, you have suffered a lot these years. I'm busy with everything for the sect, but I don't have much time to accompany you. You won't blame me, right? Zhao Cheng asked softly. What nonsense are you talking about? I have never blamed you. It is my honor as Pingyang to have such a wise and brave husband like you. Princess Pingyang shook her head, looked at Zhao Cheng tenderly, and said. Then I'm relieved. Zhao Cheng nodded, then sighed and said, if I unfortunately pass away, I want to pass the position of Shushan sect master to Xiao Tian. What do you think, madam? Pass it on to Xiao Tian. Princess Pingyang frowned when she heard this, but soon relaxed her eyebrows and said gently, although Xiao Tian is not my biological child, he is your flesh and blood after all. It would be great to pass it on to him. With what my madam said, I have nothing to worry about. Zhao Cheng showed satisfaction. He and Princess Pingyang have been married for a long time and they actually have a son named Zhao Xiaofeng. However, his qualifications and talents are far inferior to those of his elder son Zhao Xiaotian. Madam, please go out first. I want to be alone. Husband. Although Princess Pingyang was reluctant, she still slowly retreated. Zhao Qing was the only one left in the hall. Although his breath was becoming weaker and weaker, he still tried his best to maintain his last bit of mental strength, because he had not yet met the most important person. Father, uncle is here. Just when Zhao Cheng's consciousness began to become a little fuzzy, Zhao Xiaotian returned to the shushan hall, walked up to him and reminded him. Really? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing quickly perked up. A tall figure appeared in his blurry vision. Who else could it be but his elder brother Zhao Fan? Zhao Cheng, here I come. Looking at his extremely weak brother Zhao Cheng, Zhao Fan felt a slight pain in his heart. Some time ago, he was the majestic leader of Shushan who was full of vigor and vitality, but now, he looked like an old man who was old and withered. Brother. Zhao Qing looked at Zhao Fan and shouted excitedly. When his life was about to come to an end, what he wanted to see most was not his gentle wife or his obedient son, but his older brother who was born from the same mother. At the beginning, Zhao Fan was born first and had a unique aptitude for cultivating immortals. He was trained to be the young master of Shushan, with an imposing manner and unparalleled grace. His eldest brother Zhao Fan is the person Zhao Qing admires the most, and he was also the goal he once pursued. Because Zhao Fan said that Shushan had been weak for a long time, with an imperfect system within the sect and rebellious forces from outside, so after he became the leader of Shushan, he carried out drastic reforms to improve the sect system, and later he even vigorously suppressed the 6 major sword sects. Although the process was extremely dangerous, all of this has made today's Shushan much stronger than it was 100 or 200 years ago. The most important thing is that in addition to his own hard work, he was able to achieve those great feats because he had the support of his big brother behind him. So Zhao Qing really wanted to see his elder brother Zhao Fan again and thank him in the last moments of his life. Zhao Fan came, with an extraordinary temperament, like a handsome and elegant man. Zhao Qing had a smile on his face, just like a child's, a smile of satisfaction and purity. Don't worry, I will save you. Zhao Fan stepped forward and held Zhao Cheng's hand, his tone calm and firm. Brother, I know my situation well. My soul is disintegrating and my spiritual power is depleted. Even the golden immortal cannot cure me. Zhao Qing shook his head, signaling Zhao Fan not to waste his efforts in vain. He has already accepted his fate. Zhao Fan remained silent, but used the sacred life-extending technique to continuously transfer vital energy containing enormous vitality into his brother Zhao Cheng's body. Zhao Cheng's body, which was originally riddled with holes, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye under the huge vitality repair. His originally weak body began to show a bit of vitality again, and even his pale face began to turn rosy. Uncle, you really saved my father. Seeing this magical scene, Zhao Xiaotian next to him shouted in ecstasy. Brother, what's going on? Zhao Qing was also a little excited. He held Zhao Fan tightly, feeling a little unbelievable, as if he was dreaming. Both father and son were very happy, but Zhao Fan felt extremely heavy in his heart. Just as Zhao Qing had said before, his soul had collapsed. Although the life-extending divine technique had amazing effects, it could only repair the damage to his body but could not truly save Zhao Qing. At most it can allow Zhao Qing to live longer for a while. Your soul has collapsed. Although I have used mystical techniques to repair your injuries, it is only a temporary solution. Under the current circumstances, I can only help you live for 3 more months at most. There is nothing else I can do. Zhao Fan shook his head and sighed. What? Zhao Xiaotian's smile froze, and he immediately knelt down in front of Zhao Fan and begged, Uncle, is there no other way? Please help my father. Xiaotian, don't embarrass your uncle. Zhao Qing quickly stopped Zhao Xiaotian and said with a smile, I'm already satisfied if I can live a few more months. Brother, thank you. Looking at Zhao Fan, Zhao Qing was not disappointed. Instead, he said with gratitude. Hearing this, Zhao Fan nodded slightly, and his originally upset mood became a little better. Hey, it's all my fault for being so arrogant and dreaming that Shushan would dominate the world of immortal cultivation. I even led the elite warriors of Shushan to attack the Tianping monster tribe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhao Qing sighed slightly, still feeling a little regretful. But at this moment, there is no point in saying this. Zhao Qing looked at Zhao Xiaotian and said in a deep voice, Zhao Xiaotian, listen to my orders. Father, I'm here. Zhao Xiaotian wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and came to Zhao Qing respectfully. Kneel down for your uncle. Zhao Qing said with a serious expression. Although Zhao Xiaotian was a little confused, he still did as he was told. Looking at Zhao Xiaotian kneeling in front of him, Zhao Fan didn't say anything, but deep down in his heart, he guessed what his brother was about to do. Brother, I have worked hard over the years to make Shushan much stronger than before, but there is still a long way to go before it can be truly revitalized. If the next leader of Shushan does not have the determination to make drastic changes, then all my previous efforts will be in vain. At this point, Zhao Qing paused and continued, so I want Xiaotian to be the new leader of Shushan. Are you sure? Zhao Fen raised his eyebrows. Although Zhao Xiaotian is his younger brother Zhao Cheng's biological son, he is an illegitimate child after all. Once he really takes the throne, he will face considerable resistance. I've already thought about it, and I've also said hello to Pingyang. I hope that after Xiaotian takes office, Big Brother will continue to support him. After all, this child was brought up by you. Zhao Qing said in an earnest tone. Hearing this, Zhao Fen looked at Zhao Xiaotian with bright eyes. The latter was a little nervous, but still straightened his waist subconsciously. Since your father is willing to entrust Shushan to you, I naturally won't object. But Xiaotian, you have to remember that being the leader of Shushan is not easy. You must learn from your father. Zhao Fen thought for a moment and warned in a deep voice. Please rest assured, uncle. I will never let you and father down. Zhao Xiaotian was very excited and kowtowed hard to Zhao Fan. No one knew better than him that with the support of his uncle Zhao Fan, the new leader of Shushan would be able to rest assured. Very good, kid. I believe that you can fulfill my regrets and revive Shushan to become a top sect that stands proudly in the world of immortal cultivation. Zhao Qing said with a smile on his face, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Once the issue of choosing the successor is resolved, the last stone in his heart will be completely put down. I will do my best. Zhao Xiaotian took a deep breath and said very seriously. By the way, father, the Tianping demon tribe has already reached the foot of the mountain. What should we do now? After becoming the heir, Zhao Xiaotian immediately thought of the current predicament of Shushan. Ever since his father Zhao Qing fled back to Shushan, the Tianping demon clan has been chasing him and has now surrounded Shushan. The Skyping demon tribe. You came just in time. I'll help you get revenge. Before Zhao Qing could speak, Zhao Fen slowly stood up, and his figure suddenly became tall and majestic. His eyes were somewhat cold. No matter who it was who dared to seriously injure his own brother Zhao Qing, Zhao Fen would make him pay a heavy price. Zhao Fen had never been so angry as he was at that moment. Brother, don't be impulsive. The great master of the Tianping demon clan in the fusion stage is very powerful. Even before, 7 or 8 elders who had reached the perfect stage of spirit severing were unable to block his move together. Zhao Qing reminded with some concern. It's just a monster. I can kill it with just one sword. Zhao Fen said calmly with an indifferent expression. After so many years, Zhao Fan's strength has become much stronger than before, so strong that he is a little unclear where his limit is. Although it took many years for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to revive, Zhao Fen was very sure that he was definitely at the pinnacle of the entire world of immortal cultivation. I dare not say that he is invincible, but at least looking at most of the immortal cultivation world, there are very few people who can be his opponent. Xiaotian, come with me to meet the people from the Tianping demon clan. Zhao Fen motioned Zhao Xiaotian to follow, then he took steady steps and left the Shushan hall directly. You go ahead. Don't let your uncle down. Zhao Qing knew the intention of his elder brother Zhao Qing calling Zhao Xiaotian, and waved his hand at the latter. Father, you should take a rest first. I'll be back soon. Zhao Xiaotian nodded and hurriedly followed Zhao Fan. Outside of Mount Shu, there were thick and dark evil clouds. Above the evil cloud, there stood one powerful figure after another, almost all of them were members of the Tianping clan who had human bodies. The Tianping people have always lived in the depths of the demon realm. For thousands of years, they have disappeared from the world of immortal cultivation, and only recently reappeared. The Tianping demon clan has been very powerful recently. Not only did they repel the Kunun immortal alliance, but just recently, a great demon in the clan's fusion stage also defeated the shushan warriors who took the initiative to attack. Now they are taking advantage of their victory and surrounding the entire Shushan mountain, intending to destroy this immortal cultivation force in one fell swoop. Countless members of the Tianping tribe were silent, all looking at the tall figure in the front with fanatical and worshipful eyes. He was a man in a golden robe. He was the patriarch of the Tianping demon clan, King Tianping. He was extremely powerful and was a strong man in the fusion stage. It was precisely because of his existence that the Tianping demon clan was able to advance so rapidly and reach the front of Shushan. This is bad. The people of the Tianping demon clan are so aggressive. They really want to destroy our Shushan. In front of the mountain gate of Shushan, Zhenwu elder Lin Mu led all the elders and disciples to gather here, ready for a big battle. Now the sect leader is seriously injured and dying. If Shushan is still attacked by the Tianping demon clan, it is very likely to be destroyed. At this critical moment, he must stand up and lead everyone to protect Shushan. Elder Zhenwu, can we stop it? The Skypeng King has reached the stage of fusion. With the rest of us, we are like moths to a flame, right? That's right. 60 years ago we still had a Shushan sword master in charge. But now the Tianping tribe has reached the mountain gate. Why hasn't that master taken action yet? Could he have passed away? Someone said worriedly and anxiously. Don't talk nonsense. That senior swordsman must still be alive. As long as he is willing to take action, these people from the Tianping demon clan are nothing. Lin Mu took a deep breath and said to comfort everyone. In fact, he was also unsure in his heart. If the senior swordsman was still alive, why didn't he show up until now? Everyone from Shushan, listen to me. If you withdraw your protective formation and surrender now, I will forgive you and spare your lives. Otherwise, once I break the formation, I will kill everyone without mercy. At this moment, King Tianping, who was standing proudly in the clouds, spoke indifferently. His words exploded like thunder and echoed in everyone's ears. What an arrogant monster. We have senior sword cultivators in Shushan. If you, the Tianping demon clan, are not afraid of death, you can just try to attack. Zhenwu elder Lin Mu responded angrily with a dark face. Hee. If that's the case, then let that cowardly swordsman from Shushan come out and see how I can take his life in a snap. King Tianping's eyes were cold, and powerful demonic power emanated from his body, actually dispersing the thick clouds in the sky. He was full of arrogance and fighting spirit. If he had not been afraid of the legendary swordsman from Mount Shu, he would have led his people to attack long ago. Although King Tianping was extremely confident in his own strength, he did not dare to underestimate his enemy. After all, 60 years ago, the swordsman from Mount Shu was already a powerful fusion stage master who dominated the world. Asshole! What an arrogant monster! Hearing the words of the Tianping king, the Zhenwu elder Lin Mu and others were all furious, but no one dared to go out to fight at this moment. Even 7 or 8 powerful masters who had reached the perfection of the spirit-severing stage had joined forces and were killed by the Tianping king alone. If they went out, it would be no different from sending themselves to death. It seems you are bluffing. 60 years have passed. Could it be that the great master of Shushan who reached the fusion stage has passed away? Seeing that Lin Mu and the others did not react, King Tianping's eyes flashed with brilliance. He stopped talking nonsense and raised his hand to slap out with a claw. In an instant, the heaven and earth roared, and countless spiritual energy surged, transforming into a 10,000-foot-long rock claw, which, with the force of thunder, slammed down towards the Shushan Sect protection formation. Not good. Quickly activate the Sect protection formation. Lin Mu and the others suddenly changed color, and they all channeled their spiritual power into the Sect protection formation, bursting out with dazzling sword light, and slashed towards the huge 10,000-foot-long Peng Claw. Over the years, the Shushan protective formation has been constantly upgraded and transformed, becoming extremely powerful. With the addition of massive spiritual power poured in by dozens of elders, the explosive power is extremely terrifying. Boom. The sword light of the Sect protection formation barely blocked the Pang claw, and the two collided with a deafening sound, causing the entire void to vibrate. A bunch of ants. What can you use to fight me? King Tianping sneered, and a surge of demonic power surged out. His claws suddenly became extremely solid, like the sharp claws of the golden winged Pang in ancient times, enough to create the world. Bang. The next second, the sword light of the Sect protection formation exploded, and the rock claws that covered the sky and the earth smashed the formation into pieces. Lin Mu and others were hit hard, and they vomited blood and fell to the ground, suffering a very serious backlash. Go to hell. King Tianping had murderous intent in his eyes and slapped the people of Shushan with one claw. It was a terrifying blow from a powerful being in the fusion stage, and its power was unimaginable. Not good. Lin Mu and other elders all had despair on their faces. In front of such a big monster, they had no power to resist at all. They could only watch as the huge claws as big as mountains whistled down. Kong. At this critical moment, a golden sword light, like a galaxy, ignored the layers of spatial distance and slashed towards Pang's claw powerfully and domineeringly. Boom. With a loud bang, Pang's claws shattered, and the golden sword light swept away everything in its path, and the remaining force continued as it slashed towards King Tianping. This sword was as fast as lightning and extremely powerful. What? King Tianping's expression changed slightly. Feeling the dangerous aura coming towards him, he subconsciously raised his claws as hard as divine gold to resist. He is a great demon who has awakened the blood of a prehistoric beast. His body is very strong and solid, especially his claws, which are powerful enough to tear apart magical weapons. But in the next second, King Tianping's claws were bleeding and his whole body was shaking violently. He seemed to be hit by a mountain and flew across the air for more than 10 miles, smashing several tall peaks before falling heavily to the ground. This sudden sword attack frightened the originally fanatical Tianping demons into panic. That is. Lin Mu and others looked in the direction of the sound and were shocked to find that, at some point in time, a golden figure, like a god, was walking towards them, stepping on the void. With each step he took, he covered a distance of hundreds or thousands of feet. With just a few steps, he appeared high in the sky in front of the mountain gate. The aura exuded by this golden figure was extremely vast, like an unfathomable ocean, making everyone feel a very strong sense of insignificance. It's Senior Sword Cultivator. Senior Jian Xiao has finally taken action. Now our shushan is saved. Seeing this extremely powerful figure, all the elders and disciples of Shushan became extremely excited and cheered loudly. It really is Senior Sword Cultivator. Wait, next to him is the sect leader's illegitimate son Zhao Xiaotian. Did he invite Senior Sword Cultivator here? Lin Mu noticed that next to the senior swordsman, there was a figure standing. Who else could it be but Zhao Xiaotian? This scene shocked Lin Mu very much. Xiaotian, go to the side and watch carefully. In order to prevent Zhao Xiaotian from getting hurt, Zhao Fen gave him some instructions. Good. Uncle, be careful. Zhao Xiaotian nodded, and then floated down to the side of Lin Mu and the others. Xiaotian, were you the one who invited Senior Sword Cultivator here? As soon as Zhao Xiaotian landed, Lin Mu and other elders gathered around. Zhao Xiaotian noticed the burning gazes everyone gave him, and realized his uncle's good intentions, so he did not deny it, and said with a mysterious smile, "Don't worry, elders, Senior Jian Xiao will protect us Shushan, and everyone can just watch him kill the enemy." Very good. With the Sword Cultivator Senior taking action, these evildoers will surely die. Senior Sword Cultivator is invincible. When everyone heard this, they all shouted excitedly. In their eyes, Senior Sword Cultivator was the symbol of invincibility. The Sword Master from Shushan. You're finally here. At this moment, the earth shook violently, and the Tianping king, who was originally knocked away by Zhao Fan's sword, crushed the ground and soared into the sky like a cannonball. His hair was disheveled, his eyes were as cold as lightning, and his whole body was emitting tremendous demonic power, as if a prehistoric demon had reappeared. The terrifying pressure shook the heavens and the earth, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, both the Tianping clan members and the Shushan disciples were suppressed by this momentum and could hardly stand steadily. Some people with weaker cultivation were even knocked unconscious on the spot. As long as I kill you, Shushan will be destroyed today. King Tianping was staring at Zhao Fan not far away with murderous intent, as if he was staring at his prey. Anyone who offends Shushan will be killed without mercy. Zhao Fan had a blank expression on his face but spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. "Ha. Then let's try it." As soon as King Tianping finished speaking, his demonic power surged out, and his body instantly expanded rapidly, becoming a giant Tianping 10,000 meters tall, covered in iron feathers, exuding unimaginable terrifying power. This is his true form. With just a wave of his hand, he can destroy mountains and rivers. Kill. King Tianping spread his wings and rushed towards Zhao Fan like a sharp arrow with overwhelming force. The most powerful weapon for the demon cultivators is their indestructible body, and the Tianping clan is the best among the demons. Looking at the huge monster rushing towards him, Zhao Fan had an indifferent expression, and the flying sword Qixiao made a clear and powerful sound in his hand. 10,000 Swords Technique. As Zhao Fan finished speaking, the flying sword Qixiao suddenly slashed down. A sword light was even hotter and stronger than before, almost illuminating the entire sky. The terrifying sword intent shattered the sky and whistled in all directions. At this moment, countless swords in Shu Mountain made chirping sounds in response to each other. Skyping Destruction Claw. Realizing the power of Zhao Fan's sword, King Tianping felt a chill all over his body, but he still gritted his teeth and tried his best to launch the strongest attack. Boom. As a deafening explosion sounded, the terrifying sword light easily shattered the sharp claws that King Tianping was proud of, and even cut off his huge body with the remaining force. How is that possible? King Tianping couldn't believe it. He had already revealed his true form. His combat power far exceeded that of the cultivators of the same level. Even at his weakest, he should be able to barely block the opponent's sword light for a moment. At the moment of life and death, he desperately mobilized his demonic power to block the sword, but it was of no avail. No. King Tianping screamed in despair and eventually died under the terrifying sword light. Even his soul didn't have time to escape. Bang bang. Below the cave entrance, countless black poisonous gases transformed into thick divine chains of order, which continuously bombarded the golden ceiling net. The strong vibration caused the entire underground palace to collapse and shatter. Zhao Fan's face turned grim. If he guessed correctly, it should be the demons in the cave of 10,000 demons who were trying to break the seal. After so many years, the power of the golden seal that originally protected the cave entrance seems to have weakened a lot compared to before. What's going on here? A clear and pleasant voice was heard, and the figure of the little white fox Bai Shui appeared beside Zhao Fan. She had been consolidating her cultivation level in the stone house before, and after noticing the huge commotion here, she rushed here as soon as possible. The seal on the cave entrance is weakening. Something inside is trying to break out. Zhao Fan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. It's the demon inside. What should we do now? A trace of solemnity appeared on Bai Shui's delicate face. Her delicate body couldn't help but tense up, ready for a fight at any time. Don't worry. I would like to experience once again how powerful the monsters in there are. Zhao Fan signaled Bai Shui to relax. When he had just broken through to the early stage of fusion, he dared to enter the cave of 10,000 monsters alone, had a brief fight with the monsters living there, and escaped unscathed. Now that so much time has passed, Zhao Fan is much stronger than before. Even if the demons inside can rush out, he has the confidence to deal with it. Seeing Zhao Fan so confident, Bai Shui blinked her clear and bright eyes, and her heart felt a little calmer. Boom. Under the gaze of Zhao Fan and Bai Shui, countless black poisonous gases surged and finally blasted open the seal blocking the cave entrance. The surging poisonous gas surged over and directly enveloped Zhao Fan and Bai Shui. Mixed in with the poisonous gas were the wails of countless demons and their excited roars, as if a wild beast that had been trapped for countless years had finally rushed out of a solid cage. He, that's great. After being suppressed by the empress and the Shushan patriarch for more than 30,000 years, I finally broke through. I want to wash the world with blood. I want to kill as many people as possible. The low roar sounded like thunder, and the voice was filled with endless hostility. Bai Shui frowned and her delicate body trembled slightly, as if she could not bear the evil aura. Seeing this, Zhao Fen took a step forward, stood in front of her, and said coldly, "You are just a monster, and you still want to bloodbath the world. Today I will destroy you both physically and spiritually." As soon as Zhao Fen finished speaking, a sharp and astonishing sword intent burst out of his body, carrying a force as powerful as thunder, directly suppressing countless poisonous gases and evil auras. Zhao Fan's black hair was flying, his eyes were as cold as lightning, his figure became tall and majestic, exuding an unfathomable and terrifying aura. What demons and evil spirits are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of him? What a strong aura of a cultivator. There is actually someone as strong as you in this world. How is this possible? Countless black poisonous gases dissipated, revealing a thin and pale figure with 2 horns on his head and eyes as red as blood. He was a real demon. Get over here. Zhao Fen had a blank expression on his face. He opened his big hands and grabbed the other party domineeringly. Asshole. I am the heaven-shaking demon general. How dare you attack me? Are you looking for death? The demon roared angrily and then raised his claws to slap out. But the next second, he was hit hard and was slapped to the ground by Zhao Fan. Before he could stand up, Zhao Fan's foot had already stepped on his back with terrifying force, embedding him deeply into the hard ground. Even though he struggled with all his might, he was still unable to resist. The demon roared continuously, his face flushed red, but he was still suppressed and could hardly get up. What kind of demon general is this? He is so weak and pathetic. Tell me your origins, or I'll crush you into bloody mud. Zhao Fen looked down at him and said coldly. Although this demon was quite powerful, he was only on par with the Skypeng King, so it was easy to suppress him. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Zhao Fan, the demon's eyes showed fear and he could only answer honestly, I am a demon from the 10,000 Demon Cave, and I have been imprisoned there for more than 30,000 years. Zhao Fen raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and asked again, who did you say imprisoned you in there? Of course it's that bastard empress. If it weren't for her joining forces with the Shushan patriarch, I wouldn't have been tortured in there. The demon said resentfully, as if he had remembered some irreconcilable enemy. The empress and the Shushan patriarch have joined forces. Hearing the title of empress again, Zhao Fen looked at Bai Shui and found that the latter became a little excited. Zhao Fen had read the classics in the library, so he naturally knew that the Shushan patriarch should be the founder of Shushan, but who was the empress? With a hint of curiosity, Zhao Fen asked, who is the empress? The empress was a powerful being from more than 30,000 years ago. She was extremely powerful. She and the Shushan patriarch worked together to suppress and seal our entire 10,000 demon cave. The demon showed a look of resentment and continued, in order to prevent us from escaping, she also built this underground palace and constructed a large formation to bless the seal. But unfortunately, she never thought that we would still be alive and survive to this era of revival of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After hearing the words of this demon, Zhao Fen suddenly realized that this underground space was indeed built by the empress, and the time was even earlier than he imagined, more than 30,000 years ago. And most importantly, the empress and the founder of Mount Shu knew each other and had joined forces to suppress the demons in the cave of 10,000 demons. But why was she not mentioned in the ancient books in the library? Zhao Fen became more and more confused. Could it be that someone deliberately deleted her records? Where did the empress go after she sealed you in the cave of 10,000 demons? At this time, Bai Shui spoke anxiously, eager to know where the empress had gone. Who knows? However, in order to suppress the 10,000 demons cave, the empress paid a huge price and has missed the best opportunity to ascend to the immortal world. I think she has probably died. The demon said honestly. Although the woman was extremely beautiful, she was his sworn enemy. If he had not been sealed in the cave of 10,000 demons, he would have transcended this world long ago. How could he have become so weak and now be suppressed by a human cultivator? Hearing this, Bai Shui felt complicated. Could it be that the empress who appeared in her memory had really passed away? So what is her origin? Was she created by the empress? Bai Shui pursed her red lips, a trace of sadness on her pretty face. She originally thought that the empress was alive, and she could go to the empress to find out her life experience, but now it seems impossible. Sir, I have answered your questions truthfully. Can you spare my life? Although feeling a little aggrieved, the demon still begged. In the past, he was so heroic and vigorous that he dominated most of the immortal world and was the most powerful demon with the greatest potential to reach the realm of immortality. However, he was suppressed in the cave of 10,000 demons for a long time, causing his cultivation level to fall layer by layer. Now he has become extremely weak, otherwise he would not have been defeated by Zhao Fan. Zhao Fan heard this, but did not rush to answer his question. Instead, he asked, "How many monsters are there in the 10,000 monsters cave? Besides me, there are dozens or even hundreds of others. At first we chose to hide in the 10,000 monsters cave to avoid disaster temporarily, so a lot of monsters gathered there." To avoid disaster? Zhao Fan frowned slightly and asked, "So, you took the initiative to seal yourself in the 10,000 monsters cave at first, and were later blocked by the empress?" "Of course, otherwise even the empress and that old guy wouldn't be able to trap all of us," the demon said proudly. "Are there many forces in this world that actively avoid disasters like the 10,000 demons cave?" "Not too many. There are many top forces in the demon sects, Buddhism, and Taoism who have chosen to hide themselves away. Some of them want to temporarily avoid the great catastrophe, while others want to wait for the current era of spiritual energy revival." At this point, the demon paused, then said in a gentle and persuasive manner, "Sir, I see that you have a very high aptitude for cultivating immortals. You have already reached such a state of cultivation in the middle period when the spiritual energy has just recovered. If you only agree to let me go, I can give you the supreme demonic scripture from tens of thousands of years ago and many top-notch techniques." "Are you tempting me?" Zhao Fan sneered and said, "I don't need any demonic scripture at all. You'd better be annihilated." As the words fell, Zhao Fan raised his hand and released a terrifying sword intent, instantly chopping the demon into pieces, and even its soul did not escape. At the same time, Zhao Fan slashed out several swords in succession, using terrifyingly powerful sword energy to block the entrance of the cave layer by layer. With his current level of cultivation, sealing a cave entrance is no problem at all. Unless there is a demon with stronger cultivation than himself, there is no way he can open the seal and escape. "Do you want to start signing in?" Just as Zhao Fan had just resealed it, a familiar prompt from the system came into his mind. "Sign in." Zhao Fan answered subconsciously. Successful sign-in, rewarded with the human emperor seal. As the system finished speaking, a profound and powerful martial art suddenly appeared in Zhao Fan's mind.